Isn't it like 2 a.m. for her now or something?
More like 4, but it's fine. She has an unconventional sleeping schedule.
Well, it's our best shot.
This better be damn important for this time of night.
How and why did you start playing Rainbow Six?
I was a Call of Duty ranked star, and then I needed a game with more tactfulness to it.
I'm glad you brought that up because I would have said something if no one else had said anything. Ladies and gentlemen, we went to the gym for 45 minutes and this is the first time that Alex had ever lifted weights before, and now he is so under the weather he was in bed all night. So he's not going to be able to get in. Bosco is still in 90 hallway with less than 10 seconds left. The wall that he opened repelling on 90 also nets him his own death. So
Good night. I'm gonna try this again because second time's the charm. Are you from Seoul? Because you could be my soulmate. She giggled. Correct, girl. Hosting. I like your vibes. I like you. Oh, baby. Wait, I'm gay. I think I'm looking at class. Yes. I found out.
I'm telling you, this threat just won't work, Adia.
And what if we place a second shield here?
They will just rappel on this window and cut me off.
We have struggled with this for 2 days now. We should ask her for help.
Ask her? Isn't she busy coaching Mida's team? No way they will give us her contact.
A friend of mine gave me her personal number. They seem to be close.
Isn't it like 2 a.m. for her now or something?
More like 4, but it's fine. She has an unconventional sleeping schedule.
Well, it's our best shot.
This better be damn important for this time of night.
How and why did you start playing Rainbow Six?
I was a Call of Duty ranked star, and then I needed a game with more tactfulness to it.
I'm glad you brought that up because I would have said something if no one else had said anything. Ladies and gentlemen, we went to the gym for 45 minutes and this is the first time that Alex had ever lifted weights before, and now he is so under the weather he was in bed all night. So he's not going to be able to get in. Bosco is still in 90 hallway with less than 10 seconds left. The wall that he opened repelling on 90 also nets him his own death. So
Good night.
At the end of the third
I got
round,
my couch in my office so I can lay back, watch the games, chill out. I don't have to sit in my motherfucking seat anymore. Yeah.
Let's go. What's up, everyone? Welcome to the watch party.
Teams switch sides,
All right.
and the whole banning process starts over.
You lazy hoe. I had to be lazy. I had to be.
And if ever the match goes to
I had to be.
overtime,
Hope you
both
understand.
teams will carry over all of
Obviously,
their
right?
previous bans, and they will be updated dynamically based on
Obviously.
which side they are playing.
Yo, what's up, Odin?
This means that previously banned
What's up, guys?
operators
What's up?
will stay banned from their opponent without being banned for themselves. With this new ban system, teams will have quicker reactions against opponents' strategies in every Rainbow Six esports
That's insanely
match.
smart. Yeah, I was like, hell
Get
nah,
ready
man.
for
I
a
am
new
not sitting in
level of
that fucking
strategy
office
with
chair.
Siege
I need
X.
a couch. I need my teddies. I need
A
like
huge
know what I mean?
change. And may
I
I
need
remind
everything.
everybody, as the resident knowing about old stuff in Rainbow Six expert
Yo,
on this,
chill.
I would say
chill.
the bans were introduced that we have seen up to this point
Chill.
post Paris
not
Major
chilling.
2018.
Okay, chill.
And that's when the system has kind of stayed since then.
What's up, Gia?
But this is a complete
Lauren.
overhaul.
Odin.
Now teams are
What's
going to
up,
have to
guys?
think a lot more in depth about how they ban.
Yeah, and again, just one of the added things that I just love about Siege as a whole, it's about reinventing the wheel, and this is definitely going to do that. You have to be more focused and more honed in on what your bans are actually going to be, because if you think about before when we were scrimming back in those days,
Why is
you
the
could
music
just
so
focus
loud?
on what bans you think a team's going to have, that you're going to work for, and now it's in-game, in the moment, that can just happen on the go right now, and so you can't have that prep. Because it's a lot. It's a lot to take. You have to be ready to adapt almost immediately once those bans go out.
It'll succeed with adaptive heavy teams because every single situation is going to be different. It'll be interesting to see what teams bring, if they're banning based on the rounds, if they're banning
I can't
based
wait
on
for this
prep.
event. Why
But
are they dressed
obviously,
like that?
Every environment
I
is
don't
gonna
know,
be
funky
different.
fun, I
So
love
a
it.
team with a structured IGL is going to struggle a little bit. We're going to see the adaptive heavy teams thrive in this meta.
You don't want to overthink it. You don't want to underthink
Damn,
it,
the
and also
sun-
you have to think one
sun
round
becoming
ahead
heavy.
because it is for the upcoming
Too
round.
much? Let's see.
Defenders would have
Too much
probably
sun? Too
swapped
much
sites.
sun?
There's a
Shall
lot
we
to go
remove the
through,
sun
and
a
that's
little
where
bit?
the analysis really comes into a lot of theory crafting. However, there's nothing to theory craft about our
About that.
schedule
little
for
better.
today. With 20 teams,
I got my- oh,
we
what
are
do you guys
left
think of my
with
PSG
a
Talon
total
gear?
of 10
do you
best
think?
of one matches. Here's the first 4 that are happening
the
on
full
both
fucking
A
outfit.
and B stream, as you've been used to at this point through all of our big tournaments, either majors or at the Invitational. We'll be
Yeah,
focused
yeah,
on the
yeah.
A stream
Yeah, yeah,
here,
yeah.
as our
What do we
colleagues
think?
on the
What do we
B
think,
stream
baby?
will carry you through
PSG
their own
Talon!
5 matches. That'll be Des and Ace on there. We got Guz and Xenox. We'll talk to them in just a bit. And our
Look at that
focus
shit.
is
that shit.
on a
From
Classico
Nike.
for APAC
Look at this
North
shit.
and
Look at this
Korea,
shit.
Japan. Of course,
Yeah,
that
yeah,
is
yeah.
now the old system that has come back, and it's better positive overhaul for 2025. If anything, El Clasico
Oh.
between the two giants of
Oh.
Asia. This is Fear
Go.
X and CAG,
Let's go.
Korea versus Japan.
I mean, yeah, and it's interesting because when you look at all those matchups, these were hand-selected by these teams. So the fact
No, they
that
weren't.
you have KEG
No, they
picking
weren't.
into Fear X, it just goes
No,
to show
they
wanna
didn't.
come
I'm pretty sure the first round was completely randomly selected. So I hope that someone picks that up and
guarantee
says that.
yourself comfortability in that to possibly
I think it was randomly
accumulate
selected.
those extra bullets.
And
Maybe
there's
I
no
misunderstood.
right or wrong way on which team you want to go up against, but obviously picking Fear X is a great start because
think
we
so.
know Cyclops is good at playing against teams of their own
I
nature, being able to start off
I'm
slow,
pretty
pick up their
sure
momentum.
it was
Same thing with
randomly
Fear X.
selected
I
for
mean,
round
but I
1.
think that's the situation with every single game.
For sure.
I'm
Every
pretty
matchup
sure.
looks so close, and it's a whole clean slate on a new CJ.
It is.
And speaking of momentum, we'll carry that into our rosters. Fear X is up on the chopping block first, and this squad is a stark reminder of the heyday of APAC
Right.
North and Korea, especially back when you guys were competing at the tippity top in 2021.
Yeah, I mean, this is a roster that I'm
Oh, where's the
personally
Rainbow Six
excited for
other?
because when you look at the roster as a whole, phenomenal players, but 3 players that stick out to me the
Well, I
absolute
can't
most
read
is
anyone.
Rin, Coded, and Woogieman. Coded and Woogieman just recently joined this roster, I believe
Okay.
shortly
Oh.
after SI wrapped up. So the fact that they're rekindling that synergy that they had back on that old Damwon Kia that we played back in 2021.
Drop's
where
not
they
on yet,
were
are they?
hitting their stride running. So the fact they're bringing familiarity back into this roster, back into the
Any questions you have
regional
about
league
the
that they're
format and stuff like
competing in,
that, I got
it
you
is
guys.
going to be exciting gameplay from this team, and I'm so excited to see those 3 reunited.
And we know how scary they can be.
They can be,
They are
especially in the
just,
best of one.
yeah, they are so good in best of ones, especially how adaptive they are as a team, cohesion-wise. Strategically, that's one
I just
area that
locked in a
APAC
prediction
lacks
while
the
there was
most,
2
but them
minutes
as a
left.
team can always
Oh shit, I
adapt
gotta do
on
my
the fly
prediction.
and use that
Be,
calculated aggression
am I on the
all
right
the time.
stream?
Absolutely.
Well, we go
I'm
from
on the right
calculated
stream. Wait, wait,
aggression
wait, wait.
into calculated how to
Which
play
one are we?
Shields
Which one are we?
101, basically, with CAG on the other side.
Wait,
Cyclops at
fuck,
the
we need
gaming.
Wikipedia
Osaka.
up, hold on.
This
Wikipedia
squad
tells
we
us
have
everything.
seen 1,001 times in
Group stage.
international play. They always get so
Okay,
close to making
so
it get to that main
we're
stage.
second
Winning
match.
at Boston
Okay,
most
that's cool.
recently, and yet, for lack
Alright.
of a better term, and really
First,
to quote it this
I want to
time,
watch the Fury
they
again.
tag it just falls apart last second.
I wanna watch
but
the
there's
Fury
one
again.
thing that we did see
I
at
assume that's on the
SI with
second
Tag,
stream,
and that's
right?
when pressure is not on their shoulders, they're able to excel. That's where they find.
Can they do 2 streams at once? They can. Okay, I want to do stream B.
Straight away from day one.
Oh, well, a
Okay.
lot we do soon because it's time to get into game. David
Here
versus
we go.
Goliath is what you could call this first map. We'll see if
Alright,
Elevate
nice.
can
I want to
something
do
special
the
here.
Fury game first.
But I know many will be looking at Fury and believing they're the ones
Sniper
coming
cam.
away as the likely winners. Tim,
Yeah,
straight
yeah,
into
yeah.
our ban phase, which means we get to see something a little bit new, a little bit fancy here.
W
to see what
couch
these
setup?
teams
I
take away from one
know.
another.
Yep, so if you missed the little explainer a few minutes ago, we've got simultaneous
Me
bans
watching Jess
happening
from the
at
hidden
minute.
Valve cam I put in her
Elevator
room.
banning to attackers.
Oh shit, this is the
Fury
new
are
ban
banning
system.
to defenders, and they do that at the same time. And that is how we will play for the first 3 rounds. Once we've completed 3 rounds, before we go into round 4, there will be a quick opportunity for the teams to ban 1 more of the opposing side of operators from what they're playing on. So Elevate will ban a 3rd attacker, Fury will ban a 3rd defender, and then that will round things out. So for those final 3 rounds, we will play with 6 operators banned out effectively. At the halfway mark, you
They need to
scratch it
turn
up,
down the
you whack
music.
the slate clean, go through the same process.
Yeah, they're
because
playing on
obviously
CJX.
You need to ban for the other side because we have the side switch.
Yeah, one of them looking at and just thinking you're going to see some really
Wow, it's
creative
beautiful.
ban sets coming out. This one here is
Don't
actually
forget,
defied
guys, there
expectation
is
a bit
new
because
environmental
from
stuff
speaking
as
to a
well,
few teams
especially
at the
on
event so far,
Clubhouse.
many said you're going to see these co-op bans. You'll see a double or triple shield ban. You'll see a double or triple hard breach ban, things like that. But Elevate here have changed things out a little bit and look to take away Capital, which I think is really smart for this map. You think of Capital and Clubhouse, immediately you're jumping towards Catwalk and the firebolts that get tossed up there, for example. Just taking away that extra tool that Fury could employ.
I really wanted to
against
see how the new
Elevate here.
Elevate played.
Feels quite smart.
We're going to, I think, start to see the sort of difference in the banning phase. At this point, I think we're going to see
We're not watching the
fairly similar
APAC
to what
Derby?
we would expect.
Nah,
Felt
we've
like
seen
it's
that match a
little bit
million
of a
times.
curveball. You wouldn't always have
We
it
would definitely want to see
taken
the
out on
debut of
Clubhouse.
this new
But
Elevate
other than
roster.
that, yeah, fairly similar. It's going to be when we get those 3rd bans coming in for those final 3 rounds. I think that's when you're really going to start
They need to
seeing
turn the
that
game sound up.
difference of like teams just, you know, theory crafting
Maybe
a
it's 'cause
little
we're
bit.
overhead,
What
we're not
can we
hearing it
really
so well.
take away from them when we might just start seeing a bit of difference brought in, which is very
Prediction,
exciting.
fuck.
It's also worth mentioning
I will
as
literally
well
give
that
you guys
the
30
coaches
seconds. Are you
have
ready?
an
You ready?
opportunity for some input in some
ready?
of these ban phases. So the one that we've just seen before the game.
Oh, yeah,
the
it is
coach
serious,
able
isn't
to
it?
talk to
Fucking
the
best of
team,
one.
And at the halfway mark, they are also allowed to have a little chat and get
Give you 1
involved in
minute.
that banning
Go.
process, but not. They are not allowed to talk to the team during the ban between them.
Oh! Jesus! Why did it take her so long?
Time to react there.
Send
Hurts,
awareness.
and he put a whole mag into the side of his head before he even managed to get a kill. But it is the first man down. Psycho
Damn,
there
this
being
map
picked out
looks
and
so
very
dynamic.
easily dispatched here. Of course, you mentioned the updated map as well. Lighting looking fantastic throughout the map.
You were invisible? What the fuck?
Just trying to work his way
Oh,
on
no.
in a little bit, try and get a little bit of ground established.
What do you
Likely
mean he
to
was
come up
invisible?
against Semper, but it's going to be Ion X elsewhere who takes a fight with Philippox and wins it, but does get downed in the process. And JV92 manages to pick up Semper, and this is looking tough right now for Elevate to hold on. 4 versus 2. Furia with a strong man advantage can start now thinking about access to sites. How do they get down to that basement level? Where do they get down? Where do they choose to think about getting Herds a little bit of space to put this diffuser
What the
in?
hell?
They've made it real easy for themselves.
Round 1,
Tim.
we
They've got
have
Philly and the
you were
Jackal on side,
invisible.
those 2 Rover
Bruh.
Hunt operators
What is
coming
happening? I have no
together.
idea. What's up,
It's gonna
Codex?
be
How
a
are you going?
nightmare for Elevate to
Ça
be able
va?
to play
Ça
out
va
around
et toi,
the map. That's
Anis?
exactly what you're seeing here in this first round. So now we're down to
I think the
two
new
holding on with
sound system will just
75
take a little bit
seconds
to get
still
used to. I think that's.
Fury
I spoke about it
really are
yesterday,
the kind of
but
team,
yeah,
as we
just a
spoke
little bit
about
to get
the
used to about
accolades
what
they've
sounds
got.
mean
They're
what.
Goliath in this match. They should not be
Oh,
losing in
Mr.
4
Freebie,
versus
let's
2
go.
with this much time on the clock. But
Oh,
saying
no,
that,
they're throwing their
First
lead.
has found himself picked off for free. Naka on the castle getting rid of one
They're
more.
throwing their lead.
If he gets it down to one more, Tim, suddenly it's a 2 versus 2, and you start to sweat and worry for Furia a little bit.
You really do, especially
did?
on this
Who
basement
peeked
side.
there?
It is definitely
Oh, boy.
in that sort
What
of
are we doing one
situation
by
as
one
we
by
now
one by one?
potentially
What the
gonna
fuck
see.
are we doing?
Royal
Just
manages
drone
to
them.
pick
Do they
up
have no
KZ,
drones? They
2
literally have
versus 2,
fucking 5
40 seconds left to
drones.
go. It could be an idea for Furia to just hold on a little bit here. Take that
Okay,
time,
nice.
use it
You
to
have
the best
so
of their
much time
ability.
together,
JV
and it's the
manages to
worst
find
gun in the game.
Romeo.
JV92's
That's
fucking
3
lit,
in the
but he.
round for
Yeah, okay.
JV92. Nade picks off the last, and Furia, despite that little bit of a flurry from Elevate in the mid-round, still managed to get the job done.
It took a little bit of work there, but they managed to get away with it. And of course, with it being round 1, CJX, whole new tournament coming together. I think we've got a quick tech pause coming in here at the end of round 1. But at least to start things off, Tim, again, Furia
what's he
showing all the
arguing
things that we
about?
know they're good
He's
for
telling
here.
the admin.
Fantastic roam clear as a team. Very smart line.
He's telling the admin. I have jobs? Do I have jobs? Oh my god, I have jobs!
Still managed to deal with things, even when it came down from a 4v2 to a 2 versus 2. So maybe not the cleanest end to the round, but all that matters is that the round gets on the scoreboard.
They
Right
didn't
now,
fuck
it's
me up this
1-0 to
event.
Furia.
I have jobs!
Strong start. I think, you know, largely what we would probably have expected, just given the fact that we don't know what we're going to see out of this Elevate roster, but it's also the first time for many of them on this sort of scale.
Last event when I was meant to have jobs, I didn't have jobs until like after the whole first phase. They fucked me up.
You know, home soil.
Pin it, drops. Oh yeah, pin it. Pin it. What do I say? What do I say? Wait, what do I say? What am I saying? I'm gonna go get my iPad so I can watch chat easier. Quite enough? Nothing, Anais?
It wasn't a bad round from them, don't get me wrong.
No. Well, it was awful to start with, Tim.
It wasn't an ideal start, but, you know, they certainly got themselves into it.
No, the fact they were willing to play it as well, because you see so many teams come into games against big opponents and they just play scared. They'll sit on site, they'll turtle up and go, okay, we'll just wait here.
Bitches, drops are like, I decided to remove the bitch part just in case like Ubisoft comes in.
From bigger teams, for example, but no, Elevate were willing to get out there and try and cause a little bit of bother.
I was close.
By the way, once we've got ourselves back into it, we'll see if that carries on.
I'm ready to commit an all-nighter. It should, okay, here's the thing, they're running 2 matches at once, so it shouldn't be an all-nighter. I actually like the Elevate jerseys. They're a bit bright, but I kind of like it.
You say that. Gym Veteran's really popular at the minute.
It is.
I was going to say, because they're running both matches at once, and there's 10 matches, so there'll only be 5 best of ones, which at longest should take like 7 hours, 7 to 8 hours. You know what I mean?
And
the special and plus. Wow, see,
because it's going to be a little bit trickier maybe to open
mod for Watchparty. Good question, Lauren. Do I mod you so I don't have to mod?
Part of the thinking there for them, but
fuck
Furia,
it. You know what? Fuck it.
Are going to be difficult to slow down on the attack here. I was saying, you know, once upon a day we would have seen teams there maybe think, let's retry Church and Arsenal.
When it comes to hello stream,
they
tend to be stuck in their rotation. It's win or lose, we move on and we do the next side. And I can see a bit of value in that. I think it stops you getting hung up on the fact that we keep losing that site. We've lost it twice in a row. We can't go back there again. I think it, you know, mentally, win or lose, move on. We try something different. It's that built-in refresh button almost.
I forget what map. I want to say it was a map in Brazil, or at least a Brazilian team was involved. It could have been Empire versus Spain back in the day, where we were on Cafe and the same site got played and lost 5 times in a row. And only in the 6th round did we see a change of way. Surely after the 2nd time you give it up. Okay, after the 3rd, surely they give it up. After the 4th, oh, guys, please stop it for the 5th time now. And sure enough, they changed to the 6th, and I think got a single round on the board. But I was just like, man, those are the crazy times. Like you say these days, it tends to be more of a cycle.
A bad word, yeah.
Pretty good to see. Still working our way through these tech issues, though, as you can see. So just bear with us for a few moments, then we'll get things back underway.
How we did find your
ouais, Onyx. Pourquoi?
Very warm. The thing
it is very warm.
This is
nice.
Kitty R6,
back in the UK as well. Like we've had a
she's a French Rainbow Six caster. She'll be casting Rainbow Six over on the French broadcast tonight. So if you guys speak French,
it's nice.
Sub page.
It is, but I'm also like, it's a UK thing. I'm just like, I don't want to be outside for more than 15 minutes.
I bet he does.
Like, nah.
Yeah, what's up, Onyx?
What's up, bro?
I don't speak French. Well, then you'll stay here because you have to moderate this fucking chat now that you've volunteered for it. Congratulations.
It's so different, and obviously they're different. They're in Brazil. They're not in the UK.
They are arguing so fucking hard right now.
That's like saying London and Birmingham.
So I don't know if it's about that invisibility thing or what it is about. What are they arguing about?
And Sao Paulo, they're the only 2 I've ever been to where you've got them so lush and so green.
On both streams?
For a city,
why?
You know, I expect I go into London, I go into Manchester, I go into these places.
Did they say what happened?
But you know, that's generally I think the cities the world over from largely what we see.
So there's a tech pause on both streams. Interesting. Okay.
It's almost like a city in a rainforest. It's you go in and there's just, you know, so much greenery everywhere.
Yeah, I can split screen it and have the chat on one side and the other game on the other.
Surround Rio that we're looking out on every day.
I'd rather there be a tech pause now at the beginning of the tournament than later.
Similarly there, where you've got water around, you've got forest around.
Each team only got to ban 1 op at least on A stream.
The only thing that Rio doesn't have that Vancouver does is snow.
Really?
And it's no surprise at all given
on this stream they banned 2 each.
It goes dark here at like 5:30, and I was like, this feels so weird for a country that is so warm.
Yeah, what's up, Marta?
What's this?
No, it's a brand new. We're playing on the brand new.
By the way.
Oh, we can have a look at Rio. There we go.
We're playing on the brand new build called CJX. So I guess I wouldn't be that surprised if there was a couple of tech things.
Completely covered in these sort of big forests. It's just absolutely, it's stunning. It's like I say, if you've never, you know, maybe been fortunate enough to visit somewhere like it's like nowhere else that I've seen on Earth as far as...
Yeah, sometimes I put them in, sometimes I don't.
We need to get down to the beach one of our
They're supposed to ban 2 ops each at the start and then an additional on round 3. Yeah, on this stream they did that. They both banned 2 ops each. So at least on this game they did it right. Maybe on the other stream they didn't do it right. But then something happened in that round because Psycho said, "What the hell, you're invisible." Which I wondered why he didn't react when he shot half a fucking mag at him and he didn't turn.
Do you at least like crumpets?
My otter fell over. No!
You know what? This is a great thing, actually. Birmingham Airport.
He's probably going to fall over a bunch. He can lay there.
When I was in Birmingham Airport, they've redone one of the restaurants.
But it didn't work for A stream? Okay, that makes sense.
So if you watch Peaky Blinders, you know exactly
what am I doing? I'm split screening. So I'm going to put the Twitch stream and what else?
All the menu items are named after characters from the show. And they
I can't do both.
It was like
I have to put the YouTube of the other game and split screen it. I need my chat.
It's really
I hear
nice.
it. It's good. For 40 years of my life, I've never actually learned what it is.
And trust me, it's really good, but the classic Brummy thing they've done is swapped out the muffin with a crumpet. So it's crumpet with poached egg, hollandaise sauce, and ham. And I was really a bit like, oh, I thought I was getting a muffin. I didn't realise, I didn't read the menu properly. Shock horror, I didn't pay enough attention to something.
I don't do just chat only.
Chat you through and through.
It is.
I'll tell the
if it's
delay story in a minute if we really delay.
If it's important, they'll bold it for me. Is the way I look at it. But you know what? It was actually banging. I prefer that.
What are the casters talking about? I don't know. I don't have my earphones in. What are they talking about? Wait, I don't even have my earphones in. What am I missing?
Really need to know on this menu. Let's chuck it in bold.
Exactly, just the name of the item, and then if the thing is, it's a crap name for a menu item. Listen, it's a crap name for a menu item if it's not clear what you're getting based on that name.
I think was it just Eggs Benedict or was it?
Oh, they're talking about food.
Benedict, yeah, one of the characters, and then Benedict afterwards.
Right, okay. I think, yeah, if you're going, away from what would be, a standard recipe like that with a specific change, and I think it's probably fair to say you should maybe highlight.
Oh, that's what I mean. I've got a picture of the menu somewhere. I'll try and dig it up, and if I can find it.
Sorry, I'm just nearly.
You should nearly spat water everywhere.
I was just thinking in my head. I was thinking, we won round it, and there's not too much to talk about with the game yet. I'm then thinking, me and Des are on a classic tangent here. We're moving away, and then Des starts pulling the menu out. I'm like, that's a stretch even for us.
What is it? The Blinder Benedict, it's called.
What the fuck?
Oh, brilliant.
It does say Wiltshire ham, 2 poached eggs, smoked hollandaise, and matchstick fries. Oh, they were pretty interesting. On toasted crumpets. I just didn't read the on toasted crumpets part.
It's just you through and through, is that?
I looked at the picture, I saw the eggs, and I was like, yep, eggs Benedict, cool, that's what we all expect. And then there was crumpets.
So the reason that I laugh at those particularly...
How the fuck do I do this on iPad? There we go.
Despite me telling him...
I was like, what the fuck?
We were travelling a lot at the time.
Alright, so now I have the other game on my iPad.
I'm flying at the same time as you.
And the chat. So I can, see the chat. I mean, I can see the chat on the other
somebody else had done the booking for us, so we weren't necessarily getting all the communication direct to us.
So what are they saying?
They said that your flight had been delayed, Des. No. They'd have told me, mate. No. I'm pretty sure they did, Des. And then we get there at 8 a.m. in the morning, look at the boards, and Des's flight.
Just DoorDash some boneless wings, garlic bread.
And it goes up to about 6 p.m. And
I need to order some banger food too. Why does Psycho look so mature now? Like so much older than he looks like a year or two ago. Is it just me?
In the morning.
Yeah.
Oh, honestly, I've never been so smug in my life.
I tell you what, it was a great day sat in a lounge for 30 quid though. All these drinks and food.
It didn't even encourage you to start listening to me. That's the worst thing.
It was a good day in the lounge. What can I say? Also, Tim, I've got not a conundrum for you, but a choice. There's a lot of power I'm putting in your hands right now.
I don't know about that.
We can go to a break or we can not.
We could go to a break or not.
Man. Come on.
I mean, I'm sure we can talk about Siege for another 5 minutes.
The thing is, when we're on the B stream, we just end up talking rubbish, and this is the best part. Because it's the B stream
podcast.
Exactly. It basically is.
Order some food. We're going to be here a long ass time.
Someone actually asked a second ago.
We shouldn't be here tonight a long ass time. That's the thing.
I enjoyed the crumpets. We're not even. We've got through one round. I'm in the chat, Tim. It begins already.
Wait, I forgot to upload. I'm
so
fucking
if you guys
live.
Know anything, then
guys,
by
I
all means,
fucking
please do ask,
suck.
and you're into the
Oh my
Death
god,
Mace
I
podcast
didn't even
now,
have
we'll
a
wait for this
fucking
rehost to go
tweet
through, so
up.
by all
What the
means,
fuck,
anything you wanna
chat?
know or talk about, then give us a shout. We'll happily talk some crap. That's what we do best.
Oh wait.
I mean, thing is, we do have the lobby in front of us. We can see we've got 1 or 2 players sort of popping back in. So don't come quoting me on it. He said we're going to be back in. That's not what I. But hopefully we might be on the way.
Yeah, it's always a good sign we've got a lobby back up and players are joining. 5 of 10. Remember breaking it down before
And we've got
once.
players from both teams that are joining,
yes.
which is the other positive.
I broke it down once. The reason why rehosts can take a long time sometimes is players have to join in the order that you want them to appear on the side.
On
for
the side
camera
and
sync
on the camera, like the player cams, and there's all sorts of things that are like.
So rather than just like going to your listeners, invite, you have to do invite, wait for them to join, then press invite, wait for them to join, then press invite, wait for them to join.
Because inevitably, if you
someone's
invite
gone to
all
the
the players are not going to join in the right order. They're just going to go click accept.
Oh, there's a question, Tim. Thoughts from Persons, like the name. Thoughts on the new BDS team?
Well, I'm excited about it. I will say that. It's always difficult with the new teams coming in to have too many thoughts, really. It's like we said about Elevate. You don't always know what you're going to get until you see that team come together. There was a day where this roster that we're seeing, on the side of Furia was the first time we'd seen them. We don't always know they're going to go on to become world champions. But there's some big names on that BDS roster. I look at Virtue particularly in there. So much experience coming in from Virtue. So, even though we've got players with maybe a little bit less experience, you got P4, you got Virtue. They've got people in there who have played a lot of competitive Siege. And then they've got some newer players that are going to be really hungry. They've got Laloon involved as well.
Helby as well.
Helby's on there. They have got.
Yeah, not just say that. Say what? What did you just not say?
I think that's the fairest way to say it.
Because the player I'm really excited about is Robbie.
I think the lighting looks really cool.
He was putting up numbers internationally.
I think it's great.
Playing in a team like, he's playing over in Mena, for example. It wasn't really like a home region thing, bearing in mind he's Italian. I actually think now that he's playing with a European team, he could become one of the players of the year.
Right. I'm doing a tweet to say I'm live, like a tweet and a fucking.
Really excited to see if he can deliver. So, it's a team that looks strange on paper, a mix of like 4 or 5 different teams all coming together, but I think you give them a little bit of time, they'll cook, they'll do well. So I'm quite excited to see what they can deliver.
Little fun fact for you, if you're a little bit newer to maybe the competitive scene, Laloon, who, as I've just said, one of the coaches over there at BDS, also a commendee last time we were here in Brazil, back in Sao Paulo. She received a commendation at SI24.
Another question.
Contribution
Are you going to
esports.
participate in another episode of Fresh and Friends? I really like the last one. That was from Keknika. I think we can do one because Fresh was saying he needs podcast people.
Yeah, we've got a bit of time. We get a couple of days off through.
What should we talk about it though? We've kind of done the
stages.
whole casting history thing. Now we got into it and lessons for casting and all that
I think
sort
a bit
of stuff.
more. I think it'd have to just be a bit more casual.
Let's
bit more
be really
fun,
boring.
Maybe chat about Brazil. Maybe
Talk
chat
about golf. The most riveting podcast you'll ever hear.
I'll talk all day about it because I'm terrible and trying to get better. So my mind is, very occupied many hours of the day. Any people who play golf out there will understand what I mean. It looks like such a simple sport. Just hit that little ball, Des. Just hit it.
You hit it good like one
Why
every 50.
doesn't it want to go in the hole, Des?
Alright, I uploaded my going live.
Stealth Killer wanted to, while she mulled about golf for a second. What are you
which
looking
one's
forward
the
to
photo?
from
1, 2,
CJX
3.
the most?
Ooh, what am I looking forward to CJX the most?
Operator bands for me, I've already said. I think it's
a
amazing.
big one. If we look at the game specifically, I like, they mentioned it on the pre-show as well, I'm looking at the additions of, those sort of environmental aspects, very exciting. And I mean, I just love playing Siege, Des.
From Tadus, I want to think that says, Ace and Des, what's your opinion on the SR transfers? And I assume that he means the Shopify Rebellion ones. Of course, not playing here, not a partner team at the moment, so they aren't at the event, but they are looking like a real powerhouse team for North America.
I feel like, obviously, there's been some changes there, but I feel like sort of that group, that project, has been like next in line for a little while for me. I keep coming into events, prior to being picked up by Shopify Rebellion, when it's the Sonics, I keep coming into events thinking, I think, this could be the one for them. This could be the one for them. I feel like they've sort of maintained that edge. They're there. There's some real opportunity for them to go and do big things.
About the live notification, did you say? I didn't even see it. Now that you got a sword, I can't see anything you ride.
My only worry is we've seen so many super teams
He's
built
one of
over
those
the years.
players. There's always a bit of magic in him.
Don't say that, Lobby. Don't say that, Lobby.
Can just turn
Lobby, take it
around
back.
in 20 seconds.
Take it back, take it back, take it back, take it back, take it back.
My worry always is we've seen so many super teams assembled over the years that just do not live up to expectations. I'm really hoping
I have a clean feed. Do we want the clean feed?
Super as well. I think he's really got a good handle on things, and we'll call
or
out.
are we happy to listen to the casters? I'm happy to chill and listen to the casters.
And obviously with Canadian at the helm as well, you do get a good IGL in there too. So I've got faith.
Like if you want me to like cast some rounds and stuff like that, like we can do that shit, and we can just pull up the clean feed if we need. What about that? Yeah, we chill. Yeah, I think we chill.
Big roster changes when we have teams.
I think we chill.
We have things, you know.
Like that's what this couch is for. Like we just lay back,
eat
some snacks, fucking
up and running. I'm
yeah, chill. I agree with that.
Positive about teams when they've got together. You know, I'm not going to be jumping on them because they don't win every single game immediately. But yeah, I look at Chopper Arrow and I think that they are definitely on the edge of potential glory.
There's a few teams that want to be at this year, Tim. I feel you've kind of got the two camps where you've got teams that have refined or committed to what they've already got. You're looking at the likes of Furia, FaZe, G2, things like that. And then you get these other orgs that are like total rebuilds in a way. Like, you know, Wolves, for example, again, the split up they've had, and they've had some players go different places. BDS obviously now being that next iteration of them. There's a lot.
What do you mean by subs?
Just kick me. Just kick me, Des. No, you just kick me.
Readjusting my seat, and I just booted Tim in the shin.
Readjusting my seat.
Yeah, it was purely accidental, I promise.
Literally looked at me.
Drops? Yeah. I got drops. I got drops. I got your drops. Don't worry.
No, jump in. It's fine. Go on, be
wait,
rude.
we need to double check how long you need to watch for drops too, so I can answer people who don't know. Because like I don't even know.
Then we've got the orgs that are maybe going through rebuilds.
I don't even know.
Things. But honestly, like I look across and I say this every year, but the strength and depth in the field of Siege teams just seems to get greater
4 and 6
the more that we go.
Let's see.
You know, I look
at
this one,
press?
and I was doing my predictions. Of course, you know, you can get the gun skin and the alpha packs and stuff. So I was looking at the predictions, and the first phase was predicting the 8 teams that will qualify through to the knockout stages at Reload, because we have our 5 days of group play.
I wonder if I can just open it up in the image. Yeah, I can.
8 teams that will qualify. So
alright, cool. We can just open it up like that. That way, if anyone wants to ask, they don't want to read the fucking thing or whatever, they can.
Who do I leave out of this? Yeah. There are so many strong shouts for it.
I know what we could talk
How are we looking?
What could we talk about, Des?
Fantasy teams.
We could.
So for those who don't know, Prisma is like a project where they invite a bunch of like content creators, casters, so on and so forth to play in like a fantasy league that they run. Of course, their game plan ultimately is to expand it out so anyone can play. But yesterday we got to do our drafts. We got to pick our teams. We had a good chat this morning. I wore a little swim.
Chibi Me goes hard. Chibi Me should take over Real Me.
Players actually, we've got pretty consistent.
Yeah, we do. It doesn't. I'm surprised we didn't have the exact same teams, to be honest.
Yeah, true that.
But yeah, you get like little points depending on how well each player does and things like that. But I've got KC in this game. That's all I've got.
You're only staking this one.
Yeah.
Let me try and find Mike, because you're in the league, aren't you? You're in League A.
I'm in League A.
Yeah, I'm in League B.
I don't mess about, Des.
All right,
3-time champion.
So I've gone for Shoe Reap as my Platinum/Diamond pick. I've then got Breed A, Users and Souls, and then Robbie I picked on BDS as well. And then my coach is Kangaroo
No
Kenny.
involvement in this one.
No, I've not got a horse in this race. I'll happily see anyone win, whereas you are gagging for Furia to win.
I wouldn't say gagging.
I'd say you're gagging.
I'm just looking forward to some fun scenes.
I'd say you're gagging. I'd say you're gagging. That's crazy.
Calm down, like Kizzy, get him. I did nearly pick.
I'd say you're gagging. That's fucked.
Never mind.
Talon plays after the first map.
Well, I've been told
after first match.
This tech issue is continuing. Classic for day one of the tournament. So what we'll do, we'll go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll keep on talking some crap and then get back into a game. See you guys in a few.
This map looks so good. Alright, well, I guess we'll watch the mainstream, right? If the mainstream's on, we'll watch mainstream. If my game's not on, that's fine. Alright, we're gonna watch this one.
That one there would very much be a confidence builder for BS.
Well, we did have the bands, by the way, and I like the way that we actually did this.
Look at all these fucking bands. Look at all these bands. Hold on, let me fucking quiet down the casters for a second. I need my voice to be the dominant one here. Monty, Ying, Grim, Azami, Fenrir, Castle. Fuck me, what can I play, cunt?
Very clean, very quick.
Just put me on Adler every round, shall ya?
And so far, this match is turning out to be rather quick and clean.
Fucking 6 bands, cunt. 6 bands. Holy shit. You could just target one fucking player with all their mains and just fuck them right up.
if available.
If you're a Dream stan, I am not going to judge you at all. Why does the outside look so good? Why does the chalet look so good?
Map control, get in the face of Furex and
What the fuck? This map looks so good.
Really not been there as much as it needs to be on a map like Chalet.
We didn't touch on it, but of course the Monty ban, Anaton,
What
is
the
widely known
fuck?
as basically the best Montang inside of APAC. Basically,
Correct. So we're getting to see a preview of CJX now, which is fucking exciting, and then we'll get to play it in June. Oh my god, it looks even better on 1080. So you see that little gas canister there? You can shoot that and out comes smoke.
Well, I mean,
and he's still 4-2.
I think in general we are going to see quite a bit of being.
Look how moody this map looks. It's so hot and sexy. Damn. What the fuck? Why does it look so good? Look at the mountains! Look at the mountains in this bitch! See that little fire extinguisher? You can shoot it and it will shoot out smoke for like 10 seconds or some shit. Ubisoft's the biggest tease ever. I love it.
Tuber is though available, so Nefi can just stall that out for a little while longer. Keep in mind, 8-0 by the way.
Yeah, I know.
Only just noticing that now.
4K in the last round. 4K. Sorry, I think it would have been.
And again, holding down very similar position. File for DMR.
Oh, they're fusing next to the tuber out. That's so smart.
The Zoto canister will again look to delay. That wall is indeed frozen. The new visual. And Nefi looking to maybe play close contact. Drone was spotted at the feet, has been shot out. 90 seconds
Okay, wall open now. Minute and a half left to go. Holy shit, the maps look so good. Ubisoft cooked so bad.
Oh! There's a swing from Mephi. Well, when you're hot, you're hot.
Dude, Mephi has 9 kills, 0 deaths.
For reload. 9 kills.
Oh, it's fucking
rounds.
over.
Good boy. Finds one. Mephi, a second and a third.
Guys, VRX, the new CAG.
We need to stay on him.
Am I cooking? Am I cooking?
And unfortunately,
can we get
sure,
a cooking 70 emote, please, Lauren? Thank you.
Solo for CAG, and it is going to be a 4-0 start for VRX.
Which maps got reworked?
A dream start here in Rio.
Clubhouse,
like
Chalet.
Mephi, right? They deploy the smoke, which stalls out the push. And Cyclops just don't expect the reaggress.
Border bang.
For me, the most concerning thing is the blitz was, I think,
the
third, maybe fourth
fucking
operator to die. They send it through piano. Like, what's the play there? Surely you're anticipating the half wall hold again, and that's where you try and get a bit more presence, like
Bank, Border, Clubhouse, Chalet.
Hard bridge. Mephi swung, if you remember, so that could have been an easy opportunity to actually maybe counter that.
Yeah.
What a start!
Now, Oregon's
though, for
out of the
VRX.
map,
Again,
so they didn't prioritize
a new
it.
look roster. You see Dark, of
let me
course,
know on the other fucking. You know what? It doesn't matter. I can do it myself. I'm literally a grown adult.
No longer the stand-in,
they're not on
and
yet.
things look very, very good. I love their new logo, by the way. If you can just see it there encoded. And
where? Who's got a new logo?
It looks very nice, very clean.
Oh yeah.
They're playing clean
the one that they copied wild.
Very clean siege.
Oh,
here, I mean, good boy
Xbox Game Pass is sponsoring the replays.
The match.
Hot and sexy. There you go, some cooking emotes. Thank you, Codex. Which ones did you add? How do I know what to type? I want to type it in chat. Cooking? Yes. This is what Ubisoft did with the maps. Cooking. Cooking.
Yeah. Also, the new reload bundle, little good boy.
I love it. I love it.
Looks cute.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. Let me know if there's any volume issues, anything like that.
2 rounds then remaining in the half.
10 seconds left before insertion.
As mentioned,
you guys know I'll change it for you.
Desk from Lax is that flawless part. If you win in a 7-0 fashion, you do get the additional 2 bullets automatically.
So let me explain something to you motherfuckers in chat.
That to probably happen at
Both
all
of these teams start with 6 bullets. You can see here they have 6 bullets.
Time, at least. It's very much looking towards that trend, right?
Both of them have committed 2 bullets that they're happy to win and or lose in this match. So whoever wins will take the 2 bullets of their opponent or whatever the opponent's bet. Both of these teams bet 2 bullets. In round 1 and 2, you can only bet a maximum of 2 bullets. So both of these teams bet a maximum against each other. They both assumed they could beat each other, and therefore it was worth the risk of betting the maximum amount of bullets.
Powerful operator. And so I feel like for CAG, when you're playing the attack on Chalet, they're just missing a big chunk of that. Can you find a way to get him into the game, get a couple of opening picks, and you've got to remember,
I need to add you? Okay. This is CJX. What do you reckon, Sajad?
Had advantages, 3 on 4s, 4 on 5s in their favor,
Bless you, honey.
And squandered both of them. They should have won that office round.
Quickly, let's play a game of over-under. Mephi, EPS, what do you think it is?
150.
Way higher.
200.
Higher.
250.
Higher than 200 EPS?
263.
That's crazy.
I have never seen an EPS that high in my life.
Jeez, I've never been that bad.
I didn't even know I could go that high.
And the problem is one death and it's just going to plummet.
Well, the other game...
Take it down to 150.
Okay.
Well, CNG have actually slowed things down a little bit on this approach in the 5th round. They bring out the Capital. Trying maybe to smoke off that mirror window, but it's not going to be played off of though. Not pushing towards Piano. But they have anyone out in that balcony? They do. Jibitzer on the
This is way more comfortable for the watch party. Holy shit.
They're struggling to deal with this mirror position. Mephi's going to get a free kill here. Absolutely should find this indeed. Sharif tries to make entry from Ego.
Dude, is Mephi ever going to die?
To the hands of Mephi, who's turned into a god.
Is Mephi ever going to die?
He looks comfortable and at home. And
Mephi's not going to die. He's 12-0 right now.
In towards site. It does
He's 13-0 right now.
5-0. As the Korean
okay,
powerhouse
reminder,
is
chat.
If
you 7-0 a team,
like
you get an extra bullet for 7-0ing them.
Very dominant. Ferrex just continue to have really good reads on.
So the other stream's still on a
attack.
tech. So I've just changed back to this one.
Really didn't change that much. Again, Black Ray double window.
Wait, the other game's Furia 2 Elevate 1? What the fuck? I don't know what the highest KD is in a match.
There. You could see the mirror was incredibly disruptive.
I don't know if we need to watch this slaughter.
Ultimately, the plan that
I think we can go see the new Furia. Are you sure? It doesn't show me anything. What the fuck? Am I paused? What? Wait, it's not even on. At least on my screen, it's not on. Are you sure? Oh, you mean bullets. My bad, my bad. Yeah. So that's a good conversation to have. So what Lobby's saying is that
oh, they're telling me they've already taken it away.
In the Furia versus Elevate game, Elevate knows Furia should be better than them. And they don't want to lose both bullets, so they bet the lowest amount of bullets that they can, which is 1 bullet. But Furia was really confident, so they bet both bullets. And that's the kind of like system you'll see. Is like, is it worth betting both bullets when you probably, like, if you think you're probably gonna lose, then like, what's the fucking point, right?
CAG, surely like 7-0. Like, this could be a case of like defense comfortability. Playing on CJX.
Where was my mental hub on Discord?
Maybe
I'm sorry.
You want to start defense,
is the other game started?
We're heading into the 6th round.
It's so dominant that it's
and 4 players have got a 2 or less kills. Like,
yeah.
It really doesn't
there we
get
go.
much more.
We are back.
To be fair, for Fear X, they've got 4 players with 4 or less. Just 1 player with 13.
Alright.
When you frame it like that, sure.
We'll watch this round and then we'll move back over to the other stream, eh?
That is the most.
I think they're just going to go.
And those
at 0-0, they're replaying that. Yeah, as they should.
2 each.
As they should.
2 bullets have been.
This is you. This is the part where you talk.
Okay, yeah, well, I mean, we'll see, because Boogeyman might be able to find a pick, expecting others to follow behind the blitz. Indeed, that's what happens. Black Gray completely.
Is he finally going to die? Is he finally going to die?
3 versus 2, but Addington going for the plant.
Is reverse friendly fire on? I think reverse friendly fire is on, by the way.
Loses his life.
I think they have to replay this round.
But he needs at least 1 more, and Rin is the only one standing.
Mephi's DBNO, but he's not dead.
As close as CAG have been to winning a round that we've seen so far, and on
he
the
finally
ball,
dies.
Finally, Cyclops have done it. They've won a round. Woo! Woo.
Okay, there you go. They won a round,
hey, I mean,
so they won't get an
better,
extra
right?
bullet for a 7-0.
It's
all right.
Full restart, we also get to change the site sim, so we're not going to see ourselves down in Church and Arsenal, which is where the original round 1 was. We're up in gym and bedroom. We spoke about this being the second choice site, if not the primary site for a lot of teams.
They are playing CJX.
CC, that was where we were going to go for round 2 originally.
It was a painful match for me yesterday.
Really?
Don't worry, it's a new day today.
No.
They look so fucking good.
For anybody wondering, it's a good point there, Des, about, you know, going to a different site, because on a rehost we would usually expect to be set. So I learned there's a difference between what a replay and a rehost.
Yes.
They are different situations, and a replay would allow it to be like a brand new round. You could just pick a different site, you can do whatever, whereas a rehost is where you have those, you know, those conditions of going to the same places. So, as you say,
I don't know why they do this, by the way.
To do what they want.
I'll say, like,
sit there going, oi, oi.
No, like lean, like look over the top of the wall, like, you know, like when you lean left in the game, you lean left IRL as well. It's a bit like, what the hell? I can't believe I've just said IRL. Oh my god. when I could have said in real life, but here we are. No, KZ! You can't get kills because Tim's going to love it too much. But he has got the start. It's Ion to fall. 2 quick kills come out of nowhere, though. KZ is onto a double. No! I can't stand this. Either way, it's a 3 versus 2. Elevate.
Oh, good read.
Pretty good here. KZ's found a third.
That's a new communication system. Now you can ping with exactly what you mean.
We all wanted KZ.
No, it's what you wanted.
Coming in big for Furia on this first round. Elevate kind of had them on the ropes a little bit. They've managed to get themselves a couple of kills, and this is a better defense, you know, than the last one that we saw from them. Certainly kept themselves active later into
There's
the
still
round.
so much time for the attackers.
So very much how we saw the actual, you know, the previous first round goal. It's getting down to that stage. However, this time Elevate managed to keep
okay, fair. Full minute, 1v1. DMR goes hard.
1v1.
MP7 also goes hard.
I wouldn't like to go against JV92 here!
Crosshair awareness, baby.
Headshot, but against him, it's around where it feels like
Reminder that Elevate only bet 1 bullet on this match, so they were not confident they're going to win this, but that's a close round.
1 versus 1. Elevate keeping them close, and yes, most disappointing.
You played with Keeney on Bank on CJX?
For people,
I loved testing CJX. I loved how it looked. I loved all the
we're playing in a fantasy
environmental
league, and
stuff.
KZ, he had nothing in the original round 1. 0-1, I was like, yeah, cool. I know Shurik's doing bad, but so's KZ, therefore it's okay. And then he's just stepped up and got himself a 3K. I am fuming.
Because I big-brained it.
No, you didn't, because the original round 1, he didn't get anything.
I big-brained
it. No, you did not.
Fully big-brained it. Psycho.
The lighting looks phenomenal. And like the graphical elements look fantastic too. Like super cool.
Corner there, and we'll see
I'm really happy with it.
Out successfully. We've got Deimos
I fled from the mainstream to here. I forgot how bad the chat is. Well, don't worry. Sit back. Come hang with us.
Keep Psycho hidden.
Get your drops.
To prevent him being found, and Romeo is playing
chat some shit here.
Keep the drones out of the way, I think.
When they bet 2-1, what happens if the team that bet 2 wins? They get their 2 back and they get the 1 that the other team bet. Correct. Even though they bet 2, they get their 2 back.
Rocking out the fuse. Not very often you
they get
see
their
this
2
operator unless you got something particularly like a set piece play.
Back to the Deimos, please.
No, Tim, you can stay on this operator for the rest of the half.
They get.
Give him a shield for all else I care about. They're going straight
they
in for
get.
it. Of course, we saw the Kai band away, which should make this pretty easy to get the whole thing cleared out here. And sure enough, in it goes. Won't find any kills, but there's a lot of soft destruction and any gadgets in the vicinity. Well, they are gone, Tim.
Yeah, we're just getting a beautiful view there.
Am I just not understanding?
Used alongside those hard breaches to help clear out utility.
They get.
Help create that space. Help get
their 2 back.
Up and just
so
really
they're back at 6, and then they get Elevate's 1.
They're intended to get kills. They are there to clear utility. They are there to clear space, and they do it fantastic.
Only your bet determines how much you get. Okay.
And what it means, and we'll talk about this once the round has ended up. But for now, don't worry too much about it. We'll focus on the conclusion of this round.
Casser's going to explain after this round. So it's only what you bet is what matters.
Quite a bit of focus into Cash CC. You've got 3 players here sat outside.
So the bullet ecosystem as a whole doesn't matter. It's about your own personal ecosystem.
Coming in at the top as well. Lots of pressure starting to build up, but the crossfire is there. For Lee boxes down, and elsewhere Hertz picks up 1.
That's actually really big.
Yeah, so just like a normal kind of gambler. It's only your gambler that matters.
The Blackbeard shield of Hertz to be able to maybe replace him, and that's exactly what he's gone to do in this situation.
We'll see after this map,
Lamau. A little bit more aggressive than the Monty as well, able to drop that shield.
You think they've overhyped X? I don't know. I think it looks pretty good.
Quicker. So we get to 1 kill each and a little bit of a stalemate at the 1:10 mark. Just waiting now for somebody to blink to make a move. Do they know about each other's presence? KZ does not. He's going to be taken out by Psycho, but Hertz is there for 1 onto Romeo. And again, these 2 teams just
they're kind of inside, but they kind of want them to be inside. Okay, I take it back.
Stuff, but they still managed to get in, and like last round,
oh, he's planting on the table, so now they're safe.
And they won the 1 versus 1.
Oh no! Where's the yokai?
They've got both players.
He's looking for it. That's why he hasn't planted yet.
If they can get the diffuser down, well, this is very, very tough situation coming out for Elevate. They see 1, almost gets him, but no, Naka made the cross into a 1 versus 2, and JV closes him out. I bet now he was choosing your fantasy
on my predictions. I'm such a fucking loser. I'm such a fucking loser, bro.
We know how much of an impact he has on this team, and we're seeing it right in front of us. Absolutely beautiful stuff. You mentioned
why bet 2 then? You should always bet 1 if you can only win the other 2. Yeah, I know.
That are available during
you're right. You're right. I'm not thinking about this clearly. So I'm literally not thinking clearly at all. I might just not be thinking at all. How about that? How about I'm just a fucking pile of fucking skin walking? Okay.
Is 2. So they have a choice of reloading 1 or
yeah, what's up, sir?
2.
Very apt, Tim, because Elevate have done 1 and Fury have done 2.
It's almost as if they were doing it so that we could use it as an example. So the white 6 means that at the start
and
of
this
the match,
is why I got mod. Yeah,
because
clearly my fucking brain doesn't work.
In the tournament, everybody's on 6.
Whoever's here to mod while I'm chilling
Fury
on the couch can mod.
2, Elevate have chosen to reload 1. They may be not as confident going up against former world champions. So if Fury win the game, they gain an additional 2, so they will go on to 8 overall.
I don't know if I like bang another coffee or not.
They would lose those
maybe after this map, in time for the PSG Talon match.
And then the teams are ordered in a league based on how many total bullets they have.
Which, like you say, says that Elevate expect to lose this game, which is why they've only reloaded.
They know it's going to be a tough one. Yeah, exactly that. So it's kind of, you know, just looking, how much do we go for on the reload, dependent on how confident we are that we can get this.
If you bet 2 and the enemy bet 1, how much do you get? Do you get double your bet? So my understanding is it entirely depends on your own bet. It doesn't matter about the opponent. So Fury is confident they're going to win, so they bet the maximum for this round, which is 2 bullets. So if they lose 2 bullets. If they win, they win an extra 2 bullets. So which means they would be on 8 bullets in total.
2 bullets into their reserve. So for argument's sake, Fury are the only ones now who could do it. If they were to win 7-0, they would get their 2 that they've reordered, and they would get 2 additional bullets for the flawless card, which is automatically activated when you win 7-0.
Well, your boy's back on the Deimos, Tim, and he's been slammed at the start of this round. An entry coming in for Elevate, hopefully in a commanding position. And Ion, compare this back to the round that we had replayed, Tim.
Confident round here from Elevate.
On the top floor, but Ion here by himself has picked out 2 players. That means Fury are down to just 2 on side. And it feels like Elevate might finally get around on the board here and show Furia that it's not going to be a 7-0 rollover.
Well, as I explained the flawless card, it looked more and more likely that we wouldn't be seeing that outcome here.
So someone's asked, by the way, how does the reloading work during the game? It basically has nothing to do with what happens in the game itself.
Nothing during the game.
It's
agreed
like
beforehand.
Yeah.
And it's based on the outcome.
It doesn't influence the game itself at all. There'll be cards that can be activated on future days that can play into it, like forcing out a 1 versus 1, where we have a best of 5 1v1 between a player from each team on, I believe it's Chalet we go to. It'll make things very spicy, but we can't play that card until day 3. So for today, it's just about trying to build up as many bullets as you can. That's kind of a game outside of the game if you want to think about it that way. So don't worry about it too much. On day 1, it's not going to have a massive impact. Tomorrow and day 3, it will really start to build up. For Leapox, he's left in a 1 versus 4 team, and I think this one should be pretty much shut out. We spoke about the fact that for Elevate, they've got players like Ion and Psycho who've got a lot of experience between them. Some others with only a year or 2's experience coming up against world champions. It can be quite hard. But even they've got the composure here to close out a 4 versus 1.
I want my earphones to be closer.
Nothing over to Furia. Elevate are on the board.
So right now, it's 6-1 between FearX and CIG, by the way.
Round for Elevate than they will have been getting even the 2 rounds potentially for Furia. You know, as we keep commenting on, players on the side of Elevate, not as experienced, not as familiar playing in these sort of surroundings, getting around on the board. It gives them that sort of solid foundation now to start working from. We're in this one. We've broken the seal. We've got the round done, and we can build on from there. So it gives them a bit of something, and they know they're not going to suffer that flawless. You know, there's all sorts of things that it'll do for the confidence of the team.
And look at the bans. We've had 2 more bans come in here. We mentioned when you get to round 4 now, you get to ban 1 additional operator each. That's for the side you're against. So Elevate have banned 3 attackers. They've gone for 2 hard breaches plus the Capital, and Furia have gone for the Electro Bros. Kaid and Bandit taken away.
So explain this to me, chat, because I think I maybe didn't understand.
Major, for example, later this year, is seeing how teams begin to counter-strat and battle.
Did Elevate ban 3 attackers? And then Fury got to ban 3 defenders?
What teams have done for the first 3 rounds and taking away the more problematic.
Did they take turns? I don't understand who banned what, because it looks like Fury has banned 3 defenders and Elevate's banned 3 attackers. Is that correct?
That wall denial, because we're now going to have to work with Hibana if we want the hard breach, for example. As it is, they're going to move away from, you know, worrying too much about hard breach.
If you bet 1, you can only lose 1, even though the other bet 2. Correct, yes.
in there. They've got
but if you win, you can also only win one. Correct. If you bet 2, the other one
again,
opening
more
to win
difficult
2.
if you've got electricity.
If the other also bet 2, they bet 1. You can only win the one or lose the one. Correct. Yeah. Defenders only bans attackers and vice versa. You only ban for the enemy team.
A little bit more tricky.
Sure. Well, let's see how things play out here once again. The Maestro
Wait, what do you mean you only ban for the enemy team? Because, like, you ban 2, and then come round 4, you ban a 3rd. Does that switch on the side switch? What happens when the side switches? It just... So, what side you start is going to heavily influence, no? Am I fucking stupid? If it resets at the half, then okay, fuck yeah. But if it doesn't, then wait, what?
Square of an opening. Think about that combined to an
okay, they reset side switch.
Going off on that wall that blows the
crazy. That's cool.
So
I like that then.
You like to get on the
I like that then.
You like to hold that angle towards
okay, well,
CCTV door to
everything is all in order. It has the Jesco seal of approval.
From defenders inside of CCTV here. There is the possibility. We just see Jaeger moving back through. It's allowing that movement and rotation because they haven't been able to get big hole open. They didn't bring the Hibana along.
Oh shit! Motherfucker ran into the slaughterhouse. What the fuck you doing, bro? It's fucking 2 shields.
Furia back in control after that last round went away from them. They finally got the wraps back together here and are in a spot to start doing some damage. I was going to say,
oh my god! Why are you running?
Well, he's got that.
What am I looking at?
Nothing from it. A nade forces Naka to move away, and like that, it is a comfortable closeout. Furia.
What the fuck am I looking at?
Round 4.
Yeah, really nice attack from Fury there. As I said at the beginning, I was a little bit concerned maybe about the reduction in their ability to hard breach.
I need to pull my second PC closer so my earphones are closer.
They chose not to take Hibana, but you know
the
what?
The fact that he swung out and
still
committed, knowing that there was a shield, is actually fucking crazy. What did he think? Did he think the shield was by himself?
Use the shields well. Get in
Grow up.
Get in the Blackbeard in there. Great stuff. We're going to have a tack timeout coming in from Elevate on the back of that one.
Little peekaboo there. You can see me being like a little Twitch chat moderator or something. We had a few questions come in. One was around the bullets, I guess. In fact, the easy ones to answer, are they playing on the CJX build? Yes, they are. So I think 5 of our maps have been updated.
I was going to say, that's an important point though. Yes, we are on the CJX build, but depending on the map, you may still see some of the
old
quote-unquote old
it kind of forces you to ban the power-ups, like his army. Yeah, like, I mean, if it's on your side, then whatever.
Off the top of my head,
like, yeah, I get it, 100. If it resets, then yeah.
5 that have been updated here, so then if we're playing on any of the others, like
wait, does anyone know if PSG is on the mainstream, on A or B?
Do you have to ban
Did they say?
After the round? No, it's after round 4. Sorry, after round 3 as you're going into round 4 is when you ban that 3rd operator for your side. What you'll see after we finish round 6 is all those bans get wiped clean because Furia will then be on the defense, so they'll ban attackers, and Elevate will be onto the attack, and they will then ban defenders. So we have a bit of a side switch there. In total, you ban 6
comp is getting complicated, huh?
Each team does. So you see 12 bans, but they're not all in effect at the same time. But you'll see when we get to round 7, you'll see the ban overlay come back up, and we'll go through that whole dance again.
It'll become normal very, very quickly.
Where are the face cams? We had a rehost, therefore there'll be a few issues there, but we'll get it sorted in time for the next game. Don't you worry.
10 seconds left before
it happens.
It does. Of course it does. Of course it always happens on day 1. We know this. So moving into round 5 we go.
I've been corrected by Producer Sam. Of course, we've got a reference and break the 4th wall here to Producer Sam. No face cams today, unfortunately, on B stream. Hopefully, though, we can get that sorted for next time.
There we go. Answers. Questions asked, answers given.
You can look at the smiles when we end the round and we cut to the player camps, and that's when you can enjoy seeing what they're all up to.
Going to have the Hibana straight away, placing those charges onto the CCTV.
The reason he can put his Hibanas on that... yeah, how comfy is this shit? The reason he can just put the Hibanas on the wall and not have to fucking worry is because not only is Ace banned, but Kaid and Bandit are banned. So the only thing they might have to deal with is a mute, and if they have pocket EMPs, which they don't, anyway, they can just go blow and shoot, I guess, on Maverick it. They can deal with it, so... These bans are crazy because, like,
what they're doing here is burning time. They're not going to prevent it being open.
Imagine how much confidence you get if, like, hard breaches are banned or certain counter breaches are banned. That's cool.
And just prevent Furia from
We're on mainstream? Alright, cool.
Once that wall opens, which it has now, Semper, he can't really play onto that window. He's going to keep himself in CCTV there. He can watch the breach for anybody coming in.
In ranked, it's 3 rounds before half. In Pro League, there's a new ban from round 1 to 3.
Might
like in ranked, but rounds 4 to 6 of plays.
Hang around for 30 seconds.
Yeah, so
if nobody comes, I'm going to presume that
so it gives you time to see what the opponents are going to do.
So we might then start taking that risk onto CCTV.
Ban after the first quarter.
Sure, and there's no need
oh no, the first half of the half almost. So you'll play the first half of the half, suss out what your opponent's doing, and add one more ban.
And then you go absolutely bananas, and sure enough, JB's been the first one in here, and even though Psycho was expecting
he's pinging him!
He had a ping, he wasn't ready.
Semper was just a bit too ready for him in response. 2 quick kills for Elevate as well. Now things are looking balanced on their side. Still with this Blackbeard that can do a bit of work, but he's got himself a bit of a crossfire here, Tim. One player to the right and one to the left. This is not a pretty situation to
be in. I was thinking about making one after this match, but if you need one, I can...
underneath working on the book, and the pressure is mounting on Naka. He's trying to move himself inside of logistics, and that is the support he needed. Ion manages to pick up nades, so all of a sudden, everybody else on the side of Elevate can now focus towards main stairs.
I actually think the ban system's been really well thought through.
So right now, Giving
half of the half to suss out what your opponent's like. Let's say they're playing Blackbeard every round and being really fucking annoying. You could just ban the Blackbeard come round 3. It's fucking cool.
Semper getting a little bit low here, but now Herds has gone, and KZ with it all to do. I know you're begging for him to walk away with 4 kills from this close to your fantasy, and that is one hell of a shot. Gets away with 1. Will he find a second?
Oh, so they've shot the pipe, and then the flames can hurt him, so he has to be careful.
It feels like we're a little bit cut.
He's playing. He was quite literally playing with fire there. We could see one of those new environmental
That's the thing.
aspects.
If you're like someone like
shot out next to that double wall, he had to move in anyway.
Who's just joined Dark Zero, he's really fucking annoying on the blitz. If after 3 rounds you're like, yeah, this motherfucker is annoying as fuck, you ban the blitz.
But they get themselves a really nice round there as well. Like I say,
I donate 70 butt plugs.
Their awareness of the positioning.
You can. Neither of us use them though, so I'm not sure what we would do with them.
But as soon as that kill goes down onto nade, everybody refocuses to main stairs.
This tournament is called Reload. It is the partner tournament. All 20 partner teams have all flown to Rio de Janeiro and are playing on the brand new build of Siege called CJX, which will release in June.
To get that done, but it was enough to get them established and to get them formed back up, ready to continue
butt plug goes for a 5 at least. It's got to. Got it.
My boy Shuripton in the other game. See how my fantasy's doing.
How's it going, Des?
He's 0-9.
Oh no! I mean, oh no, genuinely for sure.
I'll have him words in the pool
later.
They
used to do that in Oregon.
But for your fantasy,
they were so fucking annoying. Yeah, Chalet's a bit weird.
No, it's terrible. Oh, okay, it happens. It happens. That's right, Tim. Start slow and then warm up. That's the way we'll approach it.
It's the best way.
It's kind of almost what Elevate have done here, to be fair, because let's not forget, Fury were up 2-0. I thought they were going to really struggle to get a single round out of this Elevate, and sure enough, they got the 3rd when they were in the downstairs.
They're trying to make CJX more relevant. I don't think they're trying to make CJX more relevant, because pros are going to be playing on CJX after June anyway. So I think what they're trying to do is give pro teams a really good environment. Yeah, well played. You have to push through the goo mine. A good environment to be able to play CJX, to get used to it. And then also market CJX, and because this is not like an important tournament for 6 Invitation or anything, it's a great way to test if there's any competitive problems with CJX too.
So the plant is going down. JV92 Herds, however, is taken out. That's a big kill from Psycho,
do anything about it.
Nothing to stop the
They're stuck with the guy in blue. And there's a crossfire over on the line of sight from Armory.
JV92, he's doing it all, Des. He's getting a diffuser. He's getting a double. Make it a triple. JV92.
That's a triple, baby.
Unstoppable.
He's a bit on one today, isn't he, Tim? I know it doesn't count because it was in that first replay.
It looked like it might have been a 7-0, and now it's a fucking, what, 6-3, 6-4?
Will not be stopped. I think he's now up to 8-1 on kill, even higher.
Yes,
than that,
I've got drops, guys. Don't worry.
But we'll see, of course, when the stats
I got your drops,
now,
baby
I did mention
gorillas.
That we have this whole reset now on the bans because the sides are swapped. They're done simultaneously, so you aren't taking forever to get through a ban phase.
If it's
basically
the
3
side
bans
switch
each all
that
taking place at the
fucked
same time.
BRX or what, but yeah,
maybe might see it clearly.
Yeah, I should make some room for Alice. You want to sit, baby boo?
See the coach in
Yeah.
behind the players talking to them.
She was just asking before if I wanted a coffee, so I thought she was gonna bail on me for coffees.
It's not taken as a tactical timeout or anything. They still
So
have
this
that to take if they wish to.
this
Elevate
is
already
now
used
the
theirs.
switch of sides, and they get to ban two operators. So because Elevate's on the attack, they get to ban two defenders, and because Fury's on the defense, they get to ban two attackers. So of course they're getting rid of the Blackbeard. That shit's too annoying, right? Then after 3 more rounds, which is a half of the half, they'll see what the fuck's going on. Maybe they don't like that Psycho's running the blitz, and then they get to ban one more. It makes total sense. Every quarter of the game, you ban, and every half, it resets. I like it. I like it.
Now you might be looking at that and thinking, why the hell has smoke just gone through? That's because we have these destructible ingredients around the map here, the environmentals.
Yeah, obviously because you're switching sides, so you need to ban the other side when you switch sides. You only get to ban other side
really good smoke
operators.
off dirt tunnel, for example, and
if you're on attack, you can only ban defenders and vice versa.
Kitchen hatch. You get rid of those in the prep phase. You don't want to deal with them, you just get rid of them pretty much immediately.
I don't know for sure how long they had access to CJs, actually, to be fair.
Early on, so you haven't got to worry about it in the
to
dying
practice on.
few
I don't know.
seconds.
I actually can't say. I would have assumed at least 2 to 3 weeks.
I think Casey was in a spot where
Could have even been longer,
bound to get blown up,
but I would assume at least 2 to 3 weeks.
Into a difficult situation. It's just the little layer to the game that you've now got to consider.
You making coffee on?
In we go to the action phase of round 7 then. Furia defending the basement to kick things off.
It's a good question if that extended, but it wasn't. That was only the new game mode. That beta was only the new game mode. It wasn't actually all of CJX, so I don't know.
Up in there and lounge. Philippox is going to be the interesting one on the Scorpos. So he's inside of Strip at the minute. And he's probably
Are they tracking
play his life here for
I can't
a
see who
little
he's
bit,
tracking.
try and burn some time, but the real kicker for him will be if
Oh no,
they
it was a
don't
lion.
find him and he can work in. It's often forgotten is that wing.
What
of the
an
map.
annoying
He
attacking
can work his way
composition.
into
Holy
their
fuck.
flank. Absolutely beautiful.
Blitz,
But of course,
Lion,
doing the Scorpos
Deimos.
there, it gives you that opportunity for that free
Sick.
teleport essentially.
Look how good the
There's
map looks.
2 robot shells.
Can I get some
One of them
cookings
will be
in chat?
positioned down inside, and
Capital
Philippox
cooking,
will have the
if you've got
opportunity
7
to
TV.
shut off the one he's using and relocate himself back down into that basement.
Oh my god,
shell
he's
and
surrounded.
activate it.
He's
So we'll see
surrounded
whether he
everywhere.
does that. He's taken a little bit of damage now, so they're aware of his presence. He needs
Oh
some
my
help,
god,
does he?
Mainstay's missing.
He's there! Philippox finds one, and that is
Wow.
a huge start from
Wow.
the roaming duo of Furia.
That feels like a real siege timing moment as well. Oh, it's horrible. Because Iron had got to
she
this
walked
point
in the
on
mute
main
jam,
stairs,
thank
was
you,
ready
thank
to
you.
get the track onto the Valkyrie, but just
I would
hit
love to see the FPS
While he's
too.
crossing towards Bathroom, managed to get a kill onto
T-Rex
the
managed to
Hibana
close
on
it
the other
out.
side.
You would have thought they
Unfortunate
would.
For Elevate, but super well played here by KZ especially. A 5 versus 1, and Furia, as
No,
you'd
it's not
expect on
once
the
per
defense,
round.
are looking impenetrable.
per-
Romeo's got
sorry.
it all to do in a 1 versus 5.
2 at the
but it
start
feels
of a
to me
half.
like this is going to be a 5-2
Does that
scoreline
help?
coming up for
And
Furia.
then 1 at the middle of a half.
Certainly does.
For a total of 3
Help as
each.
well, it's going to be a big ask for the book here. A little bit of utility that he can use should he need in the form of that skeleton key. Maybe get himself a little extra line of sight.
Yeah, I wish they
He's
would
got a
start
good idea
shooting
that
the
one's
tubes
inside
and
a
shit a bit
kitchen, I
more, that'd
think,
be
here.
cool.
He's probably heard the gunfight, but it doesn't matter. KZ steps around the corner and slams his man. Picks up the final kill, and that's going to be indeed.
When are they
another
talking
round
about PSG
going to
Tower?
Furia. They
It's on
will
the
keep
mainstream, isn't it?
I
I have to
mean-
change stream, don't I?
Casey barely looked bothered there. He was literally, he probably moved, what, 5 meters around a pinpoint at the top of those main stairs, or at the midpoint of them, dashing towards kitchen a bit, in towards bathroom to take a challenge onto the Hibana, picking up kills left, right, and center. Elevate got to get their ideas together.
I'm just
here if
watching
they're
the
gonna shut down
replays on
Fury and
my
be a little
iPad.
bit quicker
I'll switch
on
to the other
push here, and
stream
maybe with what they've currently
when
got Hobbit, of course, they can change
I can
away
see
from
them
this, but we're
talking
seeing
about
things like
PSG
Sense,
Tower.
the Capitao, the Lion, you got Psycho back on the old
God, I
faithful
hope we play
Monty.
at least
This could be a real blast
decently.
past him.
Furia might not
Our
even get
opponent
another
is
bounty,
Cloud9,
does.
and
No,
they're
they're
just.
gonna do it all in that
It's
7-2.
so.
If they get the next 2 rounds,
Like,
and
who
it
knows
is
how they're
over
gonna
in
fucking
round
play? It's a
9,
brand new team.
They won't, of course, get that opportunity for the 3rd ban that comes at the start of round 10. So we'll see whether they can get this done.
Just
without
think of
needing
every
to turn
half
out.
as a
It's been very
separate
good start,
game
from
almost,
the
lobby.
former world champion.
Like,
He's not current, of
2
course, that's
bans
Space,
at the
but
start of
Furia
every
just
half.
looking pretty
at the start of your defense, at the start of your attack,
I
2
don't
bans,
feel like Elevate have ever
and
really
then
pushed them. There's been
3
a couple of
rounds later, you can
obviously,
decide again
but it
what
feels
one
like,
more
yeah,
ban
they've
you want to
picked
do.
up a couple of sort of 50-50 gunfights around the map and then been able to use the man advantage.
Yeah, that's my
There's
thing,
no
Suki,
rounds
is I
where
did
I've
some
looked
hot
and thought,
takes on my
wow,
predictions,
Elevate really
but
won
I
that.
still
They really
picked
won, and
enough
this is
that I'm
where we're gonna
confident I
see
get the
it more
Ash
on the
skin.
attacking
All I
side,
care
but
about is the Ash
I'm
skin.
waiting for that sort of wow
And that's 7
moment of,
prediction
that was a
points.
great
In
strategy,
total,
that was
by the
really
way,
well
so I'm pretty sure I can
executed.
achieve
They've
that.
gone in and won that. They've
I'm pretty
taken
sure.
that round away from Furia.
If I fuck it up, well, honestly, that's that's on me.
I wish I hadn't.
I'll just backflip off the couch. I don't know.
I mean, I feel for him. I genuinely
Do you feel
do.
for me, though?
Not for you. I never want to see players struggling like that inside of the game.
Man.
I don't feel for you.
I mean, otherwise, I think JB has had a bit too much fun. He's up to 12-2 in this game.
What are you
and now he's found himself
doing?
cross-playing on the dot. KZ got a bit aggressive here, wanted to get his KD padded out, but not able to succeed. Romeo instead being the collector of his scalp in this round.
That's the difficulty that Elevator will face now, of course. Furia 5-2 up, they start feeling like they can take a few risks here. They can go in there and get involved and have a little run out, see if they can get an early pick.
Can we get a sub goal where you backflip off the couch?
That they can do so.
Alright.
As it is, they've been
Not sure
punished,
breaking
and
my
all
neck
Elevate
was
can really do
on the
here
cards.
is just dig their heels in, make it as difficult, punish them every time. If they're going to offer you a tasty morsel,
Wait, did they just
like
waste the
somebody running
nades
out
on
before
where he
Garage,
wasn't?
You got to take it, you got to eat it up. And that's exactly what they've done. KZ lost. Castle not the end of the world.
Why does he
Those
look lost?
barricades will already be in
Why do you
position,
all
so
look
it's not really
lost?
utility
Why did
loss.
no one destroy the
You can see
barbed wire?
He's pushing up here. Psycho is just choosing to take damage
Oh my
from the barbed
God.
wire rather than having it cleared out.
At this point, though, he's in a real dangerous position, Tim. The thing is, as the dock here, you know that there's someone going to be challenging along.
Why are
with
you
this
joining?
Monty,
Your
at least
Monty
trying
can
to
ping him.
benefit off the fact that it's creating pressure. He can drop
Wait,
that shield and
hold
knock
on
the
a
dock down at any
second.
time, which is where the respect has got to be
The
given.
fuck?
So it's a lot
Do
of
you guys
pressure
not know how to
put under, and sure
communicate?
enough, here's that player. It's Romeo below, looking for his
Oh
man, and now
no,
the dock
oh
knows
no,
where
oh
he is.
no,
In
oh
fact,
no,
it's
oh
Romeo
no.
taking a lot of shots. Tim, there are 3 players
what
here
the
trying to get rid
fuck?
of one guy. Steps up and gets rid of one. They get the trade, so it's something.
Okay,
Romeo
what the
on for a
fuck?
3K, and maybe here with the shield still in hand, Elevate can get something
It's not a
done.
point system, it's a bullet system. You have to bet how many bullets you're willing to lose and conversely win per match. So you can see at the top, the red, Elevate have only bet 1 bullet. They weren't confident they'd win this match, so they'll only lose 1. Furia have bet 2, so they will either win or lose 2. Currently, everyone has 6. They start with 6.
They've got the cover on there.
So keep an eye out for how many bullets each team bets per game.
Got the cover from the breach.
Oh,
but
Philippe
Sick, huh?
gets a big kill and drops the diffuser on the ground, Des.
This is the hard one now. They've got to make this work, Tim. They had a spot in the 3v2 to cook something special. They might have drawn out the C4, but they're in this 2 versus 2. He's in for a plant, and with no C4 on side, yes, this can go down. Doesn't matter what the cam shows them. Without the control they need, this is going to get stuck, and now it's looking real sticky.
It just shows how easy this site can be to plant on. You really don't need
in a
very
post plan,
much.
it's
You
so
just
difficult.
Need that cover from the wall. Elevate have understood
Round
that,
1 and
they've
2,
played
you
it
can bet a
beautifully.
maximum
Naka
of 2
just
bullets.
holding that angle to
Between
prevent the punch
the
through.
remaining
As
rounds,
say,
you
the
can bet up
nitro
to
already
8.
used has been a
Rounds 3 to 5 are
going
going to be so fucking chaotic. Holy shit.
Fight back, and you would expect now that Elevate are able to hold on for this final 10 or so seconds that they need. Naka manages to cut down Nade. It's all going to be up to Philippox. 13
Dude,
seconds
shields are so
with a
off.
Monty
Delete them from the game.
Not a chance, Des.
Absolutely not.
I love the couch setup. Thank you. I just couldn't
now there is no
fathom
time left. The most he
spending
can play for is kills, but Elevate have pulled
the
it out
whole
to a
day
close.
for like
I think as soon as
a
they
week
knew
or
that
2,
C4 came out from
every
Philippox, they
day,
were like, that's our
sitting
time.
on my
This is
office
it.
chair
We
with
can
my
get this
ass
plant
fucking
down. That's
numb.
exactly
I
what they
couldn't.
did. And sure enough,
I
Tim,
couldn't imagine.
another round on the board here. Not quite caught up to Furia yet, but at least being competitive.
Fabian is no longer a PSG coach. Jake has moved up, but he has moved over to M80, so not too bad. Oh my goodness. All right.
Where he took Romeo out, dropped the diffuser on the ground. It was maybe a little bit
Oh, it's very hot.
even once they'd taken that
Thanks,
catwalk,
gorgeous.
they still didn't kind of rush their way in, but that was fine. They used the time that they had, and
All right.
even with 2 of them,
Coffee's
they just
being
showed such
delivered.
great understanding. I know it's a pretty basic concept for anybody who's played Siege for a long time. you're aware
they accidentally
of
shot the
holding that
pipe,
angle
so...
across, how it prevents anybody pushing into CCTV and the safety.
Poor Nade,
that it
1 and
creates
6.
for
Man is
Cycles to get
truly
that
living up
down.
to the
Elevate
support
had to
life.
take account of certain factors.
JV 92,
Particularly lose
14 and
because if you
fucking
haven't
3.
cleared that out, with only 2
Team on
players,
his
it's then
back.
very difficult to plant in that spot because Philippox just runs downstairs, Nitro on the ceiling.
What's happening on the other
and
stream?
clears it out, but they knew
2.5
that wasn't possible.
minutes?
So really well played, and I will say, Elevate, that's a round that they definitely came in and won.
I don't think the PSG game's on the main stream.
On the board, Tim, keep this one competitive as we go through. I think our game over on the A stream is also coming
I
to a
think
close.
it's
so
on this stream.
Probably a little bit further ahead in schedule than this one is right now. Last I checked, it was 6-3 to FearX against Cyclops. Pretty dominant in terms of
I don't think it's
performance.
on the main stream. I think it's on this
6-4
stream.
currently stands. So things are staying close over there, Tim. Here, it's again competitive.
That's what
but it
I
does
just
feel like
saw,
Fury are the
Lockie.
ones
I have it on my
pushing
iPad
themselves
here.
towards
I was
a
just
win.
looking at my iPad,
See how things shape up, though, in this round of Flores coming
I
along
think you're
behind,
right.
No doubt identifying there's a few things to chew through in this round. The barbed wires, you've got the Maestro cameras to go through. Of course, you've got the Kiva barriers to be concerned about too. Lots they can look towards here to get busy with all those drones they've got on side. Also with Psycho playing on the Twitch. Another few things to try and sap out as they run through the map too. Things like those FNATs from JV need to be taken out.
Just seeing great examples there of how this new banning system is going to impact on the game. How quickly that wall has got opened with the double electricity ban, able to just work their way through very, very quickly and just taking full advantage of that, full understanding of, hey, this is the space we've created with those bans and we're going to make sure that we use it to full
Yeah,
effect.
Alice and I literally
We'll
carried
take
the
out
fucking
one
couch in
FNAT,
here.
So getting some value out of that utility as well. I think that's
I don't want
something
to eat just
Elevate
because I'm
have done
bored.
well so far on the attack is how they've used that utility, whether it be the shield of Monty in the last round, whether it be the hard breach and Twitch in this round.
I mean, you're
definitely
working, so.
focusing on it.
But I didn't get my second part of
That's what they do from here though, Tim. It's all good moving fast, but are we at a point where we've got ourselves moving fast
I saw
enough?
my Nutella's hand. I was in the
moved
free
Philippox out. You've got JV dug in too. I
Look at
expect
the link.
really by 1 minute 45 for you to have been able to move as a team and pressure these players away, but they're still stuck here as we're coming down to the last 75 seconds.
Yeah,
Still with
we're
the
definitely on
deployed
this
around the
stream,
map.
so we don't have to
you've got a lot
change.
of drones you've got to use in Arm's back pocket, for example, but just feels like they might be leaving things down to the last 20 seconds or so before they even look at the site, let alone actually hit it.
Yeah, I mean, time was something that I did mention in the last one. We were kind of at that 30-second mark before the execute came in. Like you say, something that they need to be conscious of. Maybe something that newer teams do suffer from sometimes is
they've got it now.
A little bit of indecision. You know, it
Look how good
slows
the
them
fucking
down
map
a little
looks.
bit. But
Yeah.
like you said, they've got themselves established
what's
inside
up,
the
Copper?
construction herds. He's still
Oh, look
holding
at the
on.
link after this round,
Manages
bro.
to do a little bit of damage there, and this is the problem for Elevate. They keep getting those bullets
Oh,
in, tickling
fuck.
them, taking away HP, little bit, and that is ultimately going to cost them the round.
And the problem here, Tim, I was going to say that Evil Eye is still up. They haven't been able to destroy most of this utility despite all the time they've had in this round. And I feel it's going to sting them.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I wanted to see how they were, and
pistol. A 5 versus
better than I
4.
thought they
Elevate
would
could
be.
do this, Tim,
I mean,
but the
if
clock
they
is
get
the
these
6th man
rounds-
here for Furia.
That's a big swing from Semper. Philippox
So
is
many
from
fucking
Romeo. Philippox
reinforcements.
was there to trade it out, but 2 kills come in. Surely you can't hold on. 12 seconds left to go. We know this man has the ability. Philippox
Oh
moves
my
in.
God.
KZ with a kill from beyond the grave. He makes
That's
it even more
huge.
possible for Philippox. He
Run,
finds the diffuser.
run,
Des,
run.
he's gonna do this. The clock runs out. And
His
Philippox
teammate
completes
shot
a 1v4.
the canister.
What
Is there
more
a
can you
canister at that
say?
door?
The Goyo
They
canister.
moved so
Was it a
fast to the
Goyo?
round start and everything
Was it a
ground to a
chat?
halt. They didn't get rid of the Evil Eye that was there the whole round being a nuisance. Kiva barriers stayed
One
up.
of his
and all
teammates
Furia had to do was
shot
play to
the
the
fire,
clock. I said it becomes that
and
6th
one
man,
died
and that's exactly
because of it.
what we've
Because
seen.
Philippox
Now,
was
Tim, we
not
will get
shooting
that
at this
extra ban that you
canister.
mentioned. We might not get a chance to
Well, I
see.
wanna see
so we'll
it
see
again.
The third operator
I don't think
each
we have
single banaway is
replays.
going to be here. One defender, one attacker to
Annoying.
close things
I'm
out.
annoyed.
And it starts the conversation about an
Yeah.
interesting ban that you can pick out here because
So he
do you
did
look to
shoot
ban
the
an operator
canister.
away on the strongest
It
side,
wasn't a
or
Goyo.
pick the weakest side
Yeah,
to
so they
guarantee
were-
that you win it. That Monty
they were
going
a
away
fire
because they know that
canister
Psycho's
at
been
this
leaning on it,
specific
and Mira
spot.
is going
Who
to be
knows
the
who
final
shot
ban
it,
taken
though?
out too.
It
This
was
is what I like about this
Furia-
ban
no.
system, where you have that ban
It was
after a few
a
rounds.
Elevate
After 3
player.
rounds, you get that extra
Right.
one. We're going to see that
Wasn't
sometimes.
It
sound
is
pretty
C-Jax,
fun.
yeah.
We saw it earlier when they took away the second hard breach. It was as Thermite was the
We
first
can
ban, and then
both.
it was the
Here's
third
the
ban.
trade-off.
So it's
And PSG Talon lets me do this all the time. My favorite NA team has always been M80 because of the org. I like the owner, I think he's cool, blah, blah. PSG Talon have never judged me for that. So because Fabian's over at M80 now, I can continue that fandom. It's very, very helpful that he's moved to M80 because I can just continue.
Yeah.
Put it up there, babe. Just don't scratch it against the glass pad.
Yeah, but that's why I was.
It's alright, just place it down on it. Oh, baby Nyanya. She wants to be with us.
Fury did it all fantastic, but Felipox was on it 1v4, and he just played it. There was
What's up,
nothing
Axolotl?
flashy about that clutch from Felipox.
Nope.
He just did everything
God,
right.
the map looks so
and
good.
if you want to say to me, yes, how do I?
Oh yeah, I gotta look at that link.
Like Felipox, just do everything right. Simple as that, really.
Absolutely.
What'd you post? What was it?
A second ago from someone actually. Our match is only on the rework maps or any. They are on any of the 9 maps that we have in the pool. But you are right in what you're saying. Only 5 of our 9 maps have been updated.
Fuck, so we are on the main stream? It says here we are, but
it's a lazy thing about it. It's more that some of the newer maps that we've had have either been reworked recently, like Consulate, or the other maps are already at a good standard. Things like Skyscraper, Lair, and Lab. Some of our newer maps are already at a good level, so they'll be following.
They're still talking. Are they about the other map? Let me reload it, make sure.
Over the next month or
yeah,
so.
they are. So I don't know what the next match is. We'll keep an eye on it. Don't worry. We'll keep an eye on it.
CJX this year. I'm really excited to see what comes. I always love seeing the year-long roadmaps and what's coming up over the next 12 months, and we get to see that here. Can't wait.
Oh. We've got Tommy just kind of locked
Fucking
inside a kitchen. Herds, however, manages to pop up from lounge and find one onto Romeo.
That's an expensive
take down the somewhat indomitable JV92. 14 and 5 this game. Absolutely flying, but will be cut out of this round.
I understand why you say that, Max.
Having that little bit of a moment of
I wish the best for the players. I don't think it's the players' fault at all.
A big impact on
I actually don't even think it's Elevate's fault. I actually think Blast and Ubisoft allowing that to be allowed is the true problem. And I think that's how we should look at it.
They know that he knows that they know.
Stop it. That hurts my head already. One was enough. Well, Psycho, of course, taken with the Monty away, is straight onto the more aggressive pairing of the shield operators. We mentioned you might see some
bands are.
Look at him. Taking away a lot of hard breaches. Go, he sees his man.
Bam.
I mean, a good bit of team play coming out. Fair enough, he was pinned in there. Not an awful lot he can do, and that is what Blitz does best. Creates a lot of pressure.
Bro, if I'm KZ right now, I'm fucking punching my desk.
Nearby to support that shield operator. Well, it's hell on.
Fuck that motherfucker. Okay, so the reason he shot the fire lots instead of just shooting once is it has a damage HP. It has a HP, so it will continue to spit out fire until that HP is gone. So you can shoot it so that the fire is quicker. I don't know if that happens with the smoke, but with the fire one, yes it does. So shooting it lots so that they can't use it against you is big.
The Goyo canister just being popped on the door to prevent that push coming in from mortal damage being done. Herds finding a kill.
Smokes,
Goyo,
frost traps, disgusting.
It was a 6-man for them in the last round. It's building up to be the same.
And they lost blue control, yeah?
All that stand between Fury and the first win here at Reload. They might get one back on side, but there's 5 seconds to go. Naka in a temporary 1v2.
Yeah, they accidentally threw.
That's a throw.
Oh, wait.
No, but it's a shield. It's a shield.
In a one
oh no, he's turned away. Great crossfire,
He
GG.
can do nothing.
Wow.
Fury are gonna take
I agree with the 3-2 rule.
Lock in those 2 bullets for themselves.
3 from the region, 2 imports. I agree. I agree.
Recognizing that they're up against a blitz.
I don't know.
We push from opposite directions. There's nothing.
We have a fantastic coffee machine. We buy really good coffee beans. I mean, our coffee is such a joy every morning. Or every day, I should say.
They reloaded 2 bullets from their reserve, so they take an additional 2 and move up to 8. Elevate lose the bullet that they reloaded and drop down.
So that confirms it.
Let's talk about Elevate here a bit because they're the new.
So what just happened was Furia on that match bet that they would win by 2 bullets, and today and tomorrow the maximum bullets you could bet is 2 bullets. So they said, we're really confident, we're slamming 2 bullets on this, we think we'll win. Elevate wasn't confident. They bet the minimum, which was 1. So they said, we're not confident we're going to win this. They lost, so that you know, sort of tracks. So they lost 1 bullet. And it only depends what you bet. It doesn't matter what the other opponent bet, it only depends on what you bet. And so Fury bet 2, So they get their 2 back that they bet, plus an additional 2. That means that they go back to 6, plus the additional 2, they're at 8 now. 8 bullets is the best you can be at the end of today. So that's, you know. Yo, what's up, Bearded? I did predictions, yes. Exclamation mark predictions if you'd like to know. Now, where the fuck is PSG Talon? Are we talking about that?
Oh yeah, I was 21. Oh my god.
I was 18, a long time. Well, we don't have to talk about that.
For anyone that knows.
When are you playing?
The second match.
Anyways,
Also now.
this game has changed all of our lives, though, and CGX is set to change more lives over the next 10 years, a fresh decade of competition. We're going to talk about a few things, but we're going to take a quick break.
I think the reason we've come in against Cloud9 and bet 2 bullets is because Cloud9 is a freshly put together roster. It's kind of some of Unwanted, some of other players who've been dropped from other rosters. It's kind of like Unwanted 2.0, but Cloud9 picked them up, right? So I think we've come in and gone, okay, how many teams do we feel confident we can beat? There's probably not a humongous list that coming in, we feel really confident. So betting 2 bullets against Cloud9, who has also bet 2 bullets against us, we can come in a best of 1, and if the map ban goes well for us, we can sneak a win. That's my thought. So Cloud9 is an unknown, and they're also freshly put together, whereas our team isn't. So I think Joker's hoping, okay, our experience, our map pool, our, you know, history and stuff like that will do better than your fresh roster. And we have to gamble that that's the case. Speaking of Gamba, let me pay out your Gamba. Oh. You all said Fury, you'd be correct. We are now doing prediction. Who will win the series? PSG Talon or Cloud9? I don't know when this game's going to start, so I'll put it on 20 and stop it whenever it starts. Hey, out, girl. Yeah. Let me know, Bearded. Let me know. A lot of people saying they got to root for their boy Dream. I won't judge you at all. Won't judge you at all. And that's the thing, going up against a roster that has not played an official match together yet.
On a new game, like it's not a
not really
game,
a new
but,
game. But
it's
no, but it's I think it's a decent risk to take. Unfortunately, it's full of really good players. It's not like rookies. So I think it's a bit more than a risk. I think it's risk 1.5.
It's we say it's a considered risk.
It's an iffy risk, I feel. The thing is, if you lose 2 today, you can just start pulling out cards and shit for the other day. So it's like not the worst. I like the system. I think it should be fun. I think Reload should be fun. It doesn't mean anything for the other tournaments. You should be advertising the teams, the orgs, the sponsors, the skins, everything. And it should be fun, in my opinion. I want attendee skins. Can I buy tickets to the event online? And would I get the attendee skin emailed? I'm going to say X for doubt. Usually they give them out when you enter the building, from memory. Stream should be at least 8 hours. From start to finish?
Yeah, it's ending at midnight.
Yeah.
Yeah, 8 hours.
Yeah. That's my understanding, Stealth. Yeah, because some people were sad because when they couldn't go, they had to sell their tickets. And they were trying to sell them for cheap to people if those people who went would send them the code. I remember people saying that, yeah. You could only 1v1 if you're being eliminated.
Yeah.
There's so many... Yeah, it's so actually a 1v1.
Yeah, so I got more...
Yeah. I didn't know it was actually a 1v1.
Yeah. And each
team gets to pick who...
Their player. They
and
pick
how many
their
rounds?
champion.
How many rounds?
And
First to what?
First
It's on
to
Chalet.
5. Yeah.
It's on Chalet.
It's on Chalet.
On Chalet.
First to 5. And each round you change side.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
If you get 5-0, the team who wins but was supposed to get eliminated can
Gets
get 5 up to
bullets.
5 bullets.
So the round diff matters in a 1v1. That's fucking psycho. Did you guys hear that?
Yeah, and like the guy who's gonna be picked as the champion for their entire team.
Yeah, imagine the fucking pressure.
Like,
so you can enact a card called Duel or 1v1 or whatever it's called. If you're being eliminated from the tournament. So if you have negative bullets, you're gonna be eliminated. You can pull out the 1v1 card and you can pick a team to 1v1.
Yeah.
That team gets to pick whichever player. You pick your player. You go into a 1v1, it's first to 5 rounds on Chalet. However many rounds you win by is how many bullets you get back. So if you win 5-0, you get 5 bullets. If you win 5-4, you get 1 bullet. Crazy. Yep. If you win the 1v1, you steal a player from the other team? Imagine. That'd be fucking psycho.
that would be funny. But not 24 minutes? No.
See how it says here? Stream A, Scars versus Wildcard? Doesn't make any sense because on the fucking, on Twitter, they were saying fucking, on R6 Esports, they were, Lamau? Trade offer. I received 2 bullets, you received nothing. What the fuck? That's so fucking good.
You are not supposed to scroll Twitter.
Sorry, I have to. Alright, where's R6 Esports? Here. Alright. On their schedule, look, it shows PSG Talon, Stream A. And that Wildcard are on Stream B.
Mm-hmm.
But they've swapped it. And put us on Stream B.
Interesting. I don't know why.
Why did we get swapped? That doesn't seem right. Am I crazy?
You were on Stream A on the other day.
On Stream B. That's so fucked. I know, I always do it stealth.
You're very brave. Yeah.
Alright, well... I guess we'll just watch Stream A until it starts. I mean, if they're gonna do all the fucking desk and intro and shit like that, can't we watch something else? I guess not.
Yeah, it's difficult, huh?
Against PSG Talon? Shut up, Max. They swapped DZ and Falcons match too? Were they on A stream and now they're on B or what?
They were like a bit delayed on the cast of the French cast. Like whenever they were seeing something, we were hearing them like react to it like to a second later.
In Rio.
They say what?
Rock in Rio. We got Reload in Rio. It's a good time to go through, of course, with the heavy metal music.
I mean, when you're home casting, it's always difficult.
Like on the Boston music, they actually like a bit of jazz.
It suited the environment, but just like this music suits here.
Absolutely. That's a very, very good way to put it.
So there's
a
French
refresh everybody's minds because you might just be tuning in for the first time today. Really.
Baby Shark?
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard Baby Shark got picked up. And I helped him.
But the format
in what way?
With his visa.
Nothing we've ever
seen was it him? Yeah, I had to help out Wildcard with their visas. Yeah.
There are modifiers, right? Not
I remember
just the
when,
bullets themselves.
like,
no, I don't think so, Lobby.
Everybody starts with 6 bullets, and they have to load up to a maximum of
because if they've also swapped DZ and Falcons, that doesn't make any sense.
Day 3, but there's
like either every team needs to be swapped, and then it's a mistake, or if they've only swapped a couple of matches, then
and 2 that can be activated when the players actually want to use them. We'll tell you how that happens. So first of all is one of our passive cards, which is the Flawless card. What happens, or what does flawless mean in this context?
Yeah, I mean, flawless means
Great
exactly
graphics.
what you would think it'd be in terms of this competition. You are flawlessly beating the other team, winning in 7-0 fashion. They couldn't even stand
I like
a chance
the
against you. And what
the
that
DA.
does for you is that gets you 2 extra bullets. So if you're a team going into tomorrow, you put up another 2 bullets, or even today, for example. We almost
That's the
saw
thing.
in the first matchup.
If you
Had they won that
commit your
match
2
7-0,
bullets
had
today,
they won
right?
that,
You're all
they would have
confident. You're max 2
accumulated
bullets in,
4
but then you
bullets
manage to 7-0.
back to themselves, putting
You're
them in
already
a
at
much
10
better position.
going
'Cause at
into
the
day
end of this,
2.
You want
A
the most
massive.
amount of bullets you possibly can get, and a flawless.
Yeah, what's up, player? Welcome
gets
back,
you
bro.
that
What's
much closer
what's the
to
chances
having more in the arsenal.
of winning 7-0?
Well,
Like,
yeah,
it's
very
so hard.
unlikely, yeah.
It's so
It's
hard.
not official nomenclature, but this is the kind of, I guess, MMO
I feel
brand
like-
that's coming in here. It is a
Yeah, you have to
passive
get a
card. It
good
is
map
always active
where
in play.
7-0
But
are maybe
at the end
possible.
of
Like,
every
imagine
single
Consulate.
Consulate,
you
yeah.
have a draft
Skyscraper.
show where all
gonna
20
kill you. You
teams
said the
have a
same things as I
representative
do.
each, and we're going to be chatting
Yeah,
to
like,
them
those
as they
maps.
pick who they get to play against tomorrow, because we
But
don't know what the
do you
games are going to look
choose
like
what
until the end of the
bullets
day. How does
you're
that work out?
having first
in the draft
before
show,
knowing the map
usually
you're
Yeah,
gonna
right, yeah.
play?
previous
Yeah.
day. So, for example, today, the teams that perform the worst at the bottom of the leaderboard will be able to have their fair share of the pick out of all the other teams in the investment.
But what can you do then in case you don't want to play?
Yeah, I think the
against
game
any of the team that
was
selects
pretty
you?
okay
I
to
hope
watch.
there's
Like,
an active card that you can
yeah,
play.
it's just
Well, there is.
a
There's
bit
actually
odd
a
at first
chicken
because
card, which
the
should be a fan favorite.
light
So
is
essentially,
different,
one of the bottom tier
so
teams
it
picks a team to be
throws
able
me
to
off
go
a
up
little
against
bit
them
at
in
first,
the
but
draft
I
show.
think
I'm
when we
sorry, I
get
love
past
that.
that, it looks
in the
way
draft
better.
show,
Like,
the team
it's,
that has been picked will be able to use this once.
it's so good.
Yeah, the
Chicken
ban
cards will
system's been
avoid
really
playing them,
interesting.
which
So,
means that the team that picked
round
them
number
will
1,
be-
you
have
could
to then
ban
pick
only
another
the. So if you
team
start
for
in
the remaining
defense,
amount of
you get to
picks that
ban
are
2
not
attackers.
to play the next
And then
round.
3 rounds
And
later,
that is a
halfway through the
single
half, you
use.
get to
As
ban
you can
1
see,
more.
unlike our
Which I think is
passive
really
card,
cool.
Flawless,
Yeah.
that's
3 every
always
half.
active. This here, you could only play it once, so you have to be careful.
We can
Just
definitely
like a
check
lot of
that,
things where
actually,
you might be
very
taking that
easily.
potion for way deeper into the game. Well, here, do you want to
Open up Wikipedia, scroll down. The maps are Bank.
Right here, right now.
Again, it creates that element of surprise and also having to really
There you
think
go.
about how
Bank,
you're implementing
Border,
these cards and when
Chalet,
you're going to
Clubhouse,
use them, 'cause
Consulate, Cafe,
realistically,
Lair,
if you chicken out
Nighthaven,
with someone,
Skyscraper. So,
you could be going
default.
against a harder opponent,
Default.
So you really have
Same
to
map,
think
same map.
and strategize when is going to be the best time to use these cards.
Exactly. If you use it too early on in the tournament and then you're stuck in a rock and a hard place later on,
You're stuck
and
with
you
it.
get put up against a team that's smoking everybody at the tournament, it's going to look very rough. You're going to feel a little silly that you used it so early on, but every situation is going to be different. You got to roll with the punches, and to be the best, you got to beat everybody.
Absolutely. Ain't no secrets in these chambers.
Absolutely. And for all of that, you'll have to stay around until the end of the entire day. because that's when
Everyone
the
is
draft is live,
memeing
having
Elevate.
players get their
Everyone is
live
memeing Elevate.
reactions to being
Brutal.
picked to play against whom tomorrow. There's a lot to figure out around that. That's 2 cards that we've explained so far. We'll be talking about more as we go on with the day and, of course, with this entire group stage, because that's when these cards are relevant for the competition. So, gentlemen, thank you so much for this reminder. Again, we'll be refreshing as we go. Game 2 of Reload starts in a bit.
Do I think that this system may be used in the future? I think for a fun event like Reload, they can use this system every fucking year if they want. Where did I put my phone? Eh?
It's here, honey.
Oh, is it behind me? Alright.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I feel like I'm just Breakception, bro.
So funny.
That's it. We're not fucking around. That's it. Here we go, chat. Lock the fuck in. Alright. I wondered if there were like sound, but I never have sound. I never have sound in my fucking thing. Alright, here we go. Level 54. Let's go with towers. You guys go to towers? What the fuck? Please use north entrance. Smile, you're on camera. But they spelt you're wrong. I'm gonna say America. Guys, you think I'm right? They spelled you're wrong. America? America? Shirts, urban apparel, souvenirs. Okay.
It could be America.
Yeah, but what if it's not an English-speaking country? Then I've just mocked them. personal injury. Okay, well that's definitely English.
I think that was.
Yeah, absolutely, Suki. Just make sure it's up, like the stream is playing on your thing. I need an IGL that actually knows how to do his job. Like, definitely America. I feel like I'm cooking when I said that they spelt you're wrong and it's fucking America. All right, hold on. No parking anytime. I mean, all of this is in English. Everything's in English. All right, let's stop at this bus stop. What's going on here? Free college? This is definitely America. Nevada. All right, where's Nevada, baby? You know it.
I know.
Where? Where?
No, you can see it here.
Okay. What's the capital of Nevada?
I don't know.
It's Las Vegas, right?
It has to be.
So let's say it's like, I don't know, let's go here. Ooh, your girl's close.
Oh, shit. You're hot.
Called it. Well done, chat. You guys are cooking. The moment I saw them spell you're wrong, America. No judgment, no judgment, no judgment, guys. I'm on God, no judgment. All right, continue.
Judging a little.
Historical buildings, let's go with that. Oh!
Oh, that's
Machu
in Peru.
Picchu?
That's in Peru.
Machu Picchu?
Oui.
It's so gorgeous.
Oh,
we have to go.
We have to...
All right.
Oui. And in the lens, yes. On Zoom, yeah. I feel like it's like around here. It's around
guys,
here.
It's around here, guys. Where is it?
No, go up.
Guys, where the fuck is Machu Picchu?
On Zoom.
I'm on Zoom, but I can't unzoom too far. It's definitely south because I've searched Machu Picchu before. And the bus went down.
Mountains.
Yeah, I know that.
It has to be in the green.
You sure?
Yes, sir. Isn't it?
I don't know. I've never fucking been.
I would just put it like around here. Okay.
Oh, I'm good. I'm great.
Good.
All right. Historical buildings again. Oh. I've been to this building. Have you been to this building? I don't think you have.
What is that?
In this New York?
No, never. New York, never. I've been to this.
Where is it though? Like exactly.
Good question.
Is it in fucking? I don't know where it is. Hey, I'm walking over here. Like that, but where? Is it in Manhattan? Guys, I don't know. Is this it? Am I here? Right here. Right here. Ooh, the other street over, but I was super close. Shit. I don't got a choice, do I?
Eiffel Towers.
Oh. Boa Vista Football Club.
Secretaria.
Spanish? Yeah, but how many countries fucking speak Spanish? Holy shit.
It is difficult.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
You have to go around. I mean, they have a Peugeot.
They have a Peugeot.
Like, it can't be on the South America,
Portugal?
right?
Oh, is it actually Portugal? Lisbon or the other one?
I think it's in Europe for sure.
Lisbon or fucking... So it's Portuguese? Is it Porto or Lisbon? I'm gonna assume Lisbon.
Yeah. The stadium.
Where's the stadium? Stadia. Where art thou?
Let's see. Oh, Strada, no.
What? Where?
I don't know.
It's in Porto? Oh, it's in Porto. Okay. My bad.
We've been there.
Yeah, we went here.
I loved Porto.
Lisbon's really good too. I don't know. Fuck it. Yes, you're so good at this proximity. Holy shit. Alright, we're still waiting for the PSG Cloud9. Restaurants. Let's do restaurants. Ooh, I've probably been here. The Iskander kebab was first created in a restaurant in the 1930s. Fucking fantastic kebab, by the way. Alright, I think I've been here. I need to know which street it is. Shit. Fuck, I don't think I know which street it is. Okay. If we get on this street, maybe I can work it out. All right, let's assume the water's that way. Let's assume the water's that way.
Oh, no.
No, I thought it was in Istanbul. Well, I haven't been there. My bad. My father is a huge football guy and born in Portugal. Oh, well, that was the only way we were going to work that out. Thank you. All right. Castle.
Oh, we didn't see this one.
No, we haven't been to this one, but do you know where it is? Have a look around.
And where could it be? In Kyoto? It looks like Osaka a little bit, but smaller.
All right.
I don't know, but it can't be in Osaka. I don't think so.
It could still be in Imperial Grounds. So if we move down here and see another castle, then we know it's in the Imperial Grounds. But it doesn't look like it is.
Beautiful.
It's not the golden one, no.
No.
That's the main castle. Interesting. Let me out. Hello?
I guess you cannot.
Let me out. He won't let me out.
Yeah.
Okay. Can we see anything out there? Okay.
I mean.
Ah. Voila.
It's so blurry.
It is. It's too blurry. I can't read it. I need to see other buildings to know. Okay, it can't be Tokyo. It has to be Osaka. It could still be in the grounds. We just haven't gone there.
Could be in any places, like.
Okay.
You're putting Osaka?
Yeah, there's no built up buildings. That's why I think it's Osaka.
Castle though.
Alright, fuck it, we go down. Fuck it. It's not there though, but...
No, it's not.
But it could be like...
It's not there, baby.
Okay.
There's another, yeah, green grounds.
Okay.
You're gonna die.
Oh, Okayama. Okay, I was right that it wasn't built up. How much longer? 5.5 minutes, alright.
Eiffel Tower is.
Okay. La Dolce Vita.
I guess it's Italy.
No, because a lot of people
Yeah,
steal
I know.
that. Alright, let's look at the cars. Oh, it's Australia. You know how I know? Because this is a Telstra box.
And also it says
.com.au. La Dolce Vita. Alright, this looks like maybe Brisbane, but it could be Sydney.
Oh, we cannot fuck this up. Go round. Explore.
Holy shit, it's Australia. I was looking at the cars and I was like, this could be Australia. I was like, this actually might be. Alright, well actually we can tell from this Felice sign. Oh, it's all mobile numbers.
No.
Shit. Okay.
Shit. This place called Beurre is butter in French.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Alright.
You guys also sucker for French and Italian.
We got a lot of Italians in Australia.
Arrivederci.
Not Melbourne. It's up north somewhere, but I don't know where.
It couldn't be on the west coast?
What, Perth?
Yeah. Don't think it's possible?
Maybe? I'm not too familiar with Perth. I've only been there a couple of times.
Yeah, you have to go on the main roads.
That's weird. This on the ground makes me think Sydney. Like New South Wales.
Go on the main.
Yeah, I'm going on the main. Alright, let's see a suburb. Yeah, this makes me feel Sydney so bad. Like, look at all the setup of this place. And the lanes are really skinny, and in Sydney they do that. I don't know why. They make the lanes really fucking uncomfortable. Alright, I have 54 seconds left, so we're going with Sydney. Oh, 4X.
What is
4X is a beer in... Alright. Fuck it. Fuck it. Where is Sydney?
Up.
Fucking Brisbane. 4X Gold is fucking Brisbane beer, isn't it? Fuck!
Oh, that's bad, honey. Considering.
I mean, I knew it was fucking one of them. Oh shit. Guys, turbo mode freaks me out. Turbo mode freaks me the fuck out.
You get so stressed.
Oh, fucking Nepal.
Argentina.
Are you sure?
Argentina, yeah.
It was fucking Nepal! I climbed those mountains! Where's that?
Oh, I know it, but it's somewhere...
Oh, it's in Europe. What the fuck?
Yeah.
What? Chile?
What did I say? I don't know.
I've been there? Oh,
Isn't it in
fuck.
Australia? Oh,
no, it's in Asia. Also in Asia. Fuck! Oh, we've been here. What is that?
I don't know. Somewhere in Europe.
Europe?
Yeah.
Was it?
I don't know.
Yeah, I fucked up
Yeah,
Easter
the
Island.
Iceland. I want to see.
Easter Island? Or Iceland?
I want to see. Yeah, both.
Oh.
But I want to see those little rocks.
Well, that's Easter Island. That's not Iceland.
Yeah.
That's very far away.
But I also want to see the Iceland.
We
Taco.
love food. Okay, me too. .co.za. ZA is South Africa.
Cape Town.
Doo-doo, doo-doo. Where's the restaurants? Oh, the other side. Close enough. Religious places.
Oh.
You got gravy? I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous. I fucking love gravy. Alright, where are you? .com. That's annoying.
It looks very European.
It's weird that this says .com, but the plates look like the UK. But the church looks European.
Yeah, it looks
I'm
European.
fucking confused. Queen Elizabeth II Centre? Are we sure it's not UK?
I mean...
Look at this bus.
Yeah, but I put UK in Europe.
I don't. That's disgusting. Alright.
It's not in the European Union, but it is in Europe.
Fuck it, let's just... St. Paul's Cathedral. It was near the Big Ben. Close enough. How much longer? 8 minutes? Did they add more time?
What about the other stream?
Okay.
Oh.
We watch this till then.
How is our Frenchie doing?
But yeah, I think for me, coming into the second half, all eyes on Stars, and
thank you, Lobby. You're the best.
Attackers really struggled with attacking in Siege over a large period of time now. When, you know, back in the old days, you think either pre-COVID or even just slightly post-COVID, it was all about, well, APAC's kind of this all-gun.
You had to scare her.
Flare-based, you know, sort of.
You had to scare her.
In terms of
baby Nyanya.
It's been a region that has struggled.
She's a bad mummy.
So that's definitely going to be something that we
doing more work than the mods? Yeah, I should unmod it. Fuck Lauren.
On the defense, we get to see this new look roster for the first time as well.
I forgot where fucking 4X
I
was.
Come into this 25, 26,
I cooked myself mentally there, didn't I? I don't drink a lot of beer, so I never really am actively thinking about it.
So many really solid teams. That's the region to watch for me to see.
Exactly, Kel.
Some of which are not
quel de rire.
attendance as well. I made Shopify as an example of that.
Poor Nyanya got woken up by her mummy.
Alors, my petit chaton.
I do have to give a quick shout out to our lovely
friends in that second peak was crazy.
I did actually see Intero went live on Twitch.
Yeah,
so maybe
he's very low.
So shout out to them.
Yeah, you could have.
Yeah, North America.
Yeah, the maps look sexy as fuck.
Just on the north side. North.
It's a lovely 20 degrees here. So we went out, had some Japanese sando, and sat on the top of the hill of the city. Looked out over the city. It was very romantic.
It's been a quick start to this round, but not a whole lot has happened.
Oh, true, Copper.
Control established for Scars, especially on the top floor.
Normal comp.
Yeah, pretty aggro.
He's on the
but the fall off now.
Liquipedia lobby. 9 map pool.
Supported by Baby Shark over towards
Sando. Sandwich.
Nice.
Baby Shark pops his head up.
Well, there's a yellow ping there. He knows there's another one at the end of the ball. He does lose the battle.
It's
Baby
the
Shark had
MPX. What do you expect?
But hey, Gator had the better aim. Hits the headshot. And just like that, Scars established a 3-on-2 advantage.
Oh,
hey, Gator has now been down. Wildcard certainly have information as to the whereabouts of Scars and what the way they're pushing.
So he just popped the fire extinguisher to cover his...
Just kind of block a little bit of that line of sight towards games, as Fishlike is... In fact, all 3 members of Scars are incredibly low. And Spiker will take advantage.
Oh, hello!
Very aggressive. Wildcard rewarded.
Wow.
Gator falls as well. Fishlike now the last remaining player from Scars.
Oh, stop it, King!
You've been seen, bro.
Above Wildcard with a good start.
Yeah, I mean,
man living up to his name, Fishlike. He was a fish in a barrel, and they fucking just started bang, bang, bang.
APAC as a region struggling to attack.
When's my game?
Previous match between
oh, baby, shut down.
That attack that round
oh,
completely
look at her.
They were able to very much get a few picks
5
onto
minutes,
Wildcard,
okay.
get some of that top 4 control, slightly make their way towards site. But credit to Wildcard, especially Spiker. Was able to establish good position, hold strong, get a couple of kills, and they also got a lot of damage in that round. Like when it was a 3v2. Like
this isn't PSG, I know. Still waiting for that fucking match to start.
I thought he maybe should have got the second kill as well, but at that point,
Stars put 2. You know what? The same as we put two bullets on it is like.
Yeah,
Wildcard is literally that, like a new team. It's a wildcard team. So like maybe it's a team you come in surprise. You know what I mean?
Keeping in mind as well, the Valkyrie in that round seemed to be feeding really good information. IQ was on board, but clearly not finding all of that.
Well, we started our first match of the day.
I've been through this.
I've played these games before.
Today it was a rehost, unfortunately, after the 1 round has been played out, which is slightly better than the first match because we got it before the first round was actually played out, so that's at least something.
We're still ahead of the B stream, so that's the most important thing.
Yeah, I mean, apparently, like we obviously on the A stream didn't realize that the
follow
B stream was
your
like
arm.
severely behind. Poor Ace and Dez.
Don't we have like
Yeah.
I mean, I think for this match again, you got to kind of re-cool things down a little bit. It's day 1, you know, fresh tournament.
I love the graphics. Graphics look so fucking good.
So expectations
shows how many bullets they've reloaded for it.
Together are very low.
Yeah, I like it.
How many bullets they've got in the
to high expectations.
Roll with.
This is kind of the caveat for reload in comparison to say a major. If Wildcard as a roster did well in North America, qualified for a major, then there's a little bit of expectation because you qualified for the tournament. But this is a little bit different because it's the partner only.
The post I don't want you
system,
to see, yeah, like that.
Come here and play. There's pretty much no expectation on this Wildcard roster outside of
fucking hell. One more Geo Guesser while we're waiting.
Okay.
Restaurants. Tim Hortons! Canada.
If it
Canada, but
We
where?
had this discussion actually on the Jake.
I feel like
Bell podcast.
Wildcard are just teetering on the edge.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's the thing, right? Because it's
But where in
so many unknowns.
Canada?
It's exactly. There's so
That's a
many
big
unknowns.
assumption.
It's the Simpson bus.
And that's the thing as well. You know, you're going into, and to be fair, this is where for wildcard, depending on how they actually perform at this event, then the connotations around them change going into the North America League to come for stage 1.
Yeah.
So then that's like, well, suddenly you've got maybe a change in the level of expectations. If wildcard go on an amazing run here at Reload and look amazing, then you go into the North American League to follow, and you're like, well,
target on your back.
We're going to get that back again.
Yeah.
So,
Guys,
and also
where
for
is
Scars,
Tim Hortons from?
For CIG, for Fear X, seeing these 3 APAC teams as
I
well
assume it's
begin
where it
their day one
originated,
race,
right?
Going into APL.
Free
You know,
food?
like this newly
Wow.
reformed APAC system.
Proudly
the
Canadian.
APAC system that
Wow.
we've had in about 5 years, but you know, that's going to
Let
be
me some
again,
fucking free.
you know,
Free
another thing to
vacuum.
consider later
Damn.
on.
Everything's free.
Everything's land of the free is truly Canada. What the fuck is this? Huge sale. Shop now. Oh, fucking
Well, I
hell.
mean,
Where are
know,
you, bro?
We've been a little bit
Need a large
separated, haven't
unit?
we, in the
I am a
last,
large unit.
Little bit of
Don't
time with
fuck
all
with
the
me.
sub-regions.
Oh, fuck it. Let's just guess Ottawa.
Teams very much lent into just being good enough to qualify in their own regions, and it created massive issues
Yeah.
internationally. Now they're gonna have to be far more competitive.
What?
in
Toronto.
APAC.
Close enough.
The hope
Close
is as well.
It is not the
we can
USA.
Get to a point
It
where
was
APAC teams
Canada.
Can get to events and have higher expectations.
That's gonna be
to
in a
do
fancy province.
rather than just
Alright,
you know,
alright.
format phase
Alright,
one.
alright. Historical
Historical.
build.
Depending on the format.
Oh, voila.
It's a case of the region can live
Ah, voila.
with a format such as
You have to
APL,
put it straight on it.
Alright, I got it. I reckon it's 2 bushes away.
rather than trying to
Yeah,
improve
so
within your
yeah,
region,
you're
it's almost
around
all the
like
regions to the
here.
side.
No, I reckon here.
That
Yeah.
was one to take down.
Oh, you're in the street.
Which, by the way, you know, like that's my thing. For
Religious
North America
place.
is the match is re-beginning. By the way, we can see it on our second.
I've been
Oh.
here. The Vatican?
Getting back into
Oh,
Charlene,
that's
you
the
know, depending
Vatican.
on
Yeah, I
the-
walked in here and they always have the
This
police car there.
year, and I said
Yeah,
the
I was there
25,
too, but it
26
was such a
campaign,
long time
going
ago.
in towards,
Like 20 years ago.
Invitational, So over the next 8 months or so, can North
The
America
Vatican.
take that next step?
I'm blind. I'm legally blind.
Rebellion's looking good, and they're not at this event.
I
But
feel like I do share
Zoom in
the
a bit
same kind
more.
of optimism as you. I don't know how much of that is
Vatican.
just an unfounded.
Where
gut
is
feeling,
the
or if there's
Vatican?
actually a lot of logic to back it. I think there's elements.
I was speaking to Lax before. in the
Please, someone
stream,
help.
and He wasn't too.
I feel like we're more
He
wasn't
excited
too
than the
high on
American
the
boys.
EU
I can't remember where the Vatican is, are there?
That's what North America.
Vatican
He's a
City.
humble man.
Yeah, he's a humble man.
So you
Second round
walk
coming
in.
up. Of course, Wildcard took the last round.
Yeah, we are.
Scars
Fuck.
back underway. We only had the one rehost on the first match, so I'm hoping it's a one and done situation once again. But good start for Wildcard, and again, all onus is going to be certainly on Scars then, and their ability to attack. They're going to have to get.
Watch this round.
Oh, I can't believe I'm saying it, but at least 2 attacking rounds. Like, that's already probably far better than what we got in the opening match.
Thank you for the calculations, lobby.
A little change up in terms of attacker selection for Scars, and I say little, it's actually rather large. They will employ the glass this round.
Or is that how you work it out, Marta? I have no idea.
Fire extinguisher pot early, which will be
Attackers are heading out to
the
defuse a
little
bomb.
nuances regarding the new environment. Whether you want to leave them up or destroy them early, I don't think it's going to make too big a difference, but it's something to consider. A little run out from Bay.
Yeah, I think the consensus so far talking.
I love the
to
fact that his name is Bay. That's fucking
teams,
crazy.
etc. I got sitting down with Tengu last night, you know, briefly chatting about it, and it seems like the matter is, as the defenders, you just shoot as many as you can in the first phase, and they're not too impactful in action phase. That being said, we have seen small impacts. I think it was the same fire extinguisher in the games. The only one that we've captured being shot, we saw it in the first game, and then round 1 here for the second.
Also map dependent as well.
Yeah, because of the positioning of them.
Yeah, again, Wildcard banned out 2 very important operators for Scars in Deimos and Montaigne, both of which that can certainly aid the
Excuse me, can you shoot the
attacking
jukebox?
team. Again,
Okay, no worries.
new ban system employed. Something to consider, but apparently no issue. It's a double kill for Scars to begin the second round, but the
Yeah,
response
funny.
is swift from Wildcard to bring it to a 3 versus 3, and we will then settle, I imagine, go back into a bit of a lull.
Excuse me.
We didn't get to see, I don't
Me,
think, any
sir.
of those kills, but that's okay. It's always next time. And you got 2 of the
Damn.
snipers employed here as
Oh,
well. the
motherfucker
guys
looking into my
and the
future.
Wamai with a castle.
Zoom any further.
Not the
What does it
best
say?
lineup, I think, for a 3-on-3.
It
with 90
says,
seconds
you a
remaining.
bitch. Can't believe it. You're a bitch. I'm your bitch. Yeah.
I was vibing out.
Rec does have a smoke grenade that he can use in pocket. Fish has 2 to assist as well. I mean, so
Oh!
Huge nitro from Spiker.
Great
Well, they're not
obs.
short of utility
Yeah,
on the
because
attack.
and
still,
I think
but
he tucked in the wall with the
I
C4.
tell this
I
to
think he
everyone.
would
I
have
say
died.
this. I say this to everyone. If you hear a C4, run towards the wall, not away.
Yeah, but I think with the like I agree with that for the most part, but I think that with the C4 being thrown like that, it was like a bit more like this. I think even if he talks in the wall, the C4 was actually very close to him.
Alley-oop.
First floor control only now for
Thank you,
Wildcard,
Laura.
but there's only 40 seconds remaining in the round. Yellow ping information.
Oh yeah, I'm so glad we switched off of him when he was literally going to roof bang him.
The snipers.
That's crazy.
An avenue here in this
Just before you said
your
your
Rock is very low, down dash. He's certainly got the capabilities to win
Yeah,
this
we're
round for
really
Wildcard,
like
and
balanced.
this is the player
Good and
that
bad,
we want
huh?
in this situation,
Yep.
why they brought him to this roster. Watches towards the hatch, of which of course Fishlike is above. 20 seconds remaining. Yellow ping information off the BPC.
Oh,
Knows where the last
he's won.
player is. Drop down, and surely Dash should be able to finish off this Carly. Indeed, he does. Huge round for Wildcard.
All right, shut up.
Beautiful map. So one that we definitely enjoyed
Okay.
a lot.
Chill out.
Shut up. We gotta watch the best team.
I don't think it's a bad battleground for these two, to be honest.
Now
Because
Nathan, let's fucking
it's a technical map.
We're
It's
about
a
to
big
get
map.
fucking
There's a lot that you've got to cover.
stomped.
There's a lot of boxes to tick. You
I'm
can't
kidding, guys.
waste
I'm
a lot of
actually
time.
joking.
But
We're actually gonna play
I
really
could
well.
find difficulty for PSG on that side, maybe.
Come on,
you know?
boys. Come on, boys. Come
Not
on,
always
boys.
had the best sort of,
Just
you know,
ban all the
in-depth
shields or some
strategy,
shit.
But also,
You're like
see,
literally
now a team that just come together, you know,
fucking
we
Blitz
often talk
Montaigne.
about this. It takes
Blitz
time to build a team. It takes time to
Blackbeard.
build up that knowledge, that strat book, and so Matt White now even could prove a little bit of a challenge.
And they both have come in reloading
Okay.
2 bullets. We'll
Fair.
go through that mechanic again in just a moment. For now,
I think
Actually,
that they
fair.
both, like Maverick and Kaid get banned at the
It's
same
crazy.
time.
Map
That's
ban,
funny.
map veto. Operator veto phase. You can
Okay,
look at it if you want to
Monty
be.
gone.
The attackers have
They
away 2
banned
defenders.
both.
The attacker, the
Ball
defenders have away 2
denial.
attackers. We get to round 4.
Sick
They ban
fox.
one more each, which is that extra empty icon that you can see
You
off the right-hand
sick
side
fox.
of those 2 bans. And then we get to the second half, and we do it all over again, but of course you switch.
What
so
the
now
fuck?
as a team, you aren't banning an attacker
So,
and a defender at the
They
start.
couldn't have known that they were going to ban both because we banned the fucking Maverick. I don't think we would have banned the Maverick if we knew that we're going to ban both.
In this one, but it does lead to some really interesting counter bans we expect.
Oh
For now,
my
what we've
God,
seen,
we're
Tim,
actually
is
fucked on the
hard
defensive
bans.
half.
We saw a couple of those
Oh
back in Clubhouse
shit.
earlier, and from pretty much every team I've seen so far, we've seen
They've renamed
kind of
themselves
bandit
Ride
ways of
Reload,
pairing in every
Soldier
half we've
Reload.
seen.
I mean, we knew it was the impact it was going to
Labau.
have as well, but I would also say that it felt then.
That should be unbannable forever. That's disgusting. All shields should be banned permanently from this game. Eliminated, deleted, their files erased. It should become one of those things that we just forget.
So we're going to be up to the top floor to kick things off. PSG Talon are on the defense, and they're going to try to hold on to the upstairs.
Oh boys, come on.
You know, as with everything in seasons, pluses and minuses
Come on,
with this.
you've
One
had
of the
so
negatives I
much
think
time
we
to
get with
practice.
defending
This is a
console
newly put
is
together
it
team.
kind of takes the
You
raw
should be
game away from it.
way
There's not
more
too
well
much
versed
roaming
than
you can
them.
do. We've got Misa underneath at the minute. And
Shield
of
on the
course,
event,
with
that's
Nitro in
crazy.
hand, some damage can be done on the verticality, but you can't. If the attack is kind of
Are you sure, Lobby? What,
What,
Jaeger can catch Capital
Too
bolts?
many ways that you can get yourself involved. Maybe coming
I
back
haven't
through
read that.
warehouse
I haven't
can
read
be a
that at
little
all.
bit tricky. Maybe that little meeting
In
flank,
CJX?
but it's easily watched. It's easily dealt with generally by the attackers. So we'll see how that progresses through the round.
It's one of those, I think, where it's more about the
I wanna see
fortified
that
positions that you set up and
happening.
hold, right?
Yeah.
I'm looking towards
Because
Garrett
otherwise I'm
Shields'
not
army.
believing
You're
it.
seeing here
Yeah.
Riders, no doubt. I love, by the way, we've got Soldier Reload and Rider Reload as well, which are all in their names and towards the end of the tournament. Can't complain too much. But this position you have to break down. And then
That's for C4s, right? Like,
I think is a big one too.
are we playing
Really
below?
creates a lot of frustration for the
There's a
attacking
Deimos
team to have
coming.
to chew their way
We've
through.
given
No
up
doubt the
so
mirror
much
doubles up
map
on that as
control
well.
here.
It means there's not a lot of map to clear, but it's hard to
there's-
clear.
There's Misa below.
Already
with
starting
1C4,
on the
but you have
attack here,
3.
Cloud9, with getting rid of some of that utility and just
Only
forging
when
that path,
he hops in
clearing
IT,
the
he says
areas
that.
that
But
they
I
want
think
to
the
move
Deimos
into. We've
is
seen
gonna
a lot of
try and
use
hunt
of the
him
shield
down.
from
He's
Packer
already
to do exactly
in.
that, getting in towards meeting
We'll check
corridor,
after lobby,
forcing
thank you.
them back out of control, just
How
getting
many
that
are
space,
they?
getting
I
through
think
to
there's like
electrical, trying to move around and
2
support that
below?
push on
Yeah.
the breach as well. PSG Talon, they're pretty comfortable right now. They're sitting themselves back inside.
Him
like you
wasting
said,
his
they've got
ash
their
charges
stalls
on these
set up.
fucking
They've
castle
got those
barricades instead of
areas
the
that they wanna
mirrors is
hold
kind
on
of
to.
fucking
They're trying to
crazy
play
though.
in behind
I mean, I know they
Vito
got one,
to
but
do
like,
so.
what about the other,
This
you
is
know?
where it's going to get difficult though. when
Packer's
that blitz
low.
can start pushing forward. But
Maybe
like you
he
say,
doesn't
with that low health,
think
makes
it's gonna
it
matter
very
that much
difficult for him maybe
because
to be as aggressive
the
as he
push is
might
going to a
like.
certain
Yeah,
way,
it's got to
but
be really
I feel like you
careful.
should
Maybe.
always
Ball play C4, a
get
single
those
bullet to the foot will
mirrors.
see him down,
Maybe.
and that's really their
I
edge in
don't
the
know.
round gone, but
Yeah,
they've got to do
that's an
something, Tim.
important
2
1v1.
minutes have gone by.
Yeah,
Plant was going
good
down.
job.
Actually, I was going to say, in a 5v5, Plant was going down. Has been stopped away, and a great C4 from Gotti will find his man.
Slow down, slow down, slow down.
5 spots are so hard to battle through that at this point,
No, there's
PSG
no
Talent said
C4
we're going to
left.
sit and hold,
You
and
saw-
C9 are convinced they can get through.
nice!
Almost getting away
job.
with it, but Misa underneath has not been
Flawless.
cleared out.
Nice.
PSG Talent with a flawless first round to
Okay.
start things off.
Misa's done a great job for them underneath there. At the beginning of the round, I commented how difficult it may be from his position to have a big impact in the round, and that Nitro needed to find its spot if he was going to do so. And they manage exactly that. Gotti gets one with the Nitro, and then we've got the line of sight there to deal with Packer from Misa. Just fantastic stuff from PSG Talent.
Alrighty, bitch.
Really getting some value out of
Okay,
what
bitch.
can be
I thought we
a
were
very
so
difficult
fucked with those
position to
bans.
find it in.
The thing is, if they get the plant down there, it's a very different conversation we're having. And there were 2 chances where they had to get it stuck. If it does, then it's really hard for PSG Talent to retake. I spoke about these
Yeah,
4 and
but
5
if
positions.
you
Think
play
about
the
the
way
days
they
of
did-
old.
I
You
mean-
hold up inside a castle. It's hard to break
Damn,
down the
get
walls.
the Valkyrie, it's
They're about
different.
to abandon that position and come and chase you into the field. It was a similar game plan here coming out from C9.
Yeah, I
So
did,
yes,
Copper. I was very
it
proud
looks
of
like
them.
an absolute mess, given that it's failed, given they got flawless rounded there. But if they
They had
pulled
a
off
lot
the
of
plans,
fun
if they
and
managed to stick it, we'd be having a
I
very,
wish
very different
more
conversation right now.
coaches
So
would
don't look into it too much,
have
but it's a
more
good
fun
start for PSG
and
Talent
stop,
up on that top floor. Now we go down to the ground
you know,
floor. Tim.
worrying so much
And
about how they
CSLs
look.
Inside of control and storage, a site that I've seen go wrong
Watch the
so
clip.
many times.
Yeah,
Oh,
quite
man, I
often we would
can't
see
interrupt this
defensive
game, bro.
teams choose to go down to the
I'll have to watch
basement
it
as
after
their
the
second
game.
site here on
Or if
Evan
there's a
Labs,
pause.
but PSG Talon looking to maybe get what could be
Alright,
considered
with
the more
how much
difficult
pause you
of the
have
site rotation.
between games, you
Done
can
and
surely
dusted
delay it.
early on. What are we going to see from the attackers? Well, there's a couple of things that they need to pay attention to, and that is pressure from above and pressure from below. They need to watch IT.
So both
particularly,
teams
as
have
we
bet
see there,
2
and
bullets
they
here. We
also
both
need to
believe we
consider
can
the
beat each other,
basement
which
as
I
well,
agree
because
with.
the plant spot in behind
Oh!
Pillar
Okay,
can
fine.
be dealt with from both of those locations. So that's number 1 job for the attackers. Open up those walls, IT wall and basement wall, and make sure that PSG Talon can't play in those areas, and they've done it rapidly.
It's just
with
so
the basement
expensive,
at
Copper.
least.
I
So
don't
they're
blame
looking
them.
towards top floor as well, get garage open.
They just
So this
issued a
right now
thunderstorm warning.
screams to me
Love
from
to see it.
Cloud9, pillar plant inside of that window.
Absolutely. You see a shield, you see the
Oh,
ink
yes!
together,
He
you
fucked
know
his
it
thing.
just screams
He fucked
utility
his second
dump, playing
Selma.
around that shield to
Huge,
make
huge.
something happen.
Yeah.
Love
With,
Dream,
of
but I'm
course, a
glad
lot
he
of
fucked
vertical
it.
control to come in, which is something they missed out on in the last round. Yes, it was more about the threat from below. This time it's the threat from above they're worried about. Same thing sounds true though, Tim. There's a lot of positions to break through
Okay,
here first
come
on
on.
the PSG Talon side.
I don't
so
think
for
it's gonna be
C9
that
and New Team that have come
important, though,
together, we spoke
because
about this on our
this
last
round
map
is
when we had
already-
Furia against Elevate.
This is
Furia
such a
taking that
tough-
win away, as you'd expect on Clubhouse.
It's a tough hole when they have
Our concern
bottom
for
floor.
Elevate was that we aren't yet seeing the team move with
I don't know if we
particular
have bottom
pace
and top
or
floor.
purpose as an
I
attacking
know
side.
we had the
Defense, they were
verts, but I
okay,
didn't know if they were
but just
top
couldn't
floor
quite make
verts
it work
too.
against a former world champion team on the other
think they
side of
have
things.
all
And I
the
think
Did
we
he just
both
bait
these
2 of
teams
his
struggling
jinx?
with that to some degree here. So for C9, they've got to figure their way through.
he
They'll
did.
start things out with the entry onto the Azami. A good pick to find at this stage in the round. 5v4.
You're afraid
Yeah, that's a
someone is
great
in
start
Animus,
for them.
but
Just
I
gives
don't
them
see
that
anyone.
foundation,
Oh,
but also
maybe.
that bit of
I don't see
space
anyone.
as
I
well.
think there was
Dealing
one
with
that
that
was
top
gonna go
floor.
below.
As I said,
Nice,
that is
Misa!
somewhere that PSG Talon will have thought
That's
is
the yin
key to
guard.
hold
That was
on
part of the
to
execute
try
for
and
sure.
prevent that plant going down.
He took
C9
garage
don't
back, and yes,
necessarily
diffuser.
need
Oh
to
shit,
kill
diffuser
everybody
dropped.
here. All they need
Everyone
to do
needs to stop
is
peeking.
create enough space, enough safety to be able to get in behind that pillar and
Oh,
put
that's
the
a
plant
huge
down.
flank.
So it's about gaining
Oh, no,
storage
no, no,
control. Still fighting with Gotti up on the top floor. He misses his
That's a
opportunity,
great-
but Kobe does
great shot.
not. He takes him out, and that's advantage Cloud9.
Siege
If only
timing
you
moment
waited
there as
like
well,
1 second.
Sort of a matter of pixels, and he gets a kill onto Catwalk, and maybe gets away
Shit,
from
we're
the
gonna
Blackbeard,
throw.
but
Yeah, because you're
he then
crumbling
dies
now.
through the software when the Blackbeard's pressed up right into his face. And this is
We
the
need to
beauty of these
slow the
shields,
fuck
Tim.
down
It's
now.
less that the shields themselves are lethal, don't get me wrong, they are. But it's more
No,
what happens when
Yes,
the
you
teammates
didn't have
support the
to.
shield and gets kills off the back of it.
Two
At least
down.
1 in 1 back here.
Yeah,
Yas
2v2,
getting one,
2v2.
Soldier another. PSG have
You
kept
have
things neck and neck though.
1 C4.
Yes is
Yes, is dead.
finally put on his backside. Soldier in a 1v2 to hold things out here. 30 seconds to play, Tim. That clock is going to become his friend. He can do this.
Potentially, but he's going to find himself in a fight very, very quickly here as the man comes around the corner, manages to pick him up. The Twitch finishing out the round, and it was a good pivot from Cloud9 as well. They started out as they expected, getting garage wall, getting basement wall, getting IT wall, all shaping up towards that pillar plant, but then it wasn't really working for them. So we see them switch and move more over to the control side of the map, find a couple of kills. Great play from Cloud9, great adaptation.
A couple of questions have come in, by the way. Did they change Nighthaven in Siege X? No,
Not
it is
yet.
the same. It will get updated at some point, but because the other maps that had older lighting and graphics, they needed to get updated first, and because Nighthaven is more of a newer map, there wasn't a massive driving need to get this one updated. So, nope, hasn't changed yet, but yes, Chalet, Club, Bank, Border, and what was the fifth? Cafe, have all been updated, and you'll no doubt see them all throughout the tournament as we go by. The second one from Ayaji was, wait, where is the unwanted roster? Well, I hate to tell you, friend, they're gone. They've been tossed to the high winds, and the players have kind of had all their parts picked off and sent out to different teams.
They were wanted.
They were
Just
very,
on separate
very
rosters.
wanted, yeah, just all on different places. And as you can see, Dream is on this team. But yes, unfortunately, Unwanted is no more, despite an excellent finish. They wanted to stay together as far as I understand, but didn't quite get the offers for the whole roster to get picked up, which could be hard to do when a team has already got existing players and needs to retain some of them.
Looking at the format just as we get into the action phase here before it all kicks off proper. We've got
we need to have a really good defensive half
up at the top of the screen. So
because Nighthaven's one of those maps that you should have a pretty good defensive half. It's hard because they're banned both anti-breach, so they're getting in really fast.
Every team starts out with 6 bullets in their reserve, so that's what the 6 in white represents. How many did they have at the start of this game? And then the red 2 is how much they have chosen to reload for this game. So basically that signifies how much they can win. So if they win this or lose, if they win this one, then they gain an additional 2 bullets, so we'll move up to 8. If they lose, then they will lose 2 and go down to 4. Talking about losing 2, Cloud9 are going to lose 2 early. Packer manages to find the kill, which was essential after the damage that Misa had done there. But I tell you
listen, chat, if anyone else from PSG Talon right now peaks unnecessarily, I'm going to fucking freak out.
Now Packer's going to have to try and force something here to try and get his team back into it. Doing his best, but it's a team kill. Silent going through his teammate to get rid of Soldier on the other side.
It's still
actually not
incredibly
a bad recovery
doable.
for C19. They've got things back to a 2 versus 2, but there's basically a whole round to play. They can't do vertical destruction.
There's still Goyos. They've still got the fucking
defenders. It's so
C4.
worth going for these early trades because the attackers have now basically got no utility to work with outside of Dream's back pocket Selmas. And even they've gone as well, so it's guns up now, and that favours the defenders massively.
Yeah, they've literally got to work with what they've got, you know, bar a couple of nades and soft breaches that are not going to necessarily
I don't
the
think
course
there are
of
any
the
more
round
drones they
completely.
can control after this one. I think this is the only other drone.
He spotted only the Goyo so far, which is great.
We know he's going to be, you know, having a big part in how the shots are called, what are we doing here, how do we use that time, let's get on the drones, let's see what's going on, siege time at its finest.
There's a bulletproof.
Just a slight missed opportunity for Cloud9 just based on the timing, but we'll start trying to open up some verticals, clear out utility. They know that they've got
I don't think he can. There's a like a thing there, you know.
They can soften sight up a bit, but ultimately there is going to come a point
but there's
where they
also
have to
a lot
push,
of Goyo.
have to try and find those kills.
At this point, stack up as a team, pushing the same angle together, and hope
still
you can
have
at least
your
guarantee a
C4
trade and
and
force
the
out the 1
shotgun.
versus 1. But God,
Please don't miss this.
Shotgun in hand, and
The shotgun works today.
Waiting for them to come around the corner.
Thank you.
And sure enough, round he steps. Dream is in all by himself. One more to round the corner. He knows that his man's here, but he's got to win this fight. Not going to be able to do it. Gotti and Yas with the close out. Now, Remorse did ask in chat a second ago about how bans work. Do you ban on rounds 1, 2, and 3? Not quite. You ban 2 in round 1, and then the third operator gets banned in round 4, which is what's about to happen now. So, producer Sam, let's get it up on the screen so you guys can see what this extra ban's going to be. Both sides taking away 3 each. That's what you'll see coming up here.
There we go, we can see. So
Right.
Cloud9 as the attacker.
Are they going to pick Mute? Or are they going to pick Castle? If I was them, I would pick Mute or Castle. Like, if I'm C9, I'd pick Mute or Castle.
Talon, they can take out a third attacker to sit alongside Maverick and Monty. Simultaneously done to save us a little bit of time, a few seconds.
That was where we were getting our intel, and we've got rid of the blitz. 100% agree.
Yeah, because they played it a lot,
major surprise,
and they get rid of Valkyrie, which you played as well.
Yeah, we played that a lot. Okay.
That's enough now.
Fair.
We're going to take him away, so that's
Talon
the
need
double
4?
shield
I
ban
agree.
taken out. And
I
guess
agree,
what?
we need 4.
Pack is going to move on to Blackbeard.
And also seeing the Valkyrie taken away, because in rounds 1 and 2 we saw PSG Talon play that operator. In round 3, Cloud9 had enough and decided to bring along the IQ. But that was the round where PSG Talon didn't play Valkyrie. So rather than playing cat and mouse with the Valkyrie, they've chosen to ban it away here. This is the beauty of this ban system, where you can
We've
see
actually
across
given
the
up on
first 3
Walden.
rounds, first 3
Interesting.
sites typically.
So we're playing what
Teams tend to
I
play
call a
3-site
shepherding
rotation, in the first
strat.
quarter,
It's
then
where
3-site
you
rotation
open
in
up
the
certain
second,
lines
in
of
the same
sights,
order.
and
You
then
just say, we
close
know
off
what causes
other lines of
issues in
sight
the
and
half,
room
we
with
want it
Castle,
gone, and that's
and
where the
force them to
Valkyrie's
have
gone
to
away here. And I think this is my
go
favourite
in
thing
certain
about it.
lanes of the
You'll
map
see
that you
very
choose.
targeted bans based on how those
So-
rounds have played out. Wonderful stuff and a really good change.
10 seconds remaining.
I heard that slurp.
I was spilling water.
I tell you what.
What the heck
I'm
is
so not used to this. We drink bottles of water elsewhere.
What is
Here
this
I've got
slurp?
a can, and you've got like a plastic cup with a foil lid on.
It's quite difficult to open.
It's not what I'd normally look for to drink water
Oh,
from.
Jack.
It would normally be a plastic
I
bottle.
really want us to take these 2 bullets. If we can get these 2 bullets early in the group stage, our chance of making it through rises significantly.
Back up to the
Because we
top
bet the
four,
maximum
so the
bullets
defensive
today.
rotation will just
So,
continue
like,
as is. That's something else I'm kind of watching over the next week.
we either take a big hit today or we take a big W. Like,
maybe the rotations and the way we see, you know, site 1, 2, 3, site 1, 2, 3 as your rotation. Are we going to see that change a little bit once we have that third ban come in? There could be value in potentially switching your rotation around a little bit. And so, whilst, you know, historically over the last year or so, particularly, we tend to see pretty fixed rotation.
yeah, they've been running the blitz a lot. So we had to get rid of it.
Sort of
That's how they were getting their aggression. That's how they were getting a lot of their entries and trades with the blitz. So we had to get rid of it.
Most across the rounds, you target ban an operator that's been a nuisance on the strongest side of the defenders. You target ban.
Are they about to 7-0?
Make sure you win it again.
Oh my God, Wildcard's about to 7-0.
Nice! Play for the sites that you know you can win. Anyway, in this round, he's starting out strong again. Almost putting my fancy team, so I'm gutted that he's doing so well. He's up to 62 at this point. Tim really
Nice
starting to
usage
cook in
of
this
the
half. Almost more kills than the rest of his team combined, and is keeping PSG.
Got rid of Kobe Lax and the fucking Blackbeard. We got rid of their blitz, now we got rid of their other shield. The fuck are they going to do now?
Just looking to make himself a little line of sight to work with there. Very conscious of the catwalk. Doesn't really need to be too much.
You think,
He's got
Squishy?
Yas downstairs
Looks great to me.
protecting him. Yas, I think he's hidden away here. I'm not sure that.
Nah, they
Cloud9
played the
are
blitz
aware
really
of his
well.
position,
They were really
he's just
confident
gonna
with
keep
it.
himself sat in
Kobe
there,
Lax
and whilst he
was
does,
playing
he
a
could
little
be
bit more
real
passive with
threat,
the
because as we
Blackbeard,
can
so we
see,
kind of wanted
Cloud9
him to
are
take that
moving into
instead.
IT. If they move into warehouse and onto that catwalk as well, and Yas
Yeah, the
suddenly
blitz
appears,
was
that
a
could
problem.
be 2, 3.
Just
could be round ending.
wait.
Not forgetting as well, the defenders have basically brought out an entirely different lineup here. Before we had the mirror, which was on side fine, but things like the Azami have gone away. We've got the Mozzie on side, we've got Smoke now, we've got Goyo here. So even through that ban coming in, it's forced a totally different
They're
lineup
waiting
coming out
for
from
you
the
to
defenders.
peak.
And again,
They're
it's just that
literally
strength
waiting.
and consistency that you're going to see different ideas having to be brought along by teams.
You saw him on the vertical, you know he's coming up. You have to chow this, soldier. You have to chow this. Fuck! He was, and he got baited. Okay, good trade. Bad trade.
In fact, it still is, because Dream is keeping things even. Well, even ahead for them. A 3
Come on.
versus 2. Just got to hold on, along with Ride.
No!
Finding one, can't get the second. It's a 1 versus 2 for Gotti. He's been going well so far. Almost manages to get Giddy, but can't finish him off. It's him and Dream here to get C9 over the line.
Cloud9 have played this really well, created space where they needed it, and they're now using that space. Gissy manages to find the final kill, but you saw the way that Dream was able to work into warehouse, was able to do that because Cloud9
She's
have
having
found
a mental
They got
breakdown.
in and
It's
got
okay,
the kill.
guys.
They dealt with him and then created that bit of safety for the late round, so Dream has the room to work to start hunting down that last man. That's going to be round 4 going to Cloud9. Level 6
okay,
up
honey?
at 2-2.
Okay.
We are very, very close between these two. Both having good rounds, both coming in and winning respective rounds rather, I think, than the other team losing them necessarily. And they are certainly both here to play.
That's the way it should be. I mean, again, both teams came in putting 2 bullets into the chamber. They thought, you know what, we feel pretty confident.
2
we can
minutes
win
to
this one.
know
Reminder,
if we're going to witness
if either
the
team win,
first
they'll go up to
7-0
8, the loser
of
will go
Reload.
down to 4 because they've both put 2
Shit.
bullets up for this game. If it,
Yeah.
The last game we had Elevate putting up 1 and Fury putting up 2. Well, Elevate, because they lost, only dropped 1 bullet, whereas Fury gained 2 because they chose to stake a little bit more in that one. So as things are staking up here on day 1 and day 2, as a reminder, you can only put a max of 2 bullets up. On day 3, that grows to, I believe it's 8, Tim.
Yes.
So in a single
Day
game,
3,
you can
4
find
and
yourself
5.
careering towards the point where you're in the lead and able to qualify on day 4. So I believe on day 4 we have 4 teams qualifying, then day 5 the 4 highest teams then qualify.
Not forgetting our cards that can be played as well.
Oh,
a
yeah.
bunch of like sort of power-up cards, if you will, that can be played.
I feel like I'm playing a game of Balatro, honestly.
Some of them are automatic. Some of them have to be like a decision needs to be made by the teams to say we're going to play this card. We won't get into too many of them because we don't. It's a new format. We don't want to confuse you with everything all at once. And I think day 1, it's a real nice starter today. We've got
It's in
quite
the
simply
fridge.
a 2-bullet limit on your reloads, and we've got 1 card.
Oh,
that can be
no.
played, and that's the flawless. It's an automatic
No
card.
7-0.
You don't have
No
to
7-0,
If
no.
any team wins
Yeah.
7-0, then they will gain themselves
Unlucky.
an
Okay.
additional 2 bullets. So if they've reloaded 2, they would win 4.
I know, Carnage, I know.
It'll all start to take shape over the next couple of days. Day one, no one can
You
get
had to coffee already.
the way through to the live stage.
Let's chill out on the
Today,
coffees.
but again, tomorrow
You
and
want
day
to be a
3,
bit
things will
more on the
start to get
screen,
spicy.
honey?
Let's focus on round 5
Your
though. It's back
screen.
on this first floor again. So like before, we're going to see this top floor
Come on,
focus
boys.
coming out from the attack.
Next 2 rounds.
Got a couple of players up here to
Next
try
2
and waste
rounds.
a little bit of time. It did turn to a bit of a bloodbath, Tim. Remember when it came down to a 1v1 or a 1v2 before we'd even started to think about the sites itself? And that's because there was such a strong contest on this top floor. I think you're going to see the same, though it looks like PSG Talon are a little bit lighter on the hold in this top floor and may just drop away when the pressure starts to get a bit too much. Before then, though, the focus is to try and drag
Oh,
away
for
as much
fuck's
utility
sake,
as they
cunt.
can. Misa on the smoke going
Oh,
down is not
fuck
good.
me.
Gotti also falling. It's all falling apart, Tim, for PSG Talon. They're down to just 2 players already, and there's half a round still to play.
Yeah, it seems almost like that third ban really seems to have had a bit of an impact. The Valkyrie
He
being
has
taken
to force
away.
the fight.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
2v5, like
Floundering a little bit, struggling to
me,
get
bro.
themselves into these rounds, and there's no specific reason for that really when you look at the Valkyrie
with
going,
this
yes,
gun,
they've made good
it's
use
either
of it, but
you
it's
headshot
not in the
or you
late
get
rounds that they're
fucked.
losing them, it's in the early rounds that they're losing the fights. Potentially a little bit less intel for them to work from with no black eye cameras that can be put out there, but other than that, you tend to expect your nitros and your vertical challenges from a Valkyrie coming later in the round, but we're not even getting there as Cloud9 managed to find themselves another. That's round 5 taken, and they get themselves into the lead.
It's hard because you probably want to take your time out on
I think that's
attack.
what stung them a little bit, honestly, not having the bout. Because
This
the
is the
Valkyrie's
last
dual
round on
purpose in a way. They had
defense,
2
but
bulletproof
losing
cameras in that round. They would have had 3 more
4-2
black
on
eyes.
defense is not
Not only is that
great.
information to let you know when you're being pushed in
On
from,
this map.
the bigger thing to it, I think, is that when those cameras are getting taken out, as you know where a push is coming from. And so in a way, Cloud9 have capitalized on the no Valkyrie and pushed in, caught out 2 players completely unawares as to what is going on, and everything just crumbled and fell apart from there. So it was really good of Cloud9 to exploit that gap in the setup and now put themselves in the lead up to 3-2.
I know.
Going to be heading down to the basement then for the final defense. We've got Yas bringing along the Goyo. We've seen some good use of Goyo already here on the B stream, particularly thinking back to that Fury game, KZ. One of those canisters did manage to get a kill after death. So again, JB92 playing a lot of Goyo as well, so plenty of usefulness being brought along. Interestingly, we've not had any Raura yet. We've not seen any Raura yet.
You have to think about how to say that one.
I had to think about my pronunciation, make sure I got it out right.
Yeah,
not seen any Raura yet. I think we will as the tournament goes on.
I was speaking to a few teams yesterday and they were saying, yeah, there's some really interesting use cases. Like, you definitely will see the operator brought out at this tournament. Just maybe here on day 1 while teams are getting a bit of a feel for things, you won't see too much creativity coming out just yet. But make no mistake, you will see Raura throughout this tournament.
Message. Others. That's mine.
Going to be just having the Twitch drone raining through, looking to take out a bit of utility. Looks like it's going to be a top-down clearance here from Cloud9.
What is up with their fucking microphone?
Yeah.
I was going to comment.
I
I thought,
heard
I'll
like
leave it. Ice Cole's just said, is there a cricket in his mic? We actually think there is a cricket somewhere in the room. We can't tell if it's like squeaky aircon or if it's a cricket. I'm pretty sure it's a cricket somewhere.
I think it could be. I did say this
I'm pretty
earlier.
sure it is.
What
I
is
think
up
it
with
could be.
Don't get me wrong, by the way, we're not like
I think
some
it's on the end.
weird backwater venue. Like
It's
this.
a very nice arena.
A very reputable
actually,
Olympic
never mind.
arena. It's dead weird, but we're not sure what it is.
My
But I'm
guess,
glad someone
copper
else has
is
seen
at
it, so thank
least
you
2
very much,
weeks,
Ice Cold.
but it could only be 2 weeks in total. We're not sure.
We'll keep looking,
I haven't asked.
as we know. If it jumps on our desk at any point, we'll let you know. Still looking around the top floor here, I'm just a bit bothered about Cloud9 being a little bit slow here. We're nearly halfway through the round. They're attacking onto the bottom floor, but still working their way across the top there. Still haven't got themselves, I think, confident control. We can see that PSG Talon have still got at least 1 player up on that top floor. I'm not sure that they've been found. They certainly haven't been dealt with. So this could be problematic for them if they're unable
have an Ash for the mirror.
deal with that player. I've
Twitch
said
show.
it already. It's Yasu's actually in that position last time. He was taken out, and Cloud9 did a good job of that when they were attacking onto the top floor. But this time, it seems like they might just have slipped through the net. So watch out for that flank as this round progresses.
My
Kitty
arsehole.
does manage to find Misa, and we see Cloud9 heading back up towards that top floor. But with only a minute left to go, they could be leaving it a bit late.
It could be. It's the time. It starts to sting
God,
as
the
you get towards this
microphones are
point. I
so
spoke about it
bad.
on the last one, and we saw it sting elevating a few of their attacks, Tim. It's the clock becomes that 6th man. Now, at this point already, with the way things are shaping up, it's not looking awful for them.
Oh my god, it's
5
so
versus
bad.
4.
Yeah, like, are we the only ones who
You've got to do this hold here. You've got
no,
two C4s to play behind. You've got some glow counters you can pop out. There's a lot to work with, but there's also tons of utility in the back pocket of C9. But here we go. It's all about the gun. Streaming for one. It's down to a 5v3. And they know that there's one more. Sure enough, has punished the vertical at the exact time required, but it's a bit of a bait and switch. Soldier there himself to trade on the vertical, but sight is now in the hands of C9. That plant's going down, and there's nothing to stop them.
Dream is going to find the final kill. They don't even have to put that diffuser down. The time is done as the round is ended before they manage to do so. Dream closing it out, and that's 4-2.
Yeah,
on the
one of their
first
microphones are
for
fucked.
Cloud9.
One of the casters' microphones are
happy
fucked.
with that start. We go
or both, I don't know.
through the half, through the side switch, as we always have, and we go through that quick, that sped up banning phase that we've got now.
I would not have taken the timeout now.
Looking towards the second half.
You only get one timeout.
PSG Talon on the attack,
and
will ban the defenders, and vice
what worries
versa.
me about
we can see on the screen in front of us there that Kaid
taking a timeout now
alongside
is that
the
Joker
Blitz
hasn't had a chance to see any of their defenses. So if he wants to make a strategic input, I would have waited one round to see how C9 was going to play. We are also banning both.
Blackbeard goes as well, and a double electricity ban as Bandit will be taken out alongside. So we move in.
Rip my 250. Did you bet 250 on PSG? That's psychotic.
We have an opportunity there at the halfway phase, and you might see it when we see in the player cams there.
Using 4-2 on your defense,
yeah,
you still have your timeout, but you don't
during
have
that half-time banning phase, the coach is now allowed to speak to the team. They're allowed to speak to them during the first banning phase at the beginning of the game, and they're allowed to speak to them during the banning phase in the middle.
He didn't take a timeout.
Not allowed to speak to them during the round
did or didn't?
Didn't. He's allowed to speak at halftime now.
In those first and halftime ones, they can
bring me back in as a coach now.
So
you can actually speak. There you go. I thought he took a random halftime timeout. I was like,
it's something, you know, both teams get the opportunity. They still have their tack timeout to use, but if you do see the coaches sit down and talking during that halfway banning phase, that's why.
Hopefully, they've got set up for success here in the
I don't know,
half.
Max.
C9, the thing
it's
is
a good theory, and I think on some maps that might work,
pretty split,
but
to be fair. It's pretty bang on 50-50 in terms of attack and defense win rate. But as we spoke about these two teams, you know, PSG Talon have struggled to find that form in international events. It takes a bit of time to make
Miso was like, fuck you.
So I always look at this and now see a 4-2.
That's me jumping out, bitch. That's my spot. You ain't me.
I see a pretty big mountain for PSG Talon to climb to be able to match them and get a 4-2 and send us into overtime, let alone even think about winning out the game outright before we get anywhere near that point. So keep a close eye on how this plays out. Soldier's going to be the pinpoint, the spearhead of their attack on the Monty. On the defending side, well, they're pretty tucked into. You've got the Mirror, you've got the Azam.
I know, Suki. I know.
Smokes that might come on the way through.
That's
they're
why
pretty
I'm
well equipped here to deal with
bouncing my legs.
Talon might throw at them.
A bit worried that we're going to have to pull out a fucking epic attack to win now.
On the Azami,
you almost confused this one, really.
We can't lose like the next 3 rounds if we want to win.
Got himself a little bit of cover as well. That position needs to be dealt with by PSG Talon, and to be honest, I'm a little bit more concerned about them on the attacking side. Your defense, you can come in with your plans, you've got your rigid strategy set up, everybody knows what they're doing.
I like how
when
we're properly using Ash to get rid of the mirror and shit, though.
You've got to be moving and playing what's in front of you, responding to what the defenders are doing.
You take that?
PSG Talon
that was on you
a little bit. 4-2 down.
I feel like you should have. Okay, well, you know what?
I mean, but it was 2 C4s.
Not gonna help. Packer manages to finish off Soldier,
that you can't
and that gives us a
act on the fact that this guy
it's a bit of a weird one where
went to finish the Mountie and
has very little support.
Yeah.
Ryder was not there.
But the fact he's being charged below by Packer, had 2 players pushing in from inside of sight. He's very much been left on an island.
Kitty sounds like she's supporting C9.
Lost again that spearhead of their attack. I worry for PSG.
Be careful. I pay the bills with my fucking PSG Talon money.
They simply haven't got the strength, the ability to push through and break open this defense that's coming out from C9.
I even say it on my stream.
He's going to spot the draw there and take it out. And like you say, Cloud9 now happy to pretty much hold their positions, sit back.
Can't reach this
They've got 50 seconds left to go. They've still got utility working for them. We can see the mute jammer just catching.
What are you going to do with the fucking mute jammer, bro?
That wall being opened.
I mean, the mirror is not effective anymore, but yeah.
The Azami barrier's gone.
They've managed to get the Flores drawn in. The Rotaro is going to take out one of those.
Okay, so Yas got him.
No, there's another one garage. Raj, I don't think we have a drone there.
Going back and forwards, and ultimately it still finds us with Cloud9 in the ascendancy. 2 versus 1. They just need to hold on. 25 seconds.
He had the yellow
the
ping
final
on this
fight.
mute.
Packer, he finishes what he
And
started, and that is going to be another round for Cloud9.
Well, a little bit too easy there, wasn't it?
It was aiming at his ball sack.
And then you said what?
Fuck my life.
Okay. And lost the ability to really put pressure on the defenders. And sure, a couple of kills came through for PSG Talon. Fair play.
Everyone pissing me off.
And really don't have to do much more than wait for PSG Talon to present themselves at these riskier angles. The thing about this map is sometimes it can be very, very bottlenecky.
You're like a funny.
A lot of single doorways to
funny
push
woman.
through. It just makes things a little bit simpler for the defenders. But don't take it away from them.
He's shooting his dick off.
Now we go down into the basement where they have the chance to go to match point and open up a
It's the curse for re-signing with the org.
Starting to feel like
I will
it might
not
be
be
a
the
little
curse.
bit
I refuse.
insurmountable for PSG Talon here, Des.
Yeah, I don't think
it's a good few rounds since
it's
they were
crazy
able to
the
win
Joker
one.
hasn't taken a timeout. I'm actually not gonna lie.
Like the snowball is
the fact that there's not
downhill,
been a
it's
single
gathering some real
timeout
pace,
is
some real momentum here.
crazy.
I think
Because in my opinion, this is the last round. Otherwise, you're done. Because you can't lose this. You are not going to come back from a 6-2 on your time.
No, we're not.
So I'm wondering
I don't know why we didn't time out in the first half. I don't know why we didn't time out after that round. I don't know. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
they're already looking like that towards the end of their
I
first match.
I have so many questions.
They are. Again, it's sort of the early days.
Is it Aussie watching her team? It's normal, yeah.
Games to really warm into things.
Alice
Not
has to
forgetting
learn.
when you lose Tim and you fall
Especially
down the
if we're gonna
leaderboard
live
with
in
those
Australia.
bullets, that you then get to pick your opponents. You imagine then
you
start to see some of these lower teams who don't want to gamble too much will find themselves in a spot challenging a big team and saying, cool, we'll put 1 bullet up.
And we gambled
don't mind
2
if we
fucking
lose this
bullets
one.
too.
It's when you get towards the later days when then you start seeing teams with very few bullets challenging teams that have got loads of bullets that things start to get very interesting, because 1 win could propel you to the top of the leaderboard and see you going through to our live stages.
No, they can take your time out whenever. It doesn't matter about the half time.
Gathering. Just have a little look in through the window, see what they can see. Through the kitchen, they're going to be looking to get control of that floor, make sure that they can work above.
No, I'm going to take her to a match.
You want to be in storage, you want to be comfortable doing so you can open things up and just create a little bit of space inside a site. One thing they do need to be careful about is it's the Monty of Soldier who's roaming around
so many
on
roamers.
the floor at the minute, trying to create that space, trying to provide that intel. Does have the diffuser in hand, so need to be careful that they don't get caught out by anything.
There's
like
still a roamer
nitros
upstairs
on the side.
like
of
garage.
Cloud9. They could find that diffuser down in no man's land.
Fuck.
All right, well, let's see if they can keep the soldier alive for longer this time around.
I feel like they lost enough time, and I kind of agree with that. Even though there's still one guy upstairs.
Hopefully he's not getting himself bullied in a 1 versus 3 as he
fucking
was last
fuck your
time
entire
round with no
attack.
support from his team. Has got himself here down and ready to start bearing down on this opponent
Do
team.
have
However,
jams.
there's things like the mirror to deal with. The team have got to be
There's one
mindful of
remaining.
that. Not the end of the world, but with the softball next to it, expose himself
can't
for
get rid of
3
this mirror
seconds.
either.
And he is pretty much toast. Smokes it off and starts to walk
Good.
on board.
Oh.
Right idea, baiting one out there.
Nice.
One comes on through, but 2 kills have come through for PSG. Talon looking good here, Tim, with still over a minute to go.
He has the wall open. He can play.
From them, they're obviously confident.
We have
that they've
winnable.
got that
We're
midfield
hacking the cans.
controlled, and now they're working through.
Winnable.
This is good
Super winnable.
communication.
Who's above? Who's above? Who's above?
They've got
He's
the
up.
space
Let's
that they
okay,
need
good.
Yeah.
It has to be our best player
down
above.
here, and I think that's what we're going to be seeing in the next few seconds. Just signaling that he
C4.
needed a little bit of cover
Monty,
there.
yeah.
Soldier Nitro goes out, cannot find its mark, and they will not
okay.
stop this plant
It's
going
not
down.
okay.
But how about
Okay, he
that?
got it.
A
He got
huge
it.
double from Dream. But Monty manages to get his shield back
Imagine
up.
he gets another one.
Maybe
Oh God, the
just
Monty's
in
gonna
time.
This is going to be a measure of our
Rails.
Soldier's capability too, because if you can dance that shield around
Okay.
properly, you can get away with
Okay.
this. But look, he's a bit
Nice.
doomed here. Tim at 1 versus 3 to play through, and Monty staring at him. 2 players nearby. PSG
That was
Talon
so well
will
played.
find their win. They knew what they wanted control of, Tim. Didn't take any more of the map than they needed, and they pull it off beautifully.
That
Even
new
with
HUD
Dream
looks good too.
almost pulling off a flourish.
The new what?
HUD.
Yep, good stuff. Good stuff from PSG.
The-
Talon.
Yeah, I don't
mind
Towards
it.
The end of that
Scoreboard.
round,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Looks good.
Picking that plant spot,
Yep.
creating the space.
We
It's
use
just the
this work
basics,
too.
and that is what you've got to do
Ooh,
well.
Dream
at a
is him,
tournament
but it
like
wasn't
this to have
enough.
Any hopes of picking
It
up
wasn't
results
enough.
is you've got to have your basics absolutely nailed down, and then you need a
Yeah,
few
the
special
second
moments
shot
along
was
the way.
crazy.
And that was
AFL
a great
copper.
example of basics. Mid-floor control, so they know they're not going to get challenged from above. Just control that space inside of that breached wall, and then use it to get the diffuser diffuser down, had the cover for the nitro. It wasn't close enough
strat
anyway,
looks
but
good,
there was
executed
the possibility there for them to shoot it out had it been a little bit closer.
Misa above gets his frag. And the problem is, my problem with this is that
back. Will that
if
stop
Misa
the
dies, the
It's been
strat's
a little
fucked.
while since they won a round. Hopefully that's
it's a
going to
lot
give
of
them the bit of
faith
confidence
in one
they
player.
need
Okay,
to
we're
push
putting our
on
best
and
player
get
on it,
themselves
but
back
fuck,
into
like,
this one.
I don't know why they don't just commit utility to that first, then set up with some drones, and then leave him there, and then go.
We've already seen Misa in that first half getting out and getting a 2K, for example.
I like the
C9
fact
very,
that they
very capable of doing the same
pushed
backs here.
Exo
And the whole attack could fall apart.
like that.
3 rounds in a row that you
Like
need
once
to
we
win.
had
It's a big stretch to
vending,
and
like
down this
we
first
went,
floor as
and
well,
I like that.
control
That's what
and
the Monty's
storage.
meant to
You're
do.
gonna have to break to the top floor first.
Yeah,
and
you're
then go
able
into the
to
rounds itself.
put the
Time becomes an
dynamic
issue you've got to
on your
think
favorite,
about.
like.
But at least the starting parts of the round aren't too
Yeah,
bad.
I'm not
For
huge on
example, getting
NRL.
the garage wall opened up. Very easy with someone like
I just
Gotti
think
on side. I
given
believe it's
AFL
already
is one of the
been done
most
here. So now they can move away from that, have it as phantom pressure, and think about using it later into the round.
intense
Probably with Soldier pushing his way
aerobic sports in
through.
the world.
IT
From
wall
a team
is going to be
sport,
opened up
I just think
very
it's awesome.
quickly. Want to just, again, prevent access to that catwalk, prevent access into IT itself. The attackers
Okay.
can start
We've
moving
got the two
through
bridge
and putting a
upstairs.
little bit of pressure onto those top floor players. There's
There's still
consideration
two runners,
towards meeting and
3
electrical as
runners.
well. Really
Just barricading
wanted to make
connector
it difficult for
fully,
Cloud9
and you have
to
no more
commit
exotermic.
to this top floor, to really hold on.
But
But
you
we
have
can see
Selmas.
Cloud9
Yeah, we've got a
sitting
double
there,
hard.
happy
Yeah,
to
you
just
can't
drop a little
lose
bit
Yas.
deeper, but to keep their presence up there on the top floor, they are
Did they
not
bring
backing
mute? They
down
did,
just
but
yet.
it's
And
not
why
on the
not?
wall.
If PSG Talent aren't putting enough
Not
pressure
on
into
this
challenge
wall,
to the
but
ground and
maybe
take it
it's on
away
the
from you,
connector
why
wall.
give it up
That's
for
okay.
free? You can keep on running that clock down. They've got to still chew through things like we've mentioned. The keeper barriers being in place. Yes, there's no mirror available in this round at the
No
very
way the
least, but
side of
even
his
the
foot
Monty's
gets
having a bit of
fucking
That's
play there.
insane.
That's
I
actually
feel like
psychotic.
itself.
Yeah, when he
Got
moves,
this.
his
Well, we've
foot
got
pokes
Tucker
out.
to one side.
Yeah.
They've got a good bit of crossfire they can employ.
That
We've already
was well
seen
played
Shields
from
being
them.
that spearhead with a second player to support. But
This
look
is
at
where it all
this.
kicks
C9
off.
is still
There's
dug in,
so
and they're giving nothing
much
over to
power
PSG
up here.
Talon. That
You
puts all
either-
the onus on the
yeah.
attackers here to make
Oh,
something happen. And
even
sure
with the
enough, a
break
swing like that
fire.
could be a
I
way
don't know
to
how
get
he won
things
that.
I
moving.
mean, he's 1 HP.
Going to see the flashes going in. Will the
The
attackers
shotgun.
follow them? Is the
Okay.
question. You got to get
That's
some
good that
value
you
out of
already
that
took
utility.
so much
Good
HP,
shot
but
from
you're
Clear
down.
here, just taking the quick
Are
peek.
we fucking taking the
Up to
piss?
secondary and gets his man. Packer with a beautiful double.
All
and
right.
that might just swing
Fuck
the
my-
tide as kill after kill comes in for Cloud9. And they've just decimated PSG in a matter of seconds, Des.
I love how in chat people were bigging up Packer saying he's going off today, he's going off today. And when you need it most, that's the round where he steps up and will very much guarantee put his team up to 6-3. Soldier may have managed to keep himself alive until the end on the Monty this time around him, but there's no one left to support him. 40 seconds still to play with, a smoke still in back pocket, but this round feels pretty done unless he can pull off something miraculous here against Cloud9.
On the Monty. Only pistol to use.
That's
Very
actually-
unlikely. We know the shields are powerful right now in the Siege meta, but I don't think they are this powerful at half health to go up against 3 on the side of Cloud9 and come away with a win. 20 seconds left to go. Pressure from above. More
Vertical,
damage done to
everything,
Soldier.
like-
Matter of time. And who else? Packer, a big round. Closes it out. Finds himself now on 6
we
and
using
5.
it,
Goes
or-
positive overall.
No point
and
anymore.
gives
Oh yeah, take your
Cloud9
time out now. Now it's too late.
multiple match point opportunities.
This is kind of what I expected. I spoke about it earlier, and unsurprisingly, by the way, a little timeout coming in. I think it's because we're going into our bans as a reminder. Round 10 means that we get to see another operator taken away. I'm wondering here if Cloud9 ban away a shield, or if they say, you know what, you guys aren't doing too well with the Monty, you can keep it. It would make sense to ban it as the last operator out of the 3 when you look at shields, but
Thank you,
who
Schwartzy,
knows?
thank
Maybe
you.
on the defensive side, well, there's a whole host of things you can pick. The Azami, though, has been a real nuisance for them.
He didn't even
It's
take
gonna
a
be
timeout,
the
it's
mirror
just
and the
because it's
ace taken
top
away,
ends.
though.
I mean, we always know that there's a lot of value to be found in Mirror or in banning Mirror, but like you say, the Azami has been
there
a
is
real
one.
thorn in their side, choosing that they are going to
Does say
continue
timeout.
to
Does it?
attack
Yeah.
into
On
that
top.
Azami at least, but they had to choose one of the two. Cloud9 looking great in the last round. I just want to go back to that double from Packer. Absolutely beautiful stuff. The reason I called at the time, beautiful shotgun play. Just how quick but accurate those peaks were. Just getting himself that right
back from
distance and
3 rounds
just
is
firing that shot exactly onto the doorway every time. Enough chip damage to get him downed, but then the speed of thought. I've downed him. I've got another
That's
one coming
impossible,
from
but it's
electrical
tough.
window. Hits the deck to change his angle of attack, flips onto the SMG and gets the kill. Just beautiful stuff. A beautiful, beautiful double for Packer.
Enough, like you say, to put his team up to match point here. 3 bites of the cherry they've got to get this one right. And the painful thing is for PSG Talon, you've got to be right every single time. C9 have only got to be right once. A well-placed C4, a run-out that I spoke about earlier on. Anything like that to disrupt the other side can be enough to see it done. But being honest with you, Tim, I spoke about them maybe not banning away the Monty because they're not seeing much success from Soldier playing this operator. It feels like they're doubling down on that and saying, you keep playing it because we haven't really seen you put it to great success yet, outside of the one attack on the downstairs. But guess what? We're not going downstairs. We're up on this top floor. We've got these fortified positions. Yes, there's no mirror for us to do it with. We don't really care, though.
A big loss
So
as well
fucking
for
annoying.
PSG Talon. Let's not forget they have reloaded the maximum available number
They
of
banned
bullets
Ace.
in this round. Day 1, day
And
2, the most you can
you know where
reload is
it
2.
goes?
PSG Talon doing that, obviously thinking there was a possibility that they come away with a result here against Cloud9. That's going to see them dropping down to 4 overall, which is as bad as it's going to get for any team today, so it will put them definitely down at the bottom of the league. So it's a big blow for them at the beginning of things.
I love how there's although it's written, it's not quite the same as having it in the halls of Boston, of course, at SI, but Dream is sexy. The chant that we heard non-stop for Unwanted has carried on into the halls of Chatsing.
I can't see it going anywhere, Des. You know, I can't see that stopping anytime soon.
No matter where you have an event, I'm pretty sure someone somewhere will be chanting it.
I
Regardless
told
of
her
who's
she
playing on
didn't
stage
believe
or
me.
not. It seems to be
Hey, look,
in siege.
Jaeger needed
All right,
a
then, this
little
could be the
nerf.
last round that we were speaking about
Fair
for PSG
enough.
Talon. Got to get it right here
I think
and now. In fact, you got to
whilst
get it
the
right
super
next
niche
3
and
times
specific
round,
buff,
or you are screwed.
nerf,
Main
needs
thing
a
I'm
buff.
looking at, Tim, is going to be this Deimos. Normally paired up with something like
I think
Adobe
that's
as a
enough,
pairing,
especially
they're
from
really
competitive
good at
POV.
hunting down roamers and removing any sharp edges
Fair
that
enough,
defenders
why
might
not?
have lurking away in the shadows somewhere.
Kind of
throughout
the
map.
operator that
Here, though, you're really relying
was
on Ryder to get that job
like-
done
It was
for
too
you all
good,
by
and now
himself.
it's
But as we
It was
know,
kind
the
of too
weakness
bad,
for
but he had a good
Deimos,
gun.
you
But
can only
like,
trap
you know
one
what I mean?
player at a time, Tim. If someone else is playing
Now he
and waits
doesn't
to
have an
support and
ACOG.
bait
You
him
like
in,
ACOG? Like,
essentially,
why would you
it's a
pick
freebie. There's nothing
Jaeger
else
now?
you can really do about that unless you're
Like,
someone
it's
like
not-
Striker who plays the living hell out of this
yeah,
operator.
he
and
had,
makes it look
like,
easy.
he has no
No, so that
ACOG.
said, that
Like,
team are one
he
of the
hasn't
teams
for a
that
very
Adobe
long
need
time.
to pair up
Huh?
alongside
He
it.
hasn't for
So
a
I'm just a little
very,
bit
very
worried
long
here that
time.
Ryder
Yeah,
might
in
get
Japan.
sucked into something and end up paying the price for it.
But now he has not. His gun is not
The
enough
Deimos
for
there,
me
as we
to
can
be
see,
picking
right,
Jaeger.
just holding
Like,
that
ADS
long angle,
is
looking
not
to try and
doing
pick
anything
somebody up
anymore.
through Garage. But Cloud9 are using the utility
When
well.
did they
We can see
remove
an
the ACOG?
attempt
Wasn't
at
it in
Deathmark
like
coming in from Ryder
2017
there,
or
but
something?
it's
Or
not gonna
2018?
work. The mute jammers
Alright, we're not
being
going back
brought
that far.
in,
Half these
just
people were
move
born.
through those and prevent that tracking from happening. And right now,
Oh,
it
shit.
feels a little bit.
Okay,
with
we've decided to do an
1:20 left
aqua
go,
push
PSG
because we
Talon
are
just
lacking.
scrambling a little
Oh,
bit.
please don't go in front of the
Haven't got
fucking
themselves
thing.
established anywhere really.
He's
Everywhere they
blocking
go,
it, though.
there's new utility for them to try to deal with. This time, Silent has a little bit of support from Dream as well, and PSG Talon are just stalling out at this door.
All right.
Oh, that's
the
good.
shield. This
That's
is good. He's got a
good.
window and sure enough gets away with it. Like
He
that,
didn't
Tim.
hear
They've
it.
broken the
Yeah,
aqua
because he
hold
was
to a degree.
too
C9 lucky
focused
not to
on
lose
the
a
other
second
two.
player. I say that as elsewhere Mises now
I
managed
liked
to find
what
out
they
Packer.
did.
So, by coming together with 3 on Accra, making use of that distraction to get in on the other side
You
and
can't
get a
lose
second
that.
player
They actually
down,
kind of buffed
PSG
us by
Talon into a 5
by
versus 3.
banning
Yeah,
Ace.
Cloud9 back to
Because
the
now we're
wall
just
now.
brute
They do
forcing
have
it.
those Kiba barricades. We commented on the fact that
working for a
PSG
round
Talon
and it's not
haven't
over
banned
yet.
it away.
Yeah, I know.
Is that going to come back to bite them?
Oh.
2 versus
He's
4.
actually-
But they managed to cut down Dream. He was in a key position. Ryder finds him. 1v3. Gitty keeps battling but cannot do
King.
enough.
How do
And
they kill
PSG Talon
themselves?
close out the round and keep themselves alive.
Because that's the
in this
second
one
person I've
for
seen
at
like
least one
kill
more.
themselves
It's
in
another
game.
effective use of the
Is he,
Monty as
like-
well, Tim. I know
Is
I
it-
said the first
is it
2 rounds
reverse
you said
friendly
fair,
fire?
and
It can't
worked
be.
out for 1 just down into the basement was where we saw the most success.
I mean, we're
That
not
was a
gonna see
really
it,
effective
I
round, I
feel
think.
like.
Didn't try and go
Oh,
too
so they have a
aggressive,
new
didn't
thing for
overplay it,
trade.
Even
It's
with the Legion
bugged?
up in his face, didn't try to get like panic or
Oh,
anything.
okay.
And even the player
So
playing behind
they've
him was really
traded
there
each
just
other,
to
but it
force a
doesn't show
distraction.
that.
And that was when Ryder made himself known coming up from the bottom of Aqua. Somewhat surprised the Warden didn't hear him coming up there and go for the challenge, but I think he was too worried about the player coming in behind the shield at the
C9
same
take a
time. Really
maybe
good team
attack?
play from PSG
Maybe, I
Talon.
don't know.
Kept
No?
it simple,
Oh.
even with C9 sticking 2 players in
Okay.
Aqua and trying to
I
contest.
would've.
Yeah,
Now
me
we get
too.
down to
If
the
I'm
basement.
C9's coach, I
It's
take
gonna
one
be
right
C9
there.
trying to trip
But
PSG
the risk
Talon
is giving
up, I
us
think, on this
attack
first
as well.
floor, on the second
Yeah,
floor
but-
to stop them being able to execute like they did last
I
time.
don't know. I
on
would
this
have
site.
interrupted the momentum.
Yeah.
Like you say, there's still a lot of work ahead ahead of them here
So,
at PSG
too much
Talon.
chance,
They've
but-
been getting kind of 1 round to Cloud9's 2 over
Like, I'm
the
no
course
coach, but
of
sometimes
this game,
I'm very
and that is not
critical
going to be
to
good
the
enough for them. They need another
timings.
2
Yeah.
back-to-back here
And
without a single loss.
I
You
find
feel
it
like Cloud9 with the
quite
opportunity to
difficult to
go
understand from
anywhere
an
in the
outside
map,
point of
they're
view.
going to be able to close it out somewhere. They're going to try down in the basement once again. Packer just opening up those lines of sight. We've got Kobe up in the kitchen as well. A lot of work for PSG Talon to do here, and it's going to revolve around clearing out this mid floor. They did well last time to do so, and it gave them the opportunity to get that diffuser down. Can they do it again? They've got to win those same gunfights.
They have. I think for me, it's Silent and the Cat Can that eyes will fall to here, though.
There's still a guy.
It's very rare that you see these traps pick up a number of kills throughout a round, at least in the top level of playoff. On a drone, we'll see one. You know,
Hello.
5 more to figure out.
Lovely. Your name's Silent, but you're running like a fucking elephant, cunt.
Silent, clearly making a bit too much noise in the top floor, has been picked off for free. Now, those cat-can traps are still down.
Oh, what a freebie. What a freebie. Please do not botch this. They've given us a fucking freebie. Now you know they have a cap-can as well.
They're going to be very, very aware of any potential traps in and around that area.
Casters are saying everything I'm saying.
They'll be making sure that they check every doorway. I
Please don't throw.
think they'll get caught out with that now. It'd be almost unforgivable if they do. A great start for PSG Talon. As I said, they needed to be coming in and winning every single one of those gunfights on that mid floor, just like they did last time, so that they can apply that pressure.
You had to spot him
intel
for
on
the
Gitty as well. They know where the guy is. He's been forced away, and he's going to have to consider getting
because he
himself
can't track people who are not spotted.
here. PSG Talon, they are taking what's given
Gadget
to them.
can't track unless they've been spotted.
What isn't. They are going in there and forcing these players to move, using the verticality of the Deimos as well.
Oh my
Here
god,
comes
he's
the
fucking
next
you.
challenge. It takes a few seconds, but Misa gets the job done. The trade is there from Gitty, but still advantage PSG Talon.
And what I like is in this
I
round,
need Soldier to back up.
Now, but Misa brought along
I need
the
him to
Dokumi
just slow down.
Pairing that up with the Monty and with the Deimos makes for one hell of a threat going around the map, trying to clear out roamers. Sure, Silent kind of gifted it for free.
Have an impact and it's not enough.
Down to just 3. A couple of smokes in the back pocket. A drink to play behind 2. And with 60 seconds on the clock, this is where PSG
might have been barbed wire or something. I don't know.
Maybe, I don't
how
know.
much time they've actually got left to make this one work. Droning out the drop, you can see what the game plan is going
You
to be.
need to get rid of that, and if you had an aid, you could have.
To go through though.
Oh, Yas has one.
This could get a bit messy, Tim.
Oh, okay, he can shoot.
They're just going to be popping that, making sure that
Don't make too many
utility
holes.
is not available. 50 seconds
We
left to
have a
go,
flanker.
so there'll be plenty
Oh, we have
left on the
flanker. This
clock
dude's being a
after
ruddy
that
fuck.
fire
He's
burns
sprinting,
down,
he's sprinting,
should they
he's
want
making
to
a lot of
move
noise.
through that
Think
area.
about him.
Kobalax has just come in to try and see if he can manage to find anything on a flank.
He spotted him last second, I think.
Yeah, I think, but he's leaving a drone for Misa, surely.
In front of us, but if Talon weren't paying proper attention, Kobe might just be able to get off a huge flank here.
Sure enough, they've managed to get their way through.
He's got to move, though. He's got to move.
It's the 2 smokes in the back pocket of Dream.
3
I'm
seconds
worried
left.
about Tim. They'll
I
start getting the
hope
plan
you are
down.
watching
Out
this
comes
guy.
the
Dream's dead.
You got a chance to pop it, I think. No, it's not even
Come on,
tagging
come on,
Soldier.
Sledge.
This is great for them. They've dealt with Dream really well. Yes, Kobalax
Nice.
is upstairs,
I
Tim,
mean,
but
There could be
he's
a,
got
there
it all
could
to do
easily be a
against
drone
4.
up here. Easily, there could be a drone.
We know he's over here.
And that's not a
He's being
criticism
tracked.
of Kobe.
Yeah.
He's moving through carefully. He's going to take a lot of damage and be cut down there. As we can see,
Are you going to
it was
time
just
out,
that
or
PSG
are we
Talon
going
were
over
doing
time?
too
Take the momentum.
quickly inside
You already know what
side.
you want to do.
It's one of those. It's
No,
probably
but
a catch
I'm
22.
talking about
If
the other
Kobe does
coach.
move more quickly, he probably gets picked up, and they know he's
Because
coming on the flank.
we
and they just
used
deal with him
ours,
easily, so
they
he can't
didn't.
really win in that situation. But he was just kind of 5-10 seconds behind the action there, and by the time he got into a position to be able to do something
your
about
stress.
it was too little, too late. The damage had been done, and with 2
Yo,
back-to-back
the strats,
rounds,
folks, zoom in. Hey, mind your fucking business. Close your eyes.
More. We're on the verge.
This is the thing, because C9 have had the chance to go through so many sites, and they're paying the price here, Tim. It looked unfathomable at 5-2 that we'd see a way for PSG Talon to battle their way back in, but as we said, this map's quite well split between attack and defense, and PSG Talon have found their groove here. C9, they're struggling to adapt and respond and can't see a way through it.
The only way we win this round
that shield. They'll change things up here with things like Yas coming along the in, got the Dokumi coming
whoever is
alongside
playing
once
bottom
again.
floor clears
I just
bottom
worry
floor.
that C9 have got their number figured out here, and they're
Because
not going
with
to
the
be able
ying,
to
my
hold off
understanding is that
PSG
we'll
Talon.
ying
Overtime
into
could be
storage,
inbound.
clear the guy in storage, and plant
With
there.
the potential of
And then
overtime, Des, I think
we'll
it's worth,
open up the IT wall and
explaining
the
banning
bottom
system
floor
and how
wall.
it works moving into
That's
overtime,
how you're
because
meant to
you would
sort
be
of
quite
take
right
this,
to
right?
say it.
Yeah.
So whoever
Did
is
they
on the
ban again? Do they have
bottom
to go through that? And the
floor,
answer is no,
because once you
they
have
will
IT
not.
wall open,
Under
they
the
can't
new
channel the vertical,
banning
right?
System, what will happen
Theoretically.
if we go
It's too
overtime
dangerous.
is
So it's the person who plays
operators
basement
you have
that
banned
has to
during the
win
game
their
for the
gunfight.
relevant side
gunfights.
will be used on your overtime rounds. So,
But we'll see.
as an example, and I don't know if this is the way around or not, but for sake of an example, if Cloud9, when we move into overtime, if we do, if they start on the defense, then the bans will remain as they are now. In round 14,
So
when
IT's open.
Cloud9 move on
Now
to
no one can hold the vertical on the
attack,
default plan.
then it will
Now
be
he
their
has to
defensive
open either
choices from
this
during
wall,
the game
which he
earlier
is,
on, that
because
are
Yas has
there
the
with
hard
bans.
breaches
So
for the
there will
bottom
be
floor.
6 operators banned for every round of overtime, and it will be those operators that have been selected earlier for the relevant sides.
Spot on, Tim. Makes things nice and flowy at each of the bands. Here we go. Soldiers in pretty quick here, straight up against the door and trying to force
Okay,
these
we're
players
gonna.
back.
So we've decided to tell the vertical.
Sure enough, one is here, but look at the response. C9, 2 players straight up against the door themselves. Packers found one. Hopefully it doesn't all come before them here because Tim, they're only going to have one call out from the Dokkaebi. They're in trying to find more, and sure enough, they try their best. But Tim, C9 has simply won out in the gunfights. They've removed basically everyone. Yas is on his backside.
I thought we were just going to do a hit.
And PSG Talon, in trying to move a bit too quickly, may have just paid the price.
They just tried to brute force it, Des. They just tried to work in with that Monty shield. They showed so much patience using that shield previously. This time, it was like trying to just get in there with a sledgehammer and crack this one wide open, and it didn't work for them. Cloud9 were able to stand up and win those gunfights when they needed to. They're going to know that he's in here on the balcony. It's going to be very, very difficult to get this pickup. Will manage to, so that's something at least. Yas back on their feet, leaves us in a 2v4, but with a minute left to go.
So one storage, one IT now.
One below, one in IT. Players inside of like can't really even sight off towards their left. Just everything's looking rough at this point, and they know exactly where they are. And they've burnt the flashbangs to try and make sure they get the pickup off. They've got nothing else to work with except these candelas that Yas has now got in hand. They could maybe make this work. There's no warden on side, for example, but they've really got to capitalise.
Kobe's very low health. I guess that's something if you're looking for the side of PSG Talon. What are the positives? Kobe's one shot away, but even with that, he manages to get the trade. Takes down Gotti, and that's a big loss. Out of the 2 that you wanted to lose, it wasn't Gotti. Cloud9
it all comes down to this fish.
They take down PSG Talon after they did come back at them a little bit.
It was lost in the first half.
That will secure
we should have cleaned up the first half.
So they now see themselves sat on 18, which will be towards the top of the league table. And unfortunately for PSG Talon, they lose their 2, drop down to 4, and will find themselves towards the bottom.
And probably for them, one of them, Tim, where they came in having those 2 bullets on the line. You look at our first game, Elevate only put
down to
4
4
for example, they'll stay above them. Which means at least from the games we've had on B-Stream, yes, PSG Talon are at the bottom. But
I'm gonna work.
Enjoy casting.
I love you.
I love you.
Yes.
Everyone say enjoy casting on the French channel. Bye. Oh, fuck. That's brutal. That's so brutal. Imagine being 1 away from overtime too. Fuck. Okay. All right. Back to GeoGuessr. Oh, the Fett thing? Yeah, I need to watch that clip. So fucking annoying. It's on Fett's account, yeah.
Library corner hold by Cag. He's getting cleared out now. Oh wait, Capital catches. Wait, Jaeger ADS's catch Capitals now? Jaeger ADS's catch Capitals now. ADS's catch Capitals now. That's why they couldn't clear him out. Oh shit! They used to not. It used to not be only with Mars. Oh my god!
So big.
Library.
So big. Such a good buff. So they haven't released the changes just yet, but people are starting to see based on the fucking pro games. That's crazy. Oh, shit. Alright, what matches are next? Let's see. Let's see what we want to watch. DZ Fnatic or Falcon? I mean, we have to watch the Falcons match. Fucking crazy if we don't. Which stream is it on? How do I know which stream is on which? Because they fucking lied on Twitter. Yeah, he like popped like 3 fucking Lord of the Rings on every chair. Kenny talked about a class change, but I don't know. Okay. I wonder what that is. Bless you. Thank you. This stream. Stream B. Right, we're on stream B. 34 minutes? Nah. Is this a fixed schedule? Is this not a rolling schedule? Is it not rolling? What the fuck? Why is it 30 when it's meant to start in 15 minutes? Wow, what the fuck? I love waiting. Holy shit. When does this match start? Alright, well, we'll play GeoGuessr until that's fucking going. Okay. Alright, restaurants. Is this the restaurant? What's the restaurant? I'm guessing. Am I meant to know what the fuck tray is? The tray? Am I meant to know? Yeah, I mean, I get there was like delays and shit, but... What language is this? Is this Finnish? Kinda looks Finnish. It's a Scandinavian language. Definitely looks Finnish to me. Alright. Where though? Fuck it. We always just go fucking... You know what I mean? Ooh. Holy shit. Shaiko overslept. Is that real or fake? Are you trolling? Are you trolling, Lobby? Are you actually being for real? Because that's so fucking funny. Let's go with castles. Oh. Oh. Looks like the UK to me. Looks like the UK to me. Shit, where do I go from here? Fake. In my mind, it's real. That would have been so fucking funny if it was real. Definitely looks like the UK to me, but I could be wrong. That castle's beautiful. But I don't know where we are. I need like a sign. Okay, well, it's in English, so this is giving me further feels like this is the UK. Oh, it's Germany. Wir machen Qualität Elaba. Okay. Es tut mir leid. Which German castle is this? Look how many UK tourists there are. Schloss von Stein? Stein? I don't know. Keine Ahnung. There are a lot of castles in Germany, to be fair, but like, yeah, it is. Look, European plates here, UK plates down there. Chateau? Castle. Wait, what? Is that how you spell chateau in German? That's confusing. Ah, Liechtenstein. I was like, why are there so many fucking languages? Alright. I'm blind. Where's Liechtenstein? I'm blind. I'm legally blind. What? Here? Or where? Shit, I guess we just pick something, huh? It's out of the way a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like a city center thing. I'm clicking, but it's not letting me click. Close enough, close enough. Well done with the Liechtenstein. I was like, why am I seeing so many fucking languages? I was like, holy fuck. Historical buildings, let's go. Oh, your girl's been here. Your girl's been here. Walk straight in through there. Stop, bow, walk in through the side. I wish Alice was here so she could see. Gorgeous. All right. This was such a gorgeous place. Like, I wish I could show you guys more, but it only lets me go this far because you're not meant to take photos inside, like, shrines and stuff. All right. Oh, God. When I've been to 7 million shrines and I can't remember which one this is. I actually think this is one of the southern shrines. I can't be sure. We got on the train, didn't we, for this one? So if our hotel was... Where am I? The hotel was here. There's Kiyomitsu. Oh, why did I go so far over? Why did I go so far over? I was off. Kyoto's here. Why did I go to the right? I wanted to go south of Kiyomitsu, which I would have been pretty close if I actually didn't fuck it up. PSG tried their best. Man, I'm sad. All right, let's go libraries. This is one branch of the world's most visited library. Oh, I love this fucking building. Can't remember its name, but yeah. All right, well, I don't know exactly where this is, though. Like, I don't know the little suburb. I don't know. I know I've seen this, but I don't know exactly where I saw this. You know what I mean? Like, I don't really know exactly where, if that makes sense. I don't know. Yeah. But even then, where am I zooming in, you know? Like, I don't know. I'm not good enough to know that. I actually don't know. More south? Okay, like down here? There, you see it? It's on 6th Avenue? Is it? There's 5th Avenue. Is this 6th? Okay. Below the Empire State Building? Is it? So on 6th, down here? Am I blind? Zoom out. Oh, there. Sorry, I did not see it. Okay, so are they in the thing over here? Oh, they were down the street. Okay. Didn't look that far away, actually. Huh. It did not look that far away. 24 minutes till fucking Falcons won, but we can at least watch this.
Animo bullets! Hasta la vista, baby! Hasta la vista, baby! Hasta la vista, baby! Animo bullets! Animo bullets! Animo bullets!
Okay. All right, let's watch this until the next match.
Flip everything on its head.
And to just say, yeah, with the best of one, this does put Fnatic still in a good spot because the best thing about best of ones is both maps are kind of equal in some
Damn, shut the fuck up, Schwartzy. I know enough about the world.
Going to be faster at
Just because I don't know enough about US stuff. I'm gonna go heat up my little sandwich.
Goes in Xenox. Gents, again, game 3. We almost have a 7-0 in the game prior. Are we gonna finally get one here to pull out?
Not. Oh, I don't want a 7-0. I want a good game. I want a nice close one. You know what, Milos? I'm very happy. We've had enough APAC for today. We've had enough Chalet for today.
APAC won today, but
that's a lot coming from you guys.
It did. But I want something a little bit different. And a good old classic NA-EU rivalry match here on Lair, I think, is right up my alleyway.
Yeah, I'm super keen as well. I mean, Lair's going to play out quite differently to Chalet. And yeah, on top of the stories for this particular matchup, right? I mean, DZ, as you guys kind of alluding to, looking to reinvent themselves a little bit heading into this particular season, and for Fnatic, a complete overhaul to see if they can find some success. They've been waiting as an organization, I think, now for quite some time to try and reclaim some glory.
Very quickly, Fox, have you got any dance moves? Because we've had some really good techno music in the background. You got anything?
Dance moves?
Yeah.
Whoa, why are we putting me on the spot? Like, why are we talking about this on the spot?
That's for the after party.
That's it. That's all we get.
He's just a chill guy.
He's never animated. He's just a chill guy. What time are you going fishing tonight?
Oh, 8 o'clock.
When the pool closes.
Right after
I'll be out there.
He's going to be fishing in the pool regardless of it. Don't worry, he was twerking just before we got in here. I'll leave that image in your mind as you get ready for game number 3. Gentlemen, all yours.
Yes, thank you very much, boys. As I said, I'm very much excited for this. A little bit of a mix-up from the APAC shenanigans that we've had this morning. Now we go over to two teams with, I guess, some, again, intriguing roster changes that we've got coming in for both of Dark Zero and Fnatic over to Lair. Different map. It's not Chalet, thankfully. Something different here. Match 3 on the A stream for Reload Day 1.
Yeah, I'm really eager. I think Dark Zero are very much going to look to come out of the gate strong, right? We know that North America heading into this season could be largely quite competitive, right? So they're looking to see if they can switch things up a little bit. Will we finally see a change of pace?
Social prediction, though.
Very one-sided social prediction.
What time is the EU lads up? Are they up?
I think it's pretty time.
Okay. Well, I mean, look, I think Dark Zero definitely should go into this as the favored roster. I think their core 3 that they've retained as well, and then, of course, with the additions that they've made, for me, puts them as one of the teams, again, I've really got that eye on. You know, you look at Nave, Pambazu, and JR, I think as core 3 are really, really solid on a roster that has been performing quite well over a little bit of time. You add in Citizen and Spirits now, who have both shown that they've got really what it takes at the high level. The question mark will now be if they gel with the other 3 in this formation for the new DZ and for Fnatic. Well, an intriguing off-season. I was speaking to Fresh in the back room a little bit. There's this almost idea that, especially over in the European region, there were certainly some big names could have maybe got if we were Fnatic. Not quite sure. Jaxu, Groovy come in. Are they the names that...
Groovy as an IGL is weird to see. Yeah, it's fucking weird.
Of course, they get the partner invitation for Reload, but you think about going into stage 1, stage 2, can they make a major, can they make an SI with this roster? It remains to be seen. For Deepak, Sarsen, and Jags, of course, been together for a little bit of time now as well. It's pretty contrast, but also quite similar in the sense you got a core 3 on both
4
sides.
4am versing an aimbot cheater. Welcome to half my ranked matches.
They've definitely got to do quite a bit more to catch up to even a team like DZ.
I think in the eyes of many, probably going into this event with very low expectations, probably especially in comparison to some of the other EU talent at this particular event. So Fnatic really just have to prove to themselves, I think, that they can find
tech time out already?
Sort of lay
Hell
the
yeah.
foundations for a successful season.
Well, for those that have only just tuned in, of course, today has been on the A stream.
Why are you grabbing your chairs? I don't see it.
You know what?
Worrying me.
We've got to rehost.
Got to keep the back in good form.
Yeah, got to sit down for a bit here.
I mean, when you hit your 30s, start getting sore back.
It does. Obviously, CAG Fearex was the first match that we had today. That had a rehost before we got underway. and our very most previous match as well, Scars and Wildcard, also had a rehost before we really got underway. The good news in
we get them out of the way early.
Exactly, we get them out of the way early, and then no issues so far. It's actually been a really quick day for the A stream so far. I think the B stream's lagging a little bit behind, but
probably
no
also
issue.
probably helps that we've had 15 rounds across two.
And honestly, it could have been even shorter than that if it wasn't for a CAG fight back on the opening map.
More than 15 rounds then in the end. Apologies, but
you're
True lobby.
my strong point.
You're joshing a little bit. I think you just
That's why I became a caster, because my education was.
I think what we need to do now is we need to start keeping the analysts on a little bit longer.
Yeah, just keep them around.
Yeah, just keep them around. No, I'm joking. We can kind of just go check Guz mode a little bit here. Match 3.
That's
today,
why I'm a
DC
caster, because I have
definitely
little
one that,
education.
when we
What
kind
the
of
fuck?
Found out the schedule. I look at this one as yes, I know Dark Zero definitely come into this one as the favorite of the two rosters, but genuinely curious as to how Fnatic are going to perform.
Speaking of, one of you want to grab a
Fnatic
headset?
could be a dark horse.
You guys
No,
down?
I don't think so.
No.
You know, we did actually. Last time we were in Brazil, we actually got to do a TriCast with Mr. Foxy.
Yeah, it was a terrible experience.
I enjoyed it. I think it was great. We got some good insights. I think.
You're just being nice.
Can't
to him 'cause
remember.
he's closer, so he's in with arm's reach. Where was I in Boston? I was at home. I was at home.
Where were you in Boston?
I was just at home relaxing.
Not working.
Getting my tan on.
We are actually getting back in very shortly. Just going back through the operator ban phase, and complete. It comes up on our screen. Actually, I don't even think we got. Did we even get through the ban phase originally? I'm not even too sure. Either way, Warden, Kaid, banned off.
Oh, is my
by
R6 share thing covering shit?
Dark Zero.
I'll remove it for now.
And Blackbeard. And
wait, was that automated or? Was
I
that
put it on.
actually
Oh, I just spilled my Coke everywhere.
Yeah, right.
Oh, fuck!
We have not actually played a single round yet, but we're about to do so here on Lair. Match 3 of the day. Dark Zero and Fnatic both have reloaded 2 bullets.
Yeah, I mean, that was the point that I was actually going to bring up before the rehost was Fnatic, despite going into this one as, I would say, significant underdogs, still electing to put 2 on the board. We have seen in some of the other matchups,
Elevate put up 1.
Yeah, right? In a more one-sided matchup, not taking that risk of putting 2 bullets on the board, so...
Can only today be able to put up 1 or 2 bullets?
What was your question?
Dude, my gamer reflexes saved half my drink.
That was a statement.
That was a statement.
Ah, my apologies. I couldn't hear you over the reinforcement.
That's why you should teach your kids the game.
In my statement there.
Yeah, thanks, Scribble.
Seconds left before insertion.
So Fnatic defending here on Lair. Defense has been really the talk of the town so far, but that was back on Chalet, different map now. And different region.
Fuck, why is it so wet? That's what she said.
And I've been very much talking up the North American region, so I'm kind of hoping Dark Zero don't let that come back and bite me.
It's all going downhill.
I mean, what is the realistic, right? Like, keeping the expectations grounded a little bit, what is the realistic expectation for Fnatic in this event? Reloading!
Chaos averted.
I don't think top 8.
We are live.
I don't think top 8 is realistic.
No, I don't believe so. I don't think top 8 is realistic either. So is it just a case of...
If they can maybe avoid bottom 4, I think that would probably be it.
Coke Zero, Coke Zero.
Get a couple of wins, you know, beat the teams maybe you should be beating, etc.
But look,
I mean, yeah, we had an accident.
And I think that's probably
because of Cribble.
A certain amount of teams here that have certainly made a bundle of roster
Kibble.
changes. You gotta look competitive, you gotta show
Kibble.
good signs.
Spill my
The way,
cocoa.
we were actually talking with the
All because of you.
Safe this actually a little bit last night about.
I time to lock the fuck back in. Please let me know when the Falcons match begins if someone knows.
In terms of this roster, and it's really kind of
I'm not sure what to think about Fnatic. We're gonna see them play.
Grow, build throughout that going into stage 1, etc. It's not the be and all of the fact that we have to perform at this particular event, but you've got to show those signs. You've got to show that okay, the addition of Jackson and Ruby are going to flow nicely with Deepak and Sarts and Jex. Slow start here on Lair to begin. The attack for Dark Zero.
The shotgun?
Thanos employed for Citizen. Spirits on the Ying. 2 new members of this Dark Zero roster.
Oh, he's fucking dead.
Taking old Spirits over towards main stairs. Steps on a Gumine.
Shotgun in hand.
Oh, you're fucking dead.
Bit of mid-range battle. Unable to take that head on. Waits for that Candela. And pushes forward.
Oh, okay.
Up close.
Hello. Hello. Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
And Spirits will be
What the
better
fuck?
of the 2, although another one pushing up. Main
Oh, shit.
the kill with the shotgun onto Jex. 3 in quick succession for Spirits. What an entry for him. What a start for Dark Zero.
That's why he paid the big bucks, right? Spirits, they framed him as being the difference maker potentially here on the Dark Zero roster and looking to play more exotic picks, and that's exactly what we're
They
seeing.
don't know?
Lobby hit.
You didn't know.
From the Ying, shotgun in hand, proving to be very effective, crunching that position top stairs into bathroom. Not really much in the way of a response from
Thank you,
Fnatic.
Max.
It's not
Thank
a
you, thank you.
typical set play from the attack, and Fnatic struggling to adapt.
I mean,
Ying Shoddy? Did you see the fucking recoil of the
Dark
Ying
Zero
Shoddy
roster
when he was like trying to
probably
auto blow
needed
it?
was a bit more pizzazz.
He was like,
flash,
boom, boom,
change
boom.
of pace.
It's a big thing for
Yeah, I
Dark
think the
Zero, and it
pace.
has
I
been.
think you're right. Well, this was an easy highlight for those in the back room. As Spirit took full control from main stairs to the Bez, clears out Jaxu, and obviously had an idea that the flank was coming from Jax. Oh, it's good to see Kangaroo Kenny back. He was a big part of Boston in terms of the hype from the coaches, and he was definitely one that was making a wave of noise, and he's brought that immediately round one here at Reload.
Oh, promoted now to a full-time coaching position for this team, right? So clearly the organization and roster were very happy with his performance, and I think rightly so. Wealth of knowledge and experience from a technical side, but also I think his energy inside of the server for match day is very much appreciated by players. Now, this particular event with the new ban phase, we are led to believe that the coach is now having a little bit more input in terms of their ability to speak to the roster as well. So
Yeah, it's so big.
valuable.
It's actually so big that coaches can now speak at halftime and stuff. Like, it's actually so big. Finally, coaches can actually fucking do their job.
No issues.
Clearly to try and shut down Spirits, right? And they may follow that up with a target ban onto him depending on what he likes to play. It was the Ying and the
Yes, Max.
That'll be intriguing.
I think you
Play a little bit of
probably
contact
can,
here
yes.
with the entry of
You might not
Citizen, who
win,
is
but you
playing
can make
Leora.
top 8.
First time that we've got to
For sure
actually
that way.
see Vision.
That's what people will be very shocked about come
Which
day
was,
3
of
to
course,
5.
revealed at 6 Invitational. So a rounding applause. You there?
You could just go along, bet one bullet, bet one bullet, bet one bullet. Oh shit! We're going up against a team who's only won 3
What do
rounds,
you think of
8
Leora,
bullets.
From what
You
I've
bet
heard,
8 bullets,
a lot
like
of players were
bam!
expecting to see
Fucking boom, 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 walk out with
bit
fucking
of action
16.
the newest operator, as Sarks goes and finds a double on the roam on the bot side for Fnatic. That's a great start for the second round.
Good night, sleep tight.
So obviously from the beginning of this round, Jags also tried to make a little bit of early contact. So Fnatic trying to get aggressive here on layer defense.
That's the thing. If you go sicko mode in your 1v1 as well, you can get up to 5 points. It's round diff, right? So if it's a close 1v1, it's whatever. You're just happy to not be eliminated. But
It's going to be the best.
yeah, if you win 5-0 and you're 1v1, 5 bullets.
I give them a call.
Dark Zero now just really in salvage mode, seeing if they can.
Which team would I pick for a 1v1? Well, every team gets to pick their best gunner, right?
MJR. Dark Zero just elected to just sit back, see if Fnatic are going to continue to play aggressive. You catch one of them. But Fnatic, after finding those initial 2 kills,
Good question.
and being aggressive early, have
Because in a
kinda cooled things
1v1, I'm
down a
not
little
picking
bit
an APAC team.
and elected to
I'm not.
fall back
Those
play side,
motherfuckers
40
crazy.
seconds left, 5v3, and it's certainly a well-drilled outfit. Although I say that, Sarks goes for one more and does find the head of Spirits and Fnatic.
We'll go to
A really good
Wikipedia and have a
response here in
look
the
after
second
this.
round after
Hey, baby Nyanya.
Dark Zero and mainly Spirits
Thanks for visiting. You
was
want to
super
come lay
aggressive
here?
in the opening round.
You want to come lay?
Swift response, it's a clean one. Expecting the swing from Jags.
You want to come hang out, watch the games with mummy? Come hang out with mummy?
Running out of time though for Dark
You
Zero,
want to
running
come
out of
hang
players.
out? Mummy loves you. Yeah, let's go through Wikipedia. Fucking pick who we would,
Flash
which
not
team we
gonna be
would pick.
effective. Ruby hid well, second one effective, but he had already found the kill onto Citizen, and surprise, surprise, Fnatic take the second round.
Alright, which team would I pick? I wouldn't pick an APAC team. I know it sounds counterintuitive, given they're the lower rated region, but I would not. Okay. Here. No. Maybe. No. 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 Now, because if they pick Mephi, you're fucked. No. Maybe. No. No. Maybe. No. No. Maybe. No. No. Because if they pick Robbie. No. No. I actually picked Team Secret. Team Secret or Wildcard. I know it sounds counterintuitive, but I pick either Team Secret or Wildcard.
Zero to change things up a little bit, and Spirits is electing to bring shield play out rather than the.
If I'm not picking Skazi, I'm picking
Capitao as well for Pamperzoo.
Wildcard or what's it called? Team Secret. That's where I would go. Imagine your coach is gambling addicted bets max amount bullet every game. That's sick.
The new ban phase, right? Because at the conclusion of this
hey, that's what our coach did.
Fnatic in a difficult position. If Spirits continues to play well, are they going to back that up with the Monty and try to fully take shields out?
APAC's got weird cracked gunner players. So I'm not picking an APAC team unless like they're all shitting the bed. It's a 1v1. You have to remember it's a 1v1. I am not picking an APAC team, bro. I'm picking a team that relies a bit more on teamwork and stuff. Less gun skill. Like I'm going like Team Secret, Wildcard. Like you know, they got really strong gunners, but
they're not a guarantee.
Telling you.
And Fnatic as an organization, I mean, I can't recall
even
the last time
Fnatic.
they actually made an international event.
It's been a while.
And so this is such
Who's
a strong
GTU
opportunity for this roster
Lobby?
with their 2 new additions to get some really good prep in for the upcoming season. Spirits making his way down through storage. Jackson close by on 2 Varel.
You know why they bet 1 bullet? It's just SSG is a pretty good team, right? But I think they want to see.
That pistol was close to the head.
I think they want to see what every other team does. Play safe day 1 so that they can see what the leaderboard looks like day 2. And their bullets are fine, no matter what happens.
Only 1 exothermic actually available, by the way, so this is it. You got to get this breach opened up.
Oh my god, the mirror's open, boy, be careful.
Not a rush just yet.
I think both are playing safe. I would play safe day 1 as well.
Through the nitrocell of Jags, gets rid of Citizen. So Thermic will be delayed by the Zoto canister. Only 60 seconds.
I think that's the right
far,
decision day 1, unless you're versing like a quote-unquote easy team.
Dark Zero at bay, they've got the opening kill.
Play super.
Dark Zero need to try and flip the script here in this round because it's slowly going the way of Fnatic.
Play super safe.
They look for the path of least resistance directed. Nave makes the ball over towards main breach. Below. Util game strong from Fnatic in this round.
Yeah, Sarks actually is going to be a thorn in the side as well over towards briefing. In towards Bucks though, Nave going for the plant, trying to find it. You can indeed see him, but he was zoomed in. Able to un-ADS and catches him just on the edge of the smoke. Yellow ping, knew that Pamperzoo was coming to recollect that kit, and Fnatic shows a really good signs of life here through the opening few rounds. They take a 2-1 lead over Dark Zero. Dare I say, you know, you come into this event, you talk about expectations, and you talk about, you know, for
you don't want to seem.
What are those expectations?
You want to be like
more of an expectation for them.
The grey wolf of the pack. You don't want teams to be picking you. You don't want teams to be noticing you. You don't want teams to be 1v1ing you. You just want to glide on by, making top 8.
80% on the social prediction going the way.
You don't want people to target you. You don't like. You want to be the kind of team that gets through the groups without making too much of like a fuss.
Nothing away, no mistakes, no errors, nothing for Dark Zero to punish on and capitalize.
So that's why.
I mean, you say that
day 1, if it was me, unless I'm versing like a quite low-rated team, I'm betting 1 bullet because I want to see what is going on.
That's apple juice, by the way.
That's apple juice, you sure? Chugging a beer, bro.
What he was drinking.
Yeah.
How do you know?
Well,
what else could it be?
I hope it's apple juice.
Yeah, I always expect you two to go balls to the wall too, but I think it's a very smart thing to do on day 1. Suss out.
It was very marginal. 2-1 start
honey,
though
what's
for
going on?
Fnatic.
Two-brow Ying ban.
Oh, are you casting?
Yeah. Unexpected, right?
The two-brow makes sense.
Okay.
Obviously, we've been seeing that deployed here by Fnatic.
I know, I'm waiting. Yeah, I'm going to watch the Falcons game, but I'm just waiting by watching this.
We're into our 3rd match now, so we've had a little bit of a glimpse at this new ban system. What are your
I miss
initial
you.
thoughts?
I wish you could watch party with me.
Given 2 of those matches.
She's got to go make the money casting the match.
Challenging to really...
I got to make the money watch party in the matches.
This one though,
I'm going to go on a limb and say I actually like it.
I'm quite intrigued as to how this plays out. Fnatic will put in a challenging position. They leave the Monty up by taking him off the board, and Spirits will lean into that immediately.
Okay, I'm going.
So we'll see.
Have fun casting. Make sure you close over my door a little bit.
Yeah,
Not too much, obviously, but
Monty has only appeared.
Yeah.
Yeah. But understandably, considering how strong the Ying crunch was around 1, they're just like, no, we don't want that.
Oh, does he run a laser?
Dave just
He
gets
has to
himself
hide
into
his
a
laser.
position where maybe someone from Fnatic might go for a little peek through the hatch. So far, though, it's been very controlled from Fnatic on the defense. Again, not really giving too much of an opportunity for DZ.
Congratulations for being so happy.
Thank
you.
Dark Zero has won was really off the back of Dark Zero getting aggressive.
You're so
pushing
sickeningly
forward,
sweet
which
together.
that's
I
kind of what
know.
we wanted to
I'm
see
very
from this
blessed.
new lineup with Citizen and Spirits coming in. It's also somewhat of a
Very blessed.
concern if, Spirits is the one that, in the opening round, pushes up main stairs, gets a 3K, but now he's playing a little bit slower on the Montang and trying to facilitate for others. If the others don't actually then play off the Montang, you might just be wasting some of that.
Oh, look at us, so cute together. Get fucking me running in my head, looking at you both.
Nave trying to just make a little bit of noise to see if anyone wants to come check him out down below.
Oh,
briefing,
no.
And one has been spotted up above, but no shots to land.
Vanish.
Towards R6. Again, only 90 seconds left. Dark Zero is slow and methodical.
Rest in peace. He vanished himself. I forgot that the vanish command exists.
Try and put some pressure on Fnatic earlier in these rounds, force out mistakes, trying to force them out of key positions. I think right now Fnatic are very happy with the way that the pacing's playing out in this match.
He's covering the Selma so that they can't shoot it or impact it. I like that. The fact that no one's challenging Nafe is a bit strange. I would have thought that there's... Okay, here we go. Wow! Speak it and it comes into existence.
Around for long enough, and Fnatic are going to be able to get an opportunity to get someone on flank.
Oh, true. Wasted C4.
Really, the objective here is getting to
one more C4. He's trying to push below, but he needs to push his buck out below. He really needs to push out this buck below.
Very long angle. Gets off of it though temporarily. Goes for the rotate. Wants to now play off of Spirits, who wants to get into a position to go for that.
We missed him.
And he finally elects to go for it. Watching the
how do you lose that?
Loses the battle to Groovy. Can Spirits get this down successfully?
He needs to kill Nave. You need to kill Nave. You need to kill Nave. Oh my god.
Spirits cannot make it.
Oh my god, NJR.
Loses a little bit of pressure onto the kit for Dark Zero.
I thought he was fucking just headshot him.
Got the numbers 3-on-2.
Saw that buck down below, so keep that in mind. Cross needs to be broken. Jackson to lead the line, but he falls to NJR, who lines them both up, and DZ responds.
Yeah, it might not be the most flashy.
They really needed to kill that buck below. They didn't put enough pressure on him.
Good play. Spirits getting into that position and getting that.
R6esports.com is where I check all my stuff for reload, and then the rest on Liquipedia.
Yes, he loses his life as he's making his way from the plant. Doesn't matter. He did his job and he did it really
well. But yeah,
really
R6esports.com has been
I think they actually put a lot of eggs
updated,
into the
like renovated, really good. I like it.
Had he been able
I'm actually really surprised how good it is.
Maybe there was an opportunity for Fnatic, but he lost out, and now it's 2-2. And so far, hard to really kind of break these two teams apart through the opening 4 rounds.
2 minutes until they start, I assume, the desk, or talking about that game at least.
Cast our minds back to the last time this objective took place. It was really decided in a very early fight over towards Warehouse. Fnatic able to sneak a cheeky double, and that pretty much completely broke Dark Zero out of that particular round. So hopefully this time around for the North Americans, they're able to formulate a bit more of a response here on the attack. Maybe fight for a little bit more map control, potentially Drake being played for the Ram as well as repick onto.
Buffed.
We'll see. Citizen as well on Deimos. Your very existence annoys me. Will be useful on the map clear. Fnatic have shown certainly a ability and a willingness to flank, especially late round, contesting those vert players. Citizen himself yet to really have too much of an impact on the scoreboard. Just one.
I think. I don't know why, Max. I think there's been a couple of issues today. First day, so it is what it is. I'll be curious to see what happens tomorrow. That's for sure.
From the plant going down, he took the battle, long angle. Okay, he lost it, but the plant went down, so he's kind of done his job there. That's why sometimes you look at the numbers and look at the stats, and it's not always telling the full story. NJR though, 7-2 start on the docket. He calls out very early logic bomb. Oh no, he's about to. Sorry. But for Fnatic, yeah, I mean, decent signs so far, but will it be a case similar to the APAC teams where
Sox is like, hey, can you get me the fuck out of here, please?
End up getting the result. There is that logic bomb now by NJR.
I agree, Kibble. I still believe Shaco slept in.
So far, Spirits making a very solid debut here for Dark Zero. JR had already gotten that one onto Jaxu, and that's a quick little start. Dark Throw switch up the pace.
Loading new
so
mag.
slow, methodical, playing off the Montang in the previous round into round 5 now. They completely switch it up. Again, fast entry, somewhat similar to the opening round. And I gotta say, through 5 rounds now, we've seen from Dark Zero 2 different ways in which they can play their attacking siege.
And that's not a sentence that would typically be said about that roster in years gone by.
Yeah, they're not looking one-dimensional at all, and that's really what you want from this roster, from this new look Dark Zero lineup. Fnatic just got hit with an absolute sucker punch. They just didn't look ready for that change up of speed. I think it's a case of like you don't want to be.
He looks above is like huge respect.
Kind of always rushing in,
it's fucking 5v2 and he still checks above. That's massive respect.
Methodical because it's too easy to read. Jegs, well,
yeah, just baiting them. Just baiting them, knowing that they had to try and create some kind of advantage somewhere. Oh my god.
Going to be a third round on the board for Dark Zero. And so far, really good signs from them as well in their ability to change things up.
So well played.
Yeah, too easy, says Spirits. Kangaroo Kenny once again.
Go live now. All right, lovely.
Huge organisation across esports. I mentioned it yesterday on Twitter. The most follows on social media of any Brazilian esports organisation. The second most globally. I'm not sure who's in top spot, to be honest with you. But this is a big old to have in the game. So first and foremost, welcome to Loud. And the team they've picked up is the team formerly known as E1. Of course, then became Raza Company Academy. Had a great showing at SI. So one that you look at and kind of go, you scratch your head a bit and think, is this a team befitting like Loud? Would you not expect a more top tier team? I think it's more the momentum of these guys recently, Tim, seeing how they
DZ and avoiding their slow start curse.
Very interested because they have got
might be a bit
impressive over the last 12 months. You look back to the major
might
12
be a
months
bit
ago in May. Everyone was like, what are they doing here? How the hell have they made it? Didn't make it to the next one, and then
foreshadowing of a new DZ, maybe. That's what I'm sort of thinking.
Very much on the up and up. One key change to note, though, is Daffodil coming in for Perez. Perez has gone to Black Dragons. Sorry, not Perez. Flash Tree. So there's a change in this roster. However, they don't just go and pick up someone for no reason.
Lead for Dark Zero, but
all right,
for Fnatic,
we'll go back like you said.
This third round on the board here to close the half out. We've got to get 3-3. See, it feels like the one strength for Fnatic so far has probably been on site, and then where they're not winning early contact fights, and probably the roam game as well hasn't worked. So that's concerning, especially on a map like Lair.
Time to ring some ears.
The mute in play then to complicate things a little bit here for the attack. Everything directly into Dawns will not be for free. Amber though with Impact Amp, so it shouldn't be too much.
Who's speaking in the background?
Early portion of this round. It's going to be really intriguing. Spirit's already looking to apply pressure. Jaxu almost caught.
Who am I hearing speaking in the background?
Dark Zero, but he's only unpunished.
Oh my god, I mean Loud, the organization.
Yeah, Jaxu just looking a
I
little
loved him in Val, and
expecting
freaking love him here.
A few different angles. Oh, well, that's not good. No, that's good though.
Why can I hear the players? Why can we hear the comms a little bit?
By the way, actually hasn't had a kill so far, so probably not all too much lost.
Why can I hear the players a little bit?
Anyway, with the quick trade onto Groovy, and Citizen goes for another one. Gets rid of Sarks, who started very, very well in this half for Fnatic. And only one gas bait remaining as well for Deepak. 90 seconds left in the round. Spirits is
holy fuck, can't get out.
Taking a large amount of damage from that, just too slow to get out.
Losing Pamba hurts though with the impact amp. It means that direct route's kind of taken out a little bit here, and so Dark Zero may be forced for the 5th or above.
Hey Nick, I'm gonna go down.
Something wait and see. Nate has already navigated.
Why can we hear the player comms?
Actually, may need to catch the timing. On above, Spirits with the can opener, able to apply pressure, and Jax looks to hold his ground.
He wants to go for a peek though off the back of the opening made by Spirits.
What are the casters sat in front of these fucking players? Like what?
They've got the player advantage, just got to think their way through this situation. Got to be careful of Jaxu as well, still towards Medical. Nave, well, he wasn't careful enough. Caught out. Good trade though by Citizen, and 3 in the round found for him as Spirits gets another plant down. And Citizen makes it
go
the
for
quad.
ace.
It could be on for the ace. Over towards Storage as the remaining player in Jegs. Citizen may as well just go hunting at this point. It's a 3v1 in the post plant. Maybe you don't have to hunt too much. He has to make his way over. Now caught in briefing. Spirits can call out. Citizen comes hunting.
Aisu!
And what a start for Dark Zero. 4 attacking rounds in the board, and they did it as 4. Pambazu had no impact in that round.
One-dimensional,
as he, of course,
you think?
did drop out of it.
Hey, you do... Yeah, I think it's hard. All right. Oh my god, Skycrapper.
To one another. Drone bug, I believe, so going into a
Drone bug
here before we get ourselves properly underway with this game.
$150,000 on the $170,000 for the winner. Certain that they're going to be paying plenty of attention to how many bullets are getting reloaded.
Absolutely. This is the thing, like, even in this case where you're looking at that and going, well, surely, like, Falcons would just reload 2 here. Like, it's not the end of the world. You've still got 4 going into tomorrow. On day 3 is where you can really start having some fun and racking up big points. I think it's more just being cautious while you assess the field and exactly what's going on across the whole group. Because, again, that reminder, if you are lower down in the standings come the end of the day, then you get a pick of who your next opponent's going to be. And let's be honest, Tim, very few teams are going to pick Falcons as their next opponent.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be a bold team, wouldn't it? They're likely to be getting left towards the end of that draw for teams to...
Yeah, I think they're still trying to work out the player cams. It's probably a low priority for day one, you know what I mean? You want the games to run well, you want the broadcast to run well, the microphones, the lighting, the cameras.
Rewards 2 today.
The player cams are probably a low priority, which is fair enough.
So
focus on everything else.
Left coming into...
Both teams put 1. The reason I said putting 1 on day 1 is important because it lets you suss out everyone first.
That's not a normal thing.
It's incredibly low risk.
Keep thinking of days of the week, third day, Wednesday. I've been having a real problem over the last 3 or 4 days.
I think it's incredibly low risk.
How old are you now?
Don't worry about that.
39?
39.
Yeah. When are you 40 again?
This year.
What are we doing for it?
I don't know. What have you planned?
Oh, that's a good point, actually. Me and Chambers were talking about some plans. We've got no idea what those plans are yet, but there will be plans.
There we go.
We'll find something.
But yeah, so, you know, up until day 3, everybody is going to be
I think there was a drone bug.
Day 3 is the day where, in theory, we could start seeing teams. It starts to change then a little bit, as we've discussed. You can start to reload more bullets up to a maximum of 8, but it's also
let's lay down and
based
watch
on
this
how
match.
many your opponent has. You can't reload more bullets than your opponent has.
Yeah.
So it's a nice little bit of balancing, is that, because if you go and choose what you think is
City
a
going
really
into a
easy
blackout
opponent because they've lost a bunch of games and they only
Sending
have
Love Ascent
2
shouldn't be
bullets,
safe.
you're limiting yourself in what you can potentially win because you can only reload 2 because your opponent only has 2. So it kind of removes
that's my
some
problem,
of the
is like
incentive from just going and picking the easy teams because
yeah, you can't pick the easy team because what if the easy teams only have a couple of bullets?
Like the last day, day 5, for example, which will be on Wednesday. And it's the top 4 teams that go through. If you aren't in that top 4 because you've been taking the easy games, then guess what? You're in hot bother. So I think it's very much going to be a case of being mindful of like where you might sit down to, being able to pick out your opponents and really trying to harvest as many of those bullets as you can on the final day or 2. I think all our players are now back in lobby, by the way, so should be able to get going any second now.
Yeah, we'll get round 1 underway as soon as possible. Reminder for everybody who hasn't maybe seen the earlier games, we are working with our new operator banning system as well. So 2 bans at the beginning of the game for each team for the side that they are not on. So if you start on attack, you will be able to ban 2 defenders at the beginning of the match. And then after round 3, before round 4, you are able to ban a 3rd operator of the relevant side. So if you're on attack, you ban 2 defenders, then you ban a 3rd defender.
Remind me there, Tim, I'm going to check chat and see if any questions come
You
flying
have a
on
little
through.
check. When we get to the halfway, we wipe the slate clean and we start the banning process again because obviously the side switch
Loving the
comes
couch in
into
the
play.
stream room, by the way.
As well, at that
Yeah, it was
halfway
chaos to get it in here,
mark,
but we
not
did
at the
it, so
additional round 4
I'm
ban,
happy, I'm happy.
But at that halfway mark, the coach is allowed to talk to the team as well, which is obviously a little bit
That's the thing,
unusual
is
to be
like
able to talk to the team outside of tactical timeout, so that's something that's a little bit
teams
new as well.
betting 1 bullet today, in my opinion, are very smart because you have no motherfucking idea what it's going to look like day 3 when people can start to bet up to 8. But you can only bet as many bullets as your opponent has come those days. So if you're like, okay, well, I need 5, but my opponent only has 3,
yes,
well,
I do, because we were talking about Dorkby.
you either have to pick a harder opponent, which is a risk. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's a huge risk.
Particularly likes to use, of course, the Deimos.
Yes, I mean Deimos. If you've watched
prediction,
formerly BDS, now Falcons, watch this roster at any point over the last year and a half or so, you'll know how scary Shadco can be. And of course, since
Why do I have
seen
mods?
Deimos come out.
I have to do this shit myself.
I remember back when he used to play the living death out of Iana, Tim. That was his go-to operator, and things have changed around now, arguably for the better, because
that was the changes that took him off Iana.
What the fuck are their names?
Yeah.
I remember it was like, I think we might have covered one.
Wow, that's right.
The first game or one of the first games that he went with Iana.
Give me 1 minute.
I can get kills with these nades. This is great. And then he just never went off Iana again and was an absolute menace.
Well, we're going to see him being a menace throughout the tournament. Regardless of what we're playing on this round, it's going to be
make Schwartzy a new mod so he can't vanish anymore. That's rude. I gotta let him be able to do something somewhere.
All the time about Dokkaebi because they absolutely love playing it. 3 players have got this operator in their top 3 and they use it to great effect. Alongside something like a Lion or alongside the Deimos, it doesn't matter what it is, they'll really be able to push in and punish any would-be rollers.
Draco on the Lion, I love it.
So,
I love it.
Keep a close eye on when those calls come out because
they
that is
got rid
when
of
this
his
Falcon
fucking
side
Deimos.
spring into action and start their charge on forward.
He's like, what do I play?
Just going to be holding that angle through the hatch for the time being. Falcons, of course, starting on the attack, looking to, I think, work their way in towards office. We can see them there on the VIP wall, just looking to breach that.
Oh, they don't know where it is.
The electricity.
It's on the other side.
The impact EMP wrong.
Shit.
They've not had the intel that they needed. Solotov dumps the impact EMP towards the bottom right of the wall, but it's an electrical on the stairs, and it will foil that approach. We can see that Falcons have basically dipped away mostly from that side. We're going to have them taking the opportunity to open office wall, but I'm not sure how safe they're going to be entering on in here without VIP cleared out.
No. I mean, nothing else. It's very early in the round still, so it's a case of getting things opened up, but you still got to swing your way across the entire map. But forcing these away is the main thing, and it's too easy. STK
now he's
getting a
taking
freebie, and with that, Tim, they'll get out of it.
Funny.
Because sure enough, Shako calls in the E1D straight afterwards, trying to catch someone out on the retreat back, and sure, he actually has got someone pincered out here, Tim, around Shrine. He's in a good spot, but they see his man. STK's being pincered from a couple of sides here. He's got 3 players around him, Tim, but he's still going. Has now got a nade at his feet, a C4 going off. He ain't getting out of here, Tim. He's got a second. Shiko now gone. Also got the Goya canister on the wall. He's still being held down, but for now, he holds on with 2 kills to his name. Finally finished off, but the damage has been done.
Those 2?
SDK's just giving him a masterclass of how to play over in VIP. Absolutely beautiful double from him. And that is Falcons paying the price for not getting that wall open, not getting the drone in, and not being aware of where the electrical was being placed. And it shows just how small the margins are that we are dealing with at times here. They've managed to level things up 3 versus 3, but only 45 seconds left to go. No impact on site whatsoever so far. No
what the fuck are they going to do now?
This is going to be a tough attack from here
on. Imagine they jump in, there's just like fucking
left in the back pocket
3 Gumans,
well.
3 fucking
You've got to worry about the mute being on side. We'll jam away 1 or 2 of those calls if they're not careful. But when that call comes out like it is now, this should be go time for the team. They've only got 25 seconds to work with, Tim. Another Goyo canister popped out to run down time further, and just see Falcons start to sweat in the dying moments.
User's just trying to get aggressive and get himself on into Karaoke. Is able to do so behind that Blackbeard shield, and you can see Daffodil just not going to be engaging just yet. Goes back for a look and will wish that he hadn't as Breede cuts him down. Passetto finds Solotov. Users onto live. Plant going down. Can Users continue to cover? Passetto is there with a huge play. He manages to stop the diffuser going down, and that's what I love about Siege. Where there's a will, there's a way, Des. Shotgun through the wall, creates the angle that he needs, and that is a great first round from Loud. Just hanging on.
Alrighty, we got a game. We got a fucking game.
Angles there while
Never mind, it was a drill. Welcome back.
He's trusting his life there and his teammate, but there's only so much you can get away with. And to give it to Passetto, Tim, he's a player that many over time have looked at and said, oh, is he quite at the standard that this team needs him to be at if they want to be a top contender? Well, clearly he showed some of that back at SI, and here, yes, it's only round 1, but he was the difference maker. And
by the way, guys, I re-signed with Talon and PSG Talon.
Pretty close affair.
So
I'm imagining this half is going to continue playing out exactly the same.
Just going to be setting up basically the reverse of what they did there. They're going to, I would imagine, have a presence over in T and Karaoke on that side of things, just to, again, burn a little bit of time. We've got a few over there for the time being. Perez on the Azami maybe just going to be setting up. If nothing else, maybe just to give the illusion.
GG's on the new
of a
contract.
little
Get
bit
that
of
bag, bro.
presence over there,
Thank
just
you.
barricading
Thank you.
Absolutely everything at the minute.
I just freaking love
Whilst
Talon.
It might not slow Falcons
I've worked with them
down
for years. They're
massively,
so
what it
fucking
does
good
do
to me.
is give you a big sound
It's just
cue.
nice
If they're going to be coming across
be with
from
an org
side
that
straight
is
away,
more
if
than
you're
just like a
playing in Drum,
transaction.
if you're playing in Shrine,
Yeah, it
you're going to
feels
hear those barricades
good.
getting hit. So if
And it doesn't
nothing
feel like a
else,
job.
you might as well throw them up if you're not
I love
planning
it.
on playing over that side, because it's going to give you that noise cue.
Yeah, I'm
But look
hoping
at
we
this
drop some
Perez.
more merch
He
soon.
is right
guys, I
there
won't
on
lie.
the black stairs door. He's waiting for a rappel. He's desperate for this, but he's not going to get any joy.
Oh, he's
Goes for the
faked it.
barricade, but here's the rappel. Drops back.
How long have I signed
A
for?
little bit of a cat and
So
mouse
the reason I
going
had a
on
meeting
there.
the other day with
Admittedly,
Legal
a bit
from
better for both
Talon
sides than last time.
was
I mean, it was
I
SDK
asked it to
playing
not
on the
actually be a full
Guy
term,
Breach that tore
the
through some
year
of those
or two,
Falcons
right?
players early in the
Because
round.
I want
All the
us
small exchanges and anyone being taken
us.
down or seeing any
Selfishly, I
craziness
said, for me, I'm not
Once
sure
again,
what's going to
you're
happen
not
with
gonna
my
see
shoulder.
a Dockerbee onside
And
for
I don't
Falcons,
want
and
to
this
be
is where
locked into a
I wouldn't say
contract
that
that I
they're
can't
nothing without the
fulfill if I
operator. I'm
can't
not
play
keeping
if I
harping on
need
about it
my
because
shoulder
it is a really
have
important
surgery
point.
on.
It's not the end of the world when they
And
haven't got it, but I do
ooh,
worry
he
about their
peeked straight back
capability to be
into
able to
it.
clear through a map
Well, they
effectively.
tricked it.
Because they're going
Double
direct
trouble
towards
there.
site here,
He's
they
doing a
don't
great
need
job
the
with the
Dokkaebi
tricking.
onside. They'd rather have the extra utility.
Yeah, so
you've
I
got
said,
things like the double heart
you know,
breach,
to our
you've got
legal
Ying
guy, I was
onside,
like,
you've
hey,
got
like,
the Grim available
I'm
at
a
the
little
same
worried
time.
about my
A lot
shoulder.
here
I
they
don't
can
know
work
what
with.
the
SDK is going to be punished early in the
MRI
round.
with contrast
This
and thing
time
will
we've
show.
got Brede
If it shows
working
I
on
need
the Maverick
surgery,
as
then
well
I
to try and
probably can't
counteract that
stream
Kaid a little bit,
after
that
when I go through
tricking that we're seeing
recovery.
from the electricals.
And so I said,
Not
can we
too
move to
successful
like
yet.
a
Still don't have the office wall open,
like an
still don't have
unlimited
the small
contract
bar wall open if
where
they wanted it.
I give notice.
So right now,
I said,
again, Loud are
I
doing
don't
a good
think
job of burning down a bit of time. Leakafak has
like,
got himself up drum stairs over towards
it sounds selfish when I say it out loud like that, right? Because oh my fucking god, whip central! Oh fuck me! Oh, I'm closing my eyes. Fuck.
He misses his opportunity, and Solotov's there to punish.
I've been with Talon long enough that the contract is almost like just a formality.
Walks away alive, and they're punished for it. Very understandably so. Solotov into a 3K in the round.
They can't move
Leakafak's
anywhere.
bringing up to
Everything's
collect
held.
one more. This one looking much more like what we expected.
And so I just said,
back
you know,
in
let's
round
move
one.
to
Absolute Falcons domination.
to a
Yeah, 5 versus 1. Dafo got it all to
you know,
do.
an
Just going to try and
unlimited,
hold
but
himself
with,
in behind that bomb chassis. They'll know exactly where he is. Users manages to pick him up with a headshot.
with notice.
3-0 start for Users.
And if my shoulder becomes a problem, then and I need to go for surgery, then we rediscuss moving me into another role or whatever. And they said, yeah, that's probably what we would want is for you to move into another role in the organization or something. I said, okay, cool.
Both got users for cost, and I've got Brede in there.
I said, all right, cool. Well, let's discuss it then. You know.
What did I have?
Survival, I think.
Yes, Survivor got him in there for, and he did die in round 1.
And they were really nice about the shoulder thing. I was a little worried, you know, because when you go into
Palau got to buck up their ideas
the
a bit
legal
here.
conversation, you know, it's still a business agreement at the end of the day. They want a certain amount of deliverables and things from you. You know, you're obviously getting paid to do it, so you want to make sure that you meet everything and you don't want to ask too much. When, you know, especially with an org you've been with for a long time, who's looked after you for years. So I was a little nervous about the shoulder thing, but they were so good about it. They said, oh, don't worry, Jess, go get the MRI and everything, go see what the surgeon says, and then let's meet again and let's discuss what we can do then. I was like, thank you so much.
Up there in the drum area.
I meet with the surgeon for the initial consultation next week. I don't know how long after that until he will book the MRI with contrast, how long the wait list is for that. I'm hoping not too long. I've waited a long time just to get this initial consultation because I wanted a really good surgeon. I wanted a shoulder-specific surgeon. And I got one of the best guys here in the city, so of course I had to wait. And so once I have that initial consultation, I'll know when the arthrogram will be. And once I have that, I'll be able to go into the consultation, and then he'll pretty much tell me if I need surgery, which we're pretty sure I do.
Just one of his go-to bread and butters. Clearly
how
loves the gun,
urgent
but also
is it?
fantastic as an operator. The team take map control with the
you know,
Dokkaebi
is it
and then lock things down with that nomad. It's so hard.
We
to get a
think
good flank off
possibly
against this
I
team
was
as a
born
result.
with malformations in my shoulders,
SDK once again,
and
just over
throughout
in this
my
position,
military and
opposite side of the
bodybuilding
map,
training,
just
I
looking to try and burn time in and around office, in and around VIP. Needs to
and
be
I've
very
exacerbated
carefully
it
allowed as they start to be challenged in and around
heavily.
Terrace. Falcons surrounding that, but how about that? Live doubts out will be punished by Leakafak on the exchange, on the trade. 4 versus 4. A Mute is lost, a Dorkaby is lost.
Yeah,
the loss is definitely bigger.
I definitely still want to stream, right? Like maybe I just move to watch parties, right? Because I won't be able to use my shoulder. So I just start watch partying all of the Pro League days, you know, and doing different content for Talon or something, you know. I don't know. We discussed like what's
more than anything else. At least stepping their way back here loud, happy with what they've collected. A couple of players dropping down, still one holding on the upstairs.
Possible.
And those Goyo
and go from there, I think.
out, running that clock down further. We're coming towards the last 60. And
Good
of
shot.
course, Shaiko gets a kill like that. That is just disgusting.
Game sense is absolutely
yeah, that's the thing, is who knows what it is about my shoulders that are so damaged, but
here. See if he can find anybody else.
Do you remember the similar kill that he got on border where he just like put 2 bullets into the main doorway, like double door? Shot once, shot twice, and got a kill on the second. Even he paused and was like, what just happened?
It was too close.
It always seems to be him.
Oh, Brune. Oh, he's fucked it.
Just going to be getting
Can the casters note it?
Angle from
casters talk about it?
Rather than opening the hatch specifically, just seeing if they can...
They haven't even fucking noticed that it happened. What the fuck? They might even lose this round because of that.
To find that next kill that you feel would be the real momentum boost that would start driving them forward. Pasetto just with some fancy footwork avoiding the damage, but he goes back for more and he'll be taken down. Users picks up Dafo in a trade after he manages to find Shaiko. Again, it's 3v1. 9 seconds left to go here. Brede, however, he's going to be putting that diffuser down, Des.
That's what he does, Tim. Users being taken offline. But like that, Leakafak is there for the trade.
Oh my god, don't be yelling.
And of course, there's some loud noises to come out of the team as a result. Another good round coming out from Falcons. And in round 1, of course, it all got whittled down. STK with a big 2K at the start.
I'm expecting that both shoulders probably need
it has felt all Falcons.
Reconstruction of some kind. I don't know what kind, but given
so we will have
what I've gone through with my shoulders, we're guessing.
As we can see, Falcons will take out another defender.
Both shoulders probably need it, but my right is significantly worse than my left. So we start with the right, go through the rehabilitation, which takes about 6 months before I can use it properly again, and then I think we would look to get the left done.
They've been tricked. They've struggled.
Yeah, Falcons are the higher rated team here. They should win this, and it shouldn't be too difficult for them. However, I kind of like that Loud can be the underdog here, that they can be the dark horse for this. I like that.
Wouldn't have been possible had they got that correct. So no real surprises to see the
Fuck the
Kaid
Kaid
just going to give
tricking.
them maybe a little bit more flexibility on the attack to get those walls open without having to bring along the Maverick.
All right, let's see what we can do now that extra ban has come on through. I did hope we were going to see a Dokkaebi ban, and indeed, that is what has dropped in. This is where now I think these sites that require clearing more of the map might start playing into Falcons.
After consult and surgery, you'd be able to know if you'd be able to play after recovery.
Down once those start coming on through, and hopefully can get a little bit more.
So I'm in 2 minds about it, and I'd love to hear your guys' opinion as well. I think if I have to have surgery on my shoulder, even if the surgeon was to say, you know, you could move your arm left and right and stuff like that, I would be too I would be too nervous
to this side of the map
to damage the reconstruction. That's why they say, you know, you need about 6 months after shoulder reconstruction stuff. I would be too nervous, and I don't want to risk it. It's a lot of money for the surgery, especially if I want to get it done privately and quickly. It's a lot of time,
not an unusual
and time is money.
Really, just to clear out that line of sight, make sure
I would rather just retire from
how
streaming.
Do Falcons go about dealing with VIP?
And fucking
learn that lesson.
No
they
way.
know that was the problem last time, and look at that aggression coming out alive, right up onto the breach to shoot away the second detonation of that Selma charge. I don't think it really helps him too much because Falcons don't.
And you know, I want to.
They just want the line of sight to make it
I want to make sure it heals properly. Because why would I double, triple, quadruple the time, maybe even double, triple, quadruple the cost in time and money that it takes me to get back to usable shoulders, you know what I mean? Like, do it right the first time, Don't fuck around with it.
Is working really well
even if it means giving up
just assumed,
streaming,
we'll get
you know.
Up and they'll move away and we'll catch them on the pinch.
Become an IRL streamer.
With no one forcing them to move.
I really could. I'm very comfortable with technology that way.
It's once again Falcon struggled with the clearance of.
I love camping and stuff like that. I love IRL stuff, so it really wouldn't bother me.
Live this time around, they just can't seem to force them out of position. And
that's the thing. I could probably just be a watch party or IRL stream. You're right. I could move to a different type of streaming. I could.
He cuts him down. That's Grim gone as well.
Stream the surgery? Fuck it, I don't care. I'm such an open book. That's what makes me a good IRL streamer. Hello?
Shaiko just doing Shaiko things, walking on into sight, but he can't find anybody yet. The challenge comes in and he's cut down. STK Perez, this is all going in Loud's favour as they find a flawless round.
Certainly not what I expected, Tim, but I'll come back to what I said about the Dockerby ban. They can't force these players out from that east side. Like, yeah, cool, the breach is one
Cooking stream, IRL stream, camping stream, watch party stream, yeah.
And those
super doable.
Just missed.
Moving genres is a scary thing when you are a full-time streamer of something. There's a lot of people who are variety streamers who do variety streams, and their audience is used to that. Their following is used to that. I would essentially have to sort of remarket myself.
Without that, you're seeing them struggle. So here they're going to have to go back to playing the line, for example,
almost in a way.
But I think
so yeah,
found a good response
look, what's up, Sean? How are you? It's not something I'm against. That's for sure. Not something I'm against, but something that Talon would have to be okay with. I think Talon, as long as I watch party all the matches, wouldn't mind, right? But I want to give more. I want to be more in my job.
A little bit, and that's what we're starting to see. They just can't get hold of that office side of things.
Yeah, I don't think it would be possible for me to stream gameplay after my surgery. I'm pretty confident. Because I'm not a complete wrist aimer, and I don't want to move to a wrist aimer because I don't want to move the
got to come
problem somewhere else, you know.
At the minute, they can't rely on just winning gunfights.
I'm enjoying the aggression coming out from Loud. Like Live, especially, has had a couple of rounds now where he's really gone bananas. Like the previous one there, stepping up to try and tag onto the Salma to get rid of it. The one before that, when it wasn't actually the round before,
my buddy Alex Zornic, you know, he moved from Siege to Tarkov, and his viewership
and make something happen. And
dropped
sure, he died a few times for it, but it's the willingness to keep Falcons on their toes.
80%, 70 to 80%. And that's hard, you know, and
in a couple of these rounds.
You know, if Talon's okay with me taking an initial hit to try and see how that goes,
keeps taking the quick picks out onto the balcony, wants to know whether Falcons are there or not this time.
You know, you don't want to
a little bit more slowly. It looks like
play with fate, you know, when it's your salary.
Than looking directly towards sight. We can see them, you know, trying to get
a Neuralink.
Into gear,
yeah, that'd be crazy, yeah.
Get themselves a little bit of a beachhead established where they can move on in, and now finally they will start thinking towards that soft wall.
It's very, very cool
that sort of
how
having to jump the Rotero
how Loud tries to deal with the utility. Like they're willing to peek that Flores drone. They're willing to peek the
this is where they might start getting a bit
Selma on the wall, for example. Like
nervous for them.
That's
got to employ something to make their
that's really cool. Like that's just micro level stuff that Loud is doing that I really like.
Monty's banned away from them, so they can't
knowing how important a single Flores drone could be.
Patient aggression might be what they're missing here, but we'll see if they can get it done. Still only halfway through the round. You can see the tag coming on through from the Grim Bees of
Look at Shaiko.
Still got another
is there any utility stopping me? Is there any Fenris here?
Back pocket, and they've also found the entry. SDK taken offline, and a 5 versus 4 begins.
Perez is pinged out as well. They know his position.
What a risk.
It's going to be Shaiko managing to get Dafo Solotov onto Perez, using that information from the Grim Bees to make sure they get in and get the kill. And this is BDA. Sorry, Falcons just looking much better here. It was inevitable at some point. Shaiko and Breeder managed to get
he called him BDS.
And that's going to close out the round. At the minute, it feels like each of these rounds just goes
Dizzy
heavily in favour.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
They just seem to get in there, get a few kills, and
looks like they've put together a good squad, but Dizzy, you know.
It does quite literally, Tim. We've had, what, 2
had a bit more time to work on things.
Was really dominant.
Could camping and setting up camp tents and stuff be even worse off shoulder-wise? Well, I'd have Alice with me. We have an inflatable tent here, so it's really nothing that is difficult for her. We invested in quite a good tent so that it wouldn't be
Last
too
fight
tough.
of the half then is going to be barbecue kitchen. This does mean there's a
I
lot
like
of
how
maps to play
Shaiko
here, and I
plays
think in the
things.
last
Like,
round, despite not having that
he
Docker be outside,
fundamentally
where we saw Loud
understands that
struggle
when he's
was they
been
wanted
put
to
in a
play that aggressive
position
style that I
to
mentioned Live has employed a few times throughout
take
the
a
half.
position
Trying to
himself,
do much of the same again.
he
Falcons would have
manages
been
to
patient
find
and let
that
them make the play.
information, act on
Honestly,
it as
the other
quickly as
side, once
possible.
Loud
Like, he
tried to get a
doesn't
bit too
stall.
aggressive about things and with the one swinging a bit wildly. It's a really good response. Falcons in a spot to close this out 4-2, but if Loud can get it back to 3-3,
I agree, Kibble, but I
even
also
with
see
that,
a lot of
Falcons will still
Tarkov
feel
streamers do
happy about
quite
the
well
outcome
with
of the
viewership
half.
as well. A lot of people have found their niche over there.
Paris just going to be
in
doing
EFT
the
and
work
stuff like that. So
to get that
They
reinforcement.
love this East
it's tough,
extension, by
right?
the way.
Yeah,
Like, even on
and I just think a lot of that comes down to if you have been a purely siege streamer your whole life, it's very hard to move to another game without having to completely redo things. And that's fine by me. I've never worried so much about my viewership, right? As long as I do my job and talent are happy, that's great with me. I love hanging out with you guys either way.
In some ways, to tea and karaoke, because it's like tea and karaoke, but with an additional step. You know, once you've got that top
That's the
floor,
thing,
you've
isn't
also
it?
then got to get there into sight.
You're right,
You've pretty much
viewership
got to get
overlap is
control of
very
about
minimal.
75% of the map here of Falcons on attack, so it's just so much work for them to do.
Just dug in for the most part. This time around, not looking to get too aggressive. You'd maybe expect to see that with a Solus on side. You know, Perez wants to get out there, take away the intel away from the other side. We've seen Mutant Mozzie employed in this site previously to try and achieve the same outcome. A little bit different, a little bit more mobile, a bit more aggressive, of course.
Good to see
not in a
all
great
of
spot right now.
Falcons
Solus, I believe some
stepping up
changes
now.
to come to help bring her back into the meta a little bit more confidently. But you will see teams every now and then employ her in a spot where they feel she can have the most effect, and clearly that's what Perez feels that he can get away with.
I like watching games. I'm not good at them. I also like watching games I'm good at. I think there's
get off the rappel, then straight back on it again. Wonderful.
there's very few viewers like myself who watch multiple games. Like I watch a lot of Apex, I watch a lot of Siege, I watch a lot of Valorant. I overlap in
to
multiple.
punish them. Dafo does manage to pick up Solotov though, and it's not
there's
the
very few
start
people
that
like that.
Falcons would have wanted in the round. Like you say, 3 attacking rounds is not the end
Yeah,
of the
I hope
road
so,
on
Aero.
Skyscraper, but wouldn't a fourth be wonderful for them? Just missing the tail end of Leakafat there. He gets the ping. Can't find his man as he's picked between two. Basetto finishes him off with the shotgun. 5 versus 3, and Loud are in the driving seat. And what did I say, Des? These rounds, they just go all in favour of one team or the other. 5 versus 2.
We forgot.
Falcons are on a major
This
back
is
foot.
one of the most defensive-sided maps in the entire fucking map pool.
Unsynergized round really coming out from Falcons when Brede's got himself in no man's land and got picked off in a 2 versus 1. When
A 3-3
hoping for the
on
best
the
down
attack
backstairs,
for
it has
Falcons
crumbled.
is really
And to be
good.
fair
I
to Loud,
forgot.
Tim,
I
said it
totally
previously,
forgot.
They didn't go aggressive and try swinging everything they possibly could. They were waiting to see what the other side were doing. So the patience game is rewarded.
Biggest thing is also that the sort of Milsim
niche
niche is particularly sparsely populated niche of
now
games.
they switch
True.
onto the defense, and it's on to Loud to show us what they can do.
Yeah, exactly,
So as we are at
Jeepers.
that halfway point where the sides switch,
For another
we
game of
will
another
go
genre.
through the
Yeah, I
banning
think,
phase again, so each team will ban out 2 operators simultaneously. Loud banning the defenders, Falcons banning the attackers. The coach, of course,
the
is
idea
allowed
that
to
if
speak
I
to
do
them
move
at
into
this
another set of
point as
content,
well,
I can
just
focus
through
on
that
other
short
things
banning
and
phase. So again,
you know,
maybe a little bit of wisdom that they can impart, just remind them of what the strategy is going to be for the second half, what they're expecting.
why not give it a go? Like we say to Talon, you know, for the next
side of the coin.
this many months, we're going to move to this type of content and see how it goes.
Ace are going to be taken away by Falcons, and we're going to have the Electro Bros, Cade and Bandit.
I like you started saying that now.
Yeah.
Never heard you say it before.
It's catchy.
Yeah, the Electro Bros.
So we're going to have Cade and Bandit taken away by
Animal
Loud,
Crossing?
So
So I
that
mean,
should facilitate
mobile
them getting in the map.
games, things that I can stream.
I love how they just knew Loud
like,
what they were playing into here.
fuck yeah, like, I don't know, who knows? I fucking, like,
step across and play it.
You guys are opening
Sure
my
enough,
eyes to the
that's what
fact that
we've
there
got. No
are
castle
other
on side to
avenues
make
for
it
me,
a
even if
triple
I am
architect lineup,
having to go
but
through rehab.
You do have the keeper barriers coming out of the Azami alongside
yeah.
the mirror to be a bit of a nuisance.
I could move to
An
roller.
operator we don't see tons these days, Tim, but
I
when
could.
you do, you're always expecting a bit of magic and fireworks. Brede going across onto the Echo.
Okay, we'll keep a close eye on those yokai drones and the usage of them. We know the value of the operator. It can be absolutely decisive in any
Lauma,
round.
good
The
evening.
Echo
Thank you
is
for the 7
brought
months. Enjoy no
It's going
ads,
to be
bro.
really important that Brede makes sure that he stays alive and that he's in position to be able to do something about it. Doesn't want to be getting wrapped up in gunfights and holding angles where he can't use those drones to best effect. We see them used in two different ways, the Yokai drones. Sometimes we will see them used purely for intel and plant denial, just kept safe and brought out in the last 20-30 seconds to prevent those plants going down. Sometimes we will see them used much the same as an attacker drone, going ahead of roamers, clearing areas for them, feeding intel into them, getting them primed and ready for fights. I think of Deepek when I think of them being used like that.
Deepek kind of pioneered that playstyle over on Fnatic, of course. The player surviving from the roster that won the Berlin Major back in 2022. And it was actually there where he showed a really effective use of the Yokais, sending them out through drone holes to be outside the map, and jumping up to scan what was going on around things like
This is definitely the fairest map in the game. If you mean fairest to the defenders, what up?
Drone in your roamers. It was quite
Oh
innovative
no,
at the time.
oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no!
Use it as C4 out from Solotov, catches out Daffodil. Off he goes. That one won't be growing up anymore.
Let's not forget that Loud are attacking over onto T and Karaoke. It's not actually an office site that they are looking at, and they're losing bodies, they're losing time, and looks like they're losing ideas.
He's had to butcher it a little bit.
Have too much of a response. SDK does manage to pick up.
Oh shit, they're throwing. They should have taken the 1 minute 30 that they gained and the pick that they gained and rotated back. I think they've done it now, but they're just down too. Like they didn't manage to
it's going to be
convert it the way they should have.
To try and hold on. The next kill is essential for Falcons.
So it takes some time. Simmons, a couple of kills that had to come in, and the momentum of the round completely flips. Because again, we've got that Dockerby on side.
Has
We've got
Users
a cool
asked him to drone him?
We've got a Monty.
I'm not sure
to
it's
bear
worth
down
it.
on any of these players that would dare not
I think
play
they can
near
play
a
time on
teammate.
this. He's
I've
lit though.
really got all the tools to make this round work for them, but we're into that last 60 seconds or so. Still got to work their way through the middle of the map.
Oh, nice! The Twitcher got fucking muted.
Shrine. And of course, these Yokai still loom large.
They know where they're going to plant too, so he's already got one Yokai set for that.
Of Shaiko on the Azami or not? I would
no,
imagine they've got a good idea that's position that he's in, given that they're going to be
No,
playing
he needed to keep that Yokai safe.
Oh,
he's lit.
Looks to get
so
on in
lit.
towards site. Damage taken here. Need to be careful. The Yokai drones could well
the last
to
bullet.
their own. Users picks up a beautiful headshot. Shaiko set with a 1v2. Cannot do it. As Loud managed to get another round over the line, and Falcons could be having.
Hey, gorgeous. How's my baby girl? Look at her little legs.
It's not too unusual for this roster.
Look
We
at
do
your
see
little
them
rabbit
sometimes,
legs.
you know, pick up those tough results at the beginning of tournaments and kind of grow into them. But
Welcome
right
to
now,
the couch.
Loud are looking
Welcome
good.
to the watch party.
I don't want to get too excited
wanna
by it because
chill?
it's the first
You wanna
round of
chill
the
with
attack.
mummy?
And I said earlier on, for Falcons, I think
chill.
you'll be
What
pleased
about
coming away
poo?
with 3 attacks from your first half. Where I start to get nervous now is if Loud win this next round and start to put a bit of a gap between them and between Falcons. That's when you start to feel a bit nervy for them. What I will give to Loud, though,
She
is
is a gorgeous cat, isn't
round
she?
was brilliant. They knew they had the man advantage.
No, you can't
Didn't
lick that
rush them,
plate.
gave
It had
themselves
chocolate
about
on
30
it.
seconds still to work with, and all
No.
executed as a team. So even when they lost a player or two, when there were Yokais disrupting the Monty, for example, there was still someone ready to capitalize and get a kill
Don't be a
elsewhere.
naughty girl. Mummy's
Really
watching.
good stuff and showing that composure that we've been
Don't be a
wanting to
naughty
see
girl.
from them. I think
Come sit with
Daffodil so
Mum.
far, yeah,
Come sit
sure,
with
his
Mum.
numbers aren't spectacular, but he's fitted into this team really well. Not forgetting
Good
that he's
girl.
come from Keyed Stars. You know, a lot of work to do to get into the way that this team works and the habits of players and synergize
You wanna
with
sit
them
with
better.
Mummy?
It was the thing we've said that we want to see
Scoot
from
your
a lot
baby
of teams at
Shackle.
this event is how they're going to gel together when they've only had a few months to work things
Je
out.
t'aime.
So far, at least from what I'm
Je
seeing, not
t'aime.
looking too bad here.
C'est très belle.
We're going to see
Oh,
Falcons now defending the opposite
She
side of the
is
map.
a
the
British
office
short
and
hair.
exhibition that they try to hold on to. They need to do a better job than they did in the last round.
Yeah, that was a good shot,
Although
wasn't
it
it,
looked like a
Jeevers?
good start from Falcons. They made it very difficult.
CJX
for Loud
looks
to
great.
get in. You
I mean,
saw
obviously we're not on one of the
Monty
remade
kinda
maps right now.
shifting around, trying the
but
minibar door, not working
on the remade
there.
maps,
wall
they
was
look gorgeous.
reinforced, moving back
I don't
across
know
to
if
the office
how the
breach.
sound
Just
is, obviously,
couldn't
'cause
really
we're
seem
just
to settle,
spectating,
but
but-
then all of a sudden, I think it was Perez who managed to get himself one along with STK.
What's that mean,
and it
Slushy?
just opened
Your
things
favourite cat?
wide up for
Yeah, she's
Loud,
gorgeous.
created all the space they needed. It was still a little bit of a close finish, maybe, but
What is going on that wall?
Habana
Falcons know that there's
do?
more work for them to do in this one.
I don't think at the middle bit because of the angle off towards the side there is it's easy to shoot those X-Caros off the
Yeah.
wall. So they're in a bit of a difficult spot here, Lau, where I don't think they'll have full access into VIP without first moving that player away. But with it at least partially opened up, they should be able to force him back in a way so they can finally get things done. not forgetting here, Tim, that this is just to get in towards VIP. There's still various other things
That bug is outside, baby. She's outside. That bug's outside the window. It's not inside. I know it looks inside, but it's outside. There's been this bug flying around the window.
Coaster, whatever you want to call that down towards the side of the map. So for now, Falcons largely bothered, just waiting to see where Loud are going to start their push from.
I think they were scared of them shooting it, which is totally fair.
They are completely stacked up around site. They're on the balcony.
Oh, that is such a good play.
They are just completely
wow, I thought he would lose more HP than
and they
that.
need to find kills from there, which they
oh,
will
wow, well played. Chaco's trying really hard here.
Down and out as Solotov finds the finish, but Live and Perez want a piece. Bassetto's in there with the shield on his back, putting the diffuser down, but he doesn't need to, as the kills rain in, and Loud take another round. And right now, 3 attacking rounds for Falcons. Des, it doesn't look good enough.
Not when 2 of 2 possible round wins have gone to
on
Loud
such a,
so far.
defensive-sided map? What is going on?
And this is where they struggle.
There's a Falcons tack timeout coming in here because they need to get this fixed and fixed quick.
They looked, I commented on it after the first couple of rounds.
Oh, shit.
Was happy, he was smiling, the whole team looked. And we've talked about how they are a team of energy and emotion. And when the going's good, they are great. But when the going's
that's
tough,
what I wanted for Loud. I wanted Loud to have a good team. I want them to be at events. I want them to have their logo on LAN. I want all those things because when you get the second biggest organization in the world in your esport, you want them to do well, right?
Yourself out of it now, or you're
and
gonna lose in 2 rounds' time.
I think.
Hopefully, this is where they shake themselves down, brush themselves.
You know, I think against any other team would be nice.
Got to make it work here.
Not my little Frenchies. Hello, baby. Welcome back. Thank you for the tunnels. Oh, you got under the couch.
Across those last 2 rounds, though, give it Loud look like the far superior team. Now imagine already Falcons are thinking, God, we've got to ban away one of these operators because we are getting suppressed across the board here. There's not an awful lot they can do.
You come when you want to come hang out,
right? Had a golden chance to get 2 kills from that terrace spot where he saw 2 players out on balcony. Sprayed away at the legs,
what the couch is here for.
Couldn't quite get enough damage down to finish either off. That could have been the defining
hang out,
moment
watch
in the
these games.
Got away with 2 kills there, but unfortunately did not.
That's what we here to do.
On into round 9 then. It will be the final round that we play.
So glad that was an empty can.
Those next bans come in. So at the end of this one, Loud and Falcons
I noticed that your stream quality is way lower.
Each.
Picture quality way less than Rainbow. My bitrate is 8,000. That's as much as I think Twitch lets me, no?
Bassetto particularly is using the Monty and the Blackbeard fantastically
I wonder why.
well.
Yeah, right now I have a bitrate of 8,000.
Players like Live,
are you sure
Perez,
you've changed the quality?
Able to take full advantage
Looks fine
of
to
the
me.
space they're being afforded because of the focus on Bassetto. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Falcons take a shield away. But how do you solve the problem?
How much bitrate can I have as a Twitch partner? I thought it was 8,000. That's why I've always kept mine at 8,000.
I mean, they're already at this point banned away.
I could be wrong.
Shield ban. We spoke about these co-op bans where you ban 2. In this case, Electro Bros away. You ban away 2 hard breaches, 2 shield operators. And at least then you've got flex on that 3rd ban in case you need to ban away another one like that, or if you can afford to be a bit more flexy. Whereas by banning away one or the other here, like you still leave yourself so wide open, I think that it might come back to bite them if they're not too careful. One thing's for sure though, Loud are the ones in the driving seat here.
Yeah, you look at, I look at the ace ban and I think how much has that really gained Falcons and
probably because you're watching a stream.
The attackers haven't had any real problem.
I mean, if it looks fine for a lot of you on my stream, hey, PSG Talon skin.
Wonderful thing. We're gonna have Leaker
don't forget to buy that exclamation mark skins
for the time being. From above, I'm sure that
if on my stream it looks fine to you guys, I wonder what's happening.
On there as well, so Leaker just trying to support his teammate there, make sure that they can.
I've definitely got it as high as I can have it. You know what I mean?
A real power spot. It's difficult to move in and attack.
1080p.
At short range, whether it's from the sort of balcony door or whether it's from the bottom of the stairs, you're always in range of that shotgun. So it's a tough challenge to overcome for the attackers.
Just want to be careful here that Breed doesn't shoot through these smokes too soon.
What does it
Bearing
look
in mind
like?
there's still 70 seconds of the round to play here, ideally.
I'm
you
back
wanna
to
save that more
reality?
for the
Oh,
execute
no.
buttons. He's using it in response to utility coming out, whether it's the green bees, whether it's
Welcome back,
drones coming
Knock.
on through. No doubt flashes will start to follow
Hope you had a
suit
great
too.
time.
Here comes the first phone call coming out from the Dockerby as they start their push on
Oh,
forward. This is when they
Falcons.
need to try and capitalise and pick up a player or two on the side of Falcons. Sure enough, they get one, but there's trades from the back and forth down to a 3 versus 3.
I thought Brede had made a real good move there, getting up to the door. I wasn't sure Loud were aware of it, but they really were. Perez stepped in and managed to get that kill.
Does he know that that
3
guy's right next to
versus
him?
3. They're starting to work in behind the light screens of Sensia just to try and get a little bit of space up at the top of Black Stairs. They're aware of the player just inside of Karaoke. They've got to shut down Leak Effect. If they do that, Loud might just have all the space they need to think about getting a plant down.
They've got so much utility here between the Kappa Tower and the Sens coming in and the Grim. It's horrific. Finally, Leakafat taken out as well. They knew that he was there off the back of this, and now making the Sens use to get the plant down as well.
Oh my
At 3
fucking
versus
god, he's
2,
planting.
we could see
What do you do? What do you do? What do you do?
Match point.
Perfectly played. As I said, just
Oh,
get in there,
fuck.
get the kill onto Leakafat.
Oh,
create
shit,
the space
Falcons.
that you need to put
Oh,
the diffuser
shit,
down.
I'm glad they only
Leakafat
bet
was
one
the
bullet.
linchpin in that situation.
Shit.
And how did Loud deal with it? In typical Loud style. We've seen this roster, Des, in Brazil do this so many times.
A lot of
We'll just
pro
walk
teams
in.
want
We'll
to
just walk
bring
and
in
kill you.
pocket
If you
strats
wanna
that
hold
involve
position,
Sens
that's
because a lot
fine.
of
We will
teams
just outgun you. We will
don't
just outmuscle
scrim
you. And that's what's happening to
with
Falcons
Sens
right now.
So well
or
coordinated.
against
It's
Sens.
beautiful
It's not
thing
something
to
you're,
see.
you're
Falcons are getting no joy here on the defense.
practicing with or against a lot outside of a pocket trap.
Let's take a look at what our bands are going to be coming in. It's the Ying and the Azami, Tim.
And now you
Not
can
quite
lay down
sure
the
that's gonna be
Sens
enough here
thing
to
without
save
it being
the
up. You can
Falcons,
put it
being
up and
completely
down and
honest with you.
stuff.
And in
So
case
yeah,
they felt like there was any kind
versatile.
of solace to
W
hold on to in
Loud.
the back of the Azami,
I
that's
I
been
love
taken away
both of
from them
these
too.
fucking
Another
teams.
go-to
So what
striker
can I say?
operator
What
off
can
the
I do?
board.
You know.
Yeah, I think, like you said, they've got to ban something. They've got to have a plan. They've got to have something behind them.
Yeah,
I don't think
but
it's gonna
Raza
be enough.
Company
Like I said,
actually
is
looked
there really
very
much value
decent
in
at the
taking
last
away
event,
one of
so
the
you can't
shields
even
from
really be
Biseto? I
mad
don't think
because
there
it's
is,
not like
because
they're a
you take
bad
them onto,
team.
you'll just take the
Drone
back
bug.
bit.
Okay.
So I get that, but do I think that banning phase is going to be enough to save Falcons? I don't honestly think it is, because right now, no matter what they do, Loud are finding answers.
Got a rehost coming on through here, as you can see, so we'll get ourselves back into things shortly. I can tell you that we went down to barbecue and kitchen for that site on the
It is
defense,
also a
so in
best
that
of
case,
one on
Falcons are saying,
fucking
let's step away
Skyscraper.
from what we've tried because we've lost
Like,
karaoke twice.
with the new
we've
band
lost
system
exhibition,
too.
We've got to try something different.
It's
As I
hard,
said,
isn't
I feel
it?
like it's too little too late now. You've got a 3-round deficit to play through. You've got to go back to those top 2 floor sites after this, unless you're willing to go out there and really go on a limb and play out towards bedroom side. But I just don't think you're going to see that, Tim. And I think
Stream B host, yeah.
Loud will find a way through.
Well, it's because they run
That's the problem at the minute. I don't think the question
the game
at the
through
minute for Falcons is
its own launcher,
where,
and when you
it's
open
how.
up the launcher, you just
That's
have to
the
type your
far
name. So you
more
can type
important
anything you
question,
want.
because where
So
is
when
not going to be the answer.
each
no matter
observer
where you go,
opens the little
Loud
console to
are
open
going to find
the
answers.
LAN
They
version of
are
the
going
game,
to find a method
they
to break down whatever
have to
you've
type
built
in
up.
a name.
So it's about how you do
What's
it.
up, John?
It's about going in and winning those gunfights.
Predictions don't really
Falcons
matter
have got a
until
couple of players that have been a little bit quieter than we
last
might expect so
couple
far.
of days
they need
of
to be getting involved. This is
group
the time.
stage.
It's now or never.
So not for another few days do I have to worry.
It's a bit too late for that, Tim, to be honest with you. Again, there's a lot of work to do. This tact timeout might play in there.
Okay, yeah, that's probably a fair analysis, Max. Like, you know,
they've got a bit of a mountain
they
to climb.
they
It's not
can
the end of the
start
world,
slow
it
in
is day
groups,
one, but it's more about
and
the message that
they
it
only
sends,
bet
Tim,
one
that
bullet on this
again,
match.
Falcons
So
last year were consistently that team finishing second place at every event. They won the Esports World Cup. They show what they can do.
you probably know that already, but since
when it
Ubi launched the shop
matters, or
website, you
in
can
this
buy
case,
all our
when it
6
doesn't,
share
it
skins.
just
You can
shows
put the
there's still
link
these
to the shop
weaknesses
directly. Yeah,
that
you
research
can.
from time to time,
I
and
should
I'm
do
gonna
that
keep trying
actually.
them because I'm really interested to see
I
how
should do that.
much the change
Well,
in the
we got
operating
this
ban
little
system
tech pause.
comes to punish them, because they have relied on this small group of operators that now you can ban away 3 of them. It's going to be punishing them. We saw it from the Dockerby before. You're seeing it a little bit in this half as well with the hard denial that they've had taken away from them. It feels like Loud might have at least got them figured out here on day 1.
We're going to be heading back on into things just as soon as we can. Just a little technical pause going on at the minute. So, as you can see, a reminder for everybody, the coaches will not be interacting with the teams, will not be talking to the players at the minute. They are not allowed to during the technical pause. The only times they're allowed to talk to the players is during the ban phase before the game starts, during the ban phase at half-time, and during any tactical timeout, whether it's called by them or called by the opposition team. Whenever a tactical timeout is called, both coaches
Lovely.
are allowed to speak to their team. So So it's always something that they've got to consider when they're going to call that timeout. Is it a good point to be letting the opposition coach talk to their players as well? always a little bit of a balancing act. But Falcons right now, it's not about balancing, Des. It's about overrunning. They've got to tip that seesaw in their favour, and they've got to do it every single round at this point. The best they can hope for is overtime. 3 rounds they've got to survive without mistake now. Are they capable?
Yeah,
of course. Are they going to do it based on how they're playing today? No. Something's going to have to change.
But don't forget, we also thought the same about Cloud9 and PSG Talon early on. We thought, oh, Talon, like, they're down 6-3. There's no way they catch back up. And they did win 2 rounds in a row. Like, it's possible.
Come hang out with
the outcome was still what we expected. And I do think Loud can take
Come hang out with your mummy.
Come
hang out with your mummy.
Second players are back
I love
in
you,
the lobby,
baby.
so should be able to get moving any second.
I love you.
The other thing I would say about this Loud roster, you know, whether that's with Daffo or Flashstreet, you know, whatever we've seen from them, they're always good at winning when they're on top of people as well. Once they get ahead in
They're always good
terms
at
of
winning
the
when they're on
scoring,
top of people.
I think they're very good at staying there. They're ruthless. You know, we see those
They're
teams
good
that
at
will
staying
get
there.
6-2,
Damn.
6-3, and always let
Damn,
teams
okay.
come back at them. Always let it go.
Falcons
to
don't look
overtime.
like the
Whereas
BDS
I
we
feel
know
with
or
these
Loud just better. I
players,
think
they
Loud
seem
have
to
really
grow
showed
in
up today.
confidence more and
BDS
more. It's like, yeah, we know we're
starting
on
off
top
quite
of this.
slow.
We know that we're
Both
beating
playing
you up at
well,
the minute,
but
and they
Loud
will
playing
just
really well.
completely ruthlessly finish this one off.
Lamau.
Sure.
Wouldn't surprise
Just bought
me
the
in the
Talon
slightest.
SMG. Good luck for the rest of the tournament. Thank you so much. A reminder to everyone.
Got to do. As I say, switchery was the most important part. We
This
had Loud on defense for a
SMG11
second. I was
skin
like, no, they're on attack at
in
this
that
point.
link,
They
in the
should be
exclamation mark
rolling their way
skins
through.
link,
I think almost
is
there.
the skin
We'll
that
have to
I
wait and see if we
inspired.
get back to review the
This was
scrapbook.
designed based off of
Written
my
scrapbook is a new one. Normally it's diagrams that teams have.
my,
and a massive, like,
suggestion.
stack of paper, but here it's more written.
You cannot eat chocolate.
Yeah, it's always fascinating.
I said
that
no.
Different teams do different things. We of course saw one to the SI with their big
God, this
like
cat. No.
landscape pages that they had printed out for each different map, and everybody does it in different ways. And then we've got some sort of blue squiggled writing. for
So yeah, this
Loud.
skin was based off of my design. So you'll see the skulls are an inspiration from one of my favorite characters from Tokyo Ghoul. The lightning is from Killua from Hunter x Hunter, and the chains are from Karateka from Hunter x Hunter as well. So yeah, I'm really proud of that skin.
It's very nice.
Really, really proud.
Oh, it's a little reload sound effect.
It is. Well noted.
Just a reminder of
my
what
cat is
hangs
being
in the
so
balance
naughty.
for this one then. Both teams have reloaded one
Thank you,
bullet
Max. Appreciate
each
you.
of their 6.
You're telling
So
me when you're at
whilst
the bottom of
Falcons
people
may
you aren't
come
winning?
away
I'm
with a
winning
loss here,
top
it
or
won't be
bottom,
as bad
bro.
as it could have been. They could have gone
I'm
for
a
2.
switch for
They've
a reason.
chosen to go for 1. Loud will gain 1 if they win. Head
They
up
didn't
to
do the
7.
bans.
Falcons would
They didn't
move
do the
down to
bans.
5.
They didn't do
So
the bans.
not
They didn't
the
do
end
the
of the
bans.
world, and
Nah.
certainly not a
They
tournament
didn't
winning
put in the
performance immediately from
bans.
Loud either.
If we have to fucking rehost again, I swear to fucking
I
God.
wonder if there's any reason why, for example, Falcons are coming to this playing one. 'Cause you go down to 5, which means that you're, if you lose, of course.
Yeah, the new ban
you
system
are
is
more
very
likely to still
cool.
have
I
to
like
pick your
that.
opponents tomorrow, like you'll be.
You should
down
be,
at 4.
in theory, you'll be
For
in the
real, why
bottom
limit
half, 'cause
yourself?
half
That's
of
what
the
I'm
teams are
saying.
going to win.
Yeah.
I'm
top
saying.
half of the table. Half of the
You
teams
know what's
are
up
going to
to us.
lose. Bottom half of the table, and it's the bottom half of the table
Dude, what is
that
my
will
cat
choose
doing?
the opponent
You're so
for tomorrow.
naughty.
If you lose your
You're
first
so
2 games and you go
naughty.
to 4 points, you're still
You're
very
so
likely to get your
naughty.
selection
Still
without falling too
So
low down to
naughty.
being at risk of elimination
Yeah.
the following day. The exciting part for me, at least, is that means the next day they're likely to be able to pick their opponent. You pick someone at the very
Yeah,
top of
you
the table
definitely-
and play your absolute
No, even
heart
some of the
out,
really
try and
good
batter a
gaming
top team that's
chairs
got, I
fucking
don't know, 8
make my
bullets,
ass
and
go
you might
fucking
as
numb.
well
So like, I don't
Yeah.
even like.
and you get straight up to 12
I don't
at
even
the very
know.
top of the board, and then you're
Like unless you got like a
qualified,
fucking
you're
Herman
looking good at
Miller,
that
like I
point.
don't even know.
I'm not saying the throwing games, of course, but more that they know if
No,
they
no, not
lose
at all.
games.
It's just it's
Yeah.
gaming the setup.
So
isn't
everyone
it?
starts
Looking
with
at
6
what's the
bullets,
structure,
and in the
what's
red
you know,
you'll see how
can
many
we,
bullets
you know,
they
reduce
gambled
our
on this
risks
game.
whilst- yeah.
So both teams actually chose. Today you can only pick a max of 2. Tomorrow you can only pick a max of 2.
But of course, we'll see what strategy
And,
looks like over the next couple of days as the team starts getting
why
into
is he putting it in the middle? The mute gem is still there.
It's going to be jammed away, so the need to get rid of that mute gemmer from Solotov that will be underneath, surely cleared out by someone at some point. And
Yeah,
that
he's got
VIP wall
EMPs.
can get opened up and they can start their pushing.
And they've got the impact EMPs that will come
That works too.
Yep, that's going to do the job.
Trigger it
So
quick.
yeah, today and tomorrow you can
Thank you for that.
gamble a max of 2 bullets
Get the
per
job done. I was
match.
very concerned for a second.
Both teams have gone very conservative here on day 1, which is what I agree with. On day 1, I think you should do 1. Unless you're very sure.
That second exothermic
You have to be
charge,
very
that's
sure.
Going to be, I think, Geisha wall getting opened up. I'm not sure. Or is it the minibar wall on the other side?
good
We'll
night.
see as we progress. STK
Hey,
manages to
what's
pick up
up?
the back, and it's not looking good for Falcons. There's
Sharko half. half.
How you doing? Do you like my couch stream?
Lesion,
It's
not
cute,
the
huh?
end of the world, but still a gun that you are down. And at halfway, you struggle to find kills, let alone rounds. It's not feeling good if you're this Falcon side. Half the round now elapsed and down. A couple of C4s they can play.
Yeah, that's the thing.
behind.
If you don't care
Of
about
course, they need
aesthetics, you
them.
should
We
always
don't
be
have a
getting an
chance to
office
use them.
share.
Now could just steamroll their way through. First phone call coming out from the Doka.
That's a great idea, Jack.
Now to start the march on Fort, at least for a couple. Grimby's over the top. And one thing Loud have been really good at this half, Tim, is overwhelming.
Is he not
utility.
spotted?
I've really enjoyed seeing their use of the Sens alongside the Capitao, alongside the Grimby's here. They're really good at this stuff.
No, he's not spotted. Did he manage to
at least something to work with
evade all of those
4 versus
bees?
4 as it stands at the minute, still with users in position inside a drum as well. We'll see how aware of this Loud are when they come to move in, but
You can't be Grim spotted in a mute jammer?
if they just
Why
come
do I
through
not know that?
wall, they're going to get hit hard. Users is waiting for that, but it's going to be Solotov underneath to pick up live. 4 versus 3. Falcons could be holding on for another round. STK is going to get caught up in that.
Yeah, I would
F9
reconsider
as
that
well.
stealth.
And right now, Falcon's utility and gunpowder is all working for them.
Liquor stability coming on through, but another one goes against them. Brede also low on
They can play
HP.
time
It is
on
not
this, but
looking good for Falcons
Loud have been
here,
doing
Tim.
really good
30
executes
seconds on
even in
clock.
the
It does
dying
mean
seconds.
that it becomes the 6th man for the defenders here. It starts forcing the attackers into forced errors. They've got no choice but to take a risk. I know earlier on we had Solotov holding this angle that we've now got Basetto approaching. He's still there. There's 2 players nearby.
Ooh,
but look at the drop coming
you should have
on
won
through.
that.
Solotov gets his man and they get it down at the same time. That is just what you need. Daffodil not going to have enough time here to pull this one back. Not got the diffuser in hand. 2 players off towards his left and right. Might get one for a bit of fun, but this round is done. A 3K for himself.
Cook
but
Shaiko
Falcons,
there,
they
holy.
hold on.
There was a little bit of me nervous there.
Yeah, being a
it's
console
one, I'd
gamer, you don't
be
have to
like,
really
please
think
don't.
that much about it. Like, if you're
You
just
really
chilling
don't
on the
need to
couch
go
too, it's so easy, but yeah.
But I think the conversation had been had that the other player was Solotov was nice and safely tucked away behind the shelves, so Shaiko had the freedom to be able to go for that challenge, but still a little bit of a
It depends on the
hair-raising
height
moment
of
for
the
Falcons
hatch and
fans,
the
I'm
drop
sure.
and everything, isn't it,
Done.
Jeepers?
They get one more. Still 2 rounds
Follicular
needed
wrist?
for Falcons. As I said, is
Crazy,
the
huh?
capability there? Of course it is.
What's
we
up,
know
Little?
that. But the way that they've been playing so far today is going to need to improve if they want to get 3 rounds back to back. It's not something that they've been able to do as of yet.
This
We're gonna
is
see them this
usually
time moving to
quite a
T
defensive
and
sided map. With the new
karaoke.
ban system,
Loud
maybe
have
it's
done
been
very
limited
well
a bit.
so far at attacking this site, getting themselves into that top floor, getting control.
You guys
of
can't
office
see it, but
exhibition, moving across,
Kaid
just
and Bandit
causing
are
problems.
banned
Every time Falcons have fallen
right
back
now
to
on
site, fallen back to
defense,
site with
and
2 or 3
I can't remember the
players left.
attacking
They've
ones,
lost a
but
couple on that other side, and
yeah,
that's
so
something they need to avoid this time. We also saw
it might be
Loud
limiting
doing a very
the
good job of attacking via black
success of
stairs,
the
clearing
defenders
Brede
quite a
out,
bit here,
clearing
even though it is
Leaker
quite a
back out,
defensive
getting in
sided
and
map.
putting that diffuser down. They've done both very, very well. So
But it's
if you're on the
very
side of
possible that
it's
Falcons
difficult
bring
because
this
what
back
do
to
you do? Should we
OT,
set up for the cross clearance and try
given
and
its
hold that?
skyscraper, given
Should we
its
set up
defense.
for a black stairs
Historically, it
hold?
should be an
They've
easier
had
side,
success
so
when they've gone up against both.
Disrespect being shown to the Valkyrie from live here, jumping across onto that IQ. Stepping away from his previous pick, which I believe was going to be the striker. Of course, bringing along 2 sets of secondary gadgets or utility there would have brought a lot more to the team. I've remarked a few times on their effective use of utility. Very good at overwhelming
SMG
either side
11,
with
Talon,
Doc Nickel,
PSG Talon
Grimby's coming
skin.
on through, Capital Firebolts, you name it. It's very, very good at overwhelming Falcons and picking up kills off the back of that distraction. Here a little bit less effective, I guess, because they've turned instead towards Basetto on the Monty. That shield being the spearhead of this attack and looking to help them take ground. The Falcons, like you remarked, I think I'd rather see them play a little bit tighter here rather than risking getting isolated. There's 2 players out here, dipping back together around Shrine side, wasting a bit of time.
Yeah,
I've been seeing a lot of teams
Absolutely,
decide
they
to
should have
just
a presence
fucking
out there and be trying to
ban
slow
wall
down this
denial,
attack,
which
but they've got to
helps
make
them get
sure
in
that
so
they
much
fall
faster,
back in a
so
more
fair
structured
enough.
way, that they keep
Saw
themselves
it on
alive,
Night Haven,
that they
you see it on
don't
Skyscraper.
overhold this because
Oh
they don't
my
want to be
God.
losing the bodies. The flashbang comes
He almost
in,
had the kill on
good
him. 2
support
Shakos
from
about to
underneath
fucking
as
die, and
STK
Solotov's
takes some
already
damage,
dead.
but there's
Oh
the
my
first
God.
death. And now's the big question for Falcons. How do
Good
they deal with
crossfire.
this? How
Great
do
play.
they
Good
fall back,
teamwork.
and how
Holy
do they
shit.
keep that manpower alive?
SDK knew that he was dead to right, so and had very little business getting away, and it was more of a confirmation from Falcons that they managed to push him. We've gone chasing a little bit too much for a kill and paid the price as a result. 4 versus 4, those shields still alive.
They still have 3 smokes
and
and
they've
a
got control
C4
of
if
this east
Liquor
side
back
of the
wants to
map,
play
what they were
below
looking
drum.
for earlier on, Tim. Going 1 for 1 there and losing the Dockerby's not the end of the world, but you do miss out on that second phone call.
4 versus 4 then, and time works in the favor of Falcons at the
Yeah,
minute.
that's how it
Just gonna
works
be
now,
trying to
guys. So
hold
certain
on to
drops, both attackers and
prevent this
defenders,
push
now
point
can't
across
ADS.
from
So if you're
Perez.
dropping a certain
Live
hatch
for
as
the
an
first
attacker,
time, I feel
this is
like
why I
they've
think
not stalled out, but everything has slowed down a little
is
bit for
actually
them.
a
They've
really
got off
bad
as an
change
exhibition, but
because
they're
it
moving very
limits
cautiously
attackers who are
across.
dropping
And they're
hatches,
very worried
which
about
is already
Leaky Pack underneath
disadvantageous
because
to
they know
begin
what
with.
could be coming. And that's beautiful
Good
placement
shot.
by FNAP. It's just preventing them seeing whether that nitro is coming up from underneath or not. Leaky Pack tries to use it in a different position. I'm not sure he's going to get any joy. No, he won't. Just goes a little bit early. Live manages to escape any damage.
So it's
there,
every
but
drop
4
now.
versus
I thought it
3,
was a
and
certain amount of
Falcons are holding
meters.
on well.
Well, it's also in a good spot here. This could be a nice little challenge onto the player sat inside a goal. It's going to force a
Oh
bleed.
my God, whoa!
Step for much longer. Indeed, a smoke comes out and forces the Monty back, but the pressure is building on this
Oh
site.
no, Bride
As soon as the
is
second player
fucking
gets
dead.
rounding in towards Bride, this could start going from bad to worse. Shoko goes down, Uses hits the deck. 2 players, Tim, suddenly are on their backside. Leakafak and Bride to do it all here. And there's a plant
Of course
going
he
down.
has
There's great
cover. Can you
coming
use
towards
your
the breach.
fucking brain?
Leakafak to do it all, but I don't think he's going to have the chance. Gets it for the spray, over to the shotgun, but it was only a delay in the victory that Loud were after.
Wow.
They bring down Falcons and win their first game here at Reload.
Ooh, la 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 la.
Earlier in that game, and that
Oh,
was that
Reload.
Loud always found
This
the
event is
answer.
going to be
And they
iconic
did it
every
again.
year
They were
for
in a
debuting
difficult
these new
situation,
rosters.
3
Holy
versus
shit.
4, Leakafak underneath.
Oh
Falcons
my
seem to have
God.
everything they need to win that round. But again, Loud come in and they find a way. They find the answer and they cut them down, create space.
All right.
Yes, they didn't get the
What are
plant
the
down,
next
but it didn't matter because
matches?
it put
Uh-oh,
Leakafak in a
Scario.
perilous position whereby it was then easily
New
mopped up.
BDS phase,
Really well
G2S.
played
Oh, we
from
have to watch the
Loud.
G2 SSG.
Falcons, they're going to have to improve
Wonder
as this
which
goes on. It's certainly not
stream
the
is
end
gonna
of the
have
world.
it.
Like we said, it's day 1. It's 1 bullet that they've lost. They'll move on. It's not a problem. But a tough start for them.
Question marks about the defense more than anything. I thought their attack was good. Defense is where they really crumbled there. And I don't want to take it away from
Damn.
the other side.
Enjoy
The
your
Loud's
points if
attacks
you
were
manage to
really,
put money
really
on
good. As I said, I thought
Loud.
their use of utility was fantastic. The team play was there. Where we've kind of seen them struggle a bit historically is
Can I get perms? You got a linky for me? Got a linky for me? Oh, controversial tweet. I'm all about that. I am all about that. From Ubi? Wait, what? From Ubi. Okay, that's not what I expected. So, I'm ready, but... It'll probably come up on my For You page, no? Oh, cute. It's alright, I'll wait for you. Wait. Ah, this isn't controversial, it's a meme. I love the sponge boob. Yeah, it's funny. Funny more than anything. Lamau. And almost over. Thank you so much for the raid. Boo, 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 boo. Mwah. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. M80 plays. Where's my Wikipedia? Last game. And we will be watching them. Thank you so much. Okay, so SSG versus G2 is a stream. Okay, got you. Thank you. Awesome. Wonderful.
Tap potential. A little shot towards me and OXG, but we were not able to tap into what Newer's potential could be. SSG is the perfect foundation for a player like this to either make it or break it, and that's what SSG is doing. If they're getting him in the right living space, the right workout schedule, making sure that he's working on the team regimen.
It's almost 2:30 a.m. in
SSG
Thailand,
does,
totally asleep. Have the most beautiful sleep. I send all of my love. All of it. You know this.
wins events.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a team that definitely has a lot of potential. I think they've always had a lot of potential with every single iteration that this team has had. What does worry me that I do have to say, and I am happy that Newers did land here. I think he's deserving of the spot. But when you think of when Forrest was on this roster, he was a risk taker. He would get the job done. Sure, he wasn't flashy. He wasn't on.
For those who don't know who I am and you've just joined over here,
and setting SF.
This is my bio.
And it's not to say that Newers won't step in that role. It's not to say any of these players
can't wait to see the world's best unranked player coach Sonics 2.0.
Rely on that Forrest was getting that done. He's no longer part
D-stream on 35-minute timer. I assume that's how long they need to swap over the SSDs and everything and whatever else. That's my guess. All right, let me get up the prediction. Let me start a prediction for you. What is it? G2 SSG, isn't it? G2? This one's difficult to pick. I believe both teams have bet only one bullet on this match. So both teams showing respect to each other, or both teams very aware that it's just the first day, betting one bullet.
Time and time again, see him evolve from a player. Since he's been the Ashe entry, now he's the backbone, the IGL. He's the player that we're going to look for to be that leader.
Would they swap SSDs, etc.? Yeah, they might not since it's a LAN build, but usually everyone has all of their own SSDs that they set up all their settings on, and then they put it in. It's already got all of their controls, all of their settings, all their everything all set up, and that's what they prac with, that's what they play with, and they have to give it to the admins when they're done every day. But it could be different. All their cheats.
Meticulously in terms of their strats and how they want to.
Yeah, Newers has joined, so let me explain to you all
I genuinely think Chalet is a great map for
what has happened, at least in regards to them. So you can see here, you hover over G2, and it's the exact same roster we saw already, right? No changes. But if you go over to SSG, it's still got the Fultz, J90, Ashen, but they brought in Newers because they changed. They changed Forrest, who he went to OXG, did he? Okay, there you go.
Well, they
so,
put down only one bullet each when they realized that they were playing one another. So there seems to be a lot of respect between these two squads, at least when it comes to the skill potential in the server.
Yeah, it's a limit test. Both teams want to be able to see what the other is bringing in store. They don't want to necessarily risk too much, especially at a matchup that is going to be so close. And on a map like Chalet, I think we've been seeing it all day. That's a really good testing ground to see how aggressive teams are, how they're abusing the ban system, how they're able to swing things into
I've been really enjoying some of the jerseys I've been seeing this event.
It's a task.
I don't know about you guys, but Elevate had a really bright one. SSG rocking a really bright one here. I love it. I love it.
And now they're two new teams.
If I'm not mistaken, too, back at Boston, I don't have the stat directly in front of me to show you guys, but if I'm not mistaken, G2 was actually #1 in defense.
Yeah, it is a tough call.
And then
I think this match is very much a tough call. I don't blame any of you for predicting either team here.
I mean, looking at this matchup from a statistical standpoint, G2 realistically looks significantly better, but that is, again, SSG has now added Newers, so that those percentages could easily skyrocket for SSG depending how this match shapes up.
Very much an equilibrium has been established between both SSG and G2 in this matchup, which means we're going to have to get into the server to really chop things up and see who gets out with an extra bullet in their chamber in the back of the magazine. Our casters are ready. Gus, Xenox, please, I'll just give it away to you because I cannot wait to watch this.
Another EU-NA showdown that we had, of course, in the previous match. Now we have once again here. SSG, obviously the newest addition. Keen to see how that's going to go for G2. Obviously running it back after SI, where, look, probably wasn't the greatest end for them. And these two teams, of course, played against each other at the 16 G2
fanboy, G2 fanboy.
On Chalet, which SSG
I also have a little bit of EU
so
bias.
Curious to see if they can actually
but
make up
I
the ground against,
have a little bit of a soft spot for SSG because I've really enjoyed them putting a little bit of focus on the mental side of the team. And I might not agree with all of their methods that they do, but some teams completely avoid doing mental coaching or anything like that, or trying to engage in the other side of individual and teamwork. And so I like that SSG are doing that, and so I have a little bit of a soft spot for them.
That's probably the biggest point.
Even though my EU bias comes in here, right?
Storyline. You compare that to the likes of G2, who historically probably take a little bit more of a relaxed approach to how they prepare for events. And is this a case of Reload just being another event that they don't care all that much about? How much stock are they giving this?
How many events can you put into that sort of mindset, though, right?
I don't like that mindset, but some teams probably do have it at this event.
Yeah, I mean, certainly could be the case. Interested to see what the social prediction is going to look like at 51%. Well, we said narrow margin. It's actually the G2, though. They do win the very much narrow margins here. It's been a quick day today for the A stream. We haven't had any close matches, unfortunately. They've all been very, very one-sided. This, to me, could very well be the first time on the A stream that this one goes at least to, the 7-5 kind of margin.
If there's any game that's going to be close on this day one schedule here for the A stream, it should very much be this one. Now, as highlighted on the desk, you can see it on the graphic now. This is the first match here on the A stream where both teams have elected to only put the singular bullet up for grabs.
It's been
all the other
happening on the
matches
B
so far
stream.
were 2.
It has been happening on the B stream.
Yep.
But yeah, on the A stream so far, they've all been 2 until this one where they only put up the 1 each, which, I mean, is that a little bit indicative of the fact that maybe both teams kind of feel like this is a rather even matchup and you don't want to just risk that 50-50?
Use it as a warm-up opportunity a little bit more. Again, the first day, even 2, is not going to be hugely impactful.
It's an interesting way to kind of look at it because, again, it's like typically in Siege we look at win-loss and it's like, well, it's very much either you win or you lose. It's so dramatic either side of the coin, but with the new reload format here for phase 1, you're looking at it now quite
Is
differently.
Callout still
where if you
coaching
lose this
SSG?
match,
Yes.
It's not really that big of a deal because you've only put up the 1 bullet. But also at the same time, if you win this match, well, it's the same sense. It's not really that big of a deal because you only win 1 bullet. So you're
a lot of people dislike Ashen, and I think he's very good for the scene. You kind of need that bad
and obviously, as we progress throughout the
guy,
progress throughout phase 1 over the next couple of days, and we lift the cap on how many bullets you can reload, etc. That's when it's going to be quite fascinating to see which teams kind of go all in or continue to bet low, how they want to kind of play it, and that's going to be the fun part of it. G2 attacking first up here on Chalet. Hopefully they're not going to have as many issues as the APAC teams when they played on this very map earlier today. All of them struggling.
Okay. Need to update my bank details for my
He got 1 bullet to the shoulder.
my mobile. I forgot to do it. I did it everywhere else but my mobile.
Picking up on your point before about B stream and the 1 bullet wages, we did see that between Falcons and Loud.
Yeah, who ended up winning that?
Quick spoiler alert, I'm pretty sure it was Loud in the end. I think
it did get quite loud actually here at the venue.
Yeah, we could hear them.
One of the local Brazilians, I think, happy with that one.
I believe that was the best. I should probably
you should probably go double check. Come on, you got to.
It was 7-4.
7-4. Wow.
How do I change my details?
And so far, it's been. I actually put a tweet out. North America is very much impressing me.
Yeah.
Wildcard, of course, with a very comfortable 7-1 victory earlier, and Dark Zero, I would actually say, very much comfortable 7-3 over Fnatic. So can SSG kind of keep the good times rolling here for North America, day 1 here at Reload?
Activating.
That will very much be their.
Yeah, so like I said, you can, none of these people are signing into their accounts when they go to the event. There's a little LAN build that opens up a CMD.
Boston is good, but
oh no, you missed the free kill there.
Next big leap into the top 4 tough.
And they just have to type their name in, and that it gives them an account that way.
After that initial spawn peak attempt through Trophy, Almau and Blaz looking to.
Hello, how was your cast?
Notice some of the community as well
Good.
have, of course, caught on to some of the changes.
But to be fair, Lau played very well.
They played so well.
Yeah, Lau played so well, so I can't even.
Information regarding
Yeah. No, I thought they did really good.
Yeah. Operator balancing changes.
They can't even really be that
panel next Sunday.
sad, you know.
Keep an eye out.
I'm gonna hit up my Sendo and
kind of getting a little glimpse behind
Hey,
the curtain.
I would love for you to sit on the couch with me. You're gonna die.
Clear out this.
Woo! Newest, you are not off to a good. Off to a good side.
Decides to
there you
hold.
go. Got there eventually.
55 seconds.
25 minutes.
Opening kill did get away, of course.
25 minutes.
Asher lost his life down below.
You're more than welcome to stay with me, or you can do as you please.
Okay, I'm coming. Gonna heal up.
J90 a little bit onto Uno's head.
V4 and still very much site control for SSG. G2's gonna have to pick up the pace here.
There's been a lot of fragmented fights. New is now up close, low on HP. A single bullet will take him down. Scanned out by the line, and Blair is able to confirm that with the beam up.
Oh, sitting in jungle like that. What a freak.
Taken out himself. J90 over towards half wall, faults and piano, so they have the cross.
Still a good position here for J90 to very much stop that push in towards the half wall. Kid not currently
oh my god, there's no
G2.
fucking time.
Surely it's not too far away though. J90 peak. Gasbabe gone out. That was Fault's final one that he had. Fight skill with the SMG. It's a double stack towards Piano. J90 should be able to win this battle, and he does. Double headshot, and SSG hold on very nicely up above. But a nerve-wracking round to begin here for the opening round of this matchup.
It won't let me update my bank
G2
details.
and
I'm
SSG.
literally
SSG,
going to
though, able
scream.
to hold out, and a good hold onto site gives them the advantage in the opening round.
Probably the least
So
linear
fucking annoying.
round that we've seen on this map so far. Of
Why
course,
these
it's third appearance here on the A
companies
stream, but
so fucking annoying?
as I kind of described it, fragmented fights around the map. We had the actual basement duel, then we saw the double stack up library stairs. Eventually then Jen, I know, unchecked the half wall and
Yeah, my
able to hold on to
fucking
find the
phone
second.
thing fucking up because it was my old
Unable
bank
to
details. I didn't
overcome
update
that
it.
adversity in the late round. So SSG off to a strong start. Dining kitchen now.
And again, looking at the bans as well, no Blackbeard, no Damos available for G2. And it's going to be kind of the talk of the town regarding the new ban system and how it's going to affect teams and the way that they have to sort of navigate these situations. Of course, there's always a world with the previous ban system that it may happen. Damos did get banned out.
Why'd you give it to me when it's so hot?
SSG able to sort of G2, then they get another one in round 4. So far, it's been an intriguing change. I know Fresh likes it, I like it. But I think we need more time just to sort of see. And from what I've heard, a lot of the players do like it. It just changes things up a little bit regarding the meta, can change certain maps that maybe in the past would have been quite stale with very similar bans to what you usually see. And Fresh actually made a very good point that I kind of want to echo a little bit, but you could take certain maps like Clubhouse and, you know, you can either ban out all the hard breaches, so that changes the way the map gets played, or you could ban out a lot of the entry operators. You get rid of your Capitals, your Yings, for example, focus more on that. And what that means in terms of watching SSCG esports is you can get a map that plays out very differently in the same game because it changes the bans at the half.
Yep. That's why they pay him the big bucks, Old Fresh.
He's very good.
I've heard he's on big money.
Oh, here we go. Noah's with a big run out, gets back into Piano, but unsuccessful in terms of finding the kill that he was searching for. And if anything, copped a stray bullet on the way back in, and it's not the jump out that he was hoping would go in that sort of direction as Breach gets opened up above, of course.
I don't know why they're being so difficult.
Running a kitchen here for the second round, but you do want that vert. Vault will get the kill on to Blaz, gets rid of the Grim. So information off the board for G2, especially for the eventual push in towards site. And now they lose Doki as well.
Shit, they're running their pockets.
Has found 2 over
They're running their motherfucking pockets.
Ashen. No one here now. And G2's attack has very much just been completely stalled out with those quick kills in succession from SSG. That's a very lackadaisical push up library stairs from Alamau. Just didn't look ready for the fight, and Fultz was very much ready. And this is going to be a second round on the board for SSG. Wow, Newers, big round, 3K, flawless for SSG. And G2 just never even looked likely in that round.
Never really got going on the attack outside of limited hard breach, but then actually capitalizing upon that, getting a bit of map control, working on the vert as expected, and then cutting off the reaggress. We never got to that stage. Newers doing a phenomenal job, landing some nice shots. Denying that control, and then the lurk left isolated from G2.
Yeah, she's snacking on a Japanese karagi sando.
Blinded. Not in a favoured position to be able to crawl back any semblance of control in the round.
Snow Wine coming up for the third round, and so far Chalet, I'd love to see like an overall attack versus defense win rate for this map so far, because it's been so incredibly defender-sided across now 3 maps played of it.
Scopos in play.
It is early days though, of course, for this one. Still only 2 rounds gone, and as you mentioned, Scopos in play.
First time on the A-stream.
Typically, I guess when it comes to Chalet, this is the one site you may actually see it in
when
play.
we went at 6 a.m.
Yeah, in Nadi.
But you didn't get it right.
I knew it was southeast. Well, I went too far east.
And then look to peel back in a safer fashion. That is the one thing about Chalet, is actually going for the kill is very difficult because of cutting off the likes of West Main and front door, and maybe having a lurk on mud isn't all that difficult for the attack to execute. So does in that sense make it a little bit more of a certainty for Newers.
I will say again with the reload format, if SSG win this and they win it comfortably, let's say they win like 7-2, they'd be like, damn, why did
my coat got knocked over. Thankfully on the ground.
Why did we think this was going to be close?
But yeah.
We got another opening kill here. This time
It's
on
like
the Pirates. They're
a
getting rid of Capital.
sando is a
Very,
Japanese
very strong
sandwich,
start again for SSG.
and
That's a strong
karagi
operator
is
off
like
the board.
fried chicken.
G2
So,
just very much struggling to get a good start early in these rounds. They're not getting any kind of sense of momentum. They're not really getting good map control. SSG on the defense of Chalet looking very strong and continuing that trend from North America today.
Yeah, fighting on the back foot, never fun in Siege, especially on attack. It's exacerbated. Throw that kind of utility into the mix, and it makes things now a challenge. And J9O might be able to up a little bit if they know that was down.
And I want to see from G2 now, who's going to put the onus on themselves and say, okay, I'm going to go make something happen. I'm going to find a pick. I'm going to try and open up this defense. Well, Ashen peeked into Alamount. He'll happily take a freebie and almost got Newers as well over towards Blue, who actually held his position and got a good fire back onto Alamount. So a decent trade between those two. 4v4, Lawyer goes for the lurk and finds Benja. Doki also gets involved, and Newers at that point felt he had to get aggressive to enter back for SSG. Entered a 3-on-2 in favor of the attacking team. Over a minute remaining. This is much better from G2.
Sorry, Chad, I'm trying to
SSG
deal with this damn mobile phone thing, which I don't understand. Why?
Up above, not having
I
support.
cannot contact in any other way.
G2, though, to their credit, take advantage. Scope Shield just making that plane a little bit more awkward for Uno, but able to clear it. 60 seconds.
Does lose their life, though, to J9O. And so far, these two have got 9. Oh, Uno gets off. Yellow ping information. J9O, just his presence alone.
Good read. Ooh,
and an incredible double from Uno as well to clutch the round for G2. It's just started to get a little dicey there when they brought it back to 2-on-2. Got off the plant as well. And honestly, that ended up being the best decision made. G2 on the board.
Yeah, it's rare at this level you'll see a player pull off a plant that late. Wasn't immediately looking at it, so maybe we'll catch it in the replay, but it was probably less than 2 seconds.
I'm pretty sure if he sticks that, even if it's successful, loses his life, and then it's a 2-on-1 post plant. So, yeah, great decision made. Uno gets the double, and that's the first time we've really seen G2 here on this map actually look a little bit competent, because the first 2 rounds were very dominant from SSG, especially
very
that
good.
second one. And of course, as is the new system heading into round 4, just like that, 3 rounds played, and we get some extra bands. It's going to be Valkyrie and it's going to be Montang taken off the board.
I will say that I think in that round you do attribute some of the round loss pretty directly to SSG. I think we saw the play there from Ashen, and then Benja isolated. That was quite poor. Then a lot of portion of that round, Uno immediately after pulling off that plan, able to find the swift double kill. And sometimes it is rounds and moments like that that can really excite a team. Sometimes you can get off to a bit of a slow start. And
almost like a fire starter, right?
Yeah,
like
you can feel a bit sluggish. And then takes that one individual play to kind of hype up.
First game of the event as well. The first 2 rounds, not ideal. You get flawless, SSG are looking good. And then you get a round like that, and it's the way you win it, not just, you know, any kind of round. You know, they had a really good start. Got themselves a good advantage. Okay, got a bit of map control. Oh, yeah, SSG bring it back, but then Uno with a double. Okay, very good. G2 on the board, 1-2. And it's an attacking round on the map today that's been rather defense-decided, so you take that, you bank that early attacking round.
Gaining good information down below, probably looking to establish that information for his own lure.
Okay.
I said it in the last round, who was going to be the one for G2 to kind of make this happen.
I sent them a message, so hopefully they deal with it.
Had the yellow ping.
Trying now on the knock this round to be aggressive.
Just a little one.
We're seeing more and more teams go for this open hold into the office, and J9O doubling down with the deployable shield. Just makes that push into the likes of Mares and Library more uncomfortable. One more angle that...
Who is your current favorite G2 and SSG player? My favorite G2 player? Probably Doki. He's always had some of the cleanest... Well, I mean, I just cursed him. He's always had some of, like, the cleanest aim, in my opinion, for quite a long time.
Nearly caught a good timing there, I think.
I really enjoy his movement.
Not to beat.
His aim.
It does mean that once more, though, G2 fighting from the back.
I think, you know, for as long as he wants to play CG Sports, he'll be quite a valuable asset to the team.
Isolated. One was located.
And then on
but-
SSG
Just good map
side,
control from SSG though defensively. You got one over
I mean, I
towards
know
bar, one
Nua's
over towards
IRL,
dining,
so
and the triple stack upstairs as
kind of
well.
like
So
his attitude a bit.
utilizing as much of the map
But,
as possible on the defense. And it's
I think
forcing G2
fault's
to
probably
have to kind of
because,
pick and choose where do
you
we
know,
wanna
my
go. Do you
first
wanna clear
ever
out bar stock? Do you want to get rid of Nua's?
grand final
like, you gotta
desk was
kind of clear that vert down below as well, push over trophy
with
solo side of
faults,
the map.
so, yeah.
So you're really forcing that G2 spread.
NVK, what a throwback.
Otherwise, they're going to think we just send it into towards well, that's clearly not working at all. G2 go for very
Holy
much a quick hit
shit.
in towards top floor, and SSG were ready.
I
They
have
still had good
underestimated
numbers
a
up
couple
above, and that was a
teams,
very
and my
clinical round
predictions are starting to look
from
shaky.
Space Station Gaming and G2.
Fuck.
Back to the drawing board after one good round. It's 3 on the board though from SSG. 3-1 lead. And that's the reality too. We've mentioned it a couple of times on the broadcast. It's best of ones today. So you don't have the opportunity to kind of reset after a map, go into maybe your map pick, and then be a little bit more comfortable. If G2 don't start
It looks
well,
like they're
then you're looking
drinking
at a
beer when they're
4-1,
just
maybe
chugging
even
down an
5-1
orange
half,
juice.
And then that's just mentally difficult to bring yourself back into.
Yeah, 1.3. 1.0, 1.0. Yeah, 1.0 bar.
I might also get the Legion instead of Masimute here.
I like the Mazimute. They're relying on drones a lot, so keep that. Just let Bolts take the fuck out. Care the shield crank too. AD said they like to crank shields like second half. Hey, listen. For the attacks right now, these guys are shitting themselves. We can probably do the fucking pressure phases. Sorry, so just keep that in mind when we switch over there. Heard. Good shit. Let's get it, boys.
Yeah. Let's fucking go. Hopefully I didn't hear that one, crew.
Crank it. Alright, bar 1.0. Bigger creative. Come on.
Crazy one to say, crew.
Come on, not lame.
Come on, twist.
Yeah. Right. We have Frost or no?
Nope.
Okay. Running at bar bass window.
I need to think of a funny caption.
Well, a really good little insight there.
I think the vibes are pretty good in the SSG camp.
Yeah, I think they're chilling 3-1 up, and I know that G2's attacks have not quite been all that amazing so far. I think for SSG right now, it's, you know, just continue to play the way you've been playing. You don't have to change a whole lot up. That's what Doki, by the way, who's sweating up a bit of a storm.
It must be pretty warm in the player area.
I mean, we're in Brazil, mate. It's warm.
Yeah, I think the players were complaining about how warm it was at the player area.
I think we stood outside the venue. What time? What time did we get here? About
10:30.
And we were roasted.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
SSG looking good. And I think you posed the question before we came into this about Nua's and
This is a pretty attacker-friendly map, so I'm surprised to see it
6-2. Nua's has been great.
be so defensively dominant.
Of course, as well, matching him at 6-1. And then very much
God,
looking
Chalet
like a team
looks
that's
good with the
already quite in
update.
sync. Loki wants to get aggressive towards Solar. Takes this one pretty comfortably off the back of the EE1D.
Imagine he swings one pump.
That's a shotgun in hand for Benja. This could be trouble for Doki if he does make his way
There's
through
no
this
laser
doorway.
on that
You
shotgun.
imagine He could be dead indeed.
Yeah.
Gun barrel shown.
Good night.
Benja's not going to let him get
Holy
away and fall
fuck.
back to safety. That's an easy swing for Benja. Really well played. They lose the line.
Oh, you're
Element
fucked.
goes
It's a
off the
crossfire.
back of this. Wants to get
It's a
aggressive.
crossfire. It's a crossfire. It's a
He feels
crossfire.
like he needs to be the one to stand
Why
up,
did he
but
put it
they're
on
all
his
just
back, bro?
standing Down. 2 versus 5
Holy
as SSG
shit.
are looking for a 4-1 lead. G2 crumbling on Chalet.
Yeah, the pinch pressure was not there.
The entry game for G2 going
Oh,
from
he's stuck
bad to
outside.
worse
This
as
is so
half
fucking funny.
progresses and SSG continuing to build confidence.
He knows he's being baited, though. He doesn't really know what to do about it.
This direction on these entries, but just continuing to fall flat.
The slowest peak of all
And then
men.
the double down from Alamau to send it in and try to retrieve something on a trade, only making things worse. Flora also falling in the
fuck.
meantime, and it may be flawless here for SSG. Certainly a 4-1 lead, pending a miracle.
Flawless,
Board
but
and
Blaz is
plays-
going to have to get an ace here, and a 1v5 ace at that. Yes, gets 2
Not a
kills. and
flawless. Might as well be.
That's always
Get all
nice
those
for the
extra frags
confidence
you want, bro.
booster that you're able to hit some shots, but needs to find 3 more. Position well and truly known as well. Doesn't have
Oh,
the kit.
shit.
I'm assuming actually SSG have got full control of that diffuser, considering you've got Ashen and Benja over towards the Mez. So, I mean, for Blaz, this is almost impossible territory that if you could pull it off, it's one of the better plays you'd ever really see. But now he makes his way up, and this is where it becomes oh so difficult, and Benja will shut him down immediately. 4-1 start for Space Station Gaming, and continuing the good times here on day 1 for North America.
And continuing the struggles for
She's just sitting here eating a block of cheese, by the way.
That's fascinating.
I look over and I'm like, what the fuck?
Again, we come from an APAC region where typically it's a map that is Very good for attacking teams.
She's like, damn, so good. So
Even that didn't
good.
happen today.
Yeah.
No. They're all on the apple juice today.
Yeah,
I don't know what's up with that. Must be some good apple juice here in Brazil. I haven't tried it yet.
G2 though, I mean,
good apple juice.
This is the final round of the half. You've really got to find this second round.
Yep.
You absolutely must get this to 2-4.
Someone get Doki a fan.
he needs someone with like a leaf just standing behind him, just fanning him down. I mean, I will say, I know that Alamau doesn't get anything from that, but I also like the fact that once they lost Doki, they felt like if we fall back, stall ourselves out, we're just going to lose this. Goes for broke, sends it in, tries to be aggressive and play the role that he's employed to do there on the blitz. Ultimately, it doesn't work, but the idea is sound.
Yeah. 5 seconds to go.
But, yeah, I mean, I know Blaz is 5-5. He got 2 kills in that last round that weren't really impactful kills, considering it was 1v5.
No, ma'am.
G2 not really having anyone that's really standing up and being the one to kind of take the game by the scruff of the neck.
All right. Chat, I need you guys
I know
to
we're physically quite a distance away from the player booth where we are right now,
manifest
but I'm quite surprised
7
we
prediction
haven't
points for
actually
me.
gone.
All I need is 7. Day 1, not looking hot for
has
me.
been or not.
It's not looking hot. But I just need fucking 7.
He's only got the 2 kills himself.
Like it's got to, it's
Yeah,
got
maybe
to.
personal performance is limiting him a little bit.
You know what I mean? What's up, Satasha?
Obviously, we're going to have to see SSG on the attack, right? That's
Oh, he's missed the fucking castle twice? Or once?
Chalet game earlier in the stream.
Both nades are gone.
Attacking has just proven to be very difficult. A lot of that, comes down to maybe
shit.
system as well. That's something to take into account. Some maps may change that sort of attack and defender-sided nature.
Come on. Time to hang out with mommy.
He is absolutely on fire. What a way to make a statement on his new roster.
Very hard with my shoulders, baby.
My device is
This is just... This is just absolute domination from SSG in the first half as Benji gets rid of Alamau. 2 and 6 for Alamau. This G2 roster, of course, it was a 2-1 result back in the playoffs at their side between these two teams. SSG won that out, sent G2 to lower bracket. I think ended up losing to Oxygen. They didn't win a game after that, lost to SSG. SSG with a, I think, 5th place finish. So far, they're able to continue the good times here at Reload. Even the new addition of Newers, they're looking stronger.
Cheese on your phone.
Could be a very good day to be a North American fan.
Oh, this is turning out to be an amazing day to be a North American fan.
If they win this, then they just need M80 for the perfect sweep.
Has to come after this. Minute left into this final round of the half. 3-5, G2. Have they got any fight in them? Uno, Doki, and Loira.
That camera is still up, by the way.
Just leave her. She's gonna go up.
Oh boy.
It's not your half, it's not your half. Oh no. This is not good at all for G2. They're going to have to pull something very miraculous to bring this round back with under 40 seconds left. They just can't find anything. And to the credit of SSG, the one round they lost is because they presented. This time, they're giving them nothing.
Don't do it.
Very disciplined.
Don't do it.
Sort of what SSG is.
He's looking at my figures aggressively. He's leaving.
His position in kitchen will absolutely not be known whatsoever, and G2 are running out of time.
She left.
Galloping information. Not sure exactly what was supposed to be there. Well, Benja did get up from that prone position, went for a peek, and loses his life because of it. One through the hatch up above. There's no vert, by the way, in terms of G2. It's just a first floor horizontal push, and they are getting slaughtered. They cannot make their way into kitchen at all. Cooked up well and truly. And served for dinner. It's 5-1 in favor of SSG, and they are making quick work of G2.
Just another example of G2 losing the opening duel, finding it difficult to recover. You throw in the information being fed from the yokai, and they never had a chance in hell in being able to win that round.
The time
very
is
disciplined.
5
a couple
to
of
10.
cracks appeared at the very, very end of the round, but it was essentially over at that point. It didn't matter. So we switch over.
5 minutes
Bands
to 10
play out
p.m.
once more. How impactful will
My
that necessarily be?
Japanese
We'll have
anime
to see,
figures.
but G2 at the moment not looking particularly comfortable and confident.
Okay.
Attacking certainly difficult on Chalet so far today, but
shit.
I think this is a matchup where we anticipated more. We expect more from G2.
Well, this is going to be now, again, following what we've seen today, very defender-sided on Chalet. So now the question boils down to SSG's attack. They've got to buck that trend. They've got to find ways to win these 2 attacking rounds.
Okay, so I only missed 1 nade. Alright. Doesn't matter how many nades he's fucking missed since it's not looking good for
G2. There is actually good news for
Holy
G2.
shit.
They only bet the 1 bullet.
G2
so again,
need to
those
fucking...
unfamiliar with
I put them in my predictions. I'm gonna need them to step up. Holy fuck.
If you go to 0 bullets, of course, you are eliminated.
I mean, G2 is the kind of team that can like fuck one match and then absolutely dominate the next. So I don't know.
They've said, okay, SSG is a pretty good team. We're only going to bet the 1. It does mean you could only win the 1 though. So it's all about that risk versus reward for SSG. I'm a little bit surprised now. I mean, it's hindsight Harry coming through once again. But for SSG, I felt like coming into this match, they were the favored team. I'm surprised they didn't bet the 2 bullets.
Yeah, we'll certainly have to wait and see how SSG go about actually closing out this match. Now on the attack, dynamic changes. Blackbeard available though for the second half, unlike the first, and so Ashen looking to take full advantage of that. We'll set ourselves for a final check.
Chalet looks so good.
Map clear likely on the cards
Holy
here, fault
shit.
repositioning. Capital bolts in play.
You
No catch
hear
available
her.
for defense,
Yeah.
so that will be a really effective
She's going
tool that
crazy.
SSG are going to want to play around.
What would you like
And get full advantage of.
I'm easy. What do we got?
Be interesting to see exactly where that is
Then make
employed.
Swift
Full Swift
play
information over towards Mez currently.
Well, you kind of use the word discipline as well for SSG in some of those rounds, and I think this is where G2 need to kind of follow that same, thought. Be
they rushing?
Yes, we're down 5-1. Doesn't mean we need a spawn peak. Doesn't mean we need to be super aggressive.
Or bursting on the
and feel like
side,
we have
'cause
to
it's a little
win all
late for a
these
rush
rounds
now.
back so quickly. Just back yourselves in, hold defense, try and play quite standard defensive siege, and as proven today, Charlie's been a little bit difficult to attack.
What a
but
shot.
may just work out for you. Well, that was a frag grenade that Loira just could not even bother to get away from it, and actually ended up being a 1-for-1 trade between the two. Benja did die, but the frag grenade from the graveyard able to get the kill onto Loira.
Does that fully cover that smoke?
Always gets rid of Alamau, shuts him down, who has struggled in this match.
Oh,
The
good
Blackbeard
bait.
Tries to get aggressive. Ashen unable to get that gun up in time, and Uno will take his head off. 3 versus 3, and Toki, though, keeps the advantage for G2. Is there another trade to come through? Indeed, there will be from SSG.
Oh, it's just still
And
winnable
with
for
60
SSG. That's the
seconds
worst
left,
part.
Certainly a very good opportunity for Space Station to get an early attacking round on the board in the second half and really put that
So we're
nail
just dying
almost
then,
into the
are we?
coffin of G2 to go 6-1 up. Down
That's what
to
we're gonna say to him,
Blaze.
Lobby.
Just hold on for the next 50 seconds.
Not
and
looking
see if
good
they
that
can win
for
this out
G2 and your G2
One
undefeated
grenade and one smoke to play
claim.
around for
Lobby.
SSG, looking to try and isolate these fights as best they can. Did they have the information though? It'll be a challenge. No line scan remaining. DPC's up as well. 30 seconds on the board. News has been
I love you.
really good in this
Have
match
fun
so far. Could be a key piece of the puzzle here for
Oh,
SSG.
shit.
J9 no to find the first. Flies now isolated. Overlord's backstall. Needs to swing and hit the second, and he does just that. G2 finally finding something to celebrate. But it may just be something small for now. Still a tall mountain to climb. A 3-round deficit still on the board.
Yeah, but that's a big round. I don't think that can be overstated, considering the fact that in the end it actually came down to a 1 versus 2 for Blaz, because J9O got that pick in towards sight, and I think they had a pretty good
Really
idea
important
of
round
the
from
position
G2.
of Blaz over towards Barstock. It's pretty much a default hold at that point. If you haven't cleared it, there's probably someone in there, and so for him to be able to just kind of push out, get the double kill. Yeah, that's a big moment for G2, because they were staring down the barrel of 6-1. You don't want to give up that early attacking round for SSG, and it gives them breathing space to be able to bring this game back on the defense. And yeah, a strange old round. It was 5v5, then 4v4, then 3v3, then 2v2, and all the way down, in theory, to 1v1. Blaz with a big clutch, and G2 needed that one. In the first half, when they won the one round that they
I
got,
actually was
kind of
going to say it,
maybe
Lobby.
a bit of a Kickstarter, a bit of a fire starter. Didn't
But
work out that
having
way. They couldn't
listened to
follow on
what
from it.
Alamau
This is where they
said,
absolutely need to on defense. Take that. Okay, we got one back.
was it Alamau or Uno?
You know we can take these
said
guys
about
down,
the
get a couple on the
mentality? I
board,
think it
and
was
suddenly
Uno,
from
maybe.
5-1, it very
He was
quickly
speaking
becomes
about,
5-4. It
yeah,
doesn't
that's
take
the
much. 2 more
mentality,
rounds, and G2
or
have
something,
to
something
have that
mentality.
mindset
I
and
actually
mentality.
worry
But,
that
of
if
course, keeping
SSG
in
had a
mind
timed
at
out
some
right
point,
there,
there will
that
be
it gives
extra
them more
ban on
time to
both
speak
sides.
about that
This is where,
mentality.
like,
So actually, now that I have
looking forward
inside
to
information about what
getting to see
G2
the
was
system
speaking about at the
more
end of
and
that
more, and
round,
how teams
it's actually
look
better
forward with
because it
those
was so
bans
close for
to come. You know, if you're an
SSG.
SSG, you think, okay, if we're losing,
You don't want to give
rounds,
G2 more time to talk about their mentality. Now I think about it.
Example, are we
a little bit of a flick of the wrist there by Blaz.
So do you ban out the Valve? Do you ban out the Fender and force G2 to then have to pick something else? That's going to be intriguing. And you think about, you know, sometimes shield dominance as well. If there's a particular shield on the board, you can then ban that out. You know, so if SSG are getting some good value from, you know, a Montaigne, then you can ban that too to help out the defenders.
So the Sense in play round 8 on an objective where historically the Sense has gotten some play and rolled them through dining, trophy, and now with the toggle
I did not put... Look, I did some hot takes in my predictions, hoping that my other takes would be safe picks, but now I'm a little worried. I think by the end of the event, I get 7, but I'm a little worried about my first predictions. Wow.
Shot there onto Doki.
Kitchen. All faults wasn't ready at all. Loira finds the double kill.
Demon mode, living up to his name.
From Loira.
Wow.
And SSG went for a bit of a pinch. It did not work. Lost too many members in quick succession. J9O keeps the round alive though with that kill on Alamau and gets aggressive now. Pushing in towards Office. A little bit of top.
Does he know about piano?
They do not have the kit. There's a lot of time remaining in this round, so this is rather aggressive from J9O.
Blaz staying up here could be
shots, so
big win.
Now be known. Blaz able to swing. Catches a decent
Frostmat.
and he was jumping at that Frostmat.
Oh, and he survived.
Well, Nuas will get himself back up, but debuff from here on out for the next minute.
Wow.
Running in this round, Loira
that
and
was
Uno.
kind of a
Two
throw.
left standing for G2, and again for the
Nuas will
second
be
round
limping for the rest of the round, but still winnable. I mean, he still has 2 smokes, 2 nades for J9O. He plays C4, so if he wants it back, he's going to have to...
They don't have to be clinical or clean.
Okay.
It was a good start to the round, but SSG brought it back again. Still like the position here for G2. Okay. There's only 30 seconds left. Kit down below.
Yeah, Diffuser's on an island.
This has to be a round win for G2.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
Poor Nuas.
What about C4? C4 is so free. Oh, he's missed the C4.
And he's going to last the remainder of this round as well. So he is quite literally on one leg. J9O, he had to be the hero. Lost the battle to Loira, who well and truly has set the tone in this round for G2. Played oh so wonderfully down below in Kitchen earlier. Uno will finish it off, and that's 2 in a row for G2. They bring it back to 5-3.
Okay.
And the defense on Chalet
Lawyer played really well that round.
He's so strong from all teams that have played this map so far.
What's up, Spikey? How you doing? I think...
now. Cool.
Yeah, good time for a timeout.
Took a minute to fucking telegraph what we're doing right there, and they just read it like a book. You're giving them way too much time to think. If those initial plays aren't there and we can't set those initial cranks, you gotta fucking flip off and go somewhere else. That shit took way too long last time, right?
Yeah.
Just keep it fucking simple. We want to go for something. Commit as 5 and just go for it. And if we can't do it, flip off and find something else. They're not good to the point where we can't just go anywhere on the map and crank these guys.
Heard.
All right, let's get it done.
Yep. Let's go.
Short, sharp, simple, to the point. Pullout knows what he wants to get across. So,
to go catch him, but we almost went catch him. Yeah. Just be aware, okay guys, let's go. Let's go guys, let's go guys. Let's go guys. Let's go boys.
Go guys. Go kitchen guys. Go kitchen.
So what Callout's trying to say, because SSG is quite a strong attacking team, over the past 6 to 12 months they've been working on their attacks like crazy, one of the really impressive attacking teams. And so what he said when he means crank it, is that when they go 3, 2, 1, we're fucking going, we go, you know, and we execute, or we take whatever position it is that they want to crank it on, right? What he's trying to say is, when you come up, when you crank it and you face a problem, put a stop, everyone stop, back up, go another way. Because if the initial hit hasn't worked, and G2 now know what you're doing, you now need to try a new hit. That's what he's trying to say. Yeah, those tattoos look excellent. I love them. I love them. Could be a G2 comeback, I'm not gonna lie. I'm doing good, I'm doing good. I'm a little apprehensive at some of the results I'm seeing today. My predictions are looking worrisome, and the reason my predictions matter is because, well, if I get less than 7 over the entirety of the tournament, then I don't win the Ash skin, and that would break my heart. This is CJX.
Well, I really like this from Benjo. all the way.
This
to
is
Lobby already. I mean,
actually
he's already
fucking
inside.
psycho. This is actually fucking psycho.
This is incredible.
Oh
Yeah,
no.
and this is actually on cam as well. That is a Valk on cam. Uno is wondering how has he walked in through, quite literally, the front door of this site. And I think even Benja at this point is like, now what do I do? I've just got inside, killed someone, and no one's here.
On the shield?
What is
Hello?
this round? Doki though with a double.
Wow,
He didn't
SSG
need to
threw
bait
that.
games at all, made his way to piano. This
they
is a
traded.
bizarre round. From Benja walking into
Wow.
side, free kill onto
So
a
they
Valk on
thought
cam.
G2
then
would
clear out the rest of SSG.
scramble to retake site. But
Well,
what
that
they
was a
failed
crazy
to
30
understand
seconds or
fundamentally
so.
was G2's setup was a vertical setup. So the one person on site with the C4 dying is okay because they all
Benja's like, I've
double
got side
checked their
everyone, and they're like,
verticals.
okay, we're coming, and then
No
they
one
all
else
die.
was on site. They couldn't see the Nook on site, at least on the
Benja wanted to
verticals.
rotate
And
to
they knew
try
that the
and
Nook
support the
probably
team.
wasn't
Yeah,
going to be
by
the one
time he got there,
planting,
everybody
right?
was dead.
So
Yeah.
they kept still. They didn't overreact. They didn't fall into the bait of which.
I mean, we've just had a
Oh, that's right. You
timeout.
can run
He could
around the
technically
building.
prompt you one if he wants to. Kind of just sit
Forgot
back
about that.
outside and obviously the players themselves can kind of just talk things over because for SSG, this is the reality for this map and what we've seen today is that
Take a timeout.
attacking is just proving to be quite difficult.
It really has been a grind. And if you put a foot wrong, you just get absolutely crushed. And I think SSG will be quite disappointed. Just
So Ben,
off the back of that.
Ben, after this, what are you thinking? Ben H, after this round, has concluded, which will obviously happen at some point in favor of G2. What do you get rid of, either side?
It's hard to tell what you should get rid
I
of.
mean, for context, it was...
You get rid of the
it was
Blackbeard here. I mean, Ashen's kind of been sitting on it a little bit. I mean, it hasn't really been all that impactful.
It was the Valk Monty in the first half.
Could have the Valk be taken off the board if you're F at SSG.
Yeah, that's the new repel system where you can go around.
Almost getting the kill onto Blaz. Could have made it interesting.
Go around the corners, which I think is really cool.
Would have made it a 1v2 with just over 20 seconds, but
Some of these
was able to
maps
keep
look
his life
stunning, Sataja.
intact. Position known, takes a tag, comes down trophy stairs, and yeah, you would imagine in about 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Done.
I'm going to take a punt and say Valk baby.
Okay. I mean, I literally just pretty much said that.
Did you?
Well, it wasn't actually the CGX beta. That was just the new game mode. I think a lot of people misunderstood what they were playing. It was just a new dual front game mode. There was no new sound, there was no new anything else, none of the other engine
He is a chill guy.
in,
All right, let's
other
see
than
what
the
actually
dual
comes through
front.
here.
So I think a
as
lot
we've
of
gone through
people
the 3 rounds of the second half, and it's Valk and
misunderstood what they were playing.
Do we get half a point there instead of BB? It's just B for Blitz. Yeah, this was a strange start to the round. 2.5 minutes. Benja walks into side, gets the
SSG
kill,
misread that.
and then Doki with a double up above.
SSG
and, well,
completely
SSG just
misread
follow
what the hold
with
was
that
from
entry
G2.
for Benja. Really good response, and G2 in general this half, really good response.
Nice, guys. Let's fucking go, guys. So good, man.
It was really good.
Well, considering how badly the round started, it was a very good recovery, yeah.
Uno's gone from probably about to crash out, being like, how am I dead? What are you guys doing? To, yeah, good job, everyone.
In the space of about 30 seconds. Probably even faster.
So 5-4, finally, we get ourselves that close game we were searching for with the 5-1 half to SSG. It felt like maybe they were going to run away with things, but again, proving to be very defender-sided, and G2 are getting their turn.
Yeah, I don't know how
themselves.
long the other maps will take.
So
I don't know what they want to achieve with the other maps. Yeah,
Available
but
for G2. No
you know,
blitz
with these
available for
maps that
SSG.
they've done thus far, it looks fantastic. So fingers crossed there.
And now this is something we saw earlier, of course. Jaeger
I've seen this strategy before.
able to catch the Capitao bolts means it does reinforce that position top library. See a little bit more of those changes, of course, on
Ew,
the reveal
red
panel
dot?
next Sunday.
Ew, red dot on the fucking Queen.
Already noticed that
Disgusting.
people have caught on to the Jaeger buff.
Yeah, it might be one per season. That'd be cool.
And
That'd
in
be
the past, this
super-duper.
ended up, especially with Capitao, being a very easily clearable position. And in the earlier match, they
3
basically
per
had to give
season?
it away. Like the
Are you
attacking
sure?
team
What the fuck?
just couldn't clear it out, and it was like, okay, we're going to rotate.
Yeah, it's an immediate pivot.
Rayora as well for J90.
3 per season is a little psychotic.
What are SSG planning here? 10th
Per
round, 5-4,
season?
3 rounds in a
Or
row for
per
G2.
year?
This one heating up.
Those are 2 completely different
sweet.
things. What's up, Lauren? Welcome back.
Capitao not going direct library, at least not initially. Ash should have played frontline info. Rayora
Hey,
as
I'm
well,
just
so
happy that they're working on the game.
potential real difference maker here.
Next 10 years commitment. I mean, I ain't even mad.
SSG. I feel like it may be a tool used to prevent retake later. Really going to force the vert. Obviously, you need to compete for that first and gain that control.
The CGX were getting 5 reworked maps.
Looking to give it away for
yeah.
free. Shield in the hands
Are they not the ones already done? Like Clubhouse, Chalet. I can't remember what else.
Down. Yeah. Impact and response though, so good counterplay from G2.
Oh no!
Yeah, Moira at the court. With a double kill for SSG, and finally they look strong on the attack. And Bolt will also follow soon. Ashen on the Blackbeard getting lit up, but makes his way down library stairs successfully. As Uno will indeed fall to Nuas as well. This is the SSG we were expecting in this second half. Absolutely clinical on the attack, slicing through the defense of G2. And Ashen will get this plant down, and not much that Alamau can do besides a free kill onto J90.
SSG on their attacks for the past year or so is just looking crazy.
Lead, but Alamau just says
how about
this
you
round
sit
is
outside
not
the
over
fucking
yet.
building
3
and wait?
kills.
How about
Brings
that?
it to a 1 versus 2, 30 seconds in the post plant, but surely in what is one of the more difficult post plants to win, with so little time remaining, this should not be possible. You still have to clear a big window as well. You've still got to deal with the Blackbeard shield. And indeed, the shield wasn't even necessary as Ashen
Did Talon win? No.
Puts an end to the round.
We were 1 round away from overtime and we lost. Sad.
Certainly one of the more creative attacks we've seen this afternoon here on Chalet.
Again, I said it last event, I'll say it this event, SSG on their attacks look like one of the way more drilled teams in the entire world. They have different ideas for so many attacks, they have different compositions. They are drilled almost military-esque, which is ironic given who their coach is, right? It's nice. It's nice to watch. It's nice that they've kept that attacking prowess, even though
not something that's,
they've added a new player. I like it.
Well, you can clearly tell
like
there after they need your stats up. I was not making that one up. Yeah, a little bit of banter in the chat between these two. Mal did pad his stats a little bit, but hey, I mean, he also made a somewhat winnable chance
the only
for
sword
himself after the
in the
initial
entirety of the Jesco world.
It was always going to be very difficult to finish off his early work, though. So 6-4 as admirable as the comeback as it's somewhat been for G2. It's probably, again, a showcase in that round that SSG have really got their number right now, and 2 opportunities to close this out.
Nua's having his debut match with SSG be such a dominant one is a huge thing for SSG. You know, I thought the change might really fuck with them.
Feels like a very complete SSG roster.
Thank God he hit the deck, otherwise he was dead.
And Nua's 13 his debut for this roster.
Okay, good start, Blackbeard down.
In NAL, it's more so a question of can they crack the top 4 at
You went to get pizza? What pizza you got? I will judge you. There's only like 3 different types of pizza that are acceptable. Oh, it's free! Read like a book!
Shortly thereafter.
And that book was a picture book.
There's entry through main entrance for Fultz. Also cleared out that Barstock position.
Yeah, I know.
Nuas continues his rampage, and also on to Alamau, who he was very much giving some words to in the chat as well, and clearly ready for Loira. Nuas is on an absolute heater in this match. In his debut for SSG, 15 kills, has been dropped. Blaz, very low on health. Doki, under a bit of pressure towards Fireplace Stairs, and the plant going down now by Fultz, and it's looking very likely that SSG are going to make quick work of G2 here at Reload. They only put in the 1 reload, the 1 bullet up for grabs, but SSG probably thinking they should have done all 2. It's 7-4 on Chalet. The North Americans are on fire in Brazil.
Yeah, the good times continuing
Pepperoni?
for North America. That streak
stay on.
Unbroken.
Wow, that was a fucking murder.
Rolling in a moment's time, but all focus currently here on SSG.
That was a fucking murder.
This match to some extent, right? And really
I might even get banned on Twitch because I just streamed a fucking murder.
Wow. I think set themselves up for a successful tournament.
I think for Nuas as well, what a dream debut for him. 16 kills, setting the tone. The team as a whole was just absolutely singing the same tune for G2, though back to the drawing board for them, and at the moment, even for EU.
All right. Well, in great fashion, double stream means the games keep a rolling.
Then you got to improve. You got to be, you know, dealing with.
Oh shit! I did not expect this scoreline.
Particularly,
okay.
They paid too high a price for dealing with Catwalk. There.
Now I took a gamble by predicting BDS. I also predicted FaZe, so that regardless of the outcome of this, but I believe FaZe can win almost against anyone. BDS was a risky pick for me, but I did choose them. This is Old Wolves
She sort of band-aids over and covers
with
up a lot of issues
new members. They've brought in Virtue, Robbie, and stuff. So it's essentially a new roster in my opinion. So I wanted to.
Once again, not happy with the positions of those Hibana pellets, needing them a little bit lower. Like I say, you got to get it right. It is, you know, a good way of opening the entire barricade with 8 pellets, but each time it's taken 12 pellets. It was handy last time, it's Saga this time. It's taken them 12 pellets because they've had to reposition them. So, you know, there is a little bit of risk in there.
If I hadn't known that Newers was now on SSG, I would have picked him.
Freck, once again, barely having to move his feet, even though this isn't the same site. He's still positioned around the same spot.
I mean, I'm just a big fan. I have been for a while now. Ooh, good damage.
A lungful or two of gas here, going to find himself very much pincered in. A third one comes out as well. Wasted that. Everything at him and only done a limited amount of damage. Could have been to evade and dodge away from this, but it now means Robbie can't keep him at bay much more. Freck.
Oh, does he know about IT? I don't think he does.
What is going on for FaZe Team? They're struggling to get control of this top floor.
Whoever his army is through that.
What FaZe did there, though, they really bullied that smoke usage by getting all 3 of them used so quickly. Freck is lucky to get away with his life there, but will do so. Robbie was taken out in the mix of all that, but yeah, I like the way that Vitter King dealt with that. He took very little damage from 3 smoke canisters.
The problem with Virtue, I love Jake dearly, but the problem with Jake is that he can be quiet sometimes. So I'm hoping, you know, there's other leadership on BDS when the times get tough.
So on and so forth to burn the clock as much as you can, but he got it done in about 20 seconds, and it was really well done. FaZe are looking better here for my money than they have done so
I actually
far.
forgot Furia. I actually would have changed one of my other teams.
I think the rest of this round is going to be tougher and tougher for BDS.
Out of phone calls now, which is really where you'd hope to see BDS shine a little bit. 30 seconds on the clock gives them a chance as well. Has to be careful about the trade. Oh! Almost managed to get rid of KDS, but didn't quite find the head. KDS responds in kind. Looking good here for FaZe as you say Tim with the diffuser now going down. Vitter King holding it in place, comes off for a second, and like that, Tim, 2 quick kills. 10 seconds on the clock, and FaZe might have folded when it matters most.
Yeah, they really might. We see that flash come in, but it comes back off the door frame. Doesn't stop them, however, moving in and getting the kill. Vitter King has to hold on to this. He can't come off. The challenge is made, but KDS, he's just able to spin and find his man.
RB.
And that's going to be FaZe getting themselves the first round on the board. The big question now is, how do BDS respond? We've seen them win 2 rounds. That's the first we've seen them lose. How will they respond?
Do they ban the Monty away here, or do they feel they've got the answer to it, given they've won 2 defenses so far? I want to give a nod towards KDS in that round. It's worth stressing, by the way. Like, twice he was challenged, twice he didn't die, and twice he immediately got the responding shots out to kill the player that was assaulting onto him. Both P4 and Lasmo fell down in exactly the same manner. Bans have come on through. It is going to be Monty taken away and the Fenrir on the defensive side. So going to force FaZe's hand here, Tim. Force him to do something a little bit different. And that's going to be Bring the Blitz, of course.
I was going to say, that's going to be Blitz or Blackbeard then.
It's never that different, is it? Come on now.
It's going to be one or the other if they're still available. So, heading down to the bottom floor this time, BDS, we've already seen them defend down there in the first round. It was very, very solid from them. They got the opening kill up on the top floor, and then they just orchestrated their fall back to site beautifully. It's another one of them rounds. I would say round 1 and 2 particularly are rounds where I would say the same thing. Were the site players bothered? No, not really. And then, you know, round 3, yes, FaZe have had a little bit more success with moving them around, so they need to be finding a bit more. I'd like to see FaZe maybe try going a bit more direct to site. We've seen them playing a lot around the map, and that's fine. You can't just leave players out in the cold always. You're not always, you know, you might get hit on the flank. You're not always going to get away with that. But I come back back to this, you know, are the players in site being bothered? Are they being disrupted? And so I'd like to see FaZe guarantee that. Get the site wall open. Force them to play elsewhere. Force them out of their initial positions where they're going to be the most comfortable.
And here, the shield has been taken away. Instead, Vitakin goes across the round. We are attacking into the basements. They want that soft destruction. Not forgetting last time we did this, Cyber went down very early on the buck, and they didn't really have any option to get verticals opened up anymore. Hatches they could do, because the Monty had the hard breach gadgets in back pocket, but that was really all they had going for them, which forced a very predictable attack, which BDS dealt with very well. So I like they've got a little bit of insurance policy here, having a second soft destructor to play for the verticals to do some work for them. Robbie taken out by KDS, who, as I've already mentioned, is having a great half so far. Yep, 5 kills to his name. You might say, okay, it's not that big a deal, but he's just always been in the right place at the right time and taking the right gunfights.
Yeah, a bit of a situation, a bit of a different situation for BDS here rather than the first time they attacked. This time, they're being forced back to site potentially because of the numbers game. Cyber is going to be taken out, but not before he found one for himself. Handy manages to pick up Virtue. 4 versus 2 now, and FaZe are seriously in the driving seat.
BDS are almost like, we know we're going to lose if this comes down to an execute, so we want to swing everything. They're just determined to catch out a player or two. I fucking hate the shields.
I've always hated the shields. I think it makes the game look silly.
Virtue's already lost his life here. P4 wasn't too far away in his challenge coming out at the same time.
It takes away from the skill and the strategy, in my opinion, which is what should make Siege unique.
Freck's just going to be holding that angle for as long as he can here, just trying to catch himself. At the minute, BDS are just hoping to catch a cheap one, I think, because somebody from FaZe moves into position, just pick them up on a long angle.
Yeah, they made like everything color-coded now.
2 versus 3, and it becomes a little bit more winnable, but I don't think they're going to get that grace, that good opportunity to do that, because FaZe, they know they've got a minute 30, now down to a minute 5 left on the clock, and they're using that time to clear utility, to create new angles, to apply vertical pressure, to try and push BDS around. I come back to that same question. Have the site players been bothered? I'll tell you what, they're about to be.
The site player, singular, Tim. P4 is the only player left, and he's got it all to do here. It's not looking pretty. Vitakin with a closeout. Very composed and disciplined coming out from FaZe. I'll give it to BDS. They tried to get aggressive. They tried to swing onto those windows to take down a player or two, so it would be more balanced come the execute. But FaZe, they've seen this one 1,000,001 times. They're never going to let a team get away with that.
No, not at all. Just
again, I just think
very
shields are silly.
BDS timeout is going to come in, and this is what I said. If you remember,
taking a timeout.
Round 3, how do BDS respond? We've seen them when they're winning. How are they going to do when they lose a couple? And that's the position they're in now. It's not quite backs to the wall, but FaZe have reeled them back in. They've leveled things back up. It's kind of start again at 2-2. And Liloon decides she's seen enough, and there's something that she can contribute here in attack timeout.
I think you've just seen FaZe change their approach here, where it's been a bit more slow and composed. They've not really given any opportunities to BDS to capitalize or cause any trouble. I touched on what we've seen from the Dokkaebi previously to help with that as well. I just think at this point you're going to have to reimagine things a bit and come up with a different idea. Not forgetting, of course, that with it now being 2-2, FaZe can come out of this half probably feeling pretty happy about that. I'd be surprised if they're going to settle here at just 2-2 and go on and pick up 3, maybe even 4. For BDS to come out of it at 3-3, they'll feel a bit disappointed given they started out so strong with a very comfortable 2-0. But now you've awakened the beast, and FaZe are not wants to back away from
There's a reason every team runs a Blackbeard or a Blitz or a Monty or a combination of both. There's a reason.
There in round 2, they were able to get the win. A lot of focus from FaZe towards that warehouse catwalk, and BDS were able to pick up players elsewhere who were kind of, you know, left a little bit unsupported maybe because of the numbers being thrown at catwalk. We'll see whether FaZe play it a little bit differently this time. I'd like to see some pressure. Again, I'm thinking about more direct towards site. Get yourself into meeting. Get yourself into control. Get that wall open.
Refresh the page, Dodger.
Prevent BDS from being able to use all of those positions that they want to. Taking warehouse catwalk is no bad thing. Completely agree. But put some pressure on elsewhere as well. Team up, get a couple of walls open, and just make them really think about every angle that you're pushing from.
Sort of change here coming in. Still some of the same sort of setup we saw before, particularly Fret being on that as army is the one I'm looking at. You know you're going to see him set up around catwalk. The one I'm most
so it's actually BDS picked up the old Wolves roster, and the Lewin and
from below and
the coaching staff made quite a few changes to the roster.
Kill. But I think here it's more anything else to see when is the push coming on through. When can they try and do something?
The bone
about
to the
it.
attackers
No
does not need to be
phase either. Of course, that
a shield. That makes the game look silly, in my opinion. There's so many other things you can do.
Changing tack a little bit. FaZe sticking in towards that Dockerby once again, just try and mitigate the damage these roamers can do.
Because
clever drone work there, just trying to see at
every
distance
time
whether
I
there's anybody
see
playing in behind that wall to
every time I see a shield in a 1v1 and he's just running around meleeing, it looks so fucking stupid.
It might be an impact nade or something like that. Obviously Bandit is banned out, so it wasn't going to be any sort of Bandit tricking, but just wanting to be aware exactly what was going on behind. As it is, I think FaZe making, again, reasonable
I think it's very easy
to
come up with the excuse that the attackers need help and that something easy like a shield is the answer.
Just to create that line of sight, they can then go on the roof or on the rappel and just try and make life a little bit of a nuisance inside of control and electrical.
Quite a lot to clear through those for FaZe, admittedly. Like, even the Flores Rotero drones aren't really much use at the moment because of the mute jammers that are scattered around. They've got walls that have been locked up tight. They've got mirror windows. They're sat behind at the next hurdle. They've got P4 feeding in from where the push is coming in from. So there is a lot for FaZe to work through here, and you can understand how halfway into the round they've got very little achieved so far.
Shields are for pussy players.
Might be sniffing out exactly what the setup
There's a reason that
at least getting rid of the mirror
all
window
pro
here,
teams have at least 1 or 2 shield players on their team.
Is running down as we come towards those last 60 seconds. For FaZe,
There's
it
a
might
reason.
be quite an explosive execute here, Tim.
You just got drone people.
Could come in clutch.
Did you listen?
Here. Just P4 feeding that intel in. They know exactly where the pressure is going to mount from, but not much that BDS can do about that at the minute. I like this from FaZe. Like I said, get themselves, into positions that's going to force the defenders to worry about it. Take their utility away from them. As it is, Virtue manages to take Handy's life away from him. 5 versus 4, 40 seconds left to go. And despite the pressure
roll back.
Mountain, this is all
play time.
Again, it's just looking a bit too big a mountain to climb for the side of FaZe, but if anyone can do it, it's them.
That's crazy.
It's Cyber in particular.
Cyber went fucking crazy.
3 finally shut down, and it's into a 1 versus 1. Vidiking going in for the plant as well. This is so risky, but it's going to force Lasmo up close at this point. He's going to try and stick it. Comes up down to the 1v2, but can Lasmo get away with it? Yes, he can. Cyber might have gone nuclear, but Lasmo's the one to clutch out the 1v1.
Well,
what the
if
fuck?
BDS end up in a situation on day 3 where they need that 1v1, it might be Lasmo that we see getting thrown into it.
Might be your man.
Might just be the man.
Holy
We've got auditions all through day 1 and 2 to see who is going to be the person that could well go into that situation.
I was sat talking with the team actually over dinner yesterday, and I was saying, if you guys come into the 1v1s on day 3, who's going to take it?
It feels like taking a penalty in football,
doesn't it? But I think everyone's missing the point.
We actually have 1v1
the reason all the pro teams are taking shields and why everyone's so sick of seeing the shields is because it is the most effective way of advancing your attack, right? You don't need to necessarily, like, you could turn around and buff attack by doing a million things. Instead, the pro players are taking the shortest route they possibly can and bringing shields.
Should they need the 1v1? They might not even need it at all, Tim.
Might not happen.
Very funny.
We will
there
have
shouldn't be
final
an option in the game
BDS. Honestly,
that the highest level players in the game can take a shortcut with, is my point.
They've made it difficult for FaZe. They've stood up well to
That's
some
exactly
difficulty as well. Cyber getting 3 kills there. Still
the shields themselves are built in such a way where it's not particularly a gadget and it's not particularly a weakness.
Be an easy second half for them. I think the attack of Nighthaven is probably going to be more difficult for them. I always say this about new teams coming in on
it is completely contextual.
When
the
things
shield
are pre-prepared, when everybody knows exactly what they're doing, is one thing. When you get on the attack and you've just got to play into the setup that's there, and you've got to adapt and you've got to communicate and work with each other and work around each other, I feel like that's generally the more difficult aspect for a newer roster.
And I think if shields were introduced now into the game, everyone would see the issue. But they're just so used to it being part of the game, so they're like, oh, well, you can counter it by, I don't know, hoping no one's standing behind the shield and you manage to crossfire it or magically have a C4 uncontested below, and all of these magical counters that people keep pointing out that only works in silver.
Nice and quick. I think BDS have got to show that they can play
in
this
the other game. There's a new host.
Couple of rounds. Can't take that away from them.
The Brazilian one.
Effective couple of rounds to begin with. It did start to slip. Very confident they can do it again, but that Dockerby, let's keep saying Teams crutch onto it because of how effective it is helping you deal with roamers, and that's exactly what they're hunting down. Virtue taking out one, does get
it's good to have a local host
team play coming out from FaZe. But Lasmo might be using his teammate as a bit of bait here, never mind, the vertical is in play. FaZe bring things back to a 4v4.
4v3 though, this is something that BDS have done very well. They always seem to have an answer. Like we saw in the first round, we've commented on it throughout. They get a kill and then they play the trade game really well. They're just
she's interviewing. Fair enough.
1 for 1, and it keeps them on top of things. Handy manages to
having
find
local
Robbie
talent. I feel it's so important.
Can FaZe cement this manpower? No. Once again, Handy wanders into an EDD taken out.
His head is behind the things.
By Robbie, and it again creates that situation where
people, what the fuck are you doing, bro?
Hold on to the man advantage, cannot hold on to those numbers as they are. BDS always fighting them back. 2 versus 2
They have no idea Lasmo's here.
I don't think they're aware of Lasmo's position. I really don't.
He could be the fight.
He's going to win this round in about 2 seconds.
No, you can't bowl that one. It's always KDS that should be dying, but just doesn't. Fret's going to be lamenting his teammate there. That should have been a closed-door job. 4-2. Bish, bash, bosh into the next half. But now Fret's got it all to do, and BDS could end this half 3-3. They'll feel like they deserve more.
I'm very glad the couch is here, but I need to work out how to get sound cross over to me like an extension.
Just missing his opportunity there, and I know it's a fraction of a second, but that can be the difference between a win and a loss. They know exactly where he's likely to be. No, they're going to go for the plant.
KDS is crazy.
KDS is crazy. To find a double at the end to wrap
KDS has plot armor.
3-3 in the first half, and honestly, Des, I think that's a fair reflection of the score. Nothing really to separate these. FaZe have had their moments. They've come out big in a couple of rounds where they've needed to, but KDS
stands for killing damn
the
Savant.
defense really, really well.
They've played it well, but I feel they'll be kicking themselves.
This
is the kind of conversation you have.
Would have been realistic.
This is the kind of chat you have afterwards, where you'll be saying, "Oh, we could have won 5-1 because we did this wrong in that round and this wrong in that round. Without that, we'd be 5-1 up." They'll be kicking themselves a little bit. FaZe may even to some degree feel like they've managed to scrape through with 3 rounds on this one. Probably surprised they're not walking away with 2 or even 1. But all that matters is the number of rounds you've got at this point in the game. They go on to the defense at 3-3.
Wow.
The bans are coming on through. Immediately seeing the Monty go away alongside the Maverick, and on the other side, the Azami being taken offline. Going to break away from that combo of a Blitz and a Kaid that we've seen through, Bandit and Kaid that we've seen most of the day. Still keep the Kaid
It's going to be hard with no
Azami removed.
Just as a reminder, at the halfway mark as well.
With no Maverick and they bring in the Bandit.
That's
rough. What are you going to do?
We've got a reload of 1 bullet for BDS and a reload of 2 for FaZe. So a little bit more on this one for FaZe than BDS. And right now, I mean, obviously that shows a lot of confidence. FaZe coming in here thinking new roster, you know, we're on home turf, we're world champs, we're going to come in, we're going to do a job. And right now, maybe not as clear-cut as they might have thought, but I feel like the next couple of rounds are a really big test for BDS now on the attack.
This is where we've seen the teams today that are a bit newer, a bit fresher, coming into this with a new roster, trying to figure things out a little bit still. They've come undone because on the attacking side it requires
the attacking side just requires mass fucking teamwork.
Struggle at this point, especially against FaZe. They are a defensive powerhouse. Basically every tournament they're at,
military-esque drilled their attacks.
Could yet be a step too far for BDS. Don't get me wrong, they'll probably get a couple of rounds out of it, but they're going to need some players to go massive if they're going to walk out of this one, sending us towards overtime or even getting a map win.
There's 2 there. How does he have a drone up there? Everyone should check that. That's crazy.
Tim spoke about this a second ago. Think of it this way. 6 is what you've got now, and the number up to the left, the 1 in this case in red, is what you lose if you lose, or you gain if you win. It's as simple as that. Don't worry about any further than that. So FaZe will either go up to 8 or down to 4. BDS will go up to 7 or down to 5. That's the nice and simple answer to it, and you'll see that number going up and down. When it comes around to days 4 and 5, if you are top of the leaderboard and you're now top 4, then you go through to the live stages. That's the simple part of it. There's a bunch of the mechanics that I won't dig into right now because Robbie has found himself dead from above. King getting himself a freebie unleashed from the shields that he had in that first half.
Fucking
nice
brutal.
Easy kill through
fucking
the
brutal.
Floor there. I was going to comment on BDS.
I always check that drone spot because I'm sick of these motherfuckers either hiding drones in the bushes or having it up underneath the camp. So I check it every time. At the end of drone phase, I check it. I can't believe pro teams don't check it.
Into the King's trap, and He's going to continue watching from above and just preventing that entry coming into that area of the map. 1 minute 40 and not really a lot of progress for BDS to speak of just yet. And this is what I was concerned about. We're only just starting to see walls getting opened up, a little bit of adversity on the attack. Where's the adaptation? What are we going to do?
Are those red bullets equivalent to Elo in a way? No. The red bullets are more like... It's what you're willing to put on the line. And it's more what if you lose, then you lose one. If you win, you gain one. You can obviously put up to 2 if you want to in these first couple of days of the tournament. Day 3 onwards, you can put up more. So think of it that way. Don't worry about it too much for now. You can worry about it tomorrow when teams start getting close towards 0 and facing elimination. That won't be happy times for any team.
I mean, rather than Elo, it's your points in the league. So
yeah.
6, as it stands now, they have 6 points in the league. If they get the win, then they'll have 8 points in the league. It's, simple as that.
But now at least being stalled
this is
out,
taking
so
too long.
This last 45 seconds, a couple of smokes, and there's 3 C4s to still play behind. A lot to keep BDS
I can't imagine the pressure for these players. Holy shit.
They know what to expect. They know how to deal with this. BDS making themselves a bit predictable on their pushing towards this wall.
You saw him.
Nervous for him.
Just watching that very long angle here, but it feels like BDS
you have to get this kill before you go Virtue.
Rather than trying to find that catalyst themselves. You know, they're on the attack. They can't just hold the angle all day, waiting for that first kill to
There's
be
a shotgun
the go
watching
signal.
Freck too.
They've got to just decide that they go in and go for it. Handy gets taken out. Souls with one,
Jesus
KDS
fuck.
another. And the problem BDS face now is that they're having to rush. They're running out of time. As I suggested, they were just a little bit too slow. They
Shields, they give it the raid.
didn't seem to have too much of an idea on the attack. They couldn't break
to the reload watch party.
And then when they have to
welcome
rush
everyone.
FaZe are
Massive
and just
core raiders are here.
Very similar to what we saw out of BDS in the first half, where the defense
and playing figures so much for the raid as well. Welcome everyone.
I remark that FaZe are consistently one of our best defensive teams.
For those who don't know who I am, let me throw a bio in chat so you can get to know me a little bit. Wow, I'm throwing empty Coke cans around. It's chaos in here. What are we drinking? I'm actually eating little chocolate bites, just a little bit of sugar hit. Haven't had dinner yet. Alice is casting in French, so we're going to eat dinner probably very, very late, so I'll just have a bit of a sugar hit. The plank has arrived.
From this. Like I said, BDS coming
What's
on
up, guys? How you doing?
Going to be a different thing
my name's
BDS
Jess.
on the defense.
I have a bio, exclamation mark bio if you want to read all about me.
It's
Australian, but I live in Europe. I stream for PSG Talon. Yeah, I was tossing the tinnies around the room. I apologize for that. We're going crazy here. But we're Watch Party Reload, the big new event for Siege. So
3 huge floors to work.
Thank you, Laura.
Now they're attacking onto the basement floor, and that is just going to make things worse. Where on the top floor, you can kind of just go straight.
My predictions are looking like they might be in shambles a little bit.
Now you've got all these
today,
other
but
positions to worry
there's an
about.
opportunity in the coming days. We moved the couch into the office today.
They'll be setting as many problems for BDS to go and solve as they can.
Sure enough, there's a lot of things that they can stall time out with. I mean, look at the lineup. It screams defensive, right? It screams that we're going to dig in deep and really make you sweat to break us apart.
I hope you had a wonderful stream.
Wasting, the fortress that turns
looks comfy. Yeah, I was just laying down before, chilling, watching the games. I just got to work out a longer extender for my earphones.
A lot, ironically, the old BDS roster were the one that played it the most and saw a lot of success with it.
Maybe I'll
also punish off the back of that.
Run like a Bluetooth headset instead, maybe? That's probably the play, huh? I'll ask Alice if she has one for me. One of her Razor ones.
Making them sweat a little bit. I feel like it's the right approach to the round for BDS, but as we all know, Tim, you can have all the right
you guys all playing
ideas in mind,
customs?
the right players, the right positions, it can all fall apart with a couple of bullets.
Is your predictions looking good, Lauren? Because I'm a bit worried about mine. I mean, it's day 1. I need to shut the fuck up.
Locations where, it's reinforced. I'm going to have to dip back away. I don't know how thorough the droning is being. They've got 6 left on the board, so they shouldn't be short of intel. But again, it's just like there doesn't seem to be sort of a clear, cohesive plan of how they're all going to push together. They've been basically casting
customs is such a good idea.
They haven't had an engagement with FaZe,
I don't know, I'm too selfish. I love to play ranked. I'm a fucking ranked degenerate. Spend my fucking life solo queuing ranked. Oh, how the fuck do you lose that? You have the vector, bro. The fire rate is faster than the speed of light.
Damage to Freck as well, so that is good for BDS. But they need to push on from here, get some urgency.
I'm a ranked degenerate, bro, so I can't. I don't have time to be waiting. I had to be in ranked at all times.
He knew what was coming as well, was the craziest part, but it was a great response by Frack. Give it over to him.
Yeah, here's my people, here's my agent, here's my resume, and if you guys want a black ice charm, exclamation mark charm.
Far from the end of the world.
Welcome, welcome.
Here we go. First could be cool coming out 2, hunting their way through. Second one even.
You said it's day 1.
But they need to find someone to back of it, and sure enough, they get rid of one. But you heard him. The call was ringing out. You should have known that Cyber was there.
Yeah, that's a big slip up from BDS there. He did check the top of the active stairs, but he didn't believe Cyber.
Man is just fucking feeding. Why are you running?
And this is the problem
They've
when you play
tossed their advantage.
Players like Cyber that can kind of just decide, you know what, I've had enough of this, and they're just going to get one kill after another from top floor to bottom. He's just absolutely run through BDS in about 10 seconds flat.
It feels like fighting shadows, as you said. Like,
yeah,
over half the round are gone. They hadn't seen anyone, but it wasn't like FaZe were hiding. FaZe were actively roaming the map trying to find them. More like passing each other, and FaZe were just being very careful.
The problem is,
information and where they had
with the bullet system,
BDS just looks a little bit lost
round
in that
one
round.
can actually
they haven't got a
set off
to use here.
a domino effect.
You might get a mini
so
one
for
a
us,
quick
for example,
second
PSG Tower, we
players
barely
after this
lost
round where you
our
get to ban
map,
another operator,
but we
of course the
bet
coach can't
a full
intervene
2
at that point.
bullets.
Just
We're
feels
a
like I
full 2
mentioned, a
bullets
couple more
down
rounds of FaZe have
against a team that we probably could have beaten. So now there's a bunch of other teams that are way stronger than us that can pick us, or we get to pick, you know, because we'll be at the bottom, right? So the bottom gets to pick the top or whatever, right?
It's going to be much the same as they did last time.
That's such a risk. Like, we're fucked.
A number of areas, they'll have at least 1 or 2 players up on the top floor. They might have somebody knocking around in basement as well. There's a couple of nitros.
Yeah, I want to know, is it FaZe who slows down and therefore makes their opponents make stupid decisions?
So again,
or is it FaZe who just manages to sense, like, their Spider-Man, like Spidey senses, where the gaps are and how they can just make someone fucking throw? I don't get it.
See the utility that they're committed.
I know we got wild cards, but fuck.
Make sure that they've got
like,
what they need to do so. And again, BDS,
I don't think there's enough wild cards for every team to survive.
And that's where the
even if every team enacts a wild card,
unable to kind of on a big
you still have to make top 8.
You remember I said it. It's a
how the fuck are you gonna do it? You know,
there's a lot of strategy to worry about. There's a lot of time to be taken up, and that's what BDS.
Well, this is new BDS, so I mean, Wolves has always been a bit showy in the latter parts of the round.
We do have the Rower on site.
It's funny actually. I was speaking to Liloon yesterday over dinner when everyone was coming down and chilling out in the mess hall, as it were, of this event. And I asked her, I said, are we going to see much Rower at this event? And she's like, we play on a few sites. You'll see it come out. Won't show it to the max of all the strats that we've got in mind, but you'll definitely see it getting used by a number of teams, us included. And like now, you're seeing it using combo with Smokes to push on through and start getting control. And look at that, Tim. They've locked out control to give them an angle straight in towards sight here. Trying to keep FaZe locked away.
No one has the fucking window.
Andy had slipped the net, got rid of Freck, and now it's down to a 2 versus 2.
We have a major
Two
flurry
very good players still alive for BDS, though.
For this to go. BDS is going to use that time, and while they get in the drone's position, we'll just give you a quick idea of what Rower does. She's actually gone for the round now. Frekka's been taken out, but just applies a panel to a door, much like a castle barricade. It's fairly similar, but can be deployed at range. You just saw one on the door as we were passing through it there. There's a little target up at the top, and attackers,
there's Valkyrie cams as well. They can't know where they are either.
Close enough to the panel, and it basically either opens or
He's getting pinched. They need to push it exactly.
It just allows the attackers to create new safe spaces.
Robbie is an incredible player. I wouldn't be surprised if he clutches this.
All sorts of things. We find ourselves now in a 1 versus 1.
The bearing is a very strong weapon.
Low health on the glass though, and Vitter King with maybe a little bit of intel from his.
Do they have a Valkyrie cam
as
there?
Well. I'd have to back him for this.
Yeah, he'll just hold this angle and hope that Robbie comes searching, because Robbie might not have the confidence here to go for a plant, knowing that he doesn't know where this last man is. Looking like he might actually took himself in the corner here. He's gone away from that site entirely.
They have a Valkyrie
tried to drag his man over. They've got the ping down. He's going to spray the wrong spot though if he's not careful. Oh, doesn't matter. Was just off to the right of that ping. And
they don't know where the fucking Valkyrie cams are.
Wins out the 1v1, as you say, Tim. FaZe up to 6.
DZ, okay.
BDS,
G2, BDS.
Try as they might, it was definitely a good effort.
Why'd you put no Falcons?
Single attack against FaZe.
BDS had a great first half.
M80, risky.
I feel like FaZe have just kind of
Ishi Tower, risky.
You know, they've always got that extra gear, don't they, this team? And they've really stepped it up now. And BDS are starting to feel the full force. They're cruising here at FaZe. You know, I said that. pretty confident.
Every day of the
in
week,
that
Lobby.
1v1. Yeah,
Misa.
You know, Viking wins this, really.
I pick Misa for the
It's because I
1v1.
know
Whoever
how Faye's gonna
1v1s, if
play.
they pick a
I know
1v1 with
they're
us,
gonna be on the cams. I know they're going to have
they're
some
going to be
intel.
going
I
up
know
against
that
me, so good
Viking's
luck.
gonna have
I
everything he
said
needs
it
to close out that
before, and I'll say it
situation for
again.
his team,
If
but
I am
also know
1v1ing a
that
team,
Viking
I am
is
not
gonna play
picking
that
APAC
super
team.
smartly. I think Robbie
Because
did the
what a
right
lot of
thing, get
APAC
in
teams
there.
are
If you
good
feel
at
like you've got a space, get the diffuser down,
gunning.
especially on a class. You know,
Strategically,
you can maybe
they
then play it
often
at
lack.
range,
So I'm not going
try
to
and
pick
get play to
an
your
APAC team
strengths. My point is
with
not
gunners
that
on
Robbie,
it. You know what I mean?
isn't capable of winning that situation.
I'm not going to pick
It's
CAG.
just
I'm not going to
that
pick
Viking is so
Scars.
good,
I'm not going to
and
pick
his
PSG talent
decision-making
because
is going to be
a
so
lot of them
solid
are
that it's very
used
difficult to do
to,
anything
especially in
against them
ranked
that's
in
gonna get you
APAC,
the win.
just fucking team
Certainly not
deathmatch.
easy, and I feel at this point for BDS.
Yeah, I
maybe
missed
their
Furia
time
too, and I'm
is
fucking
up.
regretting it.
Definitely tried. That last round was a good idea they came in with. Just missed out one or two players on FaZe who completely dismantled the round from that point onwards. And it's hard to beat a team that have got this much experience, this much discipline.
That's so safe,
FaZe has
especially
mentioned
for the
one of only
first
two
bit of
teams here at
predictions,
the event
Marta.
who haven't made a roster change since 2023. They know each other incredibly well at this point, as shown by them lifting the hammer not too long ago, just a few short months ago in Boston. And at least starting out their account here with a very solid win, it looks like. I'll be surprised if BDS can claw this one back to him. Feels like the conclusion is pretty clear for all to see.
Yeah, it would certainly seem so, but let's not write them off just yet. They've shown us some good siege, just unfortunately for them, not on the attack so far. But we've seen this already a couple of times today, and at this point, when teams have faced match point, they have
I put
been able to come
PSG
back
so that
with a bit of something.
my marketing
So
manager
let's
doesn't
see
murder me.
if BDS can do that for us now. The
Love you,
drones
Celine.
go out. 30 seconds into the action phase, they're going to be looking to get themselves established inside of meeting towards control.
I support my
Electrical have
homies.
already spoken about this take, about this presence.
No need to
from
put
the
PSG
attackers.
in your
Try and
next
get yourself in there
predictions
and prevent
when we
the
get knocked
defenders
out
playing
anyway.
this space. Bitter King, I talk about his fantastic decision making. You can't go for the drone there. You know someone's going to be following it.
The thing is, look how many drones they've killed, Tim. 6 are gone, only 2 are out on the field. Like, FaZe have denied so much intel away from this BDS side. That's the kind of advantage you want when they're walking in blind. It's exactly when you can have the biggest impact. And Bitter King maybe
Why is he
fancy himself
zapping
going in for
someone with the
Raptors at this
Twitch
point.
drone?
C4 at the ready, looking for that main breach. Could find someone out too. And sure enough, it's going to find P4.
A nice little trade, but Virtue manages to find KDS. Cyber's just playing
my
tight on this door. He's
motherfucking
had
God.
such a good game as Cyber. A couple of rounds where he's really dragged FaZe over the line.
Holy
and it could have gone the
motherfucking
other
God,
way,
bro.
but you can just see they're hopping out of the electrical window. BDS knew that that smoke canister was coming from Handy, and they didn't want any part of
Maybe
that
Kaz.
whatsoever. So it's kind of back to the drones now. Like you say, there's not an awful lot of them to go at. They are using the Twitch drone just to get a little bit of intel inside of electrical, so they know if anybody's pushing them. It's a big concern for them. They've also got the Grim Bees out there as well.
There's so much
They
time
know
to
that
play here.
Cyber's
Just
feeling
properly
it. They
clear
know that he
this.
wants to get aggressive. He's looking around this corner, finds his man. Beautiful headshot onto Robbie.
We said at the start of this game it had been a
hell.
bit of a slow start for Cyber. They needed to see him come online, Tim. He's done just that. Up to
Holy
13
shit.
and 7, dominating this lobby through and through.
Okay.
Makes it a 3K for himself here in what might just prove out to be the last round. Will he make it
Go
an
again,
ace himself to
Cyber.
close things out?
Swing it
Open
again,
the
little
account here at
motherfucker.
Reload. Certainly looking to do it. 2 left standing, just
Like, no
Lasmo
one's
and
peeking him
Virtue
from
between
fucking
FaZe and a win.
connector. That's the
You're going to see
psychotic
some
bit.
smart play from FaZe now, and I genuinely think Cyber will step back a little bit, and he's not going to I say that.
Oh
Not
my God. Oh my God.
overaggressive.
Oh my.
It's
How is he?
control
Thank you.
overaggressive.
Can we punish
Cyber's
this
gonna go
motherfucker?
down. Handy's going to be on the deck
Come on
as well.
now.
And BDS maybe fight this one back. It's all up to Souls.
Slow
We know
down.
that he's a very
25
clutch
full
player, but
seconds.
this is not going to be easy. 24 seconds left to survive.
What are you doing?
Oh, Lasmo! I tell you what,
My
he's
bad,
got a bit
didn't mean to
nuclear
question
there,
you.
Tim. It's a couple of times today he's looked a bit naughty with the pistol. It was the Ella earlier on. Has gone pretty big in this round when required, but many will look at that and just think, how have FaZe thrown that one away? That was theirs to win.
I'm a little bit surprised by Cyber there, but I'm going to put it down to the scoreline. 6-3, they know they can get a little bit active. It's not the end of the world. Just get in there. Try and see if you can get a couple of kills.
Watching a
Finish the
TDM
game
lobby.
off there.
Once
I
the
think
walls were
if that
open,
was FaZe at, say,
it was just
5-4
hit the
or
TDM
4-3,
button.
you'd have seen a very different ending to that round, and that is that they'd have given them absolutely nothing. That's what I expected when Cyber dipped back into server. I thought, yeah, he's just going to get himself out of the way here, and they're going to let BDS sort of bring the fights to them. And
that's what I'm saying. Like, FaZe get away with so much shit. But then sometimes I wonder, are they getting away with it? Or do they just know where the gaps are? Is their experience so fucking
in the back of the mind as well? They know that they've got
zoned the fuck in that they just know.
Is always going to be
they just
the
know.
most difficult site for BDS to attack because there's just so much to do through the map. We saw them spend a minute 40 running around the map last time. Didn't see a single FaZe player. They were there. They just couldn't find them. They were constantly revolving.
Having a good IGL can change everything, Kaz.
It's always going to be a very difficult one for them.
Has to be plot armor? I don't believe it.
They'll just get themselves out in the map.
I don't believe it. The reason I don't believe it is because
and I think all of those factors
right before they became world champions, they were playing these rounds where they get down to the like dying seconds of a round and they'd still manage to win it, and it was like they just took the mid to late round, like they took like 5 to 10 seconds of the mid to late round to just like almost like 4D chess, like look at everything around them. And like, then they knew everything. It's like they could just X-ray vision everything. They knew everything, and then they just 3, 2, 1, go, and they would just go. It's like crazy. Hey, baby shit, though.
He was coming, and now he's got to get himself out of danger. Try something else.
Yep, certainly doesn't hurt to give it a try, but it is the kind of play that I would expect FaZe to kind of be prepared for, kind of be ready for. We know how good they are, guns up players like Cyber. You know, they're going to make it so difficult to win a gunfight.
I'm really excited for Robbie too.
Tracking is active at the minute on Cyber. He's ducking and dodging, he's diving, he's weaving, he's doing everything he can, but it was surely a matter of time. Handy does manage to take Virtue out along the way, but this is much better from BDS.
Well played, Lasmo. Lasmo's fucking crazy, this kid.
They got nothing for the minute and 20 that they spent looking. This time, they've got 2 kills.
And the key one is, they've done it inside about a minute.
Oh yeah, Max. They've got some gunners.
2 minutes to
but FaZe has been the same roster for like
actually, that's pretty good for
ages, no?
They've still got to clear the whole map and think about hitting the site, whereas here, no. They've still got half a round to play with. This is not bad for them at all. FaZe probably now starting to think, God, okay, how can we get ourselves out of this? 2 choices, fall back towards site, try and play tight together. Second is actually try and go aggressive and put down a player or 2 here to even the scorings out. So when it comes round to the execute, the clock becomes that 6th man and you start to get a bit of an advantage. But as things stand now,
yeah, it's a long time to play with the same team. You start to just know things. You don't even need to say things. You just expect, you know, you assume.
There is another kill. Freck managing to take
oh my god, is BDS going to share the same fate we did at PSG Talon, where you're one away from overtime and you still lose?
And especially with the Deimos still active here as well, it just makes this an absolute nightmare for FaZe to try.
He's missed it! Oh, there we go.
He's got him down. I was going to say, surely he gets him here.
Holy shit.
Roy picks off his man. It's always a danger when you're roaming against
You're going to get caffeine? Hell yeah.
Vida King with it all to do. And Robbie's about to have another track up if they need it at this point. And he is going to be dead to rights.
Great wallbang. Holy.
Like
Lasmo's had a fucking...
He's having a good game. Really can't
Lasmo's just going sicko mode.
After losing 3 rounds in a row, have won 2 back-to-back and are a single one away from sending us to overtime.
Going to see a tactical timeout come in there, I think. It certainly looks like that. Coaches have got headsets down. So FaZe will be calling the tac timeout. They are... Is it fair to say, Des? I
am worried because...
the thing is that they haven't played badly. Like,
he's trying to open the water and he can't. That's funny.
This game says more about BDS than it does FaZe.
It says a lot about Lasmo to me, honestly. Like, he's had some big moments across this half, and it's enough. It's making the difference.
I'm worried for BDS because
maybe is a little bit quiet.
It's the worst when you're one away from overtime.
He's the one dragging his team through some of these tough rounds, and even KDS, who's been very consistent across the map. I was touching on his ability earlier on to get into a gunfight, not be the first one firing, but always the one to get the kill back in response. It's not quite enough. Him and Cyber trying to do all they can. There's more work to be done for FaZe. They don't want to see this one go to OT. They want to close it out here and now, and it's going to be a top floor defense to see if FaZe can do it here and now, or if BDS send us into overtime.
I honestly thought the basement was where they were going to lock it down. You know, just as they had done before, get out in the map, but it shows. I said, you know, new teams will sometimes struggle with adaptation, with working around each other, but BDS, again, are showing a good ability to do that. They recognise what they struggled with the time before. They've made adjustments, they've come in, they've got the kills, they've got themselves the man advantage, and then they've forced themselves down onto site. Really well played from BDS, exactly what you'd be looking for.
Now FaZe is just showing full default. Look at their composition. This is complete default. We take Go for time, delay. We've got the bandit for the... We've got the mute jammer for the drones. Bring the Wamai to stop any of your projectiles. Like, it's one thing for every possible outcome, and it's super default. There is nothing crazy. And so they're just gonna literally play what they know.
Getting out into control and trying to find that kill. Do they need to? Can they dip away? Can they play their angles a little bit more?
Oh no, Cyber has decided he's getting active. Oh, that's crazy.
To make something happen, and Lasmo getting on a less mobile operator here across. Of course, onto the black.
M80's on.
Surprised him because I've seen him shine.
M80 versus who?
Mobile operators throughout the game, as mentioned. I'm not quite sure going slow is what they need right now. Keep going fast.
Going to be getting the
yeah, I agree, Jeepers.
Quick. Thermite of Virtue will do the job. Drones will go out. BDS
W7M.
Nice and
fuck. Right, let's watch this round and then we'll switch over. Is it on?
He's been able to deal with, but they're playing nice, sort of organised siege as well, playing in behind the intel where they can. They've still got 8 drones on the board, 5 of them active, going through there, trying to get a real picture of exactly what FaZe is doing.
I definitely want to watch that.
I need to rush it for sure. BDS.
Banning? Okay, good.
Pace.
Okay.
It's been the key thing, but they haven't.
Let me know when they like
paid the price by not droning out correctly. Even in rounds where they've had no drones left, and they still managed to get away with
finishing kind of shit.
That looks like it might be. I was going to say a bit of a fast push coming in here, but stops in their tracks by that Goyo canister. A C4 finds out Robbie. Handy taking a few chip bullets as well. But for now, FaZe have got the numbers advantage. But we've been here a couple of times
now. They've given up the jig.
Always find a way back.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean
Thank you so much, Lobby.
As FaZe have shown over the last couple of rounds. I would, like I said, at 6-3, behaving how they did, getting aggressive, looking for that kill is one
well,
thing.
now they've given up what they wanted to do.
Here. They're going to give BDS absolutely nothing. Anything BDS want, they're going to
now
have
everyone's
to go
rotated over here. Like, what the fuck? You can't commit to this.
I'm not sure they are. The challenge might just attract them too much to FaZe.
Like, what the fuck?
Beautiful teamwork. Nitro comes out to draw the attention.
What did they think was going to happen?
There's another one there. Be careful.
You have to go somewhere else. I don't know, like a garage or something.
KDS will be taken down though. However, Cyber finds Freck, and that is likely going to be all she wrote.
Is it?
Is it FaZe?
Yeah, it's looking like it is. Unless P4, I mentioned earlier, P4 has those kind of games where he goes nuclear or doesn't really offer an awful lot.
Just like PSG tell on the same fate, one away from OT. Alright.
It was getting close.
Perfect timing. Perfect motherfucking timing.
Yeah, I mean, maybe for W7M, they'd just be itching ready to go. Would have preferred the morning game.
Chalet, beautiful new Siege X Chalet, get me in.
No Monty, so no shields in play for W7M.
M80 win it all, I will gift you 10 subs. Win this game or win Reload? It'd be crazy if M80 wins Reload. What the fuck is happening?
16 frags, but okay.
What the fuck am I watching? What? Damn. W Gaming? W Key Gaming?
Didn't lose the goo mines though from Legion, so not ideal for M80 on the defense. And
Hot and Cold's first fucking round on.
Starting to get some decent map control and putting pressure
on fucking.
Volts has gone just straight for a look in towards Kitchen.
M80 and
he's
already dead.
Probably doesn't feel all that safe to go for the plant. And despite it being watched, he's just walking through. This is super ballsy from Volts. Deals with it.
Why is Volts allowed to just be in?
And he can just go
he's covering the sound.
Hello, you're watching him quite literally. Someone gonna actually deal with him. Indeed, finally.
Dude, what the fuck was Volts doing, bro?
From above and gets the kill onto Volt. And did find another kill as well elsewhere, the Nitro Cell.
Nah, bro, like, be for real. What the fuck are they doing? Gamba!
W7M with good early pressure, but M80 not panicking, retaining control up above, and doing so able to deny
I didn't even do the other prediction.
First plant attempt. Parley with the follow-up. Logan will try and cover horizontally.
Do I do a Gamba even though round one's done? Yeah, fuck it.
Drop from
you make your choice there. Oh, hello!
The kill. So Loban now with the 1 versus 4. Good for 1. Narrowly misses the second. Diffuser already being touched. And Loban will not be able to get there in time. Go for the final kill. And M80 able to consolidate in that first round.
I'll give you 30 seconds.
What it kind of reminds me of is the SSG G2 game where we saw
M80.
The Nook just kind of rush into sight, get the free kill onto Uno. I think it was Benja, and then
30 seconds. That's all you get.
That round anyway. Pretty similar situation with Volps just kind of
mods
literally
suck.
walking
Holy
into
fuck.
sight. deals with the BPC.
Holy
and
shit, we had a
then
prediction from like
eventually
700
lost his
games ago.
life to the above, but he almost got that kit down initially.
It's
and
beautiful,
was
isn't it? Chalet is
kind
so
of given
gorgeous.
over to W7M to walk in, a little bit of a bait. 'cause he's got
With the
Vert
delays, they
above
could have
anyway,
run one stream with
offers
2
some veterans.
setups, true.
But in the end, I guess pretty well done from M80. And yeah, Kino getting that Nitrocell onto Dots as well, certainly helping out. And yeah, I don't think this was ever a post-plant situation that W7M were ever going to be successful.
Sorry,
Good start
Pookie?
for M80
No.
though. Certainly didn't wilt under the pressure. Number 3 for Fabian. On the jersey. Coaches usually get a number.
I wonder what it represents.
Yeah, I think that for M80, you know, the addition of Fabian, it's going to be a big one, but there's always that talk about, you know, can use PSG Talon really as an example and the way he kind of coached that team, very aggressive in nature. Will that translate? Will that work a little bit better for M80? That's going to be the question. And the other question of it, maybe does he calm down a little bit in his older age?
I just had a look at his Wikipedia. He is 30 now, so he's pushing 40.
Pushing 40?
He's 1 foot in the grave.
That's psychotic.
The blitz employed here by Dot. Swift entry into games. He has stepped on a goo mine, but bearing no mind to it. Nitrocell does not hit the mark, and Dot's continuing to push forward. Yeah, but dealing with that goo mine, and in the background, Volts is going for the plant over towards Default. Kino's not going to be able to get over to Deny. The smoke, of course, was up as well. Diffuser has gone down, and this is looking like a very successful Swift round from W7M. Just a pretty much
crazy rush.
Clean hit in towards games. Get the
Crazy
plant down.
rush.
Wasn't even at the half wall, was just in the smoke. You know, wondering if he can maybe go for the long arm of the law and reach and try and get this counter defuse. Wants to wait until he's got someone helping. Hot Gold cannot help at all. Lost his life immediately. Nicely done from Dodes in the post plant outside. And that was a quick round from W7M. Good response.
Number 3 for Fabian, 3 hammers.
Maybe.
2 as a player, 1 as a coach.
Maybe.
I think I've unlocked it, the Easter egg.
What do you mean the Easter egg? Of course the 3 means 3 hammers.
With this team, do you think they're going to list the hammers?
Oh, fuck.
That is not an implication. No.
What the fuck?
Good round from W7M though, and I think just punishing M80's lack of awareness towards big window.
It was a 30-second prediction.
That was the
If you
big one
didn't
as
make it
well,
in,
with the
unlucky.
blitz.
Well, technical pause. We haven't had our rehost for this game yet, so we might get that out of the way now.
Did we have one in the previous one? I don't think so.
Maybe not.
I think we skipped one. I hope that doesn't mean it like.
He should.
converts over
Although,
into this
man's
one.
washed now, Mata.
Luckily though, not a rehost, so seems like we are getting back into things. That was probably the shortest tech pause you'll ever get, so be thankful.
Baby, baby,
If you want to put an emphasis, it's an early attacking of W7M. So that's the big takeaway for me. Again, today it's been all about defense when it comes to Chalet, but for W7M, swift
How was
entry,
casting?
good plant, good execution.
Yeah. Just like PSG Talon 1 away from the OT.
Definitely.
I think it was Dots on the blitz that cleared all the way through Barstock, even with the goo line.
No?
Kind of
Yeah.
at least pushing back M80 and not allowing them to have the space to be able to deny
Want
that
some
plant.
earphones
So
or what?
really well executed
You sure?
by W7M.
I was wondering if you had a headset, a Bluetooth headset or something for my other days. So I don't have to have a wired headset.
Blitz is played for round number 3.
Yes. Do you have one now?
Continue to see that pace amp up here from W7M.
Well, and this is the thing as well. After this round, then you can bring a band back in. So for M80, it's kind of like, okay, well, we've already banned out 2 shields. If
Yeah, I'm
Blitz is
glad,
giving us
Max,
issues,
because I was
do
a
we then
bit
ban out
worried
the
that
Blitz
it
as
might
well?
like
And
push
then go
into
all
the
in on that.
past midnight, and I wanted to watch some other esports with
Wait for it
Alice
to be banned
after
system.
she's done with work. So
And to be fair, on
I also
the
want to
flip
make
side,
sure
I'm
I'm
not
watching
too
every
sure
game.
if
So
there's
yeah.
much that W7M would look at and say, we
They
want to take
rushing
this away from
again?
There's the blitz employed once
Inside's
again.
upstairs.
Behind it is
Oh
Logan.
my god, he's
Goes for the
lucky.
wide swing over towards kitchen hallway.
Man, they're applying
It's been so aggressive on
crazy
this so far, just trying to
pressure.
take as much space
Oh
as
my
possible.
god,
And he
oh
got so
my
much good
god.
information in towards dining as well. That can be played off.
This
but no
blitz
one there
is so
close by.
fucking
In
lit.
fact, it's Doss that's copying a lot of heat
Oh my
right
god,
now.
please help
Gunner
him.
cooking inside
Somebody please
Dining,
help the
gets
man.
big.
Please
Stands
help
up
the
though.
man.
There comes a
Please
little
help
bit
the
of
man.
He has been down. Dodes
Yeah, just
looking
leave
for
him.
more.
Fuck it. Honestly, just leave him.
Good one, that have to be taken out. Oh, that's a free kill up above. Almost. Diffuser's still
Diffuser
alive.
1 HP on
And
that
very
vertical.
fortunate,
Holy
to be honest.
fuck. I'll be live every day of reload. I'm locked and loaded and ready to go.
Minute 30 on the clock.
Every single bullet in the chamber here on this stream.
For limited map control.
All right, well, with that chaotic start, you've lost your blitz. Loban's down to 50 HP, and, well,
they're seemingly wanting to escort that
don't really have
up
much
through
control.
Solo and has good information to potentially make this play work.
Surprisingly ahead of schedule.
We'll need some
It helps when
from the rest of the team, of course.
BO1s can sometimes
work
just
into there.
be a little one-sided.
Hot and cold with a nice angle in towards that front balcony position, and could potentially catch somebody off guard, but thinks better of it, maybe trying to catch timing elsewhere.
It's the first real slowdown moment, really, of this match.
I will watch every minute of every day of this stream.
So going with the
That
switch
is
on the
commitment.
Solar side.
I will give you that.
Oh
my God.
As well available from Dodas.
Oh
as they
my
look
God.
to team
Let
up
me
and
in!
really
FBI,
okay.
open up!
40 seconds, looking to make entry.
Yeah,
Dodas
good
finds
shot.
another
What the
one.
fuck?
He's got 6 inside of the opening 3 rounds. Now deep into sight, going for the plant. Again, good response.
No one's
from
even
Dino with
double
the
window.
knife.
This is
He's
so
found
funny.
2
And
of
he's
those
planting.
so far throughout the early portion of this match. The plant has been successful, and that's
Yeah, both
something that
peeking, both
M80
down.
and Fabian wouldn't be too happy with to see these plants down. But hey, if you're going to find the kills in response and deny them a good post-plant position, it's not the end of the world. Loban in towards Solar. Can he light them up? That's one. And almost to the second. Hot and cold holds on, and M80.
How did they do that?
Retake the lead 2-1.
What the fuck? You've got all the drops?
That's 2 rounds.
Hell
It's it 3 rounds now the plant has gone down
Dude,
successfully.
W7M's doing weird shit.
Counter diffusers.
Like,
Certainly a little bit of
it's
concern,
like
and
they
of
want to
course
be
now with the
SSG,
3 rounds played
but
out, we
they're
head
not.
into the ban phase
Like,
behind the scenes, and
how do I explain this?
wonder surely that blitz will get banned out because it's been the most prevalent side of the attack for W7.
Go fast and get in, but they're kind of just working out what the setup of M80 is only when they're inside. And then making decisions then. It's like they don't really know what M80's setup is it verticals, is it this? They're just running headfirst in. Like when he pushed fucking Kitchen the other round, and there's like a hatch open above him, verticals, everything, and he just starts planting under the verticals. Like, what the fuck was his plan? That's what I'm saying. Like, what are the? No one repelled double window. They could all just retake. Mirror still in place.
His 2 teammates fell in the post, but hot and cold with clean trade, and
Like, it's almost like W7M doesn't want to deal
M80 evidently
with half their shit, which is an okay strategy. That's a viable strategy to not deal with the predominant part of the setup, but you can't just ignore 90% of it.
So curious about that.
It doesn't work that way.
And I guess that removes some dump potential for the ADSs onto the Jaeger in terms of clearing out them.
Yeah, well,
I think Hot and Cold is one of the more consistent pro players in NAL. One of those players that if you put him on any team, I feel he could perform quite well. I think his mental is quite relaxed in such a way that any roster could sort of put him in. Oh, please get a kill. Please, this would be funny as fuck. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh! Why did I get blue balled like that? Fuck.
Necessary there for Gunner.
Literally, that's exactly what it is. It's like fucking W7M is just going in raw. No lube, no nothing, just fucking straight in, raw, dry, like
So we heard that, you know,
fucked up.
Didn't necessarily want to leave.
I don't get it. I understand that changing the pace in Siege can be a really good way of winning.
As you
But
said, after
for-
SI, maybe a case of
can't disregard
just retooling a little
everything
bit.
in-
And a very, very good 2024.
in hope that the pace will just win you an entire round.
So far today, though, North America undefeated. And maybe looking to continue that. It's a start so far on the defense.
To be in the back of the PC or something like that.
W7M maybe wanting to be a little bit more cautious here. Now we go basement. Need to clear out a lot. And so far, there's only really 2 players playing a little bit more of that first floor lurk in Gaveni and Gunner.
Okay. Alright, no problems. I'm sorry, huh?
Up to
Are you
top
done
4
with
now,
work, by the way?
pushing Solar side, and I imagine he's going to bring his way all the way across and look to try and catch W7 off guard. And he very well may work.
The Maestro pick, and they have nothing to do with the
They're not
cams.
ready for it. He should get a
Like,
free
that's what I'm
kill.
saying. They're just, like, pretending like the defense
Where are those air jabs been placed?
doesn't have a setup. I don't get it.
Oh, logic bomb though. Well,
look at this. Ready?
fair. has
Haven't dealt with the go-yo.
Mezzanine. Not sure if this has been
Right?
hurt, and looking for another plant. This has been the one
Is everyone
downside
shooting
for
go-yo?
M80. They have
No one's
allowed
shooting go-yo.
these kids to go down, and again, uncontested. This has happened too many times now. It's becoming a trend.
Wow,
and
this
so
is
much
the
so
first
that
round
at least
where
W7M
brute
not only get
forcing
the
has
kick down, but
actually
they
worked.
find the kills to go with it. Absolutely, just clearing their path forward in towards the basement. The flank didn't work.
That's
Nothing worked for
crazy.
M80 that round. And again,
They shouldn't
clinical
have won
for
that
W7M, so much so they brought the techno music out as well.
One
The
shot
party has
of
begun
that go-yo
maybe a little bit
canister, and
prematurely.
that
2-2
stops
is
that
the
whole
scoreline.
push, by the way. That was...
Yeah, concerning for M80, when you have the likes of a Maestro, Goyo, and Warden set up, and you're allowing a plant to go down, at least largely what we saw towards the tail end, pretty uncontested
Yeah.
and unsighted. That's quite
Yeah, I think that's a
concerning, because you
fair
should
way
have
of putting
one
it.
those
At least
pieces
to us,
of the
though.
puzzle
I think
directed
it's an
on towards
ugly
that
style of
default
siege. You're
plant
right. I
position,
think that's a
whether
good
it be
way
the
of putting
Warden
it.
contesting it in the face of utility.
It's not great to
Maestro
watch
running
them,
up site,
because it's like someone
Goyo
trying to like. I think this is a really good analogy. It's like watching a child try and jam a square into the circle. You know it's not really gonna work, right? Like you're like, maybe if you tilt it and fucking hammer it in and force it through, it'll work like that round, right? But it's not designed to be played that way. It's not designed to go in that way. It's not designed to work. It is the worst possible method of getting the square into the box.
The two attacking rounds for W7M would be a concern for Fabian and for M80.
And when it does
the
work,
biggest
when he
concern
does
would be, and
manage to
again,
get
this
the
is from one of
square
their coaches'
in through the
perspective, is the
circle,
fact that these plants just keep
it
happening.
feels
That's
bad.
probably
It doesn't.
the most concerning part of everything.
You didn't enjoy watching it. It might have worked, but you kind of still feel
There needs to be more of
bad.
a contest from M80 for W7M. This has just been far too easy.
You have to understand, Chile
you
is
put it though to W7M,
usually quite an
right? It isn't
attacker-friendly
completely on
map to
M80
good
allowing
attacking
us to
teams.
do
So if M80 walk
Very
away with 3
specific
defenses here, it's actually
positions
quite a
and
nice little path from them. And I wouldn't be too worried. I would be far more worried about making your attacking rounds look good.
Just play outside right now.
The
W7M
only
and see
reason
whether or not M80 want to get
forcing
aggressive at these windows.
forcing the plant
Volp does
there
a bit of work
worked
with
was
the shock
because
drone
no one
inside of the building.
shot the go-go. If they shoot the go-go that they didn't deal with, that doesn't work.
He senses an opportunity, gets on the rappel.
Maybe Nyanya. Leave mummy alone.
It feels like to me, I mean, again, it's a 2-2 scoreline, but W7M's attack, they're setting the pace and the tone right now. They've got the control. M80 have been able to get 2 rounds, and a lot of that has been off the back of those quick plans.
They're finally
They can
going
sometimes find the kills
slower,
quick enough
and
to be
I
able to
already feel
reestablish
better
a
about
good
watching
position
them
in
like
post
this.
plant.
You know?
This
See what I
is
mean?
the concern. If
There we go.
W7M get the earlier kills in the
Bit of
rounds,
a roam clear.
the actual onside
Catch
execution
one,
has been perfect.
call
Well, that's gonna make
again.
it even
Okay,
harder
we're
for
playing
M80,
Rainbow
and now they have to
Six
do it
Siege
without
now.
Gunner. He was spotted earlier at the mezzanine. Eventually has been targeted and taken out. 1 and 5 start for Gunner. Not ideal.
You should have the
W7M
advantage
once
there.
again seemingly in control here in the 5th round.
I don't know if they know.
Unconventional
He's kind of looking at blue, but not really.
Be one of the very
It's
best
hard
inside
to
of
tell.
the server. So no doubt he'll be frustrated and looking to refocus. 60 seconds then on the clock. W7M advantage, and we know they love going for these plans. Dodo's able to double down.
I mean, W7M played way better now. Way better Siege.
W7M
There we
are
go.
about to take
Much
a third
better.
attacking round
Much
here on
better
Chalet as
Siege.
Gavini just caught absolutely
Do they deserve the
blindsided,
flawless?
shot in the back
Absolutely.
and hot and cold. The only
Much
one
better
that remains
Siege.
now for M80.
Not whatever the ugly other rounds were looking like. That's better. Much better.
Flawless in the end, and I'm not too sure Fabian's going to be
So
happy with the way
much
this
better
half
to
has
watch.
played out. For a
Okay,
map that's
that
been
is
incredibly
a
defender-sided today, they've
attacking
given up
round I
3
don't feel
attacking
bad
rounds to
about.
W7M. One more round
So,
in the half.
there
It
we go.
must get to 3-3 for M80. Absolutely at a minimum.
I've got the popcorn ready in the microwave for that Fabian attack time. That's going to be content.
How
No
much?
need
How
for
many
attack
bullets did
timeout
they
right
bet
now.
on this?
It's still early days, still first half, still good opportunity.
I didn't
to at
see
least
how
get a
much
third on the
each
board
team
and
bet
then
on
see how
this.
your own attack half goes next up. But ultimately, for M80, it's... Yeah, I mean, you've got the 2 rounds, but it's just the nature
So they both
of which the
committed to.
game has been playing on the
Interesting.
terms of W7M. Like, we haven't seen a resounding dominant round from M80. They've won a couple of rounds, but off the back of it being a little bit touch and go.
I don't know how I feel about
W7M
that.
have won probably 2 of their 3 rounds quite dominant.
There are
fashion,
2
so that's the
distinct
concern.
methods in the first 2 days of reload in these group stages, because from days 3 to 5 things get fucked up. You have to adapt to what's happening then. You won't know until you get there. But on days 1 and 2, there's 2 options you can follow. 1, the safe method. Bet the 1 bullets, and then take advantage of whoever's scrambling come days 3, 4, 5.
Either from the
That would be my method.
The front bulk or
right? Unless I'm a super strong team, and I'm confident that even if I don't get it there, I'll get it somewhere else. I play the safe 1 bullet method day 1, 2.
Typically,
and then on those other days,
evidently banned out anyway.
You know, you play scraps because everyone, you know, the people who've lost quite a lot, day 1 and 2 are starting to scrap. You are able to take your pickings a lot
I think the
easier.
most optimal strategy for W7M may be leaning more into the horizontal, maybe a lurk down below as well.
Chile has been very defender-sided today.
Back in that regard, because taking on that setup above, I don't really know if it's going to be the calculated play. You'd have to play it absolutely perfectly.
It's hard, yeah, because
They
you got
don't
to think
have
about the
actually a
types
ton
of teams playing as well.
You know, throwable utility to deal with it, especially not explosives. Again, tail banned out.
I think as well for Palu, you know, coming into this roster, he doesn't have to do
Hello,
really
baby
a whole
Shadow.
lot. He can kind of just slot in, play his role. He doesn't have to be the one
Hey,
to
baby.
be a star.
Oh, I'm just patting
Core
you,
4
honey.
From W7M have already shown they've got the capabilities to make grand finals, to be a top
So
team.
the safe method is the 1 bullet day 1 and 2, which is what I would do. Then there's the aggressive method, where if you can get ahead early, come days 3, 4, and 5, you actually don't have to bet that many bullets because you're already up compared to the others who might already be down and are starting to scramble. And then you can start to use your wild cards
And there you go.
to get ahead
He
a
elects to
bit.
just hold this position. In fact, all 3 can actually play off each other. I love the positioning for M80.
Yeah, I am
It's gonna be very
thinking some of
difficult
these
for
bans
W7M
are-
to clear this cleanly.
Are
Even if they can
interrupting the attacking and defensive sidedness.
The other way
Ooh.
around. Todes.
Gunnar was struggling this
Lost
match.
his life. There is that trade. Oh, hello.
Oh!
Diffuser gets caught in the hallway.
Oh!
Gunnar falls as well. That's a swift 3K for W7M.
All right.
Even though they lost the opening duel, Mehdi got the opening
W7M
kill.
looked
It's 3
messy
quick
in the
succession
first
for
quarter. Now
W7M.
they've cleaned
Really
their
good
act
ping
off.
to clear up above, and that's just double stacking
Oh
balls.
my
Kino
God.
just caught in the backside as well.
Every
I think
angle
he
held.
sensed all the pressure was up above, but no, Palu, he was actually playing away from the rest of the team, gets them completely
I was
caught
talking
off
about the
guard,
1v1 with
especially Kino. That is
Streamlabber,
a
and I
wonderful
said,
attack from
under no
W7M, really well
circumstance, even
orchestrated.
though
They get
you
4
would
attacking
pick
rounds on
an
Chalet,
APAC
bucking the trend
team
of what we've
to
seen today.
5v5, should you pick an APAC team to
I thought
1v1?
that top floor was going to offer a little bit more
Because
resistance
on
for the
every
defense.
APAC team, there's a
W7M,
gunner
they're
that
one of
will
those
just
mirror
smoke you,
windows, rest of the
that
team
is used to
unable
playing
to
APAC
kind of
ranked,
run
where
accordingly.
everyone has to
job there
be
to
fucking
overwhelm
bolo.
a defensive
Right?
hold.
I would pick a team like Team Secret,
far and away the
or
most
maybe
successful
Wildcard,
attacking half
or
on
someone
Chalet we
like
have
that,
seen
where, okay,
so
each
far
of their
on
players
the
are
A stream.
quite skilled mechanically,
Been a decent
but in the
amount of data at this
in the
point with how
depths of a
frequent the map has been
1v1,
played.
where it's
W7M will
almost
be
purely
rather confident
mechanical,
heading into the
skill
second half.
based, you want to go up against a player who's going to use almost too much of their brain. That's what you want. You want someone who's going to think about it more than they're just going to use pure instincts. You don't want an instincts-driven player to go against. For example, if you picked PSG Talon to 1v1, we would just send Misa, and Misa would just pre-fire everything. You'd be fucking dead. He'd peek, he'd swing every door, he would pre-fire every angle. He would get on a cam, and he would know by the smell which direction you were coming from.
Whichever variation you
They can only
use,
pick the
but
team.
Yeah, 4-2 lead
So if
for
they turn around and say,
W7M,
oh,
I
we're going to pick
can't help
PSG
but feel like
Talon to
this could be
1v1, we go,
really ugly
okay,
for
there's
M80.
Miso. Good luck.
And I also wonder when does Fabian pull
Yeah,
the trigger
you
in
might
terms
beat
of
us in a
tactical
5v5, but
timeout,
in a
and that's like a bit
1v1,
of a spell because
I think a lot of people, a
and it
lot
might
of
be
players
after
struggle,
this round
so
because you get to 2-5.
you really have, I
and
think you
letting
really
that
have to think
scoreboard
about the
start to blow
1v1
out.
very
Maybe trust
differently.
them enough here to begin
You
the
have to
second
pick a
half
player
and
that
say,
almost
okay,
thinks too much. You
make
really
it
do.
3-4, at least it keeps it close.
You have to pick a smart,
do see that,
a
what
team that's full of
Fabian
smart
really
players.
interested in
I know it sounds
is
stupid
going
as
to
fuck.
be
You are playing W7M, so you might be a little
So
bit
that-
contained. But
Oh, fuck!
remains to be
Gunner is having the worst fucking game.
And not the way you want to start your attack.
Yeah, I would avoid literally the two gunning regions. I would avoid Brazil, Brazilian teams, and APAC teams. I would just avoid them.
Yeah, key player. W7M finding.
Yeah, and the other part of all of this as well, you know, for M80, an organization, a team that typically has come under some pressure, and when you kind of look at Wildcard won today, SSG won today, Duck Zero won today, and it's like, well, for M80, if they're a little bit behind the 8-ball, and you've got Shopify Rebellion as well waiting in the wings, is this a team that's going to miss out on majors and SIs? I'm going
I think in a 1v1, you might be able to choose anyone, but I can't be sure.
Really, really strong, so it's not going to be as simple as just walk in, claim a qual spot.
I can't be fully sure.
Hate to be the one team that is the one to lose today. Even if the impact is minimal in terms of the context of the event and the year, of course, it is just one DO1, but it's all about putting your best foot forward here at Reload.
Did he get it?
The 25-26 campaign.
Can't tell if he got it. He didn't get it.
As we hone in now to round number 7.
Oh, massive throw.
And the Echo of Dota is gaining some decent information towards that
the barbed wire, brother.
Elsewhere, Diffuser looking to work on the Deimos. Has 3 available defenders to ping out. Stalled out, though, however, by this gas canister from Loban. Looking to maybe double down with Hot and Cold on the Blackbeard. Harley finding himself in an aggressive position. Spotted out, forced back.
Decapitation.
Walking into that cross, though, is the attack.
Oh no, this Yokai is fucking him up.
That's really well
He's fucking dead.
By W7M,
and it just allows Bobs to just creep
forward.
Well, 2 spotted as well. Bobs can call this out to the rest of his team. He needs a little bit of help, a little bit of backup, but no one close by to really help and get a trade.
They're not really acting off the Yokai. Like W7M could have killed this Blackbeard 3 times now.
W7M, but M80's not going to go down without a fight. Hot Cold makes an entry into office.
Maybe they only have one smoke
There is
left.
presence, double stack into the office side of things for W7M, but Kino finds a kill onto Dodes and keeps this round alive. The Echo taken off the board. It's a big pick. Don't have to deal with the drone. Under 30 seconds remaining. They're making something happen. Diffuser in a 1 versus 2. Did lose 2 players though in quick succession. Dots and Palu. Can they get the revive on the
What the fuck am I witnessing?
I'm never going to allow that one to happen. Swift denial, a Swift round win, and W7M 5-2 up. And I have got my eyes glued on the second monitor to see if we get a tactical timeout. Surely this is where you pull the trigger if you're Fabian.
Oh, big-eyed girl.
You really cannot allow 6-2 to happen. And as we keep counting down, it doesn't seem like we're going to get a Fabian crash out.
This could be chalked. Yeah, I'm starting to worry a bit.
No timeout called. Snowwine coming up for this next round. And W7M, oh, they're in cruise control.
Like W7M's getting the hang of it.
Absolutely
they
chilling
stopped
right now.
fucking doing weird, chaotic shit, and they
slotting
started
in very
playing
nicely,
like
5-2. But the team itself
I was like,
is just
shit.
Everything in the first half they wanted to do, they were able to do. Get the plants
Xbox
down,
Game Pass. Play Rainbow Six Siege X and more. Members get free in-game benefits starting June 10th. Game Pass. Join now.
Their own defense now as well.
Yeah, it's quite remarkable to reflect on the rounds thus far.
Little
the fact
lie.
that M80 have only garnered the
10
2.
seconds remaining.
Both of those were rather low percentage plays in the
5 seconds to go.
particular situations that played out. Really did not expect it to be this one-sided towards W7M at this point in time, but still an opportunity for M80 to activate on attack here. As we go down to basement for 8th round.
What's the last game I wanted to watch again?
Carly in play.
There's a liquid playing.
Perhaps indicative that we'll see aggression towards
the other one was the one I wanted to watch.
Well, currently Kino posted up. Maybe reach Snowmobile. Make these work breaches though with no denial.
Yeah, go check those anime Japanese figures. No.
Relying on denying space and gaining information with the likes
Is
of
my anime figure fucking collection.
Legion, for instance. They've also been playing really well off info. We saw in the prior round the Echo be impactful. And it is an Echo this time around, but it is an exchange.
Who's playing now?
And with no IQ in play and 80, that may prove to be a challenge.
There's 2 games on at all times, babe.
Yes. Face Clan BDS.
I mean, I've got to say this has to be a must-win round. Let's keep that scoreboard ticking over. It's been halted since the 3rd round.
Huh.
Yes.
Oh, I mean, look how many players with W7M are just looking to pounce here.
Smelling blood in the water.
I don't know why. I thought there was
North
another
America
game.
so far today has been a region has seen resounding
So you just have to
success,
pass
but
the
it
liquid
may
game.
close the day out with a loss courtesy of M80.
Okay.
Again, coming into this matchup, I always felt W7M should have been the favored team of the two. And
They have
so
been
much so I was a
waiting
little
outside
bit
trench
surprised
for
that
like
M80 did bet the two
787,000
bullets.
years.
I wonder whose decision that really ultimately falls on. Is that a coach decision, full team decision?
They still don't have control.
I'd say it's probably a team discussion, but then comes down to coach.
They don't even have control of West Main on the flank. That's your job, brother.
Only 3 drones remaining, by the way, in this round.
Dodes,
I mean, there's
Dodes has
over a minute
actually
remaining,
managed
so they're
to
gonna have a
jump
lack of
out
information.
library, cross all of fucking main lobby, go all the way back to site.
Keno,
Jesus,
he's
okay.
certainly been trying.
And in the span of all that fucking time, no one punished him.
Has an opportunity. Volts is going to fall elsewhere.
How are they
as
getting
well.
kills right
Royce
now?
Found one.
How are we not
Onto
seeing
Parker inside the
anything?
blue. Doesn't matter. Hot get busy. And M80 might be on the verge of
Oh
capturing
yeah,
an attacking
Parlu.
round.
Go
with Keno
sicko.
putting some good work
Go
in
crazy.
on the
1v4
Wamai.
right now.
They have been able to overwhelm
1v4 right now.
W7M. For the first time in a while,
Okay,
finally get themselves on the ball. And that's a relief for
Why
Fabian.
peek that? I don't know. He thought he was fucking
Yeah, relief
him.
for the whole roster, to be fair. They've been looking
What
to try
link
and
you
grind
dropping,
out
lobby?
these rounds for a little while now and finally able to connect.
I
the
guess so,
dots there
Sataja.
on
Every day
basement.
I'd be dropping new
Good
drops.
shutdown in the end.
Oh, baby chaton.
And in
Why
fact,
you
after
sit like
that
that? You're
round,
so cute.
M80 and Fabian have called their attack.
Oh,
hopefully
time
you're
out.
listening.
Fabian is pissed, boy.
I'm eagerly waiting to hear that voice. Here we go.
Eu senti que ambos eles tiveram information play. They're playing both Valkyrie, they're playing Echo, and again, as I said, Fenrir. If we have the Twitch, bring that
Yes,
too.
boy.
Because they are playing off information and playing aggro. They couldn't do it on basement so much as they wanted to, but you saw it with the Echo drone. They were not letting go of space. They were not giving you an inch. Do a 3-2-1 when you execute for the first.
What's he
layer
saying?
of
I don't have my
defense.
earphones in chat.
So when you're going for
Can
like
someone
mess or
summarize?
whatever, do a 3-2-1, go together.
Yeah, sometimes they
They're
turn them
gonna
on.
send more people to help, but the 3-2-1 will help you guys clear them out. So you're 5 versus 3 at
We
most.
can also start bringing Doke and then use an early Doke call to execute, like on their
Do we want to do like our fast solar, like we did against Furia?
fast solar.
Yeah. Like remember we literally just repelled in with Blackbeard. And we just ran it down. Maybe after the Fenrir
If it's Kitch or if it's Master.
Either
Or
one.
either or.
Yeah.
I mean, we can just bring a Twitches after Fenrir, after Solar. I can ID, hold on.
Let's just see what they're doing.
Save drones, boys.
As
We
he
have, like, no
should,
drones on site.
Shotzi. As he should.
Yeah, stunning.
Fenrir again, yep, Fenrir.
Now what's this?
All Fenrir.
Our game plan was to not give him much time because he is a slow thinker.
Some wonderful insight there from both Fabian and the team as
Is
well.
this what
for
Ben
M80.
just
Well,
said
let's
about
get over
Alamau?
the good entry
That's
on the
fucking
Wamai in the final second as
crazy.
well. Later on in that round, so definitely a big influence on
Oh my
the team today.
fucking
3-5
god, that's funny
scoreline.
as fuck. Imagine saying that. That's fucking funny.
Obviously,
Well, there were 2 key points that were reiterated that we as well brought up, right? The information gathering from W7M has been really effective, the Echo and all Valkyrie. And so in response,
I was gonna do something and I forgot.
A second point is
I forgot.
the drone
Don't worry.
autonomy is
I'll
rather
think
weak
about it
for
later,
me
I'm
in
sure.
that prior round. So something that has been noted by Fabian. We'll see how that plays
I have
out.
forgotten.
We also heard towards the tail end that they're probably going to go for a set play with the Blackbeard aggro solar. So let's see how that impacts this round.
I love that, by the way. So important for not just us, but even for the viewers at home to get a little bit of insight into this round. That it's like, hey, they've kind of alluded that they want to do this sort of set play. Okay, Blackbeard, Solar, go for a fast take. If that doesn't eventuate, we now know sort of at home that, but they didn't want the game to play out like this. They wanted to do something else, for example. Of course, things change, you know, an early pick here or there. Maybe game plans can certainly change mid-round that we won't be aware of in terms of the comms, but a really good little bit of insight. And yeah, I think as well for M80, if they can kind of just get through this round, make it 4-5, then it's a question of, okay, well, if that information is proven to be successful for W7M, you then just ban out the Valkyrie going after this round, of course.
Here we go.
Well, the fast play has been successful, and Hot and Cold, though, absolutely shut down by Loban. They got the first part of that right. What happened to the 3-2-1?
Don't know if the timing was a bit off. Popping a bit early. They do have some control now to maybe play off, a bit of pressure being applied.
Real swing, Loban feeling a little bit aggressive here because he's sensing there's a stack. Oh, what a shot from Loban onto Keno. A swift adjustment with a shotgun. Too strong, too good. Job done from Loban. He has lost his life, but honestly, he's done more than enough in that position, considering how fast M80 have wanted to play in this round, and they keep the pace going. 90 seconds left, 3 versus 3.
You have a ping, you have a ping.
Winnable round. Yellow ping information from above. the shots are just a little bit astray. That would have been a crucial moment for M80 to find another kill there.
So despite hot and cold dying early on in the piece, the rest of the team finally does fall in line.
Long angle.
Ben just said LMR was hungover. I wouldn't be surprised if multiple of them are hungover. You have to remember, this event... Oh, good night. This event
plays the long
does not win them any SI points. It's not qualification for any other events, nothing like that, right? And if you're a team like G2 that probably should make top 8, you might chill for the groups a little bit.
These two teams, but being a little bit more attacker.
That bulletproof is fucking nasty. Not that it's gonna fucking do anything, but tell them that he's planting.
A game now all of a sudden, just like that.
Well, he has Vert. Oh no, he doesn't.
2-5 lead for W7M. M80 starting to bring things back. It is a successful plant. Dode's known in terms of his position. And I cannot see a world in which he's going to pull off a 1v3
Yeah, I'm using the Otter as a footrest.
Up above, no information down below.
Well, Dodes will go for it, but his effort will be futile at this point. Solid round from M80 capped off there.
Yeah, for most, you say that though, but I'll give you an example. I'll literally use us as an example. PSG Talon bet 2 bullets, we lost 2 bullets. We're literally down to 4 bullets.
Well orchestrated round for
That's
M80.
good in that we can now pick our opponent tomorrow. Because the losers pick their opponents, right? The bottom teams pick their opponents. So that's great, because then, you know, we can go ahead and start picking... I don't know, another opponent we think we can beat, right? And then bet another 2 bullets. But if we lose those 2 bullets and we're down to 2 bullets, we have to go sicko mode day 3. Literally sicko mode.
I can only assume now that W7M are going to lean pretty heavily into Mirror. And I mean, spoiler alert, we can see it on the second monitor already.
You should, Lauma.
Will certainly be the case.
I would absolutely buy that from you, bro.
Specifically, I like that approach from W7M. They're probably going to go for the double setup that we saw last time.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
This objective coming to matter. One facing towards library, the second from box facing the exterior.
Maybe.
We yet to see them actually deploy, but I assume that will be the case. So cracking that open on the top 4 from M80's perspective is going to be rather challenging. Capital, at least this time around, is available. Unlike
so,
in the first half.
Here's what I don't understand about the mag refill.
Well, it piqued my interest at 2-5.
What, you can just like refill your entire mag, or is it just for one match?
Was playing out storyline.
I don't get it.
Like, okay, maybe we've seen this before. W7M,
Stop worrying about grenades now.
Couple of changes. It's not quite going their way. Bit of a poor defensive side, but resilience-wise, it's a really good sign for M80 that this has turned into a competitive game.
Yes, I'm literally waiting for it. It's at the end of game 5. I guess on the A stream, they're gonna draw, or teams are gonna pick. So yeah, I'll be watch partying that. That's for fucking sure. I want to know. Do they just randomly start drawing all the bottom-rated teams, or do they literally go from the teams that were like almost 7-0'd? Like, is it round diff? How do they pick which team picks first?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. The cinema is gonna be fucking wild, bro. We have to watch that. It's almost the picking tonight is actually even more important than the fucking matches that we've watched today. I'm telling you.
7-4, 7-5, and I don't think they'll lose.
Why does that pool table look so good?
But if they had lost, say, 7-2 and got totally dominated, then there's some question marks. But this is already at least some good signs for them. For W7M,
so round diff, you think?
Got to find their way back into things, and maybe find a little bit more aggressiveness on the defense.
Let me know, Lava.
Like
Let me know.
They're sitting back quite a lot and giving.
Oh, he's waiting for his head. He can't get his head.
Oh, that's a shoulder that was peeking out.
Shoulder. Oh.
Flames to follow.
Okay, Gunner, living up to the name.
This is. I need to see W7M just find a little bit
more.
Dude,
Loban is freaking out right here. He is in a playmaking position. I don't think they know he's here.
I'm not too sure if his position is known. Logic Bomb, though, of course, ringing
I don't think they know he's there.
Dots taken low towards Gangs, and Diffuser going for the lurk down through the hole.
What the fuck? They certainly don't know the Diffuser's there.
And M80 have suddenly found a new gear. They've switched it up, and they're about to make it 5-5. It will be 3
That's crazy.
Attacking rounds in a row.
Oh,
spotted over towards the
boy.
mezzanine. His position
Yeah,
will be
he
now
even
known,
stopped
called
peeking.
out around the map, and it's about to be flawless.
That is wow. Fabian already got them under the thumb hardcore. Yeah, that's crazy. That motherfucker after he shot once stopped peeking when he didn't get the kill. That's crazy. Fabian's in their fucking dreams, bro.
A little fist bump there, a little happiness from Fabian.
Waking up,
And
Fabian.
that probably is no greater feeling as a coach when your team is down, you attack time out, and then hey, bang, 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 couple of rounds in a row. It was a 4-round win streak for W7M as they got out to that 5-2 lead. Since then, 3 in a row.
O outro que eu modificaria na cozinha avançada, em vez de fazer aquela adaptação que você queria, eu queria fazer uma coisa meio alien, mano. Botar um cara na escada do Matoê, com 3 Jäger, deixar ele preso lá, pra evitar tipo, essa escolha deles pra lá, e vai surpreender, porque ninguém faz isso mais, tá ligado? Eles dão um outro recurso pra lá e deixam o...
eu vou deixar fixo o troféu daí.
Então, mas se você conseguir jogar você lá dentro da escada de warding, fazer C4 janela, nos caras gastando recurso, e aí atençãozinha, vai na G2, pule um drone, faz alguma coisa mais assim, tá ligado?
O Palu tem que jogar mais próximo do bomb daí.
A questão da Switch é mais postura do que tudo, tá, guys? Joga aonde vocês forem, joga.
Deixa eu falar.
Oh shit, they don't reset tomorrow, by the way, the drops.
Cozinha, tá? Reparsa as duas da cozinha lá.
For 4 days.
I
don't think we do our
There you go.
default like library clear. I think we do like a more like get one guy into games and then like we do like a heavy library like hop in. I can.
But unfortunately, it's not great. I thought that Norris though looked pretty calm. I didn't think that he seemed like he was, you know, totally losing it at his team or anything like that. And unfortunately, we're going to be getting a rehost coming out of this timeout as well. We've seen a lot of fanning down today. Doki wiping his sweat before, and
yeah, it's heating up.
It is. It's quite hot in the kitchen. It's quite hot in this match. 5-5. Who's going to get this match point to follow? Unfortunately, again, rehost is coming our way, so we actually get a little bit of time to sort of
Is he wearing
dissect our
cat
feelings
socks? That's
on how
funny
this
as
match
fuck.
has played out and our thoughts moving forward.
Can you translate?
M80 have all
I
the momentum.
can,
That's
actually.
the key storyline moving forward now. But does that momentum get just squandered a little bit?
Players look like they're on fire, by the way. Holy fuck.
Yeah, I suppose to some extent. But provided M80
Oh, they
remains
do
focused, I don't
reset?
think it's
Really?
Too much
Thank
of
you,
a
Lobby.
problem for them.
Can't believe I just lied to everyone. That's
They're in
crazy.
the game. That's really all you can ask for, right? Like, you're down 2-5, and mentally that's always a little bit tricky to feel like, can we get back into this? Because it's going to take effort.
Hey Siri,
that
what
we have
time
to
is it
now
in Brazil?
actually pour out. Look at Fabian. He's not just a coach. He's the fan man as well. But yeah, for W7M, this is where you can also almost
Let's have a little looky
and feel like, well, they've won 3 rounds in a row. They've got all the momentum. Do we have to dramatically shift and change our philosophy, or do you just kind of back yourselves in to get out of this little funk? I mean, all the credit goes to M80, and so far it's been a really, really good match. I mean, again, admittedly, I don't think we've had a lot of rounds where both teams played well in that same round.
Well, that's kind of crazy.
You are correct.
And then I got told, don't do that.
You are correct.
Don't break the chair.
I am
mean,
incorrect.
We're setting
You are
the stage
correct.
for a really important round because you look at the history.
Voila.
Right? Round number 7, so first.
Get
of the
cranking. I love it.
Master bedroom office.
Well,
W7M
I lost the
able to
tweets. I like
successfully
it.
win
Oh,
that side out.
get cranking.
Then 3 on the trot on the other 3 objectives.
Oh yeah,
wine, kitchen,
someone needs
bar,
to inspect their
respectively.
weapon.
We head back to Master for the match point, break point round. It's very significant. So I'm really intrigued to see how it plays out on this particular occasion.
From up to.
From memory, last time the Master defense from W7M was pretty strong. We saw Gunner fall in the piece really, really early at the 254 mark, and yeah, it wasn't
Tech
particularly
balls.
great sailing from that point.
Not believing me? I had to double check. I like to fact check.
10 players back inside of the server, so hopefully the action will resume in only a couple of moments.
It is -5. You are correct.
I'm just looking at some of the numbers as well.
That 18, isn't it? Yeah.
And there's been 6 plants overall in this game out of 10 rounds.
That's unprecedented.
That is a very high rate, and that's from, of course including both
They
teams.
say how long the tech pause will be? I think we have time for a round. I've
Rough for
literally
Gunner,
been
sure,
here.
but
This
he's
is in
actually bringing
Portugal.
it back now, and he's also
This is a
been
gorgeous
involved in
place.
the vast majority of the entry fights for M80.
No,
He's
I don't
3-3,
know where it
so,
is.
at least half of the course.
I don't know if it's
3-0,
Lisbon or if it's
126 EPS has
but I've been here,
easily
so I'm gonna
the
go
best
in the
player
middle.
for W7M as we're moments
Okay, it was
away.
Porter.
Fist give that away, that we're getting back into this. At 5-5. A tense moment here between these two teams. And
Tech
for
ball.
us, finally a match that's actually gone to at minimum 7-5 today. We actually have gone.
Let's go with city squares.
Distance here in these
Why am I
best of
in a
ones. This
building
one
if I'm
may
in a city
even
square?
kind of go OT. I wouldn't be surprised at this point.
Potential.
Good way to close out
What
day
the
one here at
fudge?
Reload.
Let me outside.
M80 keep the good times
Wait,
rolling.
this
for
is
North
as far
America
as I can
today.
go outside? Wait,
And
Looks like the
unfortunately,
pause
is
will be
this a
extended little
joke?
bit longer.
yeah, it looks like it's going to be extended again.
What do they? What joke is this? What the fuck is happening?
Yeah, I mean, just keeping that boiling pot going a little bit longer. Smiles from Norris in the background.
What?
And any kind of talk of momentum now, I think, for either side. I mean, 4 in a row from W7M, followed then by 4 in a row for M80, followed then by a double rehost equals we are as even as you can possibly be at 5-5. Without a doubt. Both tack timeouts have been used as well.
What,
I mean, it's up to the
what
players
is
now.
this? I'm stuck in a building.
As far as I understand, and it looks to be the case, they cannot communicate at this
I'm
point
stuck
in
in a
time due to
motherfucking building.
technical pause, as is typically protocol. So really just left to
This is not a
stew in their own
city
thoughts, for
square.
better or worse.
Oh my fucking
Some smiles now
god.
from W7M. They look quite
I don't
serious.
know where this is.
If you had to pick one from here,
I think it's an OT, and I don't know how to split them.
What the
Because we're going back to a
fuck?
site with W7M have had success, so they may be able to replicate that. Then we go back to one of the other sites that will open in the rotation.
You can't tell that location from the wallpaper? Yeah, that's my bad. And I've been to Reykjavik.
Maybe respond and we go OT. That would be
Alright.
my projection. But
well, I think that my biggest takeaway from this game so far
This
was
is
how
Sweden,
dominant
but
W7M
where in
looked
Sweden?
to then seemingly
Is it
lose that
Jönköping?
dominance so quickly.
Probably not.
And we're seeing that
We could probably
initiated
just
on attack.
literally
That's
just
crazy considering just how
fucking
defenders
Stockholm
started.
this and walk away.
Like, and this is the thing, because it's probably the easy answer is it's always a little bit of both in terms of like, well what do you put that down to? M80
Et voilà.
stepping up their game and bringing some more firepower on the attacking half and getting rounds on the board, or is that W7M maybe letting their grip on the game just kind of fall away a little bit and allowing M80 back
Have I
into
been
the
here?
game?
This might be Belgium.
Which side of the coin do you
So I think
feel
I've
that
been here.
lands? The easy answer is a bit of both.
It's been so mixed, and
No,
I
I
mean, a
don't
good
think that's
example
the
of that is like round
right.
6
No.
where M80 get
Guess
the
I
open
haven't been
kill
here.
and don't
This looks like
convert, but
so
we've
much
also
like
seen
the
that round
Belgium
9 in the second
city
half
square
as
I
well
went
from
to.
W7M. So they've both had
I know
those
it is.
moments where they've been
Okay.
in the advantageous position.
I don't know. I drove all around
in
Belgium.
some
I
of the
can't
earlier
remember.
portions of the round on the defense, and they
Anyway.
just haven't been able to close. So. But I mean, the biggest factor to also consider is just the frequency of plants. It's so high.
Yeah.
So much higher than you would typically expect, which I think makes the analysis
Et voilà.
far more
That was a good
challenging.
guess. Congrats on re-signing. I'm proud of you. Thank
and to be fair as
you.
well, the one round
It
that
was-
actually W7M have won in this second
know,
half on the defense.
What I
was
will
probably
say
the
about re-signing with
scrappiest
PSG Talon the other day was I have to really give a shout out to Talon. I mean, I was a little nervous meeting with them, not because I thought we wouldn't continue, it's because I thought I wouldn't continue streaming with them. And the reason I say that is because I'm going to have my shoulder re-examined by a surgeon. I have my first consultation next week, and then I'll have my arthrogram with contrast, like an MRI with contrast done. And we think it's very possible that I need surgery on my shoulder. And I was really nervous because obviously, you know, this is my salary and this is my job, and I love streaming for Talon. I've been with Talon since 2021. It's been 4 years or whatever, and I sort of came into the meeting and I said, you know, I want to be honest with you guys. You guys are always honest with me. I want to be honest with you guys.
Play a little bit more aggressively. Did W7M as a team try and play a little bit more aggressively on defense? Because it's been a lot of sit back and hold
in that I don't know what the surgeon will say to me about my shoulder, and if I need to have my shoulder, if I need to go into surgery for my shoulder, I won't be able to continue to play Siege. Now, chat has said a few really helpful things today. You know, they've come out and they said you can IRL stream, you can just watch party, you can do things that don't need your,
Uh-oh. Yeah, the Ella should be
oh my god, another rehost.
Never mind, third time's
How do you fuck that up? Alright. And, you know, and that's very comforting, but I wanted to say to the legal team at Talon, you know, like, I don't want to come to you in a surprise and say, hey, my shoulder needs surgery, I can't, like, at least I can't play on stream anymore. And that's what they're paying me to do, right? B stream? Yeah, we'll do that while they rehost.
That you kind of need to make sure that you're able to clear catwalk out.
And Talon was so good about it. Oh my god, they said, don't worry, get your scan done, see what the surgeon says, see when you need to get it done, let us know what the surgeon says, maybe we can move you into another role, maybe you can do other content, all this, like, they were so good with me, and it's just like, it just reinforces in my head what I've always said. Talon has always looked after me, they've always been so fucking good to me. They've always been,
if you've got the manpower,
like, I'm blessed, right? Like I just, like, I got out of that meeting and I was like, wow.
But that's what they're going to try to do, and
like,
that's what executes,
you know,
on in Siege
I've always spoken really good about Talon, and it's nice that it's not just to kiss ass, it's because I fucking mean it. So I got out of that meeting because I was so fucking nervous that they would turn around and say, okay, well, let us know, because if you need surgery, you need to give us notice so that we can, you know, stop the contract and everything. And I was like, oh, it was so good, you know, like.
Bolts, an extra reason to bring him along, and of course paired up with the fact that for a short amount of time now we've only had 2 flashes rather than 3.
Yeah, the contract that I was signing, yeah, that was re-signing with Talon, yeah.
Like Maya and Ness.
Why does the stream look like this? Is this just me? It is just me, don't worry.
The table here with that Jaeger and the Wamai. So very dug in. It's going to mean getting yourself up onto
I'm
that
just so
catwalk
grateful
being
that
able to fire
Talon
out Nesk here. It could
so
prove
good
a
to
real
me. Like,
challenge for Secret
I
unless they
can't,
really pull
man.
themselves together and work
I can't.
as a team
I'll
to play
buy their
this out.
skins till the day I fucking die, like, whether I'm streaming for them or not, like.
He's just looking to see if he can get an angle up onto him, but Maya is not
so
going to be giving anything away. This is the angle that he wants to use.
I got out of that meeting and I was like, the relief I felt.
Wants to be able to hassle the Monty,
you know,
if they push too far forward onto the stairs.
Yeah.
He will give his life if needs be.
Yeah, I did have tears in my eyes a bit. I won't lie.
The key operator for getting up there and getting established on catwalk. Mowgli manages to find Maya. That is big because, as you can see now, look, the Monty can
let's go beyond. I believe in you, bro.
Start making some progress. However, Nesk does manage to find
there's no way.
That's 5 in the game so far.
I mean, he traded himself, but fuck.
All things equal come the end of it, though, Tim, for sure. Like, Maya was absolutely toast,
yeah, like,
and Nesk has done a great
I
job
hate
bringing down
when
a couple
people
of
go to
players
work and they're like, oh, we're a family, and then they treat them like shit. It's like, okay, like, Talon actually treats me like family. That's,
they can bait that out past him. This starts,
you know, I'm always so against that mentality of like, because it's still a business at the end of the day, right? So like, you shouldn't trust anyone that they're gonna treat you like family, even if they say that, oh, we're family. Like, but Talon has done that for me, so it's like,
it maybe does offer a little bit of wiggle room for Liquid to be able to move around here and make a bit of a nuisance of themselves. They kind of got everything in position. Beautiful, but Resets is there to cut him down. However, the Monty pushes forward. 1v2.
So beautifully executed by Secret here to force us into a 2 versus 1. But he's got to win it.
He knifed him through the shield.
Is that okay? And may well pay the price here. Instead, Noah steps across and gets his second of the round.
I mean, they still won it,
but finish line. But again, to come back to it, Tim, they were baiting out the hits onto that barbed wire. Noah was
like, even like when it came down to negotiations of like, hey, can I possibly have another sponsor, you know, outside of the org? Can I go in and possibly do things that are outside of Talon? They've always been so supportive of me.
But they got it over the line in the end, one apiece.
You know, they're like, yeah, come talk to us. Let's see what we can do. You know, it's never like, oh, well, that conflicts with this or that. You know, they've always been so open. I don't know. Man, I have to sing their praises, man, because after the meeting the other day, like, I just felt so
a little bit shaky.
Relieved.
Been looking to plan, and I think that's in part why
I don't know a single player or staff member who
aggressive, just trying to find them to create a little
has
bit more
worked
space.
with Talon that has a bad thing to say about Talon. And if they exist, name them, because like
who presses on to take themselves
whoever you are,
bedroom,
whatever bad thing supposedly happened to you, I don't believe it.
Attacker taken away and another defender removed. I wouldn't be shocked to see the Monty following through as our next ban, Tim, because that's then all of our shields taken offline. Yeah. It's almost like pick your poison for Liquid. You know you're going to have to play against
12 to 13 is good or bad?
Rounds. Which one don't you mind playing
Lobby.
against?
Are we back in the other one? We're still in a tech pause? Holy.
Just holding a very slim angle under the main door there for the time being. Not going to catch anybody.
How hard you've worked and a good person you are. I think, you know, it's a bit of timing. It's a bit of,
Rotero drone is going to go in.
That's a good use of the
one of those environmental aspects, the gas pipe that we've spoken
it's a bit of timing. It's the bit of,
can't be used against them. That should give us a little bit of
it's a lot of hard work that I've done in gaming and whatnot. It's a lot of belief from Talon as well.
The shields working up those main stairs, looking to bully their way in towards logistics.
Okay, fair, lobby, fair.
From there, so that might just signal for
you guys have to remember how many teams are in this tournament as well.
Sure.
You know?
Well, mate, so don't lose too many players early on is the key thing as well. Not really done it so far, but I mentioned Mowgli before back on walls. What I'd always remember.
How is resets just being allowed to run past 3 lines aside?
Having to play on the flourish, you've got those Roteros you've got to toss out, and Savage is really being the spearhead for this team. Of course, on the Monty, that's what you look to do. Here we go, Mowgli's in there. He wants this one. For a second there, I wonder what was going on, but has got a bit too keen here. Has not tucked himself into safety, and may well pay the price for it. Not going to get recovered.
Wow.
Maya finishing him off.
4 versus 4, and it starts to crumble for Secret here as Maya manages to get another ask onto Noah.
Savage is one of the most annoying shield players, I swear to God.
Given to them, but it seems to have been a little bit of a trap. Diaz manages to find that final headshot. And Secret thought they'd seen the gap, Des. They thought they had the opportunity to just walk on in. But guess what? They were invited. Team Liquid were ready, and they've cut them down. And it's a good round, 2-1 now, and that'll be the start that Team Liquid are looking for, and we'll go in to that extra ban.
Secret definitely expected a swing from Construction Daughters, not so soon. I think the flashbang would have definitely deterred that player, but Mowgli's probably wondering, where's our 3rd or 4th teammate here? Who's supporting us on this push through to make sure I'm not going to get sideswiped like this? And they paid the price for it. But really well played by Liquid to collapse onto Team Secret and shut that attack down before it really got rolling. Last couple of bans, and as mentioned, you're probably going to see the next shield ban. Indeed, the Monty is offline, and we're completing things out with another electrification ban. It's the Bandit being taken offline.
Well, the question now is, what are Secret going to do? Because a lot of their attacks have been behind that Monty. It has been about that shield presence. That's been the tip of the spear, and working behind it and get a bit of movement, get a bit of intel, and go from there. That's not going to be the case now. So we're going to have to see a different Team Secret attack. As it stands, they're going to be working into basement. We've got Ram on side, so with Deimos as well, I'm going to expect a lot of verticality here.
I'm going to say this.
Ripping up
I don't think a game IQ
get that hatch open, get a bit of presence in dirt.
Stat should exist at all.
It means they're going to have to clear the map this time.
I think that that's a massive mistake, and the analysts and everything should have denied that. I don't think having a subjective game IQ rating at all, where the analysts, I'm guessing the analysts are voting and the casters and the talent are voting what they think the IQ, the in-game IQ of a player, that's horrible. Remove that. That's horrible. Fucking remove that. That's shit. They need to remove that. That's actually bad. Well, again, I don't like that at all.
We're going back towards
and I am qualified to say that. That's shit. The greatest part about being an analyst was how we interpreted the facts and how we extrapolated on the facts. What is factual about a subjective number like that? That's shit. You can talk about how smart you think a player is, game sense, this and that, and all of the micro areas of game sense and game smarts and all that kind of shit. But having a rating like it means something is fucking dog shit. I don't like that at all.
ROU has gone out from hot and cold, and Gaveni's going to make it another one.
That's
for M80.
bad.
They get themselves a 2-kill
How have
lead.
they wallbanged this wall 7,000 times and people are still alive?
Gunner, he also gets in on the action. A quick 3K to start the round for M80.
Looks like that break did M80 good.
Versus 2 lead, and then very much looking likely to take that 6-5 lead. Unless Dots and Dodez can pull this round back, it's shaping up to be a 4th consecutive round for M80.
But this is the point I'm making. We can all have difference in opinion about whether Shaiko is a smart player or not, right? Let's agree on that. Pretty subjective. We can turn around and say, okay, quite smart or not smart or lucky or uses game sense or what, but none of that is an objective stat. None of that. Not a single person should ever put a stat up that is just made up. Ridiculous. No analyst or talent should have let that be on someone's stat card. They need to take that off immediately and not reference that ever again.
No, Fox is right. He's not often wrong, to be fair. He's one of the best.
What do you mean they wanted something to highlight in IGL and shot callers? How about fucking win-loss? How about anything else? Nah, man, that actually kind of pissed me off. To read that there's a fucking game IQ?
Have we had any overtimes? No, none. None on the B stream. Had some big results on the B stream.
Remove that.
This could be our first OT.
That's dog shit.
You know, internally, it's like, where's this win going to come from? Because they haven't actually won since the 7th round, which feels like a lifetime ago now.
I can't believe the analysts let that
and you kind of get
happen.
2 minds. Do you try and go?
That's really bad.
Lost 4 rounds in a row.
Really bad.
Go to think, well, let's try and make something happen, right? Let's be the ones to go out and be aggressive, go for an early pick, maybe a spawn pick, get something.
That's not okay.
An advantage.
I just subjectively decide.
Because you don't want to go into your shell now. You've already lost 4 rounds in a row.
Stats, you can't.
Firing, flawless in the last round as well.
That's really bad.
Then you overextend, and because you get
I really hope that gets removed. I really do. It's not an acceptable.
Based on the lineup and position, I think they're going to play.
I think it's going to be a full
stat.
The last time we saw Bar, it was very much the onside Jaeger, the mirror, lockdown turtle, try and hold a ball. This time around, they're very much across the map, playing far more open.
I kind of want to tweet about it. It's pissed me off so much, but I also don't want to tweet based off of emotions. I don't know what to do.
This is it for W7M. You lose this round, and 2 bullets gone. North America undefeated for day 1. Oh, Nate.
No one's on library window, on trophy window to fucking capitalize off that really good nade.
No damage done.
Well, no one was playing the card.
You have negative game IQ goes hard.
You can just kind of chill.
Fair. It's actually crazy. They're literally IQ scanning the fucking Vigil that they just naded out of position 7 fucking times. And he's still getting away. You better not let him get away. He should not kill you here. Oh my god, he's literally quick peeking you. Oh my. Negative game IQ, guys. That's minus 10 on the game IQ score right there.
Absolutely needed. 90 seconds left. Player advantage. No Kino available.
Oh, I just fucking punched my microphone.
And still good positions around the map. The map control for W7M here is...
Nah, bro, I'm sorry. After this round, I have to fucking retweet.
Really think their way through this and quickly.
Yeah, they don't have the luxury of time now. Only 70 seconds on the clock, and with the map still largely dirty, it's going to be tough, especially for the 3 rounds to play as well. Gaining that information.
M80 is running out of time. And W7M doesn't have to do anything. They're quick peeking for info and running away. Oh my god, Dodez is in rat spot. Okay. Righty. 40 seconds left. Goomine in the leg.
Goomine stepped on by Gaveni.
M80's trying to play too safe, that's why they're a bit scared. It's match point, you know what I mean? 30 seconds left. Sight window only getting open now. Malusi on all the fucking windows and shit. They have verticals now, but they don't really have anything to do. Oh, there's so much info on them. They have no idea where anyone is. Literally, someone is flanking right now. He dropped the hatch, what the fuck? Triple crossfire. Oh wow, overtime. Alright, where the fuck's that post? I'm sorry, but dog shit.
From the desk with a call like that. Disgraceful.
big round win for W7M. Absolutely needed that one because they had lost 4 rounds in a row after a 5-2 lead. At the very least, it goes to OT.
Well, we do now get to see how the overtime bans function as well. So for those unaware, it doesn't revert to what they were in their respective halves in regulation. So we don't have to endure. Oh, no, we don't have to go through another ban phase. But there's an
I have to say something. I'm sorry, but this is dog shit.
I've just seen an Ella.
Oh, no. That is correct.
Oh, is that correct?
In the first half, yeah.
Oh, it was the first half. Okay.
You're trolling.
Oh, okay. You can't blame me for panicking, though, after what we've just gone through.
That's why you write things down.
I actually have it written down as well, so I should have just looked.
I don't blame you for it.
But yeah. Oh, I panicked for a split second.
If we see it later, if we see it in the next round, then it's a good serve.
M80 on to defense now, of course. W7M back onto the attack as we begin overtime for the first time at reload. And okay. Crisis averted.
But the crisis is not averted for W7M at the moment. I mean, the momentum is well and truly against them. It's been a real challenge.
Well, you still think the momentum's with M80 coming into overtime?
Attackers are heading out.
I think so. I mean, it's been stalled out somewhat, and I suppose the switch of halves does complicate things. It has been an attacking chalet, which has certainly not been the case for the rest of the day.
I mean, admittedly, you go back to that first half, and yeah, W7M were very clinical in their attacking rounds. And if you recall back, I think the biggest
I'm trying to say this is nice as fucking.
So first half, 6 rounds played, 5 plants from W7M, and that's probably something that, again, I think Fabian will kind of look at and say, how do we kind of fix that? Well, that happened here in overtime as well, and the way that M80 were playing was a little bit back, playing sight, but at the same time allowing the plants to go down. I mean, even with vert positions, they still allow plants to go down. Back actually in this particular site, it was the kitchen dining just pushed through and just literally waltzing in towards site. I think it was Dots in the early half. Slow approach right now from W7M, not looking to rush around the map. They have got a little bit of control on the library side bar as well with Loban on the Deimos. Drones going through.
See the view just creeping up, but main breach still up, yet to be cleared.
I don't even know how to write what I'm trying to say. I don't even know how to write what I'm trying to say. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Like those rating cards that they use in football and stuff like that, those rating cards are built up of, okay, well, what's their goal per season? What's their, you know, assist rating? What's their blah, blah, blah. All those kind of things builds up their rating. That's how the analytics and the stats work. Good crossfire. Holy fuck. Good attack.
He's by himself in a 1v4. W7M swift on their attack. May not quite be playing down. In fact, the kit was with Hot and Cold. Elects to drop, does get the knock, and down onto Logan. Another one onto Parlin.
Surely not.
1 versus 2. Diffuser acquired through Dodes, and they're both here.
Oh, wow. Okay. Whew. Surely not. How do I say what I'm trying to say?
Match point.
Clean work there from W7M on that top floor. Despite some complications with the breach, able to brute force it in other ways. Good clear, especially under Gunner, who was under a ton of pressure. Unable to effectively contest that blitz, and once we saw that position unlock, it made life very difficult for those remaining defenders. Hot and Cold are unable to pull off that clutch. Good split there in the end from the attack.
And this is the kind of round now moving forward for M80. I think, geez, we've actually played quite well. We had them on the ropes. That we, you know, 6-5, 4 rounds in a row. We brought it back, all the momentum with us, and may it just end up being a case of so close yet so far. And you don't get, and this is the thing as well, it's not like, oh, we get 1 point.
Yeah, there's no charity.
There's no charity point. Doesn't matter if you win in regulation or in overtime, it's 2 bullets, it's 2 bullets. There's no 3-2-1 point system or anything akin to that. W7M go on to the defense. But of course, this is where M80 kind of made their comeback, right? In that second half on the attack. They closed out their final attacking round as well flawlessly.
I think this is, like, I'm not picking a side here. Most rating cards are made up of statistics that inform a whole number. Not a big fan of adding subjective opinion-based statistics to a card. I think the timeline right now is evidence that these kind of numbers are maybe best presented in other formats instead.
So I'm scrambling myself here. That was back in round 9.
I agree, Cairo. I agree that it's entertaining to discuss it, but this isn't a discussion. This is, his game IQ is 77. Who decided that? His game IQ was 85. Who decided that? No, none of, I don't even know where any of these numbers came from. Well, do I just accept it? Do I argue with it? Do I... What do I do with that? Is this a real stat? Is this being made up of other stats? That's the thing. When you look at it, this needs to be provided in another format. I am not a fan of that format at all, especially as an analyst. Especially as an analyst. I deny that that's an appropriate way to present statistics.
Maybe trying to go through that breach towards half wall.
You can't post something. Ooh, fuck. Jesus, Diffuser. He wants max OT, baby. Okay, a tier list. Because we know tier lists are subjective. That's okay. That's a great idea. Give me other ideas, chat. What's another way we can do that? A tier list is a fucking great one. You know what I think? An analyst segment. Because an analyst is allowed to be professionally subjective. So I think a segment. So there's two ideas: a tier list and a analytical segment. What else? What other ways can we present that idea in a different way, in a better, more digestible, more acceptable way? Do you think?
So as an individual player to be able to do that, get the kill onto Lopen, you've done quite a lot there as an individual to begin the round.
I think a tier list is probably the best idea, but oh shit! Fucking okay, we're just giving free kills now. He's behind you! Oh, like ships in the night. Okay. Okay, now you know. Now you know. Now you know. Alrighty. Ooh. Ooh.
So a 15th round is required.
Oh shit.
These two teams. Dots. Nice headshot.
Okay. Everyone stop. Everyone stop.
Himself out of this situation though and wins this round.
They could make cards but let everyone start on an even playing field. Okay, so a event specific card.
On that kit.
Yeah, but how would you like what stats inform that? You know what I mean?
So once again, the bans will flip like the roles themselves, and M80 now with a key decision to make. What site do they try to defend? Finding success on defense has proven to be quite a challenge thus far, and it would appear that Bar Gaming will be locked in. For context, we saw M80 back in the first half of regulation defend Kitchen and Master respectively in rounds 1 and 3 successful.
You can make a player rating system. Siege GG does it. I'll show you right now. I'll show you a great Siege GG. I'll show you a great rating system. Ready?
With a minute to go in the round, still didn't close. So.
Voila! This number rating is made up of this, so on and so forth.
Yeah, for sure.
That is a reasonable rating system.
That's the thing, and I'm not sure what time either of these two teams are playing tomorrow.
Right now, the highest rated player, Mephi. There is context behind that, in that he played a easier team, but he is the highest rated player as of today.
Obviously a very, very long match.
You know what I mean?
Lose it, got to deal with that mentally.
Alright, max OT.
Tomorrow, you have to quickly reset. So winning this round may just be for 2 bullets, but it could go a long way. And for M80, looking for the clean sweep.
This is such a good spot to be in.
Win this round. Had 4 of the 5 on the A stream.
It is a high risk, high reward spot. Hugely high risk. Hugely high reward.
W7M potentially posturing for that. Sludge drone above from Loban.
Didn't hear the Bravo drone?
Take the
Oh
default down.
no!
For themselves. No mirror in play from defense for the.
I don't know how I feel about the Jaeger buff because I think. Oh
Instead
no!
bringing the castle, for instance, to switch things up a little bit.
Because I think.
Well,
not I think. I know Jaeger needed a buff of some kind. Oh!
As a team.
Oh, he's still chowing. Oh, and Kino tried to save him, and he died for his brother. Oh, they're losing.
Goal is very low. There needs to be a swift response. Otherwise, W7M may just grab victory.
True, after the flash nerf. Oh my god, speaking of flashes.
Aggressive from Dots, and he does have the diffuser. Needs to win this battle, and indeed
Oh my fucking god, where's the help? Oh, Gunner? Gunner? Gunner?
Comes through. And while this match
Stand up. Stand up if you believe. Stand up if you believe. Stand up if you believe.
Still a minute remaining. You can pull the plug on this fast aggressive play. W7M, you don't have to keep this pace going. So much time remains. And they may just call off ever so slightly. No! The entry was found. Gunner will fall head in hand and down a diffuser. And 1 versus 2. Library Stairs is 1. And he cannot win that battle against Loban. And look at what it means for
Sit down if you've been baited.
tested so mightily by M80. W7M get the job done. Hugs for all. What a
Damn.
close finish.
Damn.
They do lose all of the 2
Damn.
that they put on the table
Oh,
today.
wow.
From this match, the
So close, though. So close.
Yeah, certainly a hard.
B-Stream? Got you. I agree with Nick so bad. You could put every player above 80 if you wanted to. Like, it doesn't fucking mean anything. Those cards literally don't mean anything. It just, it's a glaze fest. And it doesn't really do anything. Alright. Let's see.
As a reminder, wonderful seeing.
Oh yeah, give out your prediction.
So a way to really rock it would be to like ban away
Oh
the head
shit!
banner and then play like basement.
You guys voted M80.
Trying to get through a bunch of those.
Unlockers.
Heart breach charges that you can use, but get rid of 1 or 2 operators using those, and before you know it, they have no way of getting
You think,
through a number of
Cairo?
these matches, and it becomes hell on earth for the
That's
attackers.
That's actually fair. I actually don't mind.
You know, what you do is Liquid, you start bringing.
Actually, don't mind that analysis.
You know, you're losing.
Give Jaeger Barb back.
Essentially, you know, by having to bring enough to guarantee.
Someone put the idea on the timeline. I'm sorry, I don't know who it is, so I can't credit you. I apologize. But I read that the ADS shouldn't eat the bolt. It should just draw it like a Wamai does to the thing,
over on our other stream as well,
or it should zap it and it explodes wherever the line of sight zaps it. Sorry, I think it was wherever it spots it in the LOS from the Jaeger.
As far as I'm aware, there wasn't one on at any point either. There we go, destroying those destructible
it zaps it and then explodes wherever that LOS zap came from.
I don't think it's an ingredient.
And I was like, you know what?
Is it? Give it.
Yeah.
An ingredient.
So you're laughing at me and now you feel like an idiot.
Yes, it was a YouTube comment. Thank you, Lobby. Okay, so Kudos must have posted it. My beautiful Siege Cup teammate.
a part of the strategy in the way that an ingredient would be part of a recipe, then yeah, I guess
environmental
that makes sense.
destructible ingredients.
There you go.
Just to add, 3 words and one would have done. Destructibles.
4-4.
I wonder what they're cooking though, if they're the ingredients to throw into the mix.
I got a little bit of criticism that I did not put liquid on my predictions. And the reason I didn't, which I think should remove said criticism, is that even after the changes, I have been let down by Liquid event after event after event, predictions after predictions, and that's very frustrating. And so I wanted to... I couldn't bring myself to do it once more, and I think that's fair.
Of them, all over main stairs.
If you look up the definition of excessive,
yeah, kind of like that. I actually loved the idea. I loved the idea. I hope that C4 comes over.
It's a bit much, let's be honest.
When you're standing there.
You don't really need them anywhere else. I guess you could make an argument
for
the garage stairs, the small stairs, but you don't really need them anywhere else. So.
He's waiting for it. He's trying to bait it out.
It's a lot of work for Savage to choose.
Oh, who is it? Mowgli. Oh, you're playing that so smart, you sick fuck.
To be able to get on the backside and do a little bit of damage to the attackers here. Liquid very focused on the
C4 got stuck. I just called you smart. You made me look stupid.
I think there are, but they're not going to be able to be used. It'd be Savage that you'd expect to do it, but of course, he's trying to keep himself busy below.
Wow, is he holding the flank from there?
Right idea too. There is a player
crazy.
Outside the doorway. Mowgli's found two. Finally gets punished, but the damage has been done to him. Myers offline, Nesk offline. The 2 big fragments for this team in this game removed.
Savage is battling underneath as well, trying to get himself back safely to site, which he is able to do. That's a really big play.
30 seconds left.
Them numbers now.
Secret looking good.
And Secret, they're starting to
you put Secret as your
round. It's 4 versus 1. Ask is inside, but
pick?
It is a lot to ask. He manages to find 1. Can he find any more? Super low health. 15 seconds left to go. Secret, they've just abandoned site. They know that they don't need to give him opportunities. No. It's going to be Savage from underneath for a second there.
You know what? Secret's actually a safe.
But he didn't have enough
dark
in the
horse
tank.
pick.
I didn't catch
That's actually like, I know it sounds stupid, a safe dark horse. But like if you're going to pick a dark horse,
in for attack timeout then.
Like that's actually a fair one to pick.
Round 10, one more.
Actually fair.
Tactical timeout as well. The coaches aren't allowed to talk to
Who are they banning?
I saw
before I look at my Twitter.
I was like, is it attack timeout? But no, there's bans to do. So I think it's bans first and then the attack timeout.
Ibana.
There we go. That's another Ibana. Now there's only the thermite left out of the dedicated hard breaches in the game. Yes, there's a Tinokers in back pocket you can use on some operators, but they're gone.
Yes.
I think that's the perfect time for Secret as well. And again, it's just giving us a really good example of how impactful this new ban system can be. And you've got that situation where Secret now have got themselves 1 round in front, and all of a sudden, they've dealt a body blow to Liquid in saying, this has actually just got more difficult. Not only have we taken a couple of defenses already, this has just got harder.
I'm hoping that with my tweet and the conversations on the timeline, come tomorrow, they change those cards to be something else.
Their opponents here.
That's all I ask. Remove the cards. Well, sorry, keep the cards, but just make them something else. I like the card idea. I think it's fun. I like that it comes off the football rating card idea. I like the design and everything. Just make it something else.
They've had that tack time out.
You know, even if you make it flat out statistics. You know,
I do like the little
kill leader, fucking
the chest of the new
rating number 1. I don't know, like you change it around, you know.
Up for the logo.
What do you think is CJX that big of an what do you think is CJX that big of an update? It seems really underwhelming. You think it's underwhelming?
And yours were praised just then.
What do you mean it's underwhelming about it? Because they've done insane graphical updates, insane sound updates.
This is actually sort of working out perfectly for Secret here. So
those 2 alone are massive updates to the engine. In the past 6 months, they've done massive anti-cheat and player behavior updates, which will then go into CJX and be bolstered.
They lose this one, it's going to feel pretty tragic, which I think
even
is why
though just those, let alone weapon inspection,
getting across onto that Monty,
animated weapons.
Great use back in the first half. That's not only the guy regarded as a huge shield player. I know he's definitely played it previously.
Yeah, I mean, somebody's got to find someone.
I'm trying to even think. They've added environmental
be that guy to step into the old
objects to maps.
Start donning the shields for the team.
What else? Like the running rappel around buildings.
Careful preparation. He was very conscious about the potential for
God, I can't even remember the full list. A brand new game mode, 6v6, brand new map, game mode.
All around stairs, so that will give them some options potentially now. Then
reworks, buffs, nerfs.
With the score boss managed to get himself
a
kill.
He played that well. He should have committed to the kill there. When he didn't commit to the kill,
manages to get him. He's down to a fraction.
Yeah, he was fucked. I don't know. I don't think it's underwhelming whatsoever. I don't care about the graphics.
I mean, Doom has not had the best game today.
But that's the thing. Just because you don't care about the graphics doesn't mean that it's not a massive update. You have to understand the amount of like ray tracing and updates to graphics cards and graphical input and outputs, lighting, shadowing, reflections, shadows from environmental aspects and player aspects as well. Those things are massive. Like how long they have to work on those things to get them done is enormous. Well, they shot it off. That's crazy. Did I pay out the prediction? I did. Thank you.
Through the softball. This is always the difficulty when you're looking to use a hard breach gadget or an
the new ban system. The thing that people are forgetting is that we begged Ubisoft not to change the game too much into something that we wouldn't understand. The core game and gameplay was great. We didn't want them to change that. We wanted them to upgrade everything, make sound better, make operators better, make gunfights better, make utility better, make droning better, make information collection better, make the way that we communicate with the brand new communication wheel. Now when you open up your communication wheel, you can say exactly what it is that you're pinging, so that people know exactly what you're saying. They've done everything we asked them to do.
Remember what I said about the hard breach charges as well? They've had to bring 3.
And it's like, unless you wanted a brand new go.
Reset!
Why did the Deimos start eating his ass?
Somehow, Team Liquid are doing this. They brute force him.
Why did the Deimos run in and start eating his asshole?
Noah turns this around. He's a hero. Has found one more, but he's on for 4. Gotta get one more at the bottom of main stairs. Won't find it, and that Monty is now gonna step back, and there is very little that Noah can do about this. Information being fed by the Monty. One more was at the bottom of the stairs, but he's got on top of him. This one's looking pretty
can't beat the Monty.
He's
you
got to try and win something if he can.
Planted
where the diffuser is at this point, Tim. At least now he knows. But I don't see how he wins this.
Hang on a minute, he's just prevented the Monty from having too much of a direct impact. Nesk is going to have to drop here. He wants the fight with Nesk because he's on
Fuck, I hate shields. Remove them from the fucking game. That's true, but giving us more map elements, reworking a few ops, not just one with the release, would actually make a difference fundamentally.
Throughout that entire round after Doom almost killed him. Don't forget,
what do you mean giving us more map elements? They've literally added fire extinguishers and fire things to like every fucking map.
Noah gets
are already reworking
doesn't challenge it at
2 maps in the background.
Absolutely nothing to do with it. And as soon as he thinks it's safe to do so, he gets upstairs.
The people who expected a new game are the very same people who would complain if Ubisoft changed the game too much. That's what they don't understand.
Player thing coming in through dirt. We were really worried about the whole smoke play and them being choked out, not having time to get up to the main door to start putting any kind of threat down.
Do I think Bank is going to get a rework?
We touched on resets in blue. That side swipe where he pushed.
I don't think right now it's a priority.
It was looking a bit frantic
I think there are other maps that certainly should and are being a priority.
Resets finally gets there and nets 2 massive kills for his team, enough to keep things all square.
The reason why adding the 6v6 mode was really important was because the casual player base, of which is over 80% of the player base of Siege. So yeah, calculate how many hundreds of thousands of players that is, which is a heck of a lot more than us. The casual player base didn't have, or rather showed quite intense interest in the event game modes. but the event game modes took up so much space and were time limited that they needed to add a full-time game mode that could be easily maintained. And by adding the 6v6 mode, it allowed people to try all the operators, of which will be rotated in and out and so on and so forth, in a safe environment where their individual skill, so kills, actually didn't matter so much to the overall impact of the game. Because there's a bunch of people who jumped in during the beta to the 6v6 game mode, fragged out and still lost. And I think that that's, Jesus. And I think that that was so important to see. That you might have good gun skill, but it actually didn't mean shit in the 6v6.
June once again.
It required way more map knowledge, positioning, objective, all of those things, utility, all those kind of things. Oh, damn. How did he let him do that? Oh, he almost got 2 for that. Oh my god. What the fuck is happening? Are they throwing?
Tim, it's a 3 versus 2 though, and Secret in position here to hold on.
I don't know how Secret
Mowgli's down. Do they have time to pick him up?
Bodies, they always seem
they
to come out on top.
They can't pick him up.
Seem to find that extra kill. Mowgli has been down. At the minute, he's just living intel. He's just a camera that's giving information. He will be taken out by Nesk. 2 versus 2, but the onus here is on
There's
Liquid
still a full fucking minute
to put the diffuser down.
Oh,
They've got time to work with, but right now they're just embattled. They're embroiled in this.
They must have a drone because they're yellow pinging him. I think.
Look at pull the trigger in that first push without even using a phone call from the Dokkaebi. So a little bit misaligned here, but it's the
Savage just won a huge kill.
Ness can't win
he's in a good mine. Now's the time to push
still with the
together.
In back pocket. Goo mine scattered all around him.
Okay, you've missed your window. Now you have to play time.
But he's got 35 seconds to pull off some magic. The new boy on the team coming back to his home region after playing in NA for years.
Actually, yeah. They didn't get rid of the bulletproof.
It does feel a little bit hopeless, Tim.
The bulletproof is going to win them the round.
They can just hold on, force him to play the diffuser, play for time.
Wow!
He will eventually have to show himself.
Hardy, thank you for the sub. Thank you for your prime. Enjoy your Black Ice Charm and no ads, man. I think part of the problem is how they revealed it. Telling us how, and then what they did would make us appreciate the changes more. The sound changes, they should have gone deeper in how they did it, the mechanics of how it works.
It'd be massive.
I think.
I'll give full shout out
there
to
are
Savage.
there are
touched on
2 types of people.
Playing well,
there's more types of people, but in this particular regard, I'm with you.
Magic.
I
Savage doing that.
I
and
play
it's nice
tested
because we're so used to seeing Savage as the shield player on this team. Of course,
before it was revealed and everything, so I knew a lot of. I was able to ask a million questions. How does this work? How did this? How long did this take? What's this? All those things, right? There are those of us nerd emojis that need that to understand how much work it is because we're not developers, we're not that smart, right?
So we will just get everybody out and everybody back in
so,
as soon as we've got the issues sorted. But you know,
there's those of us who would appreciate changes more, knowing that, for example, the sound change
it just gives the players a few minutes to
16 months or whatever it took, right? To get sound to propagate without fail, making it denser and lighter and tinnier and all this kind of stuff through certain surfaces and going through the lowest amount of barriers and all of those kind of things, right? Like, you're absolutely right. And maybe they could do a more long-form thing. But for 85 to 90% of the player base who are never going to watch or read that,
and it sounds bad to say because he's had such a good game,
and then for the 2% who actually need that, is it worth it?
Onto that west window,
is it really worth the massive amount of resources?
South balcony. And then second rule, when they actually start pushing
forward, I have a ton of esports packs from the past 3 years. I haven't opened any errors, so don't worry about it.
Not make use of arguably the best
I've just been collecting all of
That's
mine.
what you bring her along in the first place, man.
I don't know.
And so he's cost his team a little bit there, I wonder. And I don't think it would have come down to
change.
Diaz if they managed to get that right.
I can't wait to see the draws.
You're forgiven because he's kept his team in this game for a number of rounds. But it is Secret who now sit at 6 and 5, and once this rehost is done and we're back into game, you start to feel a bit nervous about Liquid's chance of getting a win out of this.
You do if you're a Liquid fan, not so much if you're a Secret fan. I think you're quite happy with that fact. But yeah, I think it's definitely an uphill battle for Liquid. I wouldn't be surprised to see overtime with how close it's been. It's kind of one of those games where you feel like a team's alright, they've got a bit of momentum now, they're building something, and the other team comes back and just smashes them apart in the next
round. Yeah, I mean, mine is still there, so I assume yours is still going to be there.
Liquid.
I assume.
These for me, you know, if we're looking towards Liquid and we've spoken about them winning, not winning in terms of tournaments, these are the games that they need to prove to me that they can start winning. You know, when things are difficult, when the heads do go down, that they can still get the results.
Twister's really being a true coach and giving all of his players a massage before they get back into it. Someone said actually in the chat a minute ago, they were just like, man, Secret's coach is so cool. It's like, he is cool. Twister's a great guy.
He's a nice guy. For those who don't know, the Brazilian lore.
I would really like a podcast for Dev with a knowledgeable person from the Siege community go deeper how things rather than the what. And look, I'm with you there. Sometimes we can't appreciate things because they're not explained to us in the detail that would help us appreciate those things. I think sometimes we find ourselves more important than we actually are, however. You and I, for example, who need those intricacies
not good
are
in the first couple of
for
stages that
unfortunate ways of putting it, not that fucking important.
As the league format is now,
the 95% of the player base, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of players who spend more money than us in the game, especially me, because I'm the one that gets gifted things from Ubisoft being a Ubisoft partner. Yes, I do a bunch of marketing, which is of value too, but the people who are spending the money in the game are more often than not casual players. I like that skin, I like that skin, I buy that skin, I do this skin. They're not the ones railing the marketplace to try and revive up their credits to try and make a profit to then buy that skin and that skin and that skin. They're the ones actually spending real money consistently.
I believe in what we're doing, I believe in what we're building. We will be at the Invitational one day, we will. And he used to say these things, and it was like you could look at it and think, you know, I'm sure it would have been easy to laugh really and say you're getting beaten every week.
Well, everything rolls over, Arrow. So I don't know. Now I'm confused. Now I'm confused with what you're saying. For the likes of me and you, Cairo, who need those things,
in there, they survived.
100.
They came back through open quals and got
to SI. I don't know if there's been a blog or a podcast or whatever about the CJX and whatnot, and considering how many different teams work on different parts, you need a speaker, you know, a spokesperson from every one of those, and like at that point the resources are just too much.
Find himself at Secret, but he's genuinely.
I have a few thousand hours in Siege. I've not spent money in 4 years. And I think that's my point. Is that the people who spend the most money aren't us hardcore players so much. Yes, some of us have spent a whopping amount of money, but the most amount of money comes overwhelmingly from casual and moderate players.
I think also probably to give him some fair respect, you know,
it's not those of us with more hours combined than most of the casual players, you know.
I think it's such a beautiful thing, and
I think that's a great thing to recognize when we're having this conversation. I agree with Cairo, but I also step back and I understand the business side of the game.
Again, look back at last year, Secret made, you know, the quarterfinals of 2 events. Like, they've shown that they can do this, that they can perform to a high level.
Yeah, I think the marketplace helped a bit, Jeepers, which I'm glad was introduced.
This could be a real world-beaten team.
And really happy that it was well received.
A lot of teams that we're seeing now in the partnership program is the potential that they're starting to build on side.
Yeah,
anyway, let's get back into the game. Secret up 6-5. They win this one.
It's not the type of game where.
Otherwise,
and now that there's going to be animated skins and what are they calling it? Like, I can't remember the name for like the epic skins or whatever, where they'll like have animations and shit like that.
Felt like they've been a little bit more solid. You know, Secret have, Liquid have been able to come away with a round here and there, but it's felt a little bit scrappy, and they've kind of
that's probably a better way of putting it, Jeepers. Yeah, I agree with that.
Secret, like I said, by contrast, have just felt a little bit more in control of things. It feels like the game's being played to the beat of their.
No, they're not calling it heirlooms. I can't remember what they're calling it.
For the time being, the drones are going to be raided.
I literally tested this. What the fuck is the name of it?
That strip is clear.
Anyway, whatever the fuck those like flying fucking skins are called.
This area is clear. We're going to go in and claim it. We're going to move our way through. We're going to grab the entire
Those will start to I hope cost more because like they're like 700 times better skins, right?
You've seen a lot of like Dokkaebi and Lion being brought along as well. Nowhere to
They've got a name. These skins have a fucking name. I don't know what they're called.
I remember for a time we were looking at both Striker
Is Liquid about to lose and prove my point right?
Played the living death out of those
at least for today's game.
Because of the extra utility that they brought to
what
the
did
field,
I say at the beginning of this match? I didn't predict Liquid because every event they let me down in my predictions. So I stopped. I put my foot down. I said no more Liquid. Only solids. No, I'm kidding.
To burn through heavily defended positions. So maybe you'll see the rise of
good night, Lauren. See you tomorrow. Thank you for modding.
Taken out explosive pipes so it doesn't get in their way later on when they try and push down through oil.
Yeah, it's just going to, like you say, prevent it becoming a problem later on. It only burns for a couple of seconds, but
dude, why have I not seen a single player weapon inspect?
You've got to be aware of it. There is a Vulcan canister stacked on the wall as well there, so there is still utility.
Do they not know which button is down? Because it's not relevant for comp.
In terms of that clearance at the minute, but no coming together from the players themselves yet. And Noah just showing good patience here. He's not panicking. He's not popping that Goyo canister just yet. He's going to bide his time and wait for the moment. If anything, you want to wait till you get
why is Liquid stalling like this?
Second mark, so you know it's going to see out the rest of the round.
We missed the drone.
He's got about another 30 seconds before we get to that point.
Sure.
I will never get teams who jiggle a drone on a door.
Still a lot of work to do though for the attackers.
With no one in proximity to act on the information, and then they purposefully get their drone shot.
And here we go, this push on four, but the Goyo canisters go out.
Oh, how is he not dead? How did he get that kill?
Another, it might be back and forth, Tim, but there's only two left on side for Liquid.
Noah's very low health at the minute, needs to be careful of that. Also pinged out by
oh my god, what a fucking throw! Okay, everyone needs to chill. And by chill, I mean secret.
Holding on toxic babe canisters coming
the smoke's
out
good.
Just to prevent that
they know where he is.
From happening,
he knows
to
where you are. 7 feet under is where.
Position for Savage to cut him down from Church, and Team Secret take themselves a big
well, at least I could read one of the teams for now.
Team Liquid.
I can only imagine how much that means to these boys. And look, you can see it on the screen.
I didn't predict.
How excited they are about it.
Predict.
It is only day one.
If you get 7 predictions, you get the Ash skin.
Like Liquid is a great start for this team and a really good, well-rounded performance.
Might be client-sided. You think?
All played absolutely brilliantly today.
You think?
It sets you up perfectly for the next few days, doesn't it? Because you've got that win against a big name. Twister, as I said, you know, he's played against these boys for years.
Be smart, motherfucker.
All the Brazilian players, all the Brazilian teams, so there'll be a little bit of pride there for
Liquid are the only Brazilian team to lose today. Oh, classic.
Well. So
what did I say?
Liquid didn't look bad.
Can't predict Liquid because they let me down.
I think out of sync. They've got a few new players in there. Kind of makes sense.
Regardless of the roster, I couldn't do it.
But honestly,
I knew if I picked him again. That's just day one. It's just day one. It's just day one. Wait, one of these, I assume the main stream because Herder is going to do the picking the next team shit. And I don't know how they're going to do it, but I'm very but I'm very interested in how they're going to do it.
Down the rankings and you're a single game away from elimination.
Right, look,
well, this is the point that I love because obviously last night I'm going through prep, I'm looking at the teams, but
ignore the fact that it's fucking APAC centric. Are we 17th because of round diff?
You look at the numbers, but it doesn't always mean
we are.
Yeah. But okay. I get to go back
so tonight, I assume
what's happened today, and now we can really.
I assume that we will go from 20th, and it'll be whoever. No, because there should be bullets. Is it bullets or round diff? Or are these points bullets? These points are bullets. Yeah, these points. Okay, so this is correct. No, these points are correct. So points, which is what it's done first, points. Then round diff, right? So it goes bullets, points, round diff. And so that means we are the 4th team to pick another team, right? So Scars might turn around and pick, I don't know, us. I don't fucking know. Right? My understanding, so here's how it should shake out. All these bottom-rated teams, except for a couple, will start, like, fucking running at each other like wild animals to pick each other. So, like we'll pick, like, I don't fucking know, like, Alevit or fucking, who else? I don't know, Fear X because we know them. Maybe we scrim them a lot, we're comfortable, or we pick, I don't know, we pick another APAC team or a lower rated team, right? Or we hope that one of these lower rated team picks us. It's going to be a fucking scrounge for the bottom. Everyone will want to pick Scars. Scars will want to pick, I don't know, probably, I don't know, CAG? Probably. They either pick one of the two. I actually think, well, we don't get to pick. CAG will already get to pick. I think one of these teams, one of these three teams should pick us. If you're smart, you'll pick the lowest rated teams. It gives you the greatest chance. Yeah, that's a great idea, Lobby. Don't worry, we're still watching Cairo. We get to watch the draw, which is what we're talking about now, right? They're going to talk about the draw on here. Right? So we will probably get picked before we can pick. So if it goes in this order, if it goes 20th up, right? We will probably get picked before we can even pick anyone else. That's exactly right. You should pick another shit team. If you're a shit team, you should pick another shit team, right? So then what that does is force all the good teams from today to verse each other because they only have other good teams to pick from by the time it gets up here. True, Lobby, true. Yeah, so they're still talking about that. So this stream's done. This is good. Okay. What the fuck? All right. So with that in mind, let me give it a little refresh here to make sure I'm right. I thought so too, Cairo. But on the little drops thing, it says until like 4 a.m. CEST, which maybe Siege, like Ubisoft did, just in case the matches went extra long or whatever. Right? So here's how it should shake out. Scars should pick another APAC team. If they're smart, they'll pick another APAC team. They'll pick either us or CAG. Almost certainly. Almost fucking certainly they pick. Maybe with a crazy pick, they go Liquid or something, right? Like that. Then Fnatic, whoever's left over, picks the other. And then so on and so on and so on and so forth. We won't get to pick. Someone will pick us. I'm almost certain. Should we do a prediction? Let's bet on it. I bet... Will PSG Talon be picked or... Put your fucking thing in. Put your fucking predictions in, bitch. Will we get to pick or will someone already pick us before we get to pick? So if I could put a prediction in, I would solidly say someone picks us before we get to pick. I love it. I think the format's so fucking crazy. I love it. I fucking think it's awesome. I think it's crazy. I love it. I love it. There's no way teams are stupid and they don't pick us. There's no way. You should try and pick the lowest rated team for the best possible outcome. All right.
Things out for what happened during today. I want to talk about the draft that we're going to have.
Yes.
20 or so minutes because
20
this has never
minutes
been done before. And just to give you a bit of a layout on how it's
20 minutes until the draft.
The studio where you've seen all of the teams competing. Well, this is going to be me standing in the center of it and then having all the players around me. A representative from every single one of the 20 teams.
Wait, he's going to stand there and 20 men are going to surround him? Hot.
They will pick who they play against tomorrow. It's never been done before, especially not publicly, where everybody can see what's going on and seeing their reactions, who's going to trash talk, who's going to say something.
Lamau stealth.
Ashen, if he's going to be the representative for SSG, I'm looking forward to something happening over there.
It'll be a fun experience to see all the players talk to each other within like who's picking who. You know, you're going to have like people from the side just making comments. I think it's
and also, if someone else picks the teams that you wanted to pick, then you have to like rethink.
Players are going to interact right in front of one another. We usually
you got to take those odds, Lobby.
Exactly. But now we're seeing it. People getting picked.
Pick your poison.
That's a whole other ballgame.
And then if you dodge it, if you chicken out, well, we can all see it live. Anyways, here is what our
oh my god, imagine someone
like
chickens
today.
out.
That is the bullets that everybody's been able to charge in and keep with them for today. 8 rounds. These are the top 10, and then we'll talk about the bottom 10 in just a second. 8 bullets for wild card and all the way down until we hit W7M, then Loud, SSG, and Secret with 7. There's a lot here that's changing because maybe you were not expecting these.
I lost all my
to
points
be
at
at the top,
GG.
or at least with the way that we
You
have
gotta
the
grind it
variety
back,
at the end
bro.
of day 1 game.
Yeah, I mean, to see wild
Each
cards
team,
sitting at the top just due
so
to the
they'll
round
start from the
differential.
bottom rated
Again,
team
that
all the way
matchup,
up. They'll take,
specifically
you know, 20th, 19th, 18th, so on and so forth,
Yeah.
and they'll
again,
pick who
I
they
thought
want to
that was
verse
actually
tomorrow.
a very good pick from them to just get something under their belt, get a taste of international play, and sure enough, it's leading the charge so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think wildcard being at the top is not necessarily what we expected to see. There's still a lot of days to go. Obviously, it's a good start. You just want to get comfortable, and then we're going to see the strategy that every team goes
guess
through and how
is
they want
that
to play the rest of the
because
day.
we are the 4th to pick, we're 16th. You can see here,
From Liquid
we're
all the way
16th.
down to Scars, we go from 5 down.
We will be the 4th to be able to pick. But I think by the time it gets to us, someone else will have already picked us. I think one of these 3 teams will pick us almost certainly. No, this has nothing. This is just a fun partner tournament. This is to market the orgs, their sponsors, the team skins, the game, Ubisoft. This is all just partner tournament. Oh my god, Imposer, that would fucking be crazy.
Preset before we all leave the studio tonight.
So
I
that's
agree,
what
Max.
M80 was doing. They wanted to lose on purpose so they could have a better chance at picking a weaker team tomorrow. I see. I see.
That's what G2 did. That's what Falcons did.
What if the chicken card gets pulled out? Then you might have to go against a stronger opponent.
If you're Scars, who do you pick?
G2.
What the fuck?
I
Chill,
definitely
daddy.
don't think that. I think there's a few options that Scars could end up picking, but I think at the end of the day, you got to be smart with your bullets and what you think, especially getting into those last few days, the 3rd day, 4th day, 5th day. That is where it is going to be really important that you are making a mental note of how many bullets you have.
Yeah,
and
that's
what
the
you
thing.
Can spare and what you can gain back.
I actually think Scars picks CAG if they're smart, and then Fnatic picks us. Am I cooking, guys? Cooking in chat?
You guys will be
Cooking in chat?
The draft show over in the commentary booth, and I'll be over there talking to the players as the night
Am
goes
I
on.
cooking?
So
I actually
we're
think
gonna
I'm
take a
cooking.
quick break, set
Scars pick
everything up, and
CAG,
then for the
Fnatic
first
pick
time
us.
ever,
What do we
a draft
think?
show here at Reload.
My poor shoulder. You think they pick Fear X? Fear X actually play well today. I don't know, that's a risk. Okay, if they pick Elevate, fair. But I actually don't think Elevate played that bad. You gotta remember, it's a Brazilian roster. It's not a bad one. I don't know. I think Fnatic might pick us. I don't know. I think they might pick us. They might pick us. Alright. Religious places. Ooh, church. Where are we? Ooh, ice cream. Where are we? What's this? Christmas. Chrysler. Alright, where are we? Oh, what's that? What's that? What is that? What is that? Chat? What is that? Where are we? What's that tower? Where are we? Maybe I go down here. Canada, maybe? Yeah, I'm not good with North American stuff. Like, I've been to North America quite a few times, but I just don't know. What the fuck? I don't know anything. I don't know. Oh my god, it looks like Australia. Why does it look like Australia? It is Australia, isn't it? Is this Australia? Bro, the moment I saw this school sign, I was like, guys, I think this is Australia. Yeah, look at that school sign. Alrighty, guys, it's my country. I don't know. I don't spend much time in New South Wales. So I'm gonna guess Sydney. Let's go Parramatta. Ooh. Nice. Alright. We continue. Let's go stadiums. Love a bit of sport. Rogers Centre. Wait. Rogers Centre. Okay. No idling. What does idling mean? Like, I know what idling means, but like... The beekeeping company? Why is there a beekeeping car here? Oh, it's Canada. Canada. But where in Canada? Where in Canada? Toronto Blue Jays. Guys, I think it's Toronto. You guys think I'm right? Where the fuck is Toronto? I actually don't know where Toronto is. I actually don't. Guys, there it is. Alright. So it's Rogers Stadium. Does anyone know where Rogers Stadium is? Because I don't fucking know. It's near the water, right? Oh, I just made that up. Okay. I don't know, bro. Here. Oh, shit. Okay. No. How do I find it? Wait, Julio and I follow each other, no? What's his fucking thing? What's his fucking Twitter? I don't fucking know. Did Pengu reply? Thank you. Oh. Alright, continue. Ooh, towers. Huh, that's beautiful. Gives me an Arabic vibe. I could be wrong. Like, this little thing gives me Arabic vibes. That's Arabic writing. Okay. Alright, let's have a look. Wait, we have to finish this first. I don't even know. I mean, shit, we just go like... What, Dubai, no? Oh my god, I'm so blind. It could be Abu Dhabi, but we'll just go with Dubai. Yeah, easy. Okay. Alright, let's see what he said here.
BDS could not even breach walls, but the win by brute force NIP won aside because other teams were bad. You know who's good? Penta. Oh my god, Penta was so good. They had big cocks. They were the smartest, the best aim ever. Oh my god, Penta.
Huh? Huh? I'm sorry, Julio, huh? Yeah, no wonder I can't fucking search your name. Even though we follow each other, I literally can't even fucking search your name because Twitter's so fucking scuffed. Big cocks. Wow. I think I have a meme for this, but it's on my phone. I refuse to type that in. Fair. I get that. Actually fair. Actually fair. Poor Nick getting railed on the fucking timeline right now when I actually agree with what he's saying. I actually agree. I don't know how to say it though. I don't know how to like express what I'm thinking though is my problem. Like in a way that like I don't necessarily agree with his specifics, but I agree with the macro of his idea. All right, one more. Shit, let's do castles. I'm not very good at castles. Why did I pick castles? Oh, I'm not good at this. All right, what does this say? Tower of London. Well, I feel like that. I can't fuck with that, can I? Can't fuck that up, can I? The fuck is the Tower of London? All right, let's find it. Hey guys, any towers? You know what, this really could be anywhere, so like let's just pick somewhere, right? Let's just bam, bam. See, close enough. Perfect score. I'm so good. We're back. Oh my god. Oh, I paused it. I'm a bum.
Obviously, it's the two North Americans you got to be very happy with today.
Yeah, I mean, today for NA was pretty good. I think everyone did fairly well. It was a good showing on our part, but at the end of the day, I mean, it's only day one.
What's our part? As in you?
Our part,
You did a good showing?
We made NA. Our influence is key.
We built NA.
Yeah.
We built NA!
Yeah, okay, whatever. It's not about you guys. Now, of course, we've got drafting to do, so Scars will be first up. And if you guys want to kind of explain what we're going to be doing here, getting ready for tomorrow, teams need to basically pick their opponents.
Oh my god,
yeah,
this
Scars
is the best part of
to
the
be
entire
picking
stream.
the team first because they are last. They're at the bottom of that totem pole because they couldn't find success over wildcard. So now it's going to allow them a little bit of redemption here to try to find their way, find a team
Joker
that they're going to feel a little more comfortable with. I do think wildcard should have been a comfortable pick for them. They obviously couldn't get it done, but it does put them in the seat now to pick first.
Essentially, how all the teams are lined up is based on today, based on how many points they risked and that ended up losing. It then goes into round count that decides who's at the bottom of the leaderboard because you see a couple of
Yeah, it's
teams
hard to tell, isn't it, Lobby?
So it's the round count.
I don't know, I
at the
think
end
he
of the
was
day.
just
So every
memeing.
round technically does matter, and you get your first pick of the litter. But if you're at the bottom and you lost to a team like Wildcard, so to say, and you're Scars in this situation, there's no easy opponent that you're going to be able to grab.
I think you pick Cloud9 in my opinion here. I think you need to try to find your footing here. I think just given your showing, again, going against Wildcard that has no international experience, you immediately become a smoke show. You lose your bullets. You lose your opportunity there. I think best case scenario is you try to go for an easier opponent, try to regain, and I think that should be Cloud9.
Milosh is in there with everyone. It looks like they're getting ready for school picture day.
I was just about to say
Everyone's
that.
just kind of lining up and waiting. I gotta say though, obviously we haven't really done this ever before when it comes to Siege and something like this, but it's awesome to kind of just see representatives from every single team. Like you don't really get to see something like this.
Yeah, it's pretty dope.
I agree. All of them right together with their,
his
legs
Twitter?
up in the air, you know, feeling real confident about the teams that they're going to pick. I wonder if we'll see any chicken cards. That would be pretty funny, especially since everybody in the room can interact in a way.
Posted up.
Yeah, Milosh, he's getting ready. He's getting ready. It's an intense situation. But it'd be funny to see, let's say, if Scars picks a team and somebody instantly chicken cards them, and then the whole room erupts with, like, first chicken.
Mentally, though, kind of maybe going a little too deep into it, but if you're picking a team, you're essentially saying, we think you're not that strong.
Yes, essentially.
Yeah.
But if you're at the bottom of the leaderboard, technically you have to pick somebody. So it's not necessarily an ego chow. Unless, let's say, Scars were to pick somebody at the top of the totem pole, then, I mean, that would be pretty confident.
Like I said, Scars has to pick Cloud9. It makes the most sense.
Cloud9, really?
Yes.
Out of all the teams, and not even a team
they went
from
7-5 against PSG Talent.
Right. So, but they could pick PSG Talent.
I mean, sure, but I don't know. If you can't, I don't know. I don't think PSG Talent.
Who makes the decision here? Because of course you're going to have whoever is representing in terms of coaches, etc. But is it like a team decision?
It depends on the ecosystem of the team. A lot of teams are based around coach heavy, where they make the decisions and the players just play. Sometimes it has to do with the player as an ecosystem as a whole. They talk about it pre-hand be able to figure out what
I know,
team
I
would
just-
be
I
best
just
suited for them,
tweeted
especially
about
after
it,
watching
Lobby.
all the games today. You're kind of at a disadvantage if you were one of the last games playing, because you have to immediately get out of it and then assess out of all the teams you played who you're going to pick next.
I think it's similar to like.
I think it's incredibly weird if your coach is not there.
3 that you think you're going to go to.
That
and then
shows
you have
me
one
that your
for sure
coach
you are
doesn't
100%
actually have
going to
leadership
pick.
of your
Unless, like you were saying, someone pulls out that.
That
chicken
means
card.
that your
Then it leaves you
IGL or
with your
someone
last 2
else has
options.
more
No one should
hand
be
in the
going into this
decisions than
looking
the
at all
coach
10
does,
be
and
like,
that
well,
is
I'm just gonna
always a
choose
red
at
flag
random.
because you
Yeah,
should
what
be able
about for
to
the teams,
trust
of
your
course, that
coach
kind of won
to
their
make
bullets today? They're at the top,
very
they're just kinda
important
sitting.
decisions for
You're
you.
going to sit in there, wait and see what's going to happen.
They're just
And
happy
so
at
that's
who
strange
picks,
to
unless
me.
there's a specific matchup that you don't want to go up against. Let's say if it's a NA team at the top and they don't want to play against a G2, for example. They would be able to pull out that chicken card just to avoid having a riskier fight and hoping somebody else or an easier opponent comes down the line. But then again, you only have one use of that chicken card. So if you use it now, you won't be able to use it when times are dying.
Do you think there's any teams that may have actually kind of prepped and pre-planned a little bit ahead and think, okay, we might have an opportunity? Say we do end up in this situation where we get to pick a team essentially going into the second day and said, we're going to kind of plan how we think round we think round one's going to play.
Like I said, I think it's as simple as just as you going into a map. Like you have the 3 designated things that you want to pick or maps you want to pick. This should be the same exact situation here. I think that can change based off your performance and how well you do.
Yeah.
Like I said, since we're talking about Scars because they're specifically going to be starting first, I think they maybe did think that they were going to get a win over Wildcard, so they maybe thought, okay, we're going to go with a different opponent. But after that dramatic loss, surely that should change anything that may have been there before.
So what Lax is trying to say...
What am I trying to say?
Someone needs to tell him to iron his shirt.
You've never been on that side of the coin, but usually you have it pre-planned, the maps that you want to go to.
Said that prior.
And take out the maps from the other team. So essentially in this situation, you're looking at the teams that to you match up best against. It doesn't necessarily matter where they are in the leaderboard. It just matters how your playstyle compares to them. A fast team would want to play against a slow team.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously had your kind of Cloud9 prediction. What's your prediction? Are you backing it?
Well, hold on one second. SSG is not here. We don't have a representative in person, but we are going to do it over the phone. So we still will be getting the same amount of picks going on. It's just they are
We're getting
not
a live
here.
call in.
Yeah, pretty much.
A live call in. They're at the gym right now, actually.
Probably.
But as for who I think Scars will pick, I believe they're going to go for
We are
somebody
now
within the APAC region
into
that also had a rough showing. I
the
think that they would go for
draw.
PSG
So
Talon.
tomorrow,
Okay, who obviously did actually lose to Cloud9.
Yeah.
So you're saying to pick Cloud9, but would you not want to pick the team that
I
lost to
don't know
Cloud9?
why
I think you would
SSG is
possibly
not
want to
there.
save PSG Talon for a day
Maybe
3.
the coach has demanded that
again,
everyone
you're kind of
sleep.
looking at it strategically.
Because when you think, obviously, we know what the rest of the cards are. Things will be exposed
crack
as later
or
goes on.
vulnerability?
You will be able to pull out some of
I don't
those
know.
going into day 3. And if you can have an easy opponent like that, then you
1v1s?
probably save that.
Call me crazy here, but I could see a situation where a team at the bottom, let's say Scars, for example, picks one of the top teams like a Furia or DZ, knowing that it's going to be a hard game. If they win, great, but we're only risking 1 to 2 bullets. But if we lose, we're at the bottom of the totem pole going into day 3 where more cards can be activated, and that's where you're able to pick an opponent specifically for that day 3 to maximize the amount of bullets that you could get.
All right, first pick is in, so we are going to go over to Milosh.
Yeah, hi. Welcome to our beautiful studio where we lined up all of them except for SSG. We'll talk about them in just a second here. They're on call. Don't worry about it. And we have our first pick now. Scars, of course, our Japanese squad picked whom's to play against. We'll have to see. Who did you pick to play? Oh.
They picked
What do you have to
Fnatic?
say about that? Are you ready for Scars, the Japanese domination?
Yeah, I'm ready. I mean, that might be the only game that they're actually gonna win. So we'll see. We'll see.
I watched your game today, Kirby. Don't lie.
Yeah, it was bad. It was bad.
Cute.
Okay, that's our first pick then. Fnatic will be playing against Scars. We'll have to see
Wow.
what sort of
I
bullets
thought
we're
Scars
loaded
would
in
pick
for this
fucking
game later
CAG.
on.
There
but
you go.
Yeah, that's our first pick. We got
Okay.
something in the chamber for then send it back to the studio.
Not quite. Cloud9 Lax, Fnatic.
We both were wrong in some ways. I mean, Fnatic didn't look great, but I mean, at the same time, I still think there are weaker opponents. Obviously, there's a lot of strats that go into who you're deciding, who you want to end up playing against. But
What are the cards they keep talking about? They're very cool cards.
I mean,
You should
they're
go
the
to
next one on the leaderboard.
r6esports.com
I
and
believe
read
Fnatic had a rough
in
showing,
the
but I
news
agree,
section
there are weaker teams,
about the
quote-unquote,
cards.
that have lost today that Scars could have went for. But again, it all comes down to the matchup.
Well, now
Fnatic did
CAG
look
is gonna pick us.
disgruntled in the way that they were positioning themselves. Very easy for an
Fuck.
aggressive team like Scars to be able to win
I didn't
these
want us to go
1v1s.
against CAG.
The matchup makes sense.
I want us to
Again,
go
there
against
are
like
weaker
Elevate or
teams,
something.
but Scars would know best.
Yeah. Now, CAG is up next. In fact, their pick is already in as well.
Yeah, indeed, gentlemen. Our pick is in. So we got Kag here. Have a chat with Kag. Who did you pick to play tomorrow?
Elevate.
Oh, Elevate on the other end.
I wanted us to play Elevate.
Are you scared?
I wanted us to play Elevate.
Kag get against you.
Yeah, I'm scared. But it would be a good game.
I can see the sweat dripping down. This is going to be a tough one tomorrow. Gents, I mean, commentary here, because Elevate, they're looking real scared.
I mean, if you want to look at, you know, Brazil as a region and how strong they've been, you're picking a team that is a full Brazilian roster, where we've known Elevate to be in that APEC region. They were a Thai team.
Yeah, Elevate's a good pick.
Full Brazilian team. So these first two picks are.
I think Elevate's a good pick.
It's not.
They haven't even played in APAC, so they're not an APAC.
Not yet. Yeah. But it's not a fair showing to Elevate because they played against Furia. So
do not pick M80. Do not pick M80, Joker.
So
do not pick M80. We're next. We're standing up for this.
Like I said,
we're standing up. Come on, Joker. Please use every brain cell in that fucking giant head of yours. Please. Think about it. Think about it. Pick a team we've scrimmed. Pick a team we've scrimmed.
It is indeed, and we're going to head in to PSG Talon. My friend, it's been a while, but who will you play against tomorrow?
I think we pick Fabian and M80.
Oh my God. He's thrown in the towel. He wants the master down. He was just your protege just 3 months ago.
I mean, I don't really care. They're ass. We're good. They're going to get beaten.
What did you do, Joker?
Anyways, thank you very much. That is our next matchup, PSG M80 for tomorrow.
Rolling in thick and fast here, and yeah, so Joker going with Fabian and M80, which to be honest, I think is a bit of a surprise call because M80 looked very good in their match. I know they ultimately lost, but
it was extremely a good game from M80, and where PSG
what
losing to
the
C9, I mean, that's a little bit
did
of a head
we
scratcher
just
for me,
do?
So you're going to go against M80. I mean, I think that was an ass decision. So
that's a beef battle for sure. I mean, Fabian just leaving PSG, they specifically picked them. Yes, they're closer in the standings, but that's obviously because M80 lost, but it was such a close game. That is absolutely an ego
They picked them, but that doesn't mean they have to bet a lot of bullets, right? Like, they can go in and just say, we're going to go with one.
Yeah, they can risk up to two. So if you just go with one to play it safe going into day 3, I mean, no harm, no foul. They want to take a jab at Fabian specifically. I think that's what that was.
I think M80 are going to love that matchup. Straight up, 2 bullets going into the chamber, and I think that they'll come away with a pretty comfortable win.
I'd be happy.
Well, it's crazy to think that this next pick is going to be from Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually kind of crazy in itself, right? I mean, a rough day for them, losing out to Loud. For Falcons now, do they go and say, okay, let's go and actually take on a good team?
I think they avoid Brazil. I think they avoid Brazil, especially after losing SI to FaZe, and then now starting out this tournament, you're losing to Loud. I think they're going to avoid Brazil for right now.
Holy shit, enjoy your points, you dumb
try
fox.
to get an NA team, APEC team, another EU team, whoever that's going to be. I think for just right now, this specific pick, they avoid a Brazilian team.
Dude, that's
like
a fucking...
Furia lost to
I kind of agree with Laxi. Joker fucking...
I could see this being the same thing where Falcons came in
is not
with
cooking
a lot of
with
bravado.
that.
They felt very confident.
I mean, I think that's great for drama, but it's not great for surviving in the tournament long enough to get more exposure.
Get that confidence back. We lost today, but we'll get it back.
We don't have to wait any longer. The pick is in.
The pick is indeed in, and this time it's on Falcons. Today, a rough time, but it's okay. I'm used to disappointment. I'm an EU fan anyways. Who do you pick for this game? Fear X.
That's a good pick.
All right.
For
Fear
BDS,
X,
that's a good pick.
The gauntlet has been thrown. Do you accept the challenge?
Yeah, I think not today, bro.
Chicken card invoked! Oh!
He just pulled out his chicken card! Oh my god!
This is not going well. All right, well, this means that Falcons, they're going to have to pick somebody else. So do you know who you want? Yeah.
Wild card.
Yeah, easy. Wild card picked up to play Falcons tomorrow. What do you think about
it? What the fuck is going on?
Yeah. The rookies have what it takes, buddy. You were a rookie one day. Don't worry about it. I remember Vitality Stuflex back in the day. Anyways, that's it for our next pick.
Oh my god. Also, Kippy, thank you so much for the sub. Enjoy your Black Ice Charm and no ads.
Wildcard, who of course had a very prominent showing today, 7-1 victory themselves, now go up against Falcons.
What do you mean?
Listen, I can appreciate Justin saying, you know, we're ready, we're confident, but
Fear-X said no?
Let's be honest here. I don't really see that going in Wildcard's favor. I think that is a great pick coming out of Falcons, as I expected. I think they're going to go for weaker teams.
What
just
the
to get
fuck?
Back on the saddle, just to feel comfortable.
What is going on? This is so sick. This is the funnest fucking
than what we saw today.
Fox,
segment
quickly,
ever.
Chicken card, you only get one.
You only get one.
It's done.
You can never use it again. So there might be a situation where you have to use it. I will say that's a great position to use it.
That's a good pick.
Falcons picking you out right out the gate, and then immediately
you have a charm completely forgot. Well then, thank you for the sub without thought of charm. Just sub for ads and me.
All right, G2 are up next, and their pick is already in.
Yeah, their pick
Who
is
does G2 pick?
And we got Amayo from G2.
Who do you pick? Who do you pick? Who do you pick? Who do you pick? Liquid.
We play Fearex.
Don't
yeah, because Fearex can't say no.
Fearex, I mean, the gauntlet's been thrown. You can't do anything about it. What do you feel? Because it seemed like you know what they're gonna do.
Yeah, I think like I have some Manchester feeling, you know. So I feel good, really good.
All right, feeling good. I didn't hear that 1 minute ago, but you know, there it is.
Oh my
G2
god.
Are playing
Oh
Fear
my
X. Now
god.
that's a game I'm looking forward to.
I think that's a better matchup for FearX. I think obviously for G2 it hasn't been smooth sailing with this roster, and then even coming into this, but G2 obviously going to that match's favorite.
G2 can't win versus APAC.
You know, I want to say that, but at the same time, like I talked about with that roster change of getting Coded and Woogieman back into that roster, there is a lot of unpredictableness that comes from that roster now that G2
and Mephi is shooting
ready for, especially with the aggression.
So G2 needs to play tight.
Muster out a good opponent.
If we take anything from G2 today, they played very individual. They were always going for gunfights. FearX is in a great position to be able to capitalize off that. If they're winning their ones, it could easily not go in G2's favor. The confidence could get the better of them. G2 is a confident team. They just need to be able to have that wake-up call that they got today and just try to focus and reset.
Yeah,
Team Liquid and their decision.
Team Liquid and their decision. Now, reminder, Team Liquid signed one of, if not the best chess player of the modern era. Are they playing 6D chess in the game here? Who do you pick?
Cloud9.
Cloud9 on the other end. Cloud9, do you accept the challenge?
We accept, yep.
Accept it. Team Liquid versus Cloud9. Now, usually, if maybe you're like a League fan or something, you think this is really cool, but tomorrow there's a lot to figure out between these two squads, a lot of heritage between them. So, gents, there's a lot on the line here.
I mean, a lot of these bigger teams, they're gonna pick the weaker
I
team.
actually don't know Stealth.
Weaker team. The thing is, in a best
I
of
assume
one,
for CJX,
it really
right?
comes down to a 50-50. Is that are
You'll
you
like my tweet? What's your tweet?
Are you gonna have a way better performance because you don't have a lot of rounds to work with? So if you can't find your stride, some of these teams can walk away with it. Where we have seen in many instances, best of ones do favor some teams that can just pull something out of the blue where a team just isn't ready for it.
And I do love that answer
all
from
I needed
the
for him to
confidence.
do that.
Like,
And
he was like,
it
we
became
pick
personal
C9.
with
He
me.
goes, yep.
Yeah,
that's all I needed.
It feels like he was prepared for something like
for
that.
him to do that.
Obviously,
And
good sweet
it
spot
became
for
personal with
Chickens
me.
from NA.
Oh my god.
One so far. Do we get another?
That's
It's
all I
BDS's
needed.
turn.
Here we go.
It is indeed. Come on over. We got BDS here lined up over on the side. Ilun, stop. What are you doing? No rivalries here. Rivalries only in the ring, right? So, BDS, who do you pick for tomorrow?
Our good friend at Furia.
Furia versus BDS. That's only if Fury accepts. Now, maybe they'll chicken out of the game. I don't know. We've already seen one chicken cut.
Wait, what the?
What's gonna happen?
I think
BDS picked Furia?
Have the big balls, so we accept it.
No comment. That's all you need to hear. Furia.
Wow,
accept the
that's
BDS
a
challenge.
risky
now,
pick.
That is a match to look forward to.
That's a big call. That's a big pick.
Wow, what do they know that we don't know? What do they know that we don't know?
Again, like they don't have to put 2 bullets in. They could just say, yeah, we'll go pick Fury. We'll put one on. If it works, great. If it doesn't, not a big loss.
Yeah, I mean, and with 3 picks left, you know, they end up choosing
fuck?
them as their opponent. I think reality is you aren't going to scare a world championship winning team, and especially a coach. So I think Furia is going to be ready for whoever they want to play.
Well, that's actually a good point. I mean, Fox, there's not really many quote-unquote bad teams or lower-seeded teams remaining.
No, not at all.
Running out of options.
Not at all. And we talked about it. I mean, there was going to have to be someone that had to pick Furia.
I do wonder, should you play a tough team now
BDS, though. It's a little bit of confidence.
so that they don't pick
like
you
I was saying
later when
before,
you really
if
need to be
pick a
going up
team
against a
that's
shitter
arguably
team
one of the
later for
strongest
points.
teams, and let's say you don't risk
Maybe.
that many bullets, it puts you
Loud
in a
surviving
better
this long?
position
No,
if
because
you're-
Loud
if you
played
wanna
way
lose.
better than I
It
think
puts you at the
everyone
bottom of the
expected, so
leaderboard
now everyone's
tomorrow,
not sure.
Where you're able to then pick a really good team for day 3.
Yeah, we're
There's a lot of
picking
fun
teams
stuff
for
that you can
tomorrow,
do.
Potato.
Well, their game finished very, very late. It is
Yeah,
Team
maybe
Secret. Their
Godzo,
pick is in.
maybe.
Yes, indeed. Team Secret's pick is in, and there's a big brain here that's waiting to tell us. Team Secret, who do you choose to play tomorrow?
Resident Fellowship, Loud.
Oh, okay. Loud's first big tournament here in Rainbow Six. Do you accept the challenge?
Accept.
All right, Team Secret versus Loud. I mean, that's one to look forward to because there's a lot of experience on the Secret side, but also on the Loud. I mean, they've been a team that's been dealt a bad hand over
True,
time.
Cairo.
But now
True,
that
true,
with
true.
a huge organization behind them, this is one to look forward to.
big win, of course, for Loud today. They'll be looking to back that up tomorrow now against Team Secret, which I think pretty fair to say they'd go in as favorites, Fox.
Yeah, that's a great matchup for Loud for sure, especially with the confidence behind them. If they're able to just steamroll through, be able to pick up a second win. It puts Secret in a rough spot technically, but obviously I think that'll be a good test to Loud. I feel for Loud, it's all about getting more reps at the moment.
Absolutely. I think any pick that Loud was going to get, if they're getting Secret, fine, so be it. It's just another match for them. Like you were saying, getting that experience is only going to help them accelerate even further through this tournament. And like we were saying, day 3, that is when some funky stuff can happen. So whoever you're getting at the end here, you're getting one of the better teams, but you're also going to put yourself in a position where you could actually make a lot of things work. Like I said, once
I know, it's weird.
Into these rounds.
One of the casters called Falcons BDS.
Here, but I can't seem to answer it. Maybe Milosh can.
I can. Look, I'm just going to say it straight. SSG are not here. So they'll be joining us via satellite, a.k.a. Discord call. SSG, who do you pick for tomorrow?
DZ.
Dark Zero on the other
Very
side.
good
We'll
pick.
see if they accept.
Very
I can't believe this
smart
is so scuffed. Why they're
pick.
not here? Anyways, Dark Zero, do you accept the challenge?
Of course I do. NA rivalry, brilliant. Benja, I know your hides. I'm coming for you.
Wow, I can't wait for another NA game.
That
That's
is a
really fun.
very good pick
right,
from SSG.
Right, Fox, Slacks, right?
I love NA. I think that's going to be a great matchup, to be honest.
That is a
SSG,
very
both
good
teams
pick
look
from SSG.
Amazing today. They both have completely innovated their rosters. It'll be
You know,
exciting
the
to see
worst part for
from what we
DZ
know, DZ
is that
a slower,
who
methodical team,
knows?
but they did change that recently. Since
I
they
can only,
experienced
sorry,
SSG,
let me
very
rephrase that. I can
aggressive
only
team.
imagine how many
Hot and
scrims
cold, basically,
DC
he's on
and
the other
SSG have had.
Yeah, I mean,
before
NA rivalry, but then you look at
Reload.
this next pick. There is no
They
pick.
know
It's
everything.
two teams that are forced to play against each other, which is going to be W7M and FaZe. So we talked about an NA rivalry. Now we have a LATAM rivalry. That is going to be quite a barn burner as well.
I mean, in terms of two organizations, there's so much historicalness to that matchup. W7 and FaZe, of course, the remaining two teams.
Why are they not there?
Fox,
Yeah, you can
what's your
see
thoughts on that before we
Miller
kind of wrap
showing,
things up?
Well,
throwing
today, the
shade
two
at the
teams
fact
that
that they're
didn't
not
get
there.
picked was GT and
SSG,
SSG,
as
and
I
we saw that
alluded to
turn out.
earlier,
Now, I would say we
are
have
very
an
heavy
arguably
on the
closer game
mental
between
side
these
of the
final two
team as
teams.
well.
I think it'll be great regardless.
They have a lot of...
That's all I really have to say.
Yeah, tough done here, boys. Looking forward to tomorrow. Thanks for joining me, and we're going to go back over to Milosh.
Thank you, gents. The draft, the first time ever in Rainbow Six history with a live draft with all 19 teams that are present with us here in the studio with SSG joining remotely. Guys, give yourselves a round of applause. What a great day that we've had today. Thank you so much. Thank you, Fabian, for tolerating us here in this social setting. It's been a hell of a day that we've had here for Reload, our first day to kick off Siege X and the brand new story and a chapter in competitive Siege. Now, you've seen what the games are, the schedule, and the amount of bullets that will be loaded in for tomorrow will be announced on socials in just a bit, so keep your eyes on it. We'll talk about that very early in the morning. What a day, what a time. It is Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Love Siege, and oh my god, have we had a hell of a day. We'll see you tomorrow bright and early for more Siege X.
Damn, I almost passed the fuck out. That was such a cool fucking segment. That segment was better than all of the games combined. And I also think, I can't believe that we fucking... I can't believe that we picked M80. Like, what the fuck are we doing? Imagine they fucking 7-0 us and get an extra bullet. Is it 2 bullets or 1 bullet for 7-0ing? Okay. So now that that's done, have they updated it for tomorrow? Does it say? Nah, they still gotta load it in. Okay. It'll be on the R6 Esports. Is it on instantly? Oh, wrong one. Okay. That's what happens when you have a 0.3 actuation. Okay. Yeah, they haven't loaded in either yet. That's alright. I mean, it literally just happened. I can't even be mad. I don't know. Look, for storylines, I think picking M80 is fucking awesome. But for me, selfishly wanting us, as in PSG Talon, to be in the competition for as long as possible, for marketing, for everything, right? Get eyes on the boys, get, you know, our logo and our team out there more. I think it's a dangerous pick. Am I crazy? The fact that we picked M80, who looked pretty good today. Like that it makes me a little frustrated. I'm a little frustrated that we've gone with this, because whilst this is a fun event, if you don't make it to the top 8, you get fucking knocked out. You know? Like, that's just the reality. What the fuck? Jesus. I'm scared. Yeah, and imagine we bet 2 on that one as well. Then we're down to 2 bullets. We might as well just fucking get on the plane now. Like, fuck. Ooh, Gritio. Damn. Be catastrophic? I feel catastrophic already. The problem is, when I'm not going for PSG Talon, I go for M80. Now, both my favorite teams are going head to head. And I think Joker made the wrong decision. Out of all of the teams available to us, I don't think that, like, unless he knows things that I don't know, but we were 3rd pick. We were meant to be 4th pick, but because the 2 bottom teams picked each other, it skipped. I think it's a fumble too. I don't want to like this is our coach. We have to stand behind our coach no matter what, right? He's our leader. He's our coach. We stand behind him. You know what I mean? And what the fuck is this? And we need to stand behind Joker's pick, but I'm not happy with that pick at all. So that's tough for me. Oh shit, what'd you post? Wait. Unban. Did I unban you? I didn't unban you. I unbanned you now. Alright, let's see this clip. What's going on here?
Se dire, bah ok, on passe de 4 finalement à 7, voire 9 et là tu te remets tout de suite très bien dans le style.
What? Oh my god, my little star! My little star!
Ton élimination quasiment quoi derrière.
Babe, you look so gorgeous. Yeah.
Thanks, hon. La
You look
carte
gorgeous.
duel, on vous rabâchera tout le long de la compétition. On n'en est pas là pour l'instant parce que les équipes ne seront pas éliminées même demain. Et ça y est.
Baby Nyanya on Baby Chaton on the broadcast.
Baby Chaton.
VRX couldn't pick. 2 teams tried. So one team tried to pick them. Falcons?
Yeah.
Falcons tried to pick FearX, and FearX used their 1 chicken card and said nope. The next team
to get G2?
just for the next team, G2 to pick them. Kitty, say that M80 are mid.
No.
That's right. Yeah, she has taste. That's right.
I think it's hard. PSG Talon. I mean, I understand the banter between the two coach.
Yeah.
But choosing MAT is...
They have Fabian now. Fabian's a fantastic coach. What was I gonna say?
I think it's ambitious. But what is ambitious is BDS.
Yeah, what the fuck? Why did Lelouit pick W7M? I mean Furia.
My guess is that so for now you can bet only one bullet and you get rid of,
and you can't burst them again.
Yes, you get rid of both like top 3 besides Falcon, right? Of 6 Invitational.
Yeah.
You're not gonna face FaZe ever again, or you're going to playoff, or Furia. And then what's next? It's Falcon. But if you're down, then you get to pick bad teams for the last round. And maybe you can bet 2 bullets. Or maybe you can even bet your wild, your crazy card. The card with 6 points.
So what, is she betting that she loses?
Yeah.
And that they go sicko mode in the last few rounds?
Yeah, because...
she's playing the long game. She doesn't care about the game tomorrow so much.
Yeah,
if they win, awesome. But if they lose, whatever.
Exactly. Unless if she thinks she can win, she's gonna bet 2 bullets. But I don't think so. I think she's gonna bet 1 bullet. They are down to 4. They will be in the teams that get to pick first.
Yeah.
Which is great. And then, who knows? They can even get the bullets tomorrow. Like, they were not bad, but Furia is difficult.
Jess is about to watch her stepdad get the piss kicked out of him by her real dad. That's literally what's going to happen. I can't believe we picked M80.
Yeah, that was...
We had the pick of, like, almost every other team. Fuck.
That was crazy.
My thinking is BDS have high expectations, or they want to play the best teams now to make all the mistakes now. Yeah. Pick the hard teams, win or lose, workshop the crap out of it, build from there. Yeah, but you have to understand. I really want to hammer down with this point of view. No matter which team you are, this is a partner event. If you don't make it to the playoffs, you aren't on screen anymore. Your jersey, your sponsors, your logo, you're just not on screen. You're not marketed anymore. Me, as a representative of PSG Talon, wants our logo on screen every fucking day, if possible. So I wouldn't be making risky decisions like this, especially when no matter how many matches we win, teams will still underestimate us. You have to understand that as an APAC team, no matter how many matches we win or how dominantly we win, there'll be another team in NA or EU or whatever that will still think we are bad, that we are worse than them. And that is why, Max, if I was there, I would have said, you bet 1 bullet day 1 and 2, regardless of who it is. And then you go into the last 3 days running all the cards and betting medium to high level bullets against low level teams.
Which is what BDS is doing.
Yeah. Well, for BDS it makes sense because they're a mid-level team. We're a low-level team. That's what I'm saying. This is an advertisement tournament. This is advertising the game. This is advertising the partner teams, skins, orgs, sponsors, blah, 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 blah. If we go out after a few days because of our silly decisions, that makes me feel bad.
Yeah, I know. My baby.
You know?
Yeah, I know. What do you want to eat? I'm gonna prepare food.
What do we have?
I can make ramen. It's simple. Or I can make pasta.
Yeah, pasta's good.
You don't like ramen?
I don't feel like ramen right now, no. Alright, well, I can raid off and come have a look. Who is streaming with the drops? I could probably just send you up to Spoid or someone who I know is going to have the drops. How long has he been live? He's been live for 8.5 hours. Okay, so he did the full thing like I did. Yeah, I saw that. I scrolled past it, Lobby. I think we can beat M80. On our best day, we can beat M80. Do I think that the percentage of best days are likely? No. No, I don't. What about Bolo? Same time tomorrow, gang gang. Wow, we've all been live for 8.5 hours. Are you okay? Do I need to do anything? Okay. We need to take it to the glass thing. Yeah, if you run a sim, we win 10 out of the 100 times, right? That's the point I'm trying to make. Oh, we absolutely have to raid Sir Pineapple. Sir Pineapple lost a friend recently. And I feel really, really bad. So I'm gonna raid him. Oh. Thank you guys for tuning in, hanging around for the drops. The couch will stay here. The watch party will begin again tomorrow. Today's games were really cool. We got to see the chicken card already. So yeah, I can't wait to watch party more tomorrow. I'll try and work out how I'm gonna work out the sound. So yeah. Please let Pineapple know I send my love. I'm gonna raid and run so I can go get some food. It's 1:30 a.m. so I'm pretty hungry. Did I start the raid? Or did I not? I don't even see if I've started the raid. Did I not start the raid? Did I start the raid? Am I blind? I don't think I did. Am I spelling his fucking name wrong? What the heck? Okay, here we go. Alright, cool. Did I raid? Hello? The fuck? Did I already raid? I must be cooked. Guys, I think I'm fucking cooked. He doesn't allow raids? Okay, that's fine. Oh shit, King George it is. Alrighty. I was like, why the fuck is it not working? Alright. Yes. It wasn't telling me, but he had raids off. Alright, go send my love to KG and his family, please. I love him dearly. Again, back tomorrow. If you guys have any ideas that you want to add to the watch party to just like, you know, I've added GeoGuessr in between the games and stuff like that. But if you have other ideas, come in tomorrow and just like throw them in chat. You know what I mean? Just be like, yo, we should do this in between games, or we should like, I don't know, try this, or we should do predictions like this. Like, just fucking come run the stream, guys. Like, I'm here to watch the games with you guys and speak some analytics, enjoy the matches, go crazy, like fuck it, whatever, right? So come get your drops tomorrow, come hang around, lurk or sit through it. If you have any ideas, I'd love to hear it. So yeah, much love, guys. And I'll catch you tomorrow for some more games.